Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 2267 to Chapter 2351. Rumble, the ancient divine palace stood in the chaotic void, surrounded by the chaotic power of time. It was shrouded in dazzling divine light, looking mysterious and ancient. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He could feel that the divine palace contained a vast amount of time origin energy, as if it was the origin of all time, and also the return of the river of time. It looked extremely mysterious. Swoosh! 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 At that moment, a powerful suction force suddenly came from the divine palace. Ling Xiao, Fan, and the other four felt a surge of divine power rolling towards them, sucking them into the divine palace. Ling Xiao and the others did not resist, as they did not feel threatened. They knew that it was the effect of the time compass, and they probably had the qualifications to obtain the inheritance. After all, the 9 time compasses were scattered across the heavens, and the Time Emperor had left the place of inheritance here, probably to find a successor. They, as well as the dead Xianxia saint, were all candidates. Rumble, dazzling light exploded in front of Ling Xiao, and he appeared in an ancient and mysterious space, surrounded by chaotic mist. The sky was dark, and time seemed to be in a state of disorder, and everything became meaningless. Fan and the other four also appeared nearby. Their eyes were filled with vigilance as they looked at Ling Xiao. Under the strong pressure from Ling Xiao, the 5 of them stood on the same line, opposing Ling Xiao, guarding against him. The combat strength that Ling Xiao had just displayed was too terrifying. The Xianxia saint's strength was not much different from theirs, but he could not withstand Ling Xiao's punch and was killed directly. If Ling Xiao attacked them, it would be difficult for the 5 of them to resist even if they worked together. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was wondering if he should attack now and kill all 5 of them. The atmosphere became a little tense, as if a great battle was about to break out at any time. Buzz, at that moment, a dazzling light flickered in the distance, vaguely like a bright star, exuding a majestic and ancient aura. That's the time compass? Ling Zhao's eyes lit up, and he was instantly attracted. He discovered that the object that looked like a star was floating in the center of the temple. It shone with dazzling multicolored light. It was actually an ancient compass. Mysterious lines intertwined on it, containing the vast power of time. Upon closer inspection, it was as if those lines could penetrate the void and connect with all the worlds in the universe. They could control the time source of all the worlds in the universe. Furthermore, Ling Xiao could sense a powerful emperor's aura from it. Although it had yet to awaken, it was enough to make one's heart tremble in fear. Could this be the chrono compass, the apex emperor's weapon? Fan exclaimed as a look of incomparable greed appeared in his eyes. The 9 time compasses from before were merely replicas of extreme Dao Emperor weapons. Although they were decent saint treasures, they were far inferior to the real time compasses. The mission of the 9 time compasses was to choose an inheritor and bring him or her to the place of inheritance of the Chrono Emperor. The breathing of the other 4 also became extremely rapid. Their eyes were blazing, and they could not wait to rush up and snatch the time compass. Buzz, the time compass shone brilliantly and instantly shot out 6 dazzling divine rainbows. They were like rainbow bridges that stretched across the sky and spread out in front of Ling Xiao, Fan, and the other 5. The 6 rainbow bridges were clearly separated and did not interfere with each other. However, they contained an incomparably vast and powerful power of time. At the same time, Ling Xiao, Fan, and the other 5 were also separated by the power of time. It was as if they were enveloped by a layer of boundary. The void trembled slightly. Although they could see each other, it was as if they were separated by an endless space. Is this the test of the time compass? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. The time compass was the Chrono Emperor's extreme Dao Emperor weapon. It could be said that whoever obtained the time compass would obtain the complete inheritance of the Chrono Emperor. The 6 rainbow bridges in front of them were probably the test set by the time compass. Only by passing the test and walking to the front of the time compass would one be qualified to be recognized by the time compass. Boom, Ling Xiao made a prompt decision. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped onto one of the rainbow bridges. After Ling Xiao stepped onto one of the rainbow bridges, the void suddenly trembled. The scene before him changed and he appeared in an ancient world. The flowers, trees, mountains, rivers, lakes, and even the creatures in front of him were all in a strange state. A stalk of grass rapidly grew and then withered. In the end, it turned into a seed that was buried deep in the ground. Then, it sprouted new shoots and grew rapidly. A little white rabbit, from the moment it was born, it grew fur at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, it became robust and shiny. In the end, it gave birth to offspring and gradually grew old before finally dying. The rivers went from being filled to being dried up, from being dried up to being filled again. The sun mountains went from being filled with blooming flowers to being filled with passion and lush summer, to being filled with withered leaves in autumn, and finally to being covered in white snow and being filled with a lonely winter. The cycle of the 4 seasons, the cycle of life and death, was constantly playing out. Xianxia stood in the sky above this ancient world like a god of creation. He was neither sad nor happy as he quietly observed all the changes. This is time acceleration? Xiao's heart trembled slightly. He could feel that this wasn't a real world. It was an evolution of the power of time. However, it also felt like a real world. Everything seemed so real and within reach. The powerful flow of time was like a mysterious line that interweaved around Xiao, allowing him to clearly feel the power of time. In this world, time was infinitely accelerated. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. This was why the mysterious scene of reincarnation appeared in front of him. Xiao's expression was calm. He was neither sad nor happy as he floated in the air. He carefully felt the changes in time. It was as if everything in this world had nothing to do with him, but it was also under his control. This feeling was extremely mysterious. It allowed Xiao to gradually understand the essence and power of time. Time acceleration. A strange light flashed in Xiao's eyes as he muttered to himself. Then, he stretched out a hand as if he was parting the fog of history. It was just a gentle touch. Instantly, the time acceleration became faster and faster. At the beginning, Xiao still felt a little awkward. However, as his understanding of the power of time deepened, it became easier for him to control time. At the beginning, he could only accelerate time by 2 times. Then, he could accelerate time by 10 times. Then, he could accelerate time by 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Time was like a puppet in Xiao's hands. In the end, when Xiao felt that the time of the entire world was under his control, this ancient world suddenly shattered with a loud bang. Xiao appeared on the rainbow bridge again. However, he had already walked forward for a distance. 9 time compasses, representing 9 types of time origin. Could it be that there are 9 tests on this rainbow bridge? Xiao thought to himself. Without any hesitation, he took another step forward. Boom, the resplendent light bloomed once again, and Xiao appeared in an ancient world. In this world, all the flowers, trees, mountains, rivers, lakes, and even all kinds of creatures grew extremely slowly. It was as though time had slowed to an extreme here. This is time deceleration, Xiao said slowly. He was like an outsider, looking at everything in this world. He wasn't affected at all. Therefore, using himself as a reference, he easily discovered the true meaning of time in this world. After Xiao comprehended the true meaning of time deceleration, this world was naturally broken. The third world was time stop. The time compasses that Xiao obtained also contained the true meaning of time stop. Therefore, it didn't affect him much. Very quickly, he comprehended the true meaning of time stop. The fourth world was time distortion. Here, time and space were distorted, and the world became grotesque. Even the timeline was distorted. Flowers and trees might grow in reverse, and all kinds of beasts would suddenly die when they grew to their prime. It was as if everything in this world had become chaotic and disorderly. Because there was no reference, Xiao took a long time to comprehend the true meaning of time distortion. The following worlds were still not difficult for Xiao. The fifth world, time imprisonment; the sixth world, time destruction; the seventh world, time reincarnation. In the eighth world, time reversed. Unknowingly, Xiao had already passed through the 8 worlds above the rainbow bridge. The time compass was not far away from him. It looked incomparably mysterious and gave off an eternal aura. As long as he passed the final world's trial, he would be able to reach the time compass. Ling Xiao looked back and discovered that Shirbufan was following closely behind him. At this moment, he was taking the test in the 8th world. As for the other 4, they were much slower. They were all in the 4th and 5th worlds. This Shirbufan is really strong. If he also had 3 time compasses, he would have entered the 9th world like me. Ling Xiao thought to himself, feeling a little more curious and surprised about Shirbufan. To be able to come to the 8th world to take the test so quickly, it could be seen that Shirbufan's talent was indeed very strong. He had extremely high attainments and talent in the Tao of Time. The true meaning of time reversal is extremely dangerous. I almost lost my mind and was almost turned into a mortal without any cultivation base by the power of time. I'm afraid the 9th world will be even more dangerous. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes as he strode forward. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk blazing lightning bolts soared into the sky. Vast laws of the great Tao interweaved. Countless phantoms of gods and demons appeared. Ling Xiao appeared in an ancient and vast world. In this world, it was as if the world had just been created. Countless chaos gods and demons came from the chaos and launched an earth-shattering war. A vast and boundless continent in the chaos was shattered. Stars fell from the sky and blood rained down. It was like the Azura hell. Although Ling Xiao was observing all this as an outsider, he could still feel the ferocious and monstrous aura that made his body tremble slightly. He could feel that the strength of those chaotic divine demons was extremely terrifying. They could destroy stars, sink continents, and tear primordial ferocious beasts apart. They were ferocious. But in this place, time seemed to have turned into eternity. Lines of time intertwined like an order that bound everything. Although the world was sunk and space was destroyed, time still flowed forward in a mighty manner. It converged into a long river of time and flowed towards the unknown place. Eternity of time? Ling Xiao's heart trembled. He could feel the true meaning of eternity of time. It was as if no living being, no expert, and no power could resist time. In front of the universe formed by countless epochs, time was an eternal and immortal existence. Time was the order, the heavenly Tao, and everything. Without time, the existence of space was meaningless. The existence of the world was meaningless. Even the myriad races and billions of living beings in the universe had lost their meaning of existence. Eternity of time seemed to be a true meaning that only the chaos and the illusory heavenly Tao could control. Ling Xiao could only be a bystander and had no way to comprehend the true meaning of eternity of time. He sat cross-legged in this world as if he had passed away. There was no aura fluctuation coming from him. In the blink of an eye, billions of years had passed. He was still like a stone statue. At this moment, Shirbufan had also passed the test of the 8th world and saw Ling Xiao's figure. Ling Xiao stood on the rainbow bridge without moving. He was only one step away from the time compass. One step away, but it was like a natural chasm. Long Outyen has actually entered the 9th world? The time compass belongs to me, Shirbufan. No one can take it away from me. Not even you, Long Outyen. Shirbufan's eyes revealed a trace of ferocious killing intent. Blazing divine light rose from his body and filled the air with a mysterious bloody light. In an instant, it silently spread towards the rainbow bridge. He took a step forward. In an instant, the void trembled. The endless power of time intertwined around him. An ancient and vast world vaguely appeared. However, the bloody light intertwined, causing the surrounding sky to tremble. It turned into streaks of bloody lightning that suddenly struck the ancient world and blasted the 9th world into smithereens. The vast true meaning of time instantly poured into Shirbufan's body. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the time compass. The time compass looked ancient and mysterious. It was enshrouded in resplendent light, and there were mysterious lines intertwined on it, as if it contained the mysteries of time. Standing in front of the time compass, Shirbufan felt as if he could hear the ancient people chanting scriptures, hear the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, and see through the secrets of time. Blood-red light bloomed around him, intertwining with 7-colored radiance. Vaguely, there seemed to be an incomparably mysterious and ancient figure appearing behind Shirbufan. Long Outyen, I'm afraid you didn't expect this. I've refined a drop of the flowing time Great Emperor's blood. The flowing time Great Emperor's inheritance is still mine. Once I've refined the time compass, I'll send you on your way. Shirbufan muttered to himself. His voice was incomparably cold. He coldly glanced at Ling Xiao. Instantly, endless seven-colored blood-red light gathered in his palm, and then grabbed at the time compass. Wang, the time compass trembled slightly, as if it had sensed some kind of power. It formed a strange resonance with Shirbufan and began to vibrate. Resplendent light bloomed around Shirbufan's body. The 9 true intents of time floated around him like 9 resplendent stars. They converged into a pure and vast time origin energy that surged towards the time compass. After going through the trials of the 9 worlds, Shirbufan had also comprehended the 9 true intents of time. He wanted to use them to refine the time compass. The time compass floated in the chaos, containing a vast and unparalleled emperor's aura. Shirbufan could feel that his control over the time compass was getting stronger and stronger. He couldn't help but reveal a look of incomparable surprise and excitement. As long as he refined the time compass, he would be able to become the true successor of the flowing time great emperor. At that time, with the various means left behind by the flowing time great emperor, even killing Long Outyin would be a simple matter. Shirbufan tightly guarded his mind. He activated the power in his body and began to refine the time compass with all his strength. Rumble. At this moment, Ling Xiao also walked out of the 9th world. His eyes revealed a trace of vicissitude and profound expression. The 9th true intent of time, eternal time? What a powerful eternal time. I almost lost myself in it and couldn't extricate myself. Ling Xiao muttered to himself with lingering fear. When he was undergoing the test of the true meaning of eternal time, he felt that time was frozen, and the mysterious concept of immortality. Those grotesque and variegated scenes of countless battles between chaos-fiend gods appeared in front of his eyes, making his comprehension of the true meaning of time more and more profound. Finally, after an unknown period of time, he completely comprehended the true meaning of eternal time and broke out of that world. How can Shirbufan be so fast? A sharp light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. He instantly saw Shirbufan sitting cross-legged under the time compass, refining it. The time compass exuded an extremely powerful emperor's aura, as if it could destroy everything. Around it, many worlds were born and died, and the river of stars was turned upside down. Before Ling Xiao entered the 9th world, he saw Shirbufan struggling in the 8th world. However, he didn't expect Shirbufan to be faster than him. Shirbufan arrived in front of the time compass and started refining the time compass, an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. We can't let him obtain the time compass. Ling Zhao's gaze turned cold as he strode towards Shirbufan. Wang. Suddenly, mysterious ripples appeared in the void. Ling Xiao moved thousands of feet in a single step, but what made him tremble was that Shirbufan and the time compass were still in front of him. It was as if Shirbufan had grown limbs as he moved, causing Ling Xiao to be unable to reach Shirbufan's side. Ling Zhao's heart trembled violently. He faintly felt that the atmosphere was unreal. What's going on? Since I've passed the 9 tests and comprehended the 9 true meanings of time Dao, I should be able to defeat Shirbufan and take back the time compass. But why can't I get close? Ling Xiao frowned and looked at Shirbufan in front of him, his heart full of doubts. Shirbufan and the time compass were in front of Ling Xiao, but he felt as if they were separated by endless time and space. He couldn't reach Shirbufan at all. In front of him was still the chaotic void, as if there was nothing. However, Ling Xiao vaguely felt that something was wrong. It was extremely unreal. Could it be, this is the 10th world? Ling Xiao's body trembled and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and his heart became as calm as an ancient well. He slowly closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged on the spot. There was silence all around. The chaotic mist lingered and various mysterious scenes appeared. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart, causing the surrounding sky to tremble slightly. However, it returned to normal in an instant as if nothing had happened. In this moment, Ling Xiao felt a strange power of time flowing through every corner of the chaotic void. Rumble. Ling Xiao vaguely felt that there was blazing lightning rising in the surroundings. An ancient and mysterious world had been opened up in the chaos. Ling Xiao had turned into the heavenly Tao of this world, watching the struggle of countless living beings. He felt that they were all ants under the heavenly Tao. Time became erratic in this place, And even Ling Xiao was unable to distinguish what was real and what was fake. This is indeed the 10th true meaning of time. The true meaning of reality and illusion? Ling Xiao's heart trembled and he was even a little shocked. This true meaning of time seemed to be detached from the other 9 true meanings of time. However, it seemed to be everywhere. It was both real and fake, illusory and real. It made people feel like they could forever sink into the long river of time. They couldn't find their way and couldn't see their destination. This was the power of the true meaning of time. It seemed illusory, but Ling Xiao vaguely felt that it might be the most powerful true meaning of time. Even he had almost been bewitched. Ling Xiao was now certain that Sherbufan was probably lost in the 10th world. He was lost in the power of the true meaning of time and was unable to extricate himself. He thought that he had refined the time compass, but he was actually still in the test. Gotcha. Ling Xiao's expression was calm, without sorrow or joy. It was as if he had comprehended the concept of the truth and falsehood of time. The ancient chaotic void in front of him shattered with a loud bang. What appeared in front of Ling Xiao was still the chaotic void. However, the difference was that this was the real world. The chaos was the origin of everything. It was the end of the universe. In front of him, the ancient time compass was floating in the chaotic void. It looked dazzling, simple, and mysterious. It contained a vast amount of time origin energy, which made Ling Xiao's eyes light up. Time compass. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately walked towards the time compass. Buzz, bright light bloomed around Ling Xiao's body. With every step he took, a ray of time essence turned into a dazzling halo behind him. Ling Xiao took 10 consecutive steps forward. 10 streams of the true intent of time transformed into 10 halos behind him, enveloping his entire body, making him look ethereal and mysterious. There was a mysterious aura that seemed to be impervious to all laws. As if it could sense the 10 halos behind Ling Xiao, the time compass trembled slightly. The 10 dazzling halos shot out 10 rays of light, which merged into the time compass. The lines on the time compass lit up, and the time compass emitted a vast and mysterious emperor's aura. It was as if it could sweep across the heavens and suppress everything. Its aura was terrifying to the extreme. Swoosh, the time compass flew into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, and a vast and mighty aura swept out. It was incomparably domineering, as if it wanted to shatter everything in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Rumble, the wordless heavenly book and the fortune jade disc were instantly displeased. Although these 2 chaos treasures were slightly damaged and not as powerful as they were in their prime, they were still chaos treasures that were more terrifying than extreme Dao Emperor weapons. At this moment, both of them were radiating brilliant light as they confronted the time compass. Rumble, the time compass was a flawless emperor weapon, and its vast emperor's aura could crush everything. As for the wordless heavenly book and the fortune jade disc, they were both chaos treasures. The 3 treasures immediately clashed in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. In an instant, it was as if the heavens and earth were split open, and the universe was destroyed. Countless gods and demons roared, and the aura was terrifying to the extreme. If it wasn't for the wordless heavenly book protecting Ling Xiao's primordial spirit and sea of consciousness, the collision of the 3 treasures would have turned Ling Xiao into ashes. However, although the 3 treasures were fighting fiercely, no one could do anything to the other. In the end, it gradually calmed down. It's finally stopped. However, although I can control the wordless heavenly book and the good fortune jade disc, this time compass is simply a ticking time bomb. I have to think of a way to refine it as soon as possible. How strange, why did it suddenly run into my sea of consciousness? Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief as a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. He hadn't even started to refine the time compass, but the time compass had already entered his sea of consciousness, causing him to be incomparably shocked. He had obtained the flowing time great emperor's inheritance so easily, Ling Xiao was still unable to get used to it. Rumble. Just as the chrono compass flew into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, the few rainbow bridges in the void shattered, and Sherbufan and the other 4 powerhouses rushed out from within. What's going on? My compass of time? Where did my time compass go? Sherbufan's incomparably furious and shocked voice rang out in the void. His expression was incomparably ugly, and his gaze was incomparably gloomy, filled with monstrous rage and killing intent. One must know that Sherbufan was about to completely refine the time compass, but he didn't expect it to disappear directly. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling, and his voice was filled with unwillingness and killing intent. However, the other 4 experts were also at a loss as they looked at each other. After all, they were originally undergoing a trial in the world, but they didn't expect the world to shatter and they would be forcefully teleported out. Only Ling Zhao's expression was incomparably indifferent, and his body emitted an incomparably powerful aura. Sherbufan's gaze instantly fell on Ling Xiao, and the killing intent in his eyes was incomparably intense, filled with bone-deep hatred. This was because he felt the aura of an extreme emperor weapon from Ling Zhao's body. That was the aura that belonged to the time compass. The time compass was currently in Ling Zhao's possession. Long Outyen, hand over the time compass. Otherwise, I won't rest until you're dead. Sherbufan's eyes were incomparably bloodshot as he glared at Ling Xiao. The time compass is in Long Outyen's hands? The other 4 experts trembled as well, and the confusion on their faces receded. Their eyes were filled with incomparable jealousy. That was the flowing time emperor weapon, the time compass, and it had fallen into Ling Zhao's hands just like that. Not only was the time compass an extreme emperor weapon, it might also contain the flowing time emperor's supreme inheritance, complete with the complete time cycle and various other powerful emperor techniques and secret techniques. For brothers, help me kill Long Outyen. After we obtain the flowing time emperor's inheritance, how about we split it equally? Sherbufan transmitted his voice to the 4 experts. How should we split the time compass? After all, there's only one of it. A burly man with bulging muscles said in a muffled voice, but there was an incomparably cunning look in his eyes. We can split the time cycle and other emperor techniques and secret techniques in the time compass equally. As for the time compass, the 5 of us will share it. How about that? Otherwise, I'm afraid none of us will be a match for Long Outyen. Sherbufan said without hesitation. Deal. Alright, no problem. Let's kill this bastard. I've long found this brat an eyesore. The 4 experts said one after another. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent, and killing intent surged around them as they slowly surrounded Ling Xiao. What? You want to join forces? Ling Xiao said indifferently. His expression was extremely calm, but there was a trace of mockery in his eyes. Long Outyen, we admit that you're very strong. However, if you want to take the time compass for yourself, you'll have to ask for our permission. If you know what's good for you, hand over the time compass. Perhaps we'll let you comprehend the time compass together. Otherwise, we'll let your blood splatter on the spot. A young man in black with a feminine temperament said sinisterly. His voice was incomparably ear-piercing and made people feel uncomfortable. Cut the crap. All of you can come at me together. You can accompany me on the road to the netherworld. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile, but his eyes were filled with a cold light. You're courting death. Sherbufan's eyes were filled with blood-red light, and his killing intent exploded. An incomparably terrifying aura erupted from his body as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Rumble, a vast aura rose from his body, and his aura skyrocketed. A sharp ancient sword fell from his palm, and in an instant, countless sword rays intertwined, like a sword net that enveloped Ling Xiao. Kill. Sherbufan and the 4 experts were indeed fearful of Ling Xiao. After all, the scene of Yuanshan Saint dying in Ling Zhao's hands was too shocking. Ling Zhao's combat strength was unfathomable and he was already a supreme expert in the 3rd heaven realm. None of them had the confidence to fight against him. But now, the temptation of the time compass had completely surpassed their fear of Ling Xiao. For the sake of this supreme emperor weapon and the supreme inheritance of the flowing time great emperor, they still chose to attack Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao definitely did not have the time to refine the time compass. This was the best opportunity for them to strike. Rumble, facing the attacks of Sherbufan and the 4 experts, Ling Zhao's eyes were blazing with sharpness. A powerful aura rose around him as he threw out a punch. The terrifying fist imprint was intertwined with chaotic qi, enveloping the heavens and the earth, including Sherbufan and the 4 experts. It was incomparably ferocious, like an immemorial divine mountain, pressing down from the primordial times. Kacha! The sword light that filled the sky shattered, and the attacks of the 4 experts turned into dust at the same time. The 5 of them felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and they were all sent flying back, feeling their blood and qi churning in their bodies. With your little strength, you dare to court death? Xianxia said indifferently. A vast and terrifying aura erupted from his body. His blood and qi rose like a blazing sun, giving people a great sense of oppression. He was like a chaotic fiend god, looking down at Shirbufan and the four experts. Long Out Yin, don't be so arrogant. If you don't hand over the time compass today, you will die without a doubt. Shirbufan's eyes revealed a trace of madness. Rumble, seven-colored blood light rose around him, and his aura skyrocketed, breaking the limit of the earth realm in an instant. It only stopped when it reached the peak of the heaven realm. Around Shirbufan's body, the power of time intertwined like divine chains, turning into dense sword light. Finally, it gathered into an incomparably blazing white ancient sword that bloomed with immortal light. Shirbufan held the immortal sword in his hand, and an extremely dangerous aura suddenly erupted from his body. For brothers, attack with all your might. Long Out Yin must die today. Shirbufan did not turn his head. His eyes were filled with blazing killing intent as he stared at Xianxia and said coldly. Crack, the immortal sword in his hand emitted a blazing light. In an instant, it moved across the sky, causing the void to distort. It was as if it had transcended the limits of time and space, arriving in front of Xianxia in an instant. The sword light was incomparably sharp. It was formed by the time essence around Shirbufan. It represented his comprehension of the power of time. Coupled with his powerful cultivation base, it was even more terrifying to the extreme. Now that's interesting. Xianxia said indifferently. He gently stretched out two fingers and caught the immortal sword in an instant. His sparkling fingers emitted an immortal luster and directly shattered the sword light. Then, he flicked it gently. Wang, the immortal sword trembled violently, causing Shirbufan's expression to change. He felt an unparalleled divine power attacking him, causing his arm to feel a little numb. He spun in the void like a spinning top. The sword light intertwined like a dragon and shot up into the sky in an instant. The power accumulated in the 9 heavens was at its peak. Then, it swooped down and pierced toward Xiao's head. Rumble, from afar, it looked like a huge tornado was coming, wanting to tear everything into pieces. The 4 experts roared at the same time. Terrifying auras rose from their bodies, and their cultivation soared rapidly, reaching the heaven realm in an instant. They were all geniuses of their clans. They had all kinds of secret heavenly techniques in their hands. Naturally, they also had explosive secret techniques that allowed them to temporarily possess the cultivation base and combat strength of the heaven realm. Boom, the burly young man held 2 giant axes. They crossed each other like a black whirlwind. The huge axe light was extremely domineering, as if it was going to split heaven and earth in half. Whoosh, the black-robed young man's aura was extremely soft. He instantly turned into a faintly discernible shadow, hiding in the void. He was waiting for an opportunity to launch a fatal blow toward Xianxia. The other 2 experts, a white-robed young man holding a saber and a purple-robed young man holding a spear, attacked like a dragon. Their auras intertwined, one long and one short. They actually performed a joint attack and attacked Xianxia at the same time. Shirbufan was above, and the 4 experts attacked from all directions, trapping Xianxia in the middle. They all exploded with their strongest power. When 5 heaven realm experts attacked, an ordinary person would be severely injured even if they didn't die. However, Xianxia was not an ordinary person. When Shirbufan and the other 4 experts attacked at the same time, he also attacked. Roar, an ancient and mysterious dragon roar exploded in the void. It was as if the primordial ancestral dragon was announcing its majesty to all living beings. A vast dragon's aura erupted from Xiao's body. He was shrouded in golden divine light. Every pore on his body was emitting chaotic light. His blood vessels were vibrating like divine dragons, and his blood was surging like a river. His aura was terrifying to the extreme in an instant. Xianxia crossed his arms like the claws of a dragon. In an instant, a huge golden dragon that was shining with golden light coiled around his body. It looked very lifelike. The dragon's scales were sharp and sturdy, forming a golden dragon-shaped barrier. Boom, Shirbufan's immortal sword was incomparably swift and fierce. It fell from the sky and instantly slashed on the dragon-shaped barrier. The attacks of the 4 experts, almost at the same time as Shirbufan, blasted on the dragon-shaped barrier. A terrifying divine light storm erupted, and the sound waves spread out. It was like the rumbling of divine thunder from the ninth heaven. The blazing divine light rose and rushed in all directions. It dispersed all the chaotic mist in the surroundings, turning it into a vacuum state. However, after the blazing divine light dispersed, Shirbufan and the other 4 experts' eyes suddenly shrank. Their faces were filled with disbelief and shock. What? After suffering the terrifying attacks of the 5 Heaven Realm experts, the huge dragon-shaped barrier did not move at all. There was no sign of it shattering at all. It was still incomparably sturdy, blooming with immortal light. It even reflected Ling Zhao's indifferent and calm face. Not good, retreat quickly. Shirbufan's heart pounded violently. He felt an incomparably dangerous aura from Ling Zhao's eyes. Without thinking, he instantly retreated at an extremely fast speed. After hearing Shirbufan's words, the 4 experts were stunned for a moment. They also retreated at the same time, falling behind Shirbufan. But it was still too late. Roar! The golden dragon that shrouded Ling Zhao seemed to have awakened from a deep sleep. It opened its golden eyes, opened its huge mouth, and let out a terrifying dragon roar. The terrifying sound waves erupted, as if a golden sun had exploded in the void. The dragon roar seemed to be able to shatter the universe, make the heavens fall, and make billions of stars explode. Its power was terrifying and monstrous. Roar of the ancestral dragon. This was the supreme divine ability that Ling Zhao comprehended when he cultivated the secret skill of the ancestral dragon to perfection and condensed the ancestral dragon's body. It was the first dragon roar of the Archean ancestral dragon when he created the world. It contained the power of creation and destruction and directly affected the primordial spirit. The primordial spirits of the 4 experts became extremely dim at this moment. Their primordial spirit defensive sacred treasures were shattered silently. They were severely injured and their eyes were filled with horror. Even though Shirbufan was a little further away and was blocked by the 4 experts, he still felt that his sea of consciousness was about to explode. His body trembled and his face was incomparably pale as he was sent flying. Kill! Ling Zhao's eyes were blazing with killing intent. He took a step forward and immediately punched out like a dragon. The terrifying fist print directly blasted on the burly man's chest and directly penetrated his body. Blood rained down in the void. How could the burly man resist Ling Zhao's fierce and overbearing fist print? His entire body exploded. Even the violent struggle of his primordial spirit was instantly swallowed and suppressed by the wordless heavenly book. At this point, the first heaven's pride was killed by Ling Zhao. After killing the burly man, Ling Zhao did not stop at all. He instantly arrived in front of the black-clothed youth. Long Out Yen. You're not human. You're not human. The black-clothed youth was scared out of his wits. His eyes were filled with horror. He endured the severe pain in his primordial spirit and wanted to use a teleportation technique to escape. He was known for his speed. With a slight shake of his body, he was about to disappear into the void. However, Ling Zhao directly broke through the void and grabbed the black-clothed youth. Then, he suddenly exerted force with both hands and directly tore the black-clothed youth into 2 halves. Run! Long Out Yen, spare my life. I won't dare to go against you anymore. The remaining 2 experts desperately tried to escape into the distance. Their eyes were filled with incomparable fear. As they fled, they loudly begged for mercy, hoping that Ling Zhao would spare their lives. At this moment, they no longer had the slightest bit of fighting spirit. They had been completely frightened out of their wits by Ling Zhao. They even regretted attacking Ling Zhao, and their hatred for Shirbufan had reached the extreme. If it weren't for Shirbufan's instigation, they wouldn't have made the decision to attack Ling Zhao so easily. Too late. Ling Zhao said indifferently. With a flash of a secret teleportation technique, he appeared behind the 2 experts in an instant. Then, he punched out with both his fists. 2 chaotic fists exploded in the void, completely engulfing the figures of the 2 experts. The power of the roar of the ancestral dragon had already severely injured their primordial spirits. Their strength had been reduced by 80 to 90%, and they couldn't even withstand a single blow from Ling Zhao. Their bodies were directly blasted apart by Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao easily suppressed their primordial spirits and devoured their karmic luck. In a twinkle, the four great powerhouses all died in Ling Zhao's hands. What? Long Outyin, how can you be so strong? Sherbufan's entire body trembled, and his eyes were filled with incomparable horror. He had been shaken by the roar of the ancestral dragon and had finally stabilized the injuries of his primordial spirit. However, in the blink of an eye, the four great powerhouses were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow and died in Ling Zhao's hands. Sherbufan's eyelids twitched. He couldn't figure out why the combined strength of the five great heavenly realm powerhouses still couldn't defeat Ling Xiao. Sherbufan, let's settle this today. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His sharp and deep gaze fell on Sherbufan. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying aura locked onto Sherbufan. Long Outyin, I admit defeat today. I'll leave the chrono compass with you for the time being, but one day, I'll come and get it personally. Sherbufan's expression was extremely ugly. He glared at Ling Xiao hatefully and wanted to turn around and leave. Buzz, an ancient talisman appeared in his palm. It bloomed with dazzling light in the void and enveloped his entire body. Suddenly, the chaotic light exploded and a mysterious spacetime gate was opened. Sherbufan sneered and looked at Ling Xiao. He was about to walk into the spacetime gate in an instant. That talisman was a spacetime talisman. Legend had it that it was a supreme talisman left behind by the flowing time great emperor. It could shift the heavens and go anywhere as one wished. This was also Sherbufan's final trump card. It could protect him from leaving. Ling Zhao's expression was very calm. He didn't show any signs of stopping Sherbufan, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Boom! When Sherbufan entered the spacetime gate, the void trembled and a terrifying force bloomed in the spacetime gate. Sherbufan's body trembled violently and was directly ejected from the spacetime gate. The talisman burned in the void and even the spacetime gate disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Sherbufan's body trembled and his eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. That was a spacetime talisman left behind by the flowing time great emperor. It was a supreme talisman. How could it be dissolved silently? Sherbufan felt that there was no passage in the spacetime gate. There was only an incomparably chaotic spacetime force. If he hadn't been fast enough, he would have been crushed into powder by the spacetime force. It seems that you haven't fully comprehended the true meaning of the time great Tao. Do you really think you can escape from the space of the time compass? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Buzz, as soon as his voice fell, the chaotic void suddenly shone with a dazzling light. The time compass appeared in the void and scattered mysterious spacetime force. It intertwined and formed a huge boundary that enveloped Ling Xiao and Sherbufan. It turned out that Ling Xiao had unknowingly used the time compass to set up a boundary. How could a mere emperor talisman break the boundary of an emperor weapon under such terrifying emperor aura? How can you refine the time compass? The time compass is an emperor weapon. Even if you've comprehended the true meaning of time, it's impossible for you to refine it so quickly. How did you do it? I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Sherbufan's body trembled as he looked at the time compass in the void. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. His handsome face had turned ferocious as he stared at Ling Xiao. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. You can't accept this? But you still have to die. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and waved his hand gently. Immediately, the time compass came crashing down from the void. The terrifying space-time force intertwined like endless sword light and instantly turned Sherbufan into powder. In front of an emperor weapon, even a sage was just an ant, let alone Sherbufan. No matter how many schemes he had, in the face of absolute power, they were all useless. As for how Ling Xiao controlled the power of the time compass, Sherbufan probably didn't even know until he died. He could be considered to have died with everlasting regret. Sherbufan's primordial spirit was suppressed by the wordless heavenly book and his fate was also absorbed by Ling Zhao's God clan seal. However, a rainbow-colored blood bead suddenly flew out from Sherbufan's shattered body. It flowed with a mysterious and ancient light and seemed to contain endless spacetime fluctuations. It instantly attracted Ling Zhao's attention. Eh? This is? The rainbow-colored blood bead looked ancient and mysterious, containing majestic energy fluctuations. Vaguely, there seemed to be an incomparably mysterious figure sitting cross-legged within it, like a deity, giving the blood bead a strange vitality. Shirbufan was killed by Ling Xiao, but this rainbow-colored blood bead was not destroyed. It definitely did not belong to Shirbufan, but the blood of a powerful existence. This rainbow-colored blood bead actually contains such a majestic source of time. Could it be? Ling Xiao's heart trembled, and he began to guess. Rumble. At this moment, the time compass in the void seemed to have sensed the power of the rainbow-colored blood bead, and instantly began to tremble violently, releasing a dazzling brilliance. The Emperor's aura within seemed to be awakened. As for the rainbow-colored blood bead, it instantly fused into the time compass. The time compass seemed to have eaten something extremely nutritious, and instantly, it shone with a dazzling light. Runes rose, containing incomparably mysterious energy fluctuations, as if they could destroy the heavens in all directions. The scene was shocking. The powerful power of time intertwined, causing the surrounding void to distort. In an instant, a dazzling light beam shot out from the time compass, directly shooting into Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness seemed to be surging with huge waves. The sound waves were vibrating like a great bell. A piece of resplendent scripture exuded an ancient and mysterious light. A vast amount of true meaning was transmitted into Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. Time reverses, traveler of time, immortal chaos, transcends eternity. The mysterious scripture rang out, like the sound of the heavenly Tao, but also like the chanting of the ancient people, causing flowers to fall from the sky, and golden lotuses to bloom from the ground. The surroundings were filled with auspicious qi, and dazzling rays of light. It was incomparably mysterious. Ling Zhao's primordial spirit sat cross-legged in the void, and the light before his eyes was resplendent. He vaguely seemed to see an incomparably mysterious figure sitting cross-legged, speaking of the mysteries of time, the true meaning of time. This is the time scripture? Ling Zhao's heart trembled, and he immediately sensed that this was the supreme scripture of the flowing time great emperor. The time scripture, the scripture of a great emperor, contained the supreme emperor's Tao, as well as all the knowledge of a great emperor. It could be said to be all-encompassing and incomparably precious. It was a supreme art that pointed directly to the heavenly Taos. This was the first complete imperial sutra that Ling Xiao had obtained. Even though the Taishu heart rune scripture contained the cultivation method of the supreme heart Tao, the Taishu emperor was not a true great emperor after all. The Taishu heart rune scripture had not transformed into a true emperor scripture. Ling Zhao's soul was translucent and gave off a mysterious glow. He was enveloped by the true meaning of the way of time and menstruation, sinking into a deep state of comprehension. His fleshly body, primordial spirit, grand Tao laws, and Tao of heart had all undergone a strange transformation as he comprehended the time and menstrual cycle. The time compass enveloped Ling Xiao, distorting the surrounding space and time. The flow of time also underwent a strange change. 2 times, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. The flow of time around Ling Xiao changed drastically. It only stabilized when the flow of time accelerated by over 10,000 times, reaching the limit that Ling Xiao could endure. 10,000 times the flow of time meant that one day in the outside world was equivalent to 30 years of cultivation here. Ever since Ling Xiao had ascended from the mortal world, his cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. He had grown to the point where he could suppress countless geniuses in the universe and look down on the world. However, because his cultivation speed was too fast, there were still some hidden dangers in his body. Moreover, his foundation was still inferior to those ancient geniuses. After all, his cultivation time was still too short. In the long run, it would affect Ling Zhao's future cultivation progress and cause irreparable damage. This time, he had obtained the inheritance of the time and menstrual cycle, which was a rare transformation for Ling Xiao. It allowed him to have a clear understanding of his own body, make up for his shortcomings, and constantly strive towards a perfect state. This was the greatest opportunity that Ling Xiao had obtained from entering the land of inheritance of the flowing time emperor. The land of inheritance of the flowing time emperor was a separate entity, faintly separated from the chaotic battlefield. Therefore, the outside world was not clear about what had happened in the land of inheritance. However, the deaths of Shirbufan and Yuanchen Saint were not hidden from everyone. Nirvana, Yuanchen, and Shirbufan all died in the hands of Long Out Yin. On a perilous peak in the chaotic battlefield, Tianzi was sitting cross-legged in the chaotic fog, breathing in and out the chaotic qi. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, shooting a cold light in all directions. There were 4 powerful figures standing around Xianxia. A white-robed monk, a scholar with a folding fan, a black-robed youth, and a skinny boy in black. The 4 of them were protecting Xianxia. The 4 of them were Buddha Wuxin of the Myriad Buddha Temple, Saint Yijiming of the Fane of Destiny, Jun Wuhan of the Heavenly Mantra Sect, and Soul Reaping Boy of the Darkness Heavenly Sect. After hearing Tianzi's words, the 4 of them trembled, revealing an unconcealable look of shock on their faces. Nirvana, Yuanchen, and Shirbufan all died in the hands of Long Out Yan? How is this possible? There was a look of disbelief in Jun Wuhan's eyes. One had to know that Nirvana's Saint Sun, Yuanchen's Saint Sun, and Shirbufan were the 7 prodigies under Tianzi. There was not much difference in strength between them. Even if the 4 of them were slightly stronger, it was not by much. Moreover, they were even more wary of Shirbufan's control of the power of time. Now that they heard that the 3 of them had all died in the hands of Long Out Yan, the 4 of them were shocked and furious. Damn it! Long Out Yan is simply courting death. How dare he kill Nirvana, Yuanchen, and Shirbufan? Isn't he afraid of Tianzi's revenge? Soul Reaping Boy's extremely ear-piercing voice resounded, his eyes filled with cold murderous intent. Ba, Long Out Yan's strength cannot be underestimated. Tianzi, Long Out Yan is probably the biggest obstacle to you becoming the chosen one. Buddha Wuxin said flatly with a smile on his face. He looked dignified, like an eminent monk. No matter what, he killed Nirvana, Yuanchen, and Yuanchen. He's already our mortal enemy. Tianzi, to prevent any accidents, why don't we capture Long Out Yan's old friends so that he won't attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases? How about it? Yijiming said slowly. His expression was indifferent and calm, but his words caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Yijiming wanted to use Long Out Yan's old friends to threaten Long Out Yan. He knew Long Out Yan's character very well, which was why he did so. It could be said that he was vicious. Hee. I think that's a good idea. Tianzi, what do you think? Sure. Split up and find out the whereabouts of Long Out Yan's friends and acquaintances. Once you find anything, inform me immediately. I will personally take action and capture all of them. No matter what, I can only be the chosen one. Tianzi's eyes flashed as he said coldly. Boom, he slowly stood up, and chaotic light rose around him. The terrifying aura seemed to be able to shatter the sky. Above his head, the golden power of fate rose like a dazzling sun, releasing endless light and heat. Yes. The 4 skyprides could not help but feel a chill in their hearts as they lowered their heads and cupped their fists together. In the next few days, under Tianzi's lead, the 4 skyprides continued to attack. While defeating other skyprides to collect providence, they also searched for the whereabouts of Ling Zhao's friends and acquaintances. The undercurrent in the chaotic battlefield became more turbulent. Have you heard? Feng Qingyang from the Taishang Palace has been captured by Tianzi. Why? Feng Qingyang did not offend Tianzi, did he? I heard that it's because Feng Qingyang is related to Long Out Yan. Anyone who is related to Long Out Yan has suffered. Feng Qingyang should be the 4th person to be captured by Tianzi, right? That's right. Other than Feng Qingyang, I heard that Wu Liang, Old Goat, and Saintess Xianxia were also captured. Is Tianzi trying to use them to force Long Out Yan out? It seems like a battle between Tianzi and Long Out Yan is inevitable. Some people in the chaotic battlefield were discussing. In the last few days, the Emperor and his 4 geniuses were invincible. Not only did they eliminate many geniuses from the powerful races, they also captured Xianxia, the Old Goat, Daoist Wuliang, and Feng Qingyang. At the same time, Tianzi had also announced that Long Out Yan had to apologize to Tianzi within 3 days. Otherwise, he would kill all 4 of them. However, 3 days were almost up and Long Out Yan was still nowhere to be seen. Many people thought that Long Out Yan was afraid. After all, Tianzi's brilliance was too dazzling. Everyone thought that even if Long Out Yan were to appear, he would still be defeated by Tianzi. Supreme Peak. Tianzi and his 4 skyprides tied Xianxia and the other 3 to 4 stone pillars and waited quietly for Ling Zhao's arrival. This Tianzi is really shameless. He actually dares to sneak attack us? Bastard, if it weren't for the fact that I can't use the devouring heaven array disc, I would definitely kill this bastard. The old goat cursed loudly, his eyes filled with anger. Old goat, you better be honest. We didn't expect to run into Xianxia. With our current strength, it's not a loss to lose to Xianxia. Daoist Wuliang said with a bitter smile. Jinsei's expression was calm and she didn't say a word, while Feng Qingyang's face was full of depression. The Son of Heaven had captured the four of them, but he didn't steal their fates. Instead, he bound them here. He wanted to use them as bait to lure Ling Xiao over. The four of them were defeated by Xianxia one by one. Xianxia was too strong. Even though the old goat, Daoist Wuliang, and Jinsei were not weak, they were still no match for Xianxia. Not to mention, Xianxia had four other heaven's prides as his subordinates. I just hope that brat Ling Xiao doesn't stupidly rush over for fear of breaking the vases. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't end well. Daoist Wuliang sighed and said slowly. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the supreme peak with his eyes closed, as if he didn't care about the four's conversation. Do you guys think Long Out Yen will come? Soul-hooking boy suddenly asked. As long as he knows about the news that we released, he will definitely come. After all, based on my understanding of Long Out Yen, he is a righteous person. He will definitely not watch his friends die. He will definitely come to rescue them. Yi Jiming said slowly with a wisp of wisdom in his eyes. Oh? Brother Jiming, you are so familiar with Long Out Yen? Jun Wuhan asked curiously. I know a little about him. But I'm sure that he will come. Yi Jiming said with a faint smile. Ba, someone is coming. Arhat Wuxin suddenly chanted the name of Buddha. His eyes shone brightly as he looked into the distance. Swoosh, a figure came across the sky at an extremely fast speed. It moved through layers of voids like lightning and appeared in the sky above the super peak in an instant. It was a lady in a white dress. She looked extremely beautiful with snow-white skin. Her temperament was extraordinary and she exuded an ethereal aura. She was riding on a white dragon horse. The dragon horse looked extremely majestic. Its white fur was as smooth and shiny as silk. There was not a single strand of hair that was out of place. Its four limbs were like heavenly pillars and it exuded a powerful dragon aura. However, her eyes were extremely arrogant and she was looking for a beating. At this moment, she was looking down at Yi Jiming and the other three with disdain. You bastards, go and find Long Out Yen if you can. What's the point of bullying his friends? If you know what's good for you, let them go quickly. Otherwise, I'll make you bleed. Before the lady in the white dress could speak, the white dragon horse shouted arrogantly. Its voice was like a dragon's roar that contained powerful sound waves. You are Saint Shui of the Samsara Temple? Yi Jiming's eyes flashed as he suddenly recognized the lady in the white dress. The lady in the white dress was Shui Wei and the white dragon horse was naturally the white dragon horse. After they heard the news that the emperor had released them, Shui Wei made a prompt decision to come and save the four. Even the white dragon horse couldn't persuade her and had to come with Shui Wei. That's me. Let them go and I won't kill you. Shui Wei said calmly. Her temperament seemed even more ethereal. She sat on the white dragon horse with her white dress fluttering. Her entire being seemed to have merged with the void of heaven and earth. The chaotic mist in the surroundings surged into her body and then dissipated from her body. She looked incomparably mysterious. Saint Shui Wei, I didn't expect you to reach the third heaven realm in just a few years. That's amazing. However, do you really think you can save the four of them by yourself? Yi Jiming stared at Shui Wei and said with a sigh. He had met Shui Wei a few years ago. Back then, Shui Wei was only a 9th revolution half-saint. However, in just a few years, she had reached the third heaven realm. Yi Jiming, an ancient prodigy of the Fane of Destiny, was also very impressed. Shui Wei's cultivation had already surpassed his. The emperor's cultivation was in the heaven realm, while the four prodigies under him were only in the earth realm. They hadn't broken through the third heaven realm. You can try. Shui Wei said calmly. There was no emotion in her voice. Boom, blazing divine light surged around her. It was like a divine halo behind her, containing the mysterious power of reincarnation. It was sparkling and resplendent, making her seem even more mysterious and unfathomable. Not only was Shui Wei in the heaven realm, but her aura was so strong that even Yi Jiming and the other 4 supreme talents felt threatened. How is this possible? Didn't Shui Wei only join the Samsara temple a few decades ago? How can her aura be so condensed? It's as if she has a foundation of billions of years. Wuxin Arhat said slowly with a solemn look in his eyes. This must be the Samsara temple's secret skill of reincarnation. Her true spirit is indestructible after thousands of reincarnations. She must have received an incredible inheritance that allowed her to have such a terrifying foundation. Yi Jiming said slowly. Secret skill of reincarnation? Hehe, it's ranked 4th among the 12 sky arts. Perhaps it will fall into my hands today. The soul-hooking boy said with a sinister smile, his eyes full of greed. So what if it's the secret skill of reincarnation? I don't believe that the combined strength of the 4 supreme talents can't take down this little girl. Jun Wuhan said with a cold smile. At that moment, the emperor was still sitting on the peak with his eyes closed, as if he didn't notice the appearance of Shui Wei and the white dragon horse. However, Yi Jiming and the other 3 supreme talents knew that this was the emperor's test for them. If they couldn't even take down Shui Wei, their status in the emperor's heart would be greatly reduced. Therefore, not only must they win this battle, they must win it. Are you done with your discussion? If so, come and accept your death. Shui Wei said calmly with a cold look in her eyes. Buzz, she waved her slender fingers in the void and instantly, her 10 fingers stirred up the chaotic aura around her. In an instant, they turned into 10 sword radiances that pierced through the heavens and the 9 supreme talents and charged towards Yi Jiming and the other 3 supreme talents. Kill her. The soul-snatching boy sneered. His body flashed and disappeared into the void. A terrifying dark aura shrouded the sky in all directions. It seemed as if it had blocked everyone's vision and perception. Even their 5 senses had been sealed. He hid in the void like a venomous snake, waiting for an opportunity to kill Shui Wei. Ba. Since you're so stubborn, I have no choice but to use my skills to subdue you. The first move of the Buddha's palm, the first appearance of Buddha's light. Heartless Arhat put his palms together and lowered his head. He looked solemn and dignified, but at this moment, a blazing Buddha light suddenly rose from his palms. It was vast and mighty, as if a Buddha who could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths had appeared between heaven and earth. The Buddha light could cleanse all darkness. Rumble, the sword light shooting at the soul-catching boy was instantly enveloped by endless darkness and dissolved into nothingness. Heartless Arhat's Tathagata divine palm had the power to subdue demons, so it smashed the sword light into dust. 5 decays of celestial being, decaying body. Jun Wuhan's eyes were blazing with cold light. He formed a seal with his palms, and a series of mysterious runes rose into the air. They activated the power of the heavenly way in all directions and shrouded Shui Wei. The 5 decay of heavens and man was Jun Wuhan's strongest killing secret skill. It was a supreme emperor skill of the heavenly curse sect. It was said that when cultivated to the extreme, it could cause the 10,000 worlds to enter the 5 decay of heavens and man, consigned to eternal damnation. The so-called body decay was targeted at the physical body. The curse of the heavenly curse sect was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. It controlled the power of the heavenly way to kill the opponent. At this moment, everyone could only feel a terrifying curse power spreading towards Shui Wei. Shui Wei, who was in the void, shuddered and shattered in an instant. She's so weak? Jun Wuhan was stunned. Although his 5 decay of heavens and man was powerful, he did not expect it to kill Shui Wei in one blow. Oh no! Soul-catching boy, be careful. Yi Jiming suddenly trembled and exclaimed. Rumble, Yi Jiming exuded an illusory aura as if it was the supreme heavenly way that transcended the 9 heavens. It made his aura extremely terrifying. When he struck out his palm, the scene of the sun, moon, and stars disappearing at the same time appeared around him. Heaven's response palm, Yi Jiming used the powerful emperor technique of the Feint of Destiny, Heaven's response palm. It controlled the power of destiny and could directly cut off the thread of destiny of others. It directly attacked the fate matrix and destroyed it. The Heaven's response palm was extremely domineering. Yi Jiming would not use it easily. However, in a moment of desperation, he even used the heaven's response palm. The soul-catching boy was hiding in the void with the protection of endless darkness. He was waiting for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Shui Wei. However, he did not expect Shui Wei to be killed by Jun Wuhan's 5 decay of heavens and man. The soul-catching boy was stunned. Just as he was stunned, he suddenly heard Yi Jiming's voice and knew that things were not good. Shui Wei silently appeared behind the soul-catching boy and gently patted his back with her palm. Rumble, a terrifying divine light suddenly exploded. The power of reincarnation rose as if it could destroy all life. It exploded in the soul-catching boy's body. In an instant, the soul-catching boy's body trembled violently. He spat out blood and was directly sent flying. Just as Shui Wei was about to follow up with another palm to kill the soul-catching boy, Yi Jiming attacked. Crack, the light of reincarnation rose from Shui Wei's palm and collided with Yi Jiming's response palm. Suddenly, the void rumbled and the blazing divine light exploded. Yi Jiming was directly sent flying. Even Shui Wei was forced to take a few steps back. Bastard, how dare you sneak attack me? How could you appear behind me without making a sound? The soul-catching boy's face was extremely gloomy as he stared at Shui Wei. Shui Wei's palm had seriously injured him. However, he did not understand how Shui Wei could appear behind him silently. She did not even notice when he used the light and darkness secret technique. Little dwarf, how can there be so many impossible things? Your grandpa horse can move the heavens and 10,000 worlds. I have the fastest speed in the world. Not to mention teleporting behind you, even teleporting to your mother's bed would be as easy as flipping my hand. Do you believe me? The white dragon horse suddenly spoke and chuckled. It looked extremely arrogant. However, its words were too crude. Everyone's face could not help but twitch. Their eyes were filled with incomparably strange expressions. Ah! Bastard, I'm going to kill you. The soul-catching boy had never suffered such humiliation before. He was instantly enraged. His eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. He immediately wanted to kill Shui Wei and the white dragon horse without caring about anything else. Soul-catching boy, don't be rash. He's deliberately provoking you. Yi Jiming stopped the soul-catching boy and said. Pfft, coward. The white dragon horse snorted and said with disdain. The soul-reaping boy was so angry that his body twitched. Smoke was about to come out of his nose, but he held it in and turned his head away from the white dragon horse. He was afraid that if he looked at the white dragon horse, he would not be able to control himself and kill it. Heaven's responding palm? Extraordinary indeed. Shui Wei did not even look at the soul-reaping boy. She looked at Yi Jiming and said indifferently. Humph. Your eternal reincarnation seal is not bad either. Yi Jiming's face was a little ugly. Although he had used the heaven's responding palm, he still suffered a lot from Shui Wei. The blood in his body was in turmoil, and the power of reincarnation was wreaking havoc in his body. It was as if it wanted to destroy all the life in his body. He spent a lot of effort to suppress the power of reincarnation. However, Yi Jiming knew that he was indeed weaker than Shui Wei. Among the 12 sky techniques, the chaos, destiny, karma, and reincarnation secret techniques were ranked in the top 4. However, there was not much of a difference between them. They all contained the ultimate profoundness. The key was the comprehension level of the user. To Yi Jiming's surprise, Shui Wei's mastery of the secret art of reincarnation was so profound that he actually felt like he was about to be knocked out of the cycle of reincarnation and consigned to eternal damnation. Everyone, go all out. This little girl is very strong. Yi Jiming said slowly. His eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit. Rumble, a terrifying aura surged around him, causing the surrounding sky to tremble violently. A mysterious aura of destiny flowed around him, causing his aura to skyrocket. He practically broke through the limits of the earth realm in an instant and directly ascended to the heaven realm. Boom. 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 Just as Yi Jiming used the secret technique of destiny, Heartless Arhat used the secret technique of karma, Jun Wuhan used the secret technique of heavenly curse, and the soul-reaping boy used the secret technique of light and darkness. The cultivation of the 4 sky prides had all ascended to the peerless heaven realm. 4 heavenly realms? Miss Shui Wei is in danger. Feng Qingyang's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Although Yi Jiming, Wu Xin Arhat, Jun Wuhan, and the soul-catching boy had all joined the emperor's side, it had to be said that they were rare peerless geniuses in the world. Their strength was extremely terrifying, far surpassing that of many geniuses from other greater thousand worlds. Although Xue Wei was very strong, facing 4 monstrous geniuses who had raised their cultivation to the heaven realm, this battle was still worrying. Hee, don't worry. Xue Wei would definitely win. If Xue Wei couldn't defeat the 4 of them, the white dragon horse, that cowardly old bastard, would have fled with Xue Wei a long time ago. Looking at him, I can tell that he has full confidence in Xue Wei. The old goat laughed indifferently. He was full of confidence in Xue Wei. Even if Xue Wei can defeat Yi Jiming and the other 3, she's probably not a match for Tianzi. I can only hope that the white dragon horse can escape with Xue Wei. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Daoist Wuliang said slowly. His voice was filled with worry. The emperor's strength was simply too strong. That kind of strength was indescribable with words. The old goat and Daoist Wuliang considered themselves to be monstrous geniuses, but they seemed to have no power to resist in the emperor's hands. It was an absolute suppression of strength. She's Xue Wei? She and Ling Xiao. What's their relationship? Jinsei looked at Xue Wei curiously. She had vaguely heard about Xue Wei before. Based on her intuition, there was probably a very subtle relationship between Xue Wei and Ling Xiao. She didn't know why, but after seeing Xue Wei, Jinsei's originally calm heart seemed to be a little disturbed. Heavenly sword of light and darkness. The 7th style of the Million Buddha's greeting, Heavenly Buddha descends. 5 decays of heaven and man, Qi decays. Heaven obeying palm. The soul-catching boy, Wu Xin Arhat, Jun Wuhan, and Yi Jiming attacked at the same time. The 4 heavenly realm experts unleashed their full combat strength and displayed their supreme emperor techniques. The terrifying power dispersed the surrounding chaotic fog. Divine light swept across the sky like a storm, enveloping Xue Wei in it, and an intense battle began. Whoosh, Xue Wei rode the white dragon horse at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, she moved thousands of miles away. At the same time, she displayed a powerful secret reincarnation technique to fight against her enemies. She was enveloped by the reincarnation divine light, and there was a faint wave of invulnerability. Her attacks looked ethereal and mysterious, as if they were ethereal and otherworldly. However, they contained an incomparably terrifying power, causing Yi Jiming and the other 3 to feel their scalps tingle. They had no choice but to fight back with all their might. Rumble, the battle between Xue Wei and the 4 was incomparably intense. It was as if 5 bright suns had appeared in the sky, constantly colliding with each other. Each collision was like a volcanic eruption, spewing out endless light and heat. So powerful. I didn't expect Xue Wei to become so strong after not seeing her for so long. The old goat secretly clicked his tongue. Xue Wei should win. Daoist Wuliang's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Boom, as soon as Taoist Wuliang's voice fell, a blazing and dazzling light suddenly erupted in the void. A huge samsara halo appeared above the 9th heaven. It looked simple and mysterious. It rotated endlessly, containing a mysterious wave of indestructible power. A terrifying divine light storm suddenly erupted. Yi Jiming and the other 3 were struck by the reincarnation halo. In that instant, it was as if they were struck by lightning. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and couldn't help but fly out. Xue Wei's face was extremely beautiful. Her entire body emitted a crystalline and ethereal wave of energy, causing the surrounding sky to tremble violently. The reincarnation halo floated behind her, causing her aura to skyrocket. Boom, Xue Wei struck out with her palm, and a palm print flew down majestically. It was like a supreme immortal light that swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It instantly hit the soul-reaping boy's chest, directly slapping him down from the sky. Boom. Boom. Boom, Xue Wei struck out 3 more times. Each palm contained a vast amount of heaven and earth mighty power, as if it could tear the sky apart. While Yi Jiming and the other 2 were sent flying by the reincarnation halo, she struck them at the same time. The vast heaven and earth mighty power seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Yi Jiming and the other 2 couldn't resist at all. Their bodies trembled violently, and they spat out mouthfuls of blood. They were instantly severely injured. Boom, a terrifying aura intertwined around Shui Wei. Her eyes were incomparably sharp. Just as she was about to kill Yi Jiming and the other three in one go, an extremely cold voice rang out in the void. Enough. Boom, the light in Tianzi's eyes was so intense that it seemed to have materialized. In an instant, it collided with Shui Wei's palm. The surrounding void trembled violently. The light was so intense that it seemed to be able to tear everything apart. I didn't expect the reincarnation sage constitution of the Samsara temple to be so powerful. You're Shui Wei? Tianzi stood up slowly and looked at Shui Wei. You're the son of the Heavenly Emperor. If you really have a grudge against Long Outyin, you should go and take revenge on him. But you actually did such a despicable thing. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing the Heavenly Emperor? Shui Wei stared at Tianzi and said coldly. Little girl, you're still too young. In this world, the strong are respected. It doesn't matter if I'm despicable or not. If I'm stronger than them, then I can control their life and death. Don't you think it's too childish to talk about despicable and shameless in front of me? Tianzi smiled faintly and looked very calm. The strong are respected. If I'm stronger than you, does that mean I can kill you? Shui Wei's eyes were filled with coldness as she stared at Tianzi and said coldly. That's right. If you're stronger than me, I can only blame myself for not being strong enough to die in your hands. But do you have the ability? Tianzi stared at Shui Wei and said coldly. How do you know if you don't try? Shui Wei's eyes were filled with coldness. In an instant, an extremely powerful aura erupted from her body. Rumble, the reincarnation divine light around her was dazzling, causing her aura to skyrocket. Shui Wei exuded a mysterious aura that was impenetrable. She looked like a saintess of the 9 heavens. She slammed her palm towards Tianzi. The reincarnation divine light trembled slightly. The vast reincarnation energy seemed to want to pull Tianzi into the reincarnation cycle and destroy his true spirit. Seal of eternal reincarnation, Shui Wei executed the Supreme Emperor technique of the Samsara temple. She used the secret technique of reincarnation to activate the seal of eternal reincarnation, making this move even more terrifying. It was almost able to destroy the sky. Seal of eternal reincarnation? It's indeed extraordinary. But it's a pity that you're still too weak. Tianzi said faintly as he threw out a simple punch. Crack. The light of chaos rose up and the sky all around seemed to shatter. The Son of Heaven's fist landed and ancient and mysterious worlds appeared in the chaos, suppressing towards Shui Wei at the same time. Just a simple Heavenly Emperor's fist was enough to suppress everything. Boom. The collision between the seal of 10,000 worlds Samsara and the Heavenly Emperor's fist resulted in a resplendent ripple of light. Like a storm, it swept away all the mist in the surroundings. Within the destructive power, there seemed to be mysterious scenes of the birth and destruction of worlds. It was enough to make people's minds tremble. It was as if their souls were about to be sucked in and completely obliterated. Kill. Shui Wei's eyes flashed with sharpness. Not only did she not retreat, but she also unleashed a powerful killing technique towards Tianzi, aiming for his vital points. Rumble, Shui Wei and Tianzi instantly engaged in a fierce battle. The void was filled with their figures. Every time they collided, an incomparably terrifying energy fluctuation would erupt. However, the old goat and Taoist Wuliang's eyes were filled with worry. Although Shui Wei is strong, I'm afraid she's not Tianzi's match. Taoist Wuliang said with a bitter smile. This little girl is too stubborn. She shouldn't have come. However, could that bastard Ling Xiao be in seclusion? Otherwise, if he hears the news, he'll definitely come. The old goat said with a depressed tone. He was full of confidence in Ling Xiao. Although he knew that Tianzi was extremely strong, he believed that as long as Ling Xiao was willing to take action, he would definitely be able to defeat Tianzi. I just hope that Shui Wei won't be too stubborn. If she can't win, she'll leave quickly. The white dragon horse should be able to bring Shui Wei away safely. Taoist Wuliang sighed softly as he looked at the figures fighting in the void. At this moment, even the white dragon horse couldn't interfere in the battle between Tianzi and Shui Wei. The white dragon horse's eyes were filled with craftiness. At this moment, its eyes were rolling around as it silently moved towards Yi Jiming and the other three. He knew that Shui Wei wasn't Tianzi's match. However, if he could capture the 4 supreme talents under Tianzi, he might be able to make Tianzi wary. Evil beast, what are you trying to do? The soul-hooking boy was extremely sharp. He instantly noticed the white dragon horse's movements and couldn't help but roar. His eyes were filled with vigilance. What am I trying to do? Hee hee, of course I'm going to take your lives. The white dragon horse chuckled. Like a ghost, it instantly appeared in front of the soul-hooking boy. Then, its huge hooves came crashing down on the soul-hooking boy's face. Bastard! The soul-hooking boy was enraged. He wanted to defend himself, but he was severely injured. How could he be a match for the white dragon horse? Instantly, the white dragon horse's hooves landed on his head. His vision turned black and he fainted. And the 3 of you, go down. The white dragon horse chuckled. Its malicious gaze landed on Yijiming, Bodhisattva Wu Xian, and Jun Wuhan. Oh no! Yijiming and the other 2's hearts pounded. Without thinking, they turned around and wanted to escape. However, they were severely injured. How could they escape the white dragon horse's attack? Bang! 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 The white dragon horse's figure formed a series of afterimages in the void. Its hooves landed on Yijiming and the other 2's heads, knocking them unconscious. White dragon horse, you bastard! Why aren't you coming to save us? The old goat and Taoist Wuliang were overjoyed. They did not expect the white dragon horse to be so strong. It had clearly broken through the 3rd limit and entered the 3rd heaven realm. The white dragon horse took care of Yijiming and the soul-hooking boy in an instant. It did not even take much effort. Even Tianzi, who was fighting with Shui Wei, did not react. The old goat and the white dragon horse all had hope of escaping. They hoped that the white dragon horse could save them. Don't worry. There's no one that I can't save. The white dragon horse laughed smugly. Whoosh, it was like a bolt of white lightning. In an instant, it charged towards the old goat and the other 3. The old goat and the other 3 were imprisoned on 4 stone pillars. The pillars were covered with runes. The white dragon horse wanted to break through the pillars and the runes to save the old goat and the other 3. Heavenly horse dragon fist. The white dragon horse roared. Its huge hooves turned into a huge fist and slammed into the stone pillar behind the old goat. Boom, the stone pillar trembled violently. The runes on it exploded. However, new runes appeared. It was as if they were endless. They were extremely sturdy and could not be broken. Bastard, you're courting death. Tianzi did not expect the white dragon horse to secretly knock out Yijiming, Wu Xian Arhat, Jun Wuhan, and the soul-reaping boy while he was fighting with Shui Wei. At this moment, it even wanted to save the old goat and the others. He was instantly enraged. The restrictive runes on the 4 stone pillars were personally enchanted by the Son of Heaven. They were extremely sturdy and contained a mysterious and vast power fluctuation. Even when the white dragon horse used the Pegasus dragon fist, it could not break them in one blow. However, Tianzi knew that if the white dragon horse was allowed to continue, the old goat and the others would be rescued by him sooner or later. Boom, Tianzi threw a punch in the air. Divine light rose from his body as if there were flames burning. It turned into a huge flaming fist print, flowing with endless divine light, and suppressed the white dragon horse. Tianzi, your opponent is me. Shui Wei's eyes were extremely sharp. Her slender jade-like fingers shot out streaks of sharp sword qi. It was extremely terrifying and wanted to stop Tianzi. Get lost. Tianzi did not even look at Shui Wei. He directly threw out a palm and shattered the streaks of sharp sword qi. Then, he suddenly sent Shui Wei flying. As for the flaming fist print that he threw at the white dragon horse, it was still coming at it in a mighty manner. It was an attack that was filled with anger, intending to kill the white dragon horse directly. Moreover, Tianzi knew that the white dragon horse had the extreme speed to move the heavens. Therefore, this punch enveloped the old goat and the others. If the white dragon horse dodged, the old goat and the others would definitely fall under Tianzi's punch. Despicable and shameless. The white dragon horse cursed. It really did not dare to take the risk. It could only use all its strength and brace itself to meet Tianzi's punch. Boom, terrifying chaotic light exploded. The huge dragon shadow formed by the white dragon horse's Pegasus dragon fist suddenly exploded. Endless flames were annihilated. The white dragon horse let out a strange cry and was directly sent flying by Xianxia. You ants have successfully infuriated me. As a gift, I will grant you death. Xianxia's eyes were extremely cold and his voice was filled with killing intent. Crack, thunder and lightning raged in the void. Xianxia's body emitted an ancient and majestic qi. Dazzling divine light lingered around him. It seemed as if an ancient great emperor had appeared behind Xianxia. Xianxia's qi swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Xianxia was filled with an invincible qi. This is the Heavenly Emperor Sutra? Not good, Shui Wei and the white dragon horse are in danger. The old goat's body trembled, and his eyes revealed an extremely solemn expression. Xianxia's strength was extremely terrifying. He was probably one of the top existences in the entire chaotic battlefield. Even if the old goat was confident that Ling Xiao could defeat Xianxia, it wouldn't be that easy. When Son of Heaven was fighting Shui Wei and the white dragon horse, he didn't use his full strength. The Heavenly Emperor Sutra was Son of Heaven's most powerful sutra. Now that Son of Heaven was using the Heavenly Emperor Sutra, it meant that he was using his strongest power. Rumble, as soon as the old goat finished speaking, Son of Heaven made his move. His fingers were like a sword, and in an instant, the sword radiance rose and turned into an incomparably huge sword aura in the void, slashing down towards Shui Wei. The sword radiance split into billions of rays, as if it contained a vast and mysterious world of swords, and directly enveloped Shui Wei. Kill. Shui Wei's eyes were extremely sharp, and the reincarnation light around her rose, turning into a huge reincarnation seal, and flew towards Son of Heaven. Rumble, heaven and earth shook violently as blazing divine light exploded. Shui Wei's expression couldn't help but change. She felt an unstoppable force assault her. Instantly, the seal of samsara shattered with a loud bang. The sword light turned the light of samsara around Shui Wei into fine powder, and then directly slashed her away. Bastard, eat my fist. The white dragon horse roared, and the blazing divine light around it rose. The dragon's aura was vast, and the dragon's roar shook the heavens. A huge dragon-shaped shadow soared into the sky, turning into a huge fist, and blasted towards Son of Heaven. Pegasus Dragon Fist. When the white dragon horse saw that Shui Wei was in danger, it attacked Son of Heaven. It did not expect to defeat Son of Heaven, but it just wanted to buy time for Shui Wei. You're courting death. Son of Heaven's eyes flashed coldly, and the chaotic light around him rose. The Heavenly Emperor's fist blasted out, and the surrounding chaotic void surged towards the center, and suddenly collided with the Pegasus Dragon Fist. Bang, endless divine light exploded, and the huge dragon-shaped fist was directly blasted into powder by Son of Heaven. The white dragon horse let out a strange cry, and directly flew out. In 2 moves, Shui Wei and the white dragon horse were both defeated by Son of Heaven. Surrender, you're no match for me. I didn't expect to see a dragon horse here. If you're willing to be my mount, I can spare your life. Son of Heaven stared at the white dragon horse and said. Be your mount? Are you worthy? My master is at least an ancient emperor. I don't even want a despicable and shameless person like you as my mount. The white dragon horse said with disdain. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then you can only die. Son of Heaven said indifferently, but there was a cold killing intent in his eyes. Rumble, he leaped up, and his speed was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he blasted out hundreds of punches towards Shui Wei and the white dragon horse. Each punch contained boundless divine power, as if it could shatter the void. Blazing divine light exploded, and the chaotic mist rose. The scene was extremely shocking, and it looked extremely terrifying. Bang! 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 Shui Wei and the white dragon horse tried their best to resist, and displayed their strongest strength, but they were no match for Son of Heaven. They were at a disadvantage in almost every blow, and were suppressed by Son of Heaven. Gotcha! A blazing light shot out from Son of Heaven's eyes. In an instant, the bright runes in his palm rose, and directly turned into a divine light that destroyed everything, and shot towards Shui Wei and the white dragon horse. Heavenly World Extermination Light? Daoist Wuliang exclaimed, recognizing that it was a supreme secret skill in the Heavenly Emperor scripture. Its power was extremely terrifying, and it was not something that ordinary people could resist. The Heavenly Tao World Annihilation Light was the strongest Emperor technique that Xianxia cultivated. It contained the Heavenly Emperor's understanding of the Heavenly Tao and could destroy all life. It was extremely terrifying. In the face of the Heavenly Tao World Annihilation Light, Shui Wei and the White Dragon Horse's expressions changed drastically. Rumble, Shui Wei's skin was as clear as jade and circles of mysterious runes appeared. She formed a seal in the void with her slender fingers and the vast power of reincarnation gushed out from her body. Vaguely, there were 6 ancient and mysterious worlds that intertwined with each other, containing extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. 6 paths of reincarnation. Shui Wei channeled the secret art of reincarnation to the extreme and created a supreme forbidden art. Her body turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation, capable of dragging billions of living beings into the cycle of reincarnation, never to be reincarnated again. Roar, the white dragon horse roared into the sky and released a dragon-like sound wave from its mouth. It was ancient and desolate, powerful and majestic, containing the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Behind the white dragon horse, a huge dragon shrouded in chaos appeared. The dragon's aura was unparalleled, like the ancestor of the dragon clan. As it breathed, billions of stars fell. Roar of the ancestral dragon. This was the immemorial ancestral dragon's supreme superpower and also the sound wave secret technique that was passed down from the white dragon horse's bloodline. At this moment, it completely exploded, causing the surrounding chaotic void to explode. In the face of the Heavenly Tao World Annihilation Light, Shui Wei and the White Dragon Horse both chose to use their strongest power to deal with it. Rumble, the Heavenly Tao World Annihilation Light fell, as if it was going to penetrate the heavens and earth. It collided with the 6 paths of reincarnation and exploded with billions of blazing divine light fluctuations. The roar of the ancestral dragon exploded and the terrifying fluctuations collided with the divine light and were annihilated at the same time. However, what shocked Shui Wei and the White Dragon Horse was that after the 6 paths of reincarnation and the roar of the ancestral dragon shattered, the Heavenly Tao World Annihilation Light did not seem to be affected at all. It continued to shoot towards Shui Wei and the White Dragon Horse, wanting to pierce through them directly. The Heavenly Tao World Annihilation Light reflected the Tianzi's cold and majestic face. He was completely filled with murderous intent. Shui Wei and the White Dragon Horse both felt the threat of death. Both of them quickly retreated to the back, but it seemed like they had no way to avoid the attack of the Heavenly Path World Annihilation Light. Just as the Heavenly World Exterminating Light was about to hit Shui Wei and the White Dragon Horse, the void suddenly shook violently. A black palm stretched out from the void. Endless darkness surged and collided with the Heavenly World Exterminating Light. Then, both were annihilated. Who is it? A divine light flashed in Tianzi's eyes as he gazed into the distance. He could vaguely feel an incomparably powerful aura fluctuation there, which made him feel a great threat. Rumble, the void vibrated as the chaos chi coiled around. An incomparably pure darkness chi spread out like a black sun that appeared in the void. A black-robed figure walked out from the black sun, exuding a dignified, mysterious, domineering, and insufferably arrogant energy fluctuations. It was a handsome young man. His body was slender and strong. His skin glowed, and a powerful aura rose around him. It was suffused with a black light. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth, making him look extremely evil. His expression was indifferent as his deep eyes stared at Tianzi. The aura around him was majestic and unparalleled. He was vaguely on par with Tianzi, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. It's him? Old Goat and Daoist Wuliang looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. The person who came was Darkness Ling Xiao, although they knew that Ling Zhao's clone, Darkness Ling Xiao, had gone to the demon world and entered the chaotic ancient land to participate in the Heavenly Choice Convention. They did not expect to see Darkness Ling Xiao here. Did young master send his clone to save us? Shui Wei thought to herself. Her big, clear eyes sparkled like stars as she stared at dark soaring cloud without blinking. After Darkness Ling Xiao appeared, Old Goat and the others unconsciously heaved a sigh of relief, as if they had found their backbone. A monster from the demon clan? Among the demon clan, only the original prince and the undying prince can reach the third heaven realm. Who are you? Tianzi stared at Darkness Ling Xiao and said coldly. He could feel the terrifying aura of this young man from the demon clan in front of him. His cultivation had reached the third heaven realm, but he had no impression of this young man in front of him. Especially when Darkness Ling Xiao broke the heavenly Tao world annihilation light with a raise of his hand, Tianzi's expression became serious. If you want to know my name, you'll have to defeat me first. Darkness Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. Then, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The battle intent around him rose as he directly attacked Tianzi. Whoosh, Darkness Ling Xiao's body surged with black demonic light. In an instant, the surrounding chaotic void whistled as if it had turned into a domain of darkness. Monstrous demonic aura surged as if an ancient demon emperor had come into being. A black fist mark soared into the sky and enveloped Tianzi. Darkness Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the Dark Demon Emperor. Not only did his cultivation break through to the heaven realm, but he also obtained a few secret killing techniques, which made his combat strength unfathomable. After seeing Tianzi, Darkness Ling Xiao was also excited. He wanted to fight with Tianzi to prove his current combat strength. You're courting death. Tianzi's eyes turned cold. He did not expect this young man from the demon clan to be so arrogant. Even the original prince and the undying prince did not dare to be so arrogant in front of him. Darkness Ling Xiao's attitude angered him slightly. Boom, Tianzi's fist was invincible. The chaotic fist mark swept across the void. The vast and terrifying Heavenly Emperor's fist mark exploded with destructive power. It wanted to kill Darkness Ling Xiao directly. Gotcha, the two fists collided. The void shook violently, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to rumble. Dark demonic light surged, and a vast emperor's aura vaguely spread out. Darkness Ling Xiao and Tianzi trembled and were sent flying at the same time. Heavenly Emperor's fist? Ha ha ha. That's right. I really want to see how powerful the legendary Heavenly Emperor's fist is. Darkness Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he laughed heartily and charged towards Tianzi. Boom. Boom. Boom, Darkness Ling Xiao's body was enveloped by the darkness origin energy. Wherever he went, heaven and earth turned into darkness. The sun and moon were destroyed, and all living beings died. Everything entered the state of returning to the void, causing his fist mark to possess a destructive power. The end of all living beings, the place of returning to the void, was eternal darkness. Ultimate Fist, this was a supreme fist technique in the scripture of darkness. It could control the power of darkness origin and shake the heavens. The power of darkness origin. You're the successor of the Dark Demon Emperor? Tianzi's eyes flashed as he stared at dark soaring clouds. The Dark Demon Emperor was the supreme emperor of the demon race. Tianzi had heard of the Dark Demon Emperor's name and had a certain understanding of him. Therefore, he immediately thought of the Dark Demon Emperor when he felt the aura of darkness origin from dark soaring clouds. So what if you're the successor of the Dark Demon Emperor? It's not like I haven't killed the son of the Dark Demon Emperor. Tianzi's eyes were cold as he soared into the sky and unleashed the Heavenly Emperor's fist towards dark soaring clouds. Boom, in the void, the black and white balls of light collided. It was as if the sun had exploded, spewing out endless blazing light, causing the surrounding sky to tremble violently. Dark soaring clouds and Tianzi moved freely in the void. Their figures collided rapidly and then retreated. Countless afterimages appeared in the void, causing people to be dazzled. It was impossible to tell which one was the real one. They were like spiritual apes climbing up, like divine dragons soaring through the sky, or like ancient vicious beasts fighting to the death. Every strike was incomparably terrifying, aiming directly at the opponent's vital points. The battle had just begun, and it was already incomparably intense. Although the Fist of the Celestial Emperor was known as the #1 fist technique capable of suppressing all the heavens, the Fist of the Abyss was also a peerless monarch technique from the scripture of darkness. Combined with the power of darkness, the Fist of the Abyss was pushed to the extreme. Every strike from the Fist of the Celestial Emperor was capable of destroying a world. This demon race monster is so powerful. He can actually fight with Tianzi to this extent? But why did he come to save us? Feng Qingyang said with emotion. Then, he looked at the old goat and Taoist Wuliang suspiciously. Maybe he has a grudge against Tianzi. The old goat said with a laugh. A grudge? Feng Qingyang's eyes revealed a trace of suspicion. He felt that the old goat was not telling the truth, as if he was hiding something. This made him even more curious. White Dragon Horse, you and Shui Wei, hurry up and heal your injuries. While Tianzi is distracted, find an opportunity to break the restriction so that we can escape from here. Daoist Wuliang's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice to the White Dragon Horse and Shui Wei. At this moment, the White Dragon Horse and Shui Wei were also severely injured. Hearing this, they sat down cross-legged and swallowed healing elixirs to heal their wounds. The restriction left behind by the Emperor was incomparably powerful. In their current state, if they forcefully broke the restriction, they would only alarm the Emperor, and they would not be able to save the old goat and the others. The best way was to wait until his injuries were healed, then attack with all his might in his peak state to break the Son of Heaven's restriction and save the 4 people. Boom, the void trembled as the black demonic light exploded. Although the End of Ruin's fist was powerful, it still couldn't block the Sky Sovereign's fist. It was shattered by the Son of Heaven's punch. Darkness Lingxiao staggered back, opening up an opening. Kill. Tianzi seized the opportunity. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He rushed forward and punched dark soaring clouds in the chest, Kacha, lightning flashed and chaotic mist intertwined. The Sky Sovereign's fist contained the vast power of heaven and earth, as if it could shatter everything. It fiercely imprinted itself on Darkness Lingxiao's chest. A terrifying power erupted and dark soaring firmament's entire body trembled violently. Then, he exploded with a loud bang. It's just an afterimage? Tianzi's eyes flashed. After Darkness Lingxiao was blasted apart by his punch, he realized that it was just an afterimage of Darkness Lingxiao. It cleverly evaded his perception. At this moment, a piercing sound came from behind him. A strong sense of threat surged in his heart. Without thinking, Tianzi directly punched behind him. At the same time, he kicked out in the air. There was a violent explosion in the void. This kick seemed to be able to shatter a mountain. Bang! Darkness Lingxiao silently appeared behind Tianzi. A black palm blade slashed down. The blade aura was incomparably blazing. When it collided with Tianzi's punch, a blazing divine light fluctuation erupted. You're quite alert. Darkness Lingxiao smiled faintly. He faced Tianzi's kick in the air and directly punched out. He had just used the teleportation secret technique. In the devil world, he had obtained a great opportunity. In terms of teleportation secret technique, he had even surpassed Tianzi's original body. When he used the teleportation secret technique, even Tianzi's perception was deceived. However, Tianzi was incomparably alert. His battle instincts were strong. He instantly thought of a countermeasure. Boom! Darkness Lingxiao's punch landed on Tianzi's foot. The void trembled, and the chaotic mist dispersed. He flipped his wrist and directly grabbed Tianzi's ankle. A terrifying power erupted from his body, and he was about to lift Tianzi up. Get lost. Tianzi's eyes turned cold. His other foot kicked towards Darkness Lingxiao's face. It was as fast as lightning. If the kick landed, Darkness Lingxiao's head would explode in an instant. At the same time, an unparalleled divine power erupted from Tianzi's body. The blood in his body seemed to be burning. His finger was like a sword as it pierced towards Darkness Lingxiao's forehead. Emperor Imprisoning Finger. It was also a supreme secret technique from the Heavenly Emperor scripture. The power of the Heavenly Emperor's finger was terrifying to the extreme. The Heavenly Emperor's finger was sparkling and translucent like jade, emitting an immortal light. The surrounding void trembled violently, as if it was being twisted by the Heavenly Emperor's finger. The vast heaven and earth directly pressed down on the dark clouds. Bang! Darkness Lingxiao's other arm blocked in front of him. It collided with Tianzi's foot, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. At the same time, Darkness Lingxiao violently lifted Tianzi up and threw him towards the ground. Darkness Sky/Blade. Darkness Lingxiao's eyes turned serious. There was a black demonic light on his palm, and the surrounding sky trembled slightly. Blazing blade light burst out, and suddenly slashed towards Emperor Imprisoning Finger. He could feel the terror of Emperor Imprisoning Finger. It was as if a casual attack could completely break his body. It had the power to pierce through everything. Gotcha. Although Tianzi was thrown down by darkness, Xiao, Emperor imprisoning finger was still in the sky. It suddenly collided with darkness sky/blade, and a dazzling divine light fluctuation erupted. A crisp sound rang out as the dark sky/shattered into pieces. The indestructible imprisoning heavenly emperor finger shot toward dark Xiao's glabella. Not good. The old goat and Taoist Wuliang's faces changed drastically. They could not help but exclaim. Puff, terrifying divine light surged like the sea. Blazing lightning crisscrossed, and blood splashed. The void was filled with a thick smell of blood. The power of the caging emperor's finger was unparalleled. It contained the power to pierce through everything. Even the dark heaven/blade could not withstand it and was shattered by the finger. The sharp finger light pierced through everything and suddenly pierced between Xiao's eyebrows. Suddenly, blood light filled the air and the void shook violently. Tianzi's expression changed slightly. He originally thought that the caging emperor's finger could directly pierce through dark Xiao's sea of consciousness, shatter his primordial spirit and kill him completely. However, he did not expect that the caging emperor's finger could only pierce through the skin between dark Xiao's eyebrows and was blocked by something incomparably hard. The caging emperor's finger? It's just SOSO. Dark Xiao sneered. The blood between his eyebrows flowed down his cheeks, making his face look evil and cruel. He suddenly stretched out two fingers and black demonic light lingered around them. In an instant, he pinched the caging emperor's finger and a terrifying dark force burst out. It contained the power to devour everything and suddenly erupted. Rumble, Dark Xiao used the heaven-devouring secret technique and the scripture of darkness at the same time. His fingers were incomparably sharp. They followed the caging emperor's finger and began to extract the energy in Tianzi's body. The terrifying devouring power burst out as if it could completely devour all vitality. Tianzi instantly felt the origin energy in his body crazily rushing into Dark Xiao's body. Get lost. Tianzi's face turned cold. He wanted to withdraw, but he found that the caging emperor's finger was firmly imprisoned by a strange force. There was no way for him to escape. Want to leave? Then leave this finger behind. Dark Xiao sneered. Suddenly, an unparalleled divine power burst out from his fingers, twisting them. A crisp sound was heard in the void. Tianzi's fingers were broken by Dark Xiao. Tianzi groaned and suddenly flew back. His face was slightly pale, but his eyes were incomparably sharp and filled with monstrous killing intent. He did not expect that not only did the caging emperor's finger not kill Dark Xiao, but it was also broken by him. Who are you? How can your bones be so hard? Tianzi said with an ugly expression. He could sense that Emperor Tian's finger had failed to penetrate Dark Soaring Sky's sea of consciousness because it had pierced through Dark Soaring Sky's skull. Dark Soaring Sky's skull was so tough that even Emperor Tian's finger couldn't penetrate it. Dark Soaring Cloud was a doppelganger refined from Dark Soaring Cloud's original demonic bone. Although it had the same Yuan spirit as the main body, and its potential was even stronger than the main body's, it was still the original demonic bone. The original demonic bone was an unimaginable treasure, and even the wordless heavenly book couldn't do anything to it. Therefore, although the Emperor's finger was strong, it couldn't break Dark Soaring Cloud's skull. I told you, you don't deserve to know my name. Darkness Xiao said indifferently. Black lightning shot out from his eyes. In an instant, he pulled out his arms, and a black halberd with black lightning coursing through it appeared. It was ancient and majestic as it smashed down towards the heaven child. Great desolate darkness halberd, this was a supreme divine weapon formed from the power of the origin of darkness. It could transform into thousands of forms according to Dark Soaring Cloud's will. Furthermore, it was extremely sharp, allowing Dark Soaring Clouds to bring out the full potential of the scripture of darkness. Rumble, above the void, dark light surged, causing the surrounding sky to tremble violently. Dark Soaring Cloud held the great desolate halberd in his hand, like an ancient dark demonic emperor, exuding an insufferably arrogant aura. He wanted to kill the heaven child directly. Kill. The heaven child's eyes were filled with monstrous battle intent. He was completely enraged by Dark Soaring Cloud. One of his hands emitted a dazzling golden light, turning into a terrifying ancient seal. It floated above the 9 heavens, surrounded by countless figures of chaotic divine demons who were worshipping it. This ancient seal was like an emperor's item that controlled all the heavens and myriad worlds. It was the king of all gods, the supreme authority of all spirits. It contained an unfathomable aura. His other hand was like a sword, and a dazzling and ancient sword light appeared. It was engraved with the mysterious scenes of the human race's struggle and the war of all spirits. Moreover, the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and plants appeared, containing the fate of the human race and the fate of all living beings. The Heaven Child unleashed a golden fist print and ancient sword light at the same time, attacking dark soaring cloud. It was as if he was the only one left in the world, dominating all living beings through the ages. This is the Heavenly Emperor's seal and the human sovereign sword. The supreme technique of the Heavenly Emperor scripture, a peerless emperor technique on par with the Heavenly Emperor's fist. This time, dark soaring cloud is in danger. The old goat's eyes flickered as he recognized the peerless emperor technique used by the Heaven Child. He couldn't help but exclaim. Although he was from the demon race, he was a disciple of the heaven-devouring monarch and knew many ancient secrets. He naturally knew many of the Heavenly Emperor's supreme techniques that shocked the heavens and myriad worlds. The Heavenly Emperor's seal was a peerless emperor technique that controlled all the gods, billions of stars, and countless saints. It could control the heavenly Tao's laws and suppress everything with unparalleled power. On the other hand, the mortal emperor sword even carried the karmic luck of the human race and all living beings. It contained the brand of all living beings from the moment the chaos was split open to the moment they flourished and were even destroyed during the great calamity of an era. It could judge all living beings and was invincible. The Heavenly Emperor's fist, the Heavenly Emperor's seal, and the human sovereign sword, these were the three peerless emperor techniques that the Heavenly Emperor used to suppress the heavens and myriad worlds during the ancient times. Even many ancient great emperors were defeated by these three peerless emperor techniques. Now, the Heaven Child seemed to be completely enraged by dark soaring cloud. He directly used the Heavenly Emperor's seal and the human sovereign sword at the same time, wanting to completely destroy dark soaring cloud. Rumble, the dark great desolation halberd's aura was monstrous and contained endless devouring power. However, when the Heavenly Emperor's seal appeared in the sky, it was like a resplendent sun that instantly dispersed the endless darkness, leaving only eternal light between the heavens and earth. Crack, the Heavenly Emperor's seal pressed down mightily and collided with the dark great desolation halberd. It directly shattered the halberd and continued to fall towards dark soaring cloud. Swoosh! 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 The human sovereign sword floated above the 9 heavens as if it had directly split the heavens into two. Mighty sword chi gathered and filled the void for hundreds of millions of miles. It was like a rainstorm that shot towards dark soaring cloud. Those sword lights were invisible sword chi that directly affected the primordial spirit and fate chart. They seemed to have a form, but they were invisible and contained a kind of power fluctuation of the void of destiny. Good. Ha ha ha. He Lingxiao laughed loudly. There was no fear in his eyes at all. Instead, his aura fluctuated wildly and terrifyingly. He activated the endless source of darkness around him and pushed his arms out. An ancient and mysterious world of darkness rose up, encompassing everything and capable of devouring everything. In an instant, it was about to swallow the Celestial Emperor's seal and the Renhuang sword. Dark Heaven World, it was a peerless emperor technique from the darkness scripture. It could suppress everything and devour everything. It could pull the enemy into the eternal dark heaven world, never to be reincarnated. Facing the Heavenly Emperor's seal and the human sovereign sword, Dark Soaring Cloud also performed a peerless emperor technique from the darkness scripture. Rumble, Tianzi and Dark Soaring Cloud clashed in the 9 heavens. There was a terrifying shockwave and blazing divine light that blasted everything into nothingness. Dark Soaring Cloud and Tianzi were fighting with all their might. Both of them had performed their strongest techniques. All kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques emerged one after another. Although Dark Soaring Cloud is strong, he might not be a match for Tianzi. The old goat said with a hint of worry in his eyes. Although Dark Soaring Cloud and Tianzi were evenly matched, the old goat was still worried. He knew how powerful Tianzi was and how terrifying the Heavenly Emperor's bloodline was. Once Tianzi was forced into a corner and unleashed the Heavenly Emperor's bloodline, his strength would become extremely powerful. Not to mention, Tianzi had the Heavenly Emperor sword. Although Extreme Emperor weapons could not be used in the Chaos battlefield, the Heavenly Emperor sword was not an ordinary Extreme Emperor weapon. Tianzi was the son of the Heavenly Emperor. He might have some secret technique that could break through the restrictions of the Chaos battlefield. When that happened, Tianzi, who wielded the Heavenly Emperor sword, would be able to kill everything. He was not someone Dark Soaring Cloud could contend against. Let's think of a way to leave this place quickly. Only by leaving this place can Dark Soaring Cloud escape unscathed. Taoist Wuliang nodded and said. Buzz, at this moment, Shui Wei and the white dragon horse, who were recuperating, opened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with divine light and their injuries were mostly healed. Eh? Tianzi and that guy are fighting to this extent? This is even better. He has no time to be distracted. We can save you guys. The white dragon horse lifted its head and looked at the battle between Tianzi and Dark Soaring Cloud in the distance. Sister Xianxia, I'll save you guys now. Shui Wei looked at Xianxia in her red dress and was slightly stunned. However, she still smiled brightly. However, there was a hint of bitterness, envy, and melancholy in Shui Wei's smile. Even though Xianxia had lost her memory, she still felt that something was amiss. Thank you. Xianxia nodded faintly, her heart stirring slightly. For some reason, when Xianxia saw this pure and innocent girl in front of her, Xianxia's indifferent and calm heart was slightly disturbed. A complicated feeling slowly filled her heart. Shui Wei and Xianxia looked at each other and there was a long silence. The old goat, white dragon horse, and Taoist Wuliang looked at each other. They all felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward. Cough cough, this should be the legendary spirit shackles of heaven and earth. It can shackle one's soul and cultivation. If you can't break it in one strike, you will definitely alarm the emperor. Are you confident? The old goat coughed softly, breaking the awkward silence as he spoke to Shui Wei and the white dragon horse. I'll give it a try. It shouldn't be a problem. Shui Wei said with a smile. Wait. The white dragon horse's eyes suddenly rolled around and landed on the unconscious Yi Jiming and the other three. Bang! 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 The white dragon horse suddenly turned into a flash of white lightning. Its speed was extremely fast as it used the heavenly horse dragon fist. Four huge hooves kicked the heads of Yi Jiming, Wu Xin Arhat, Jun Wuhan, and the soul-catching boy. Yi Jiming and Wu Xin Arhat suddenly rolled their eyes and fainted again. However, Jun Wuhan and the soul-catching boy did not have any reaction. Heh, you want to secretly treat your injuries under my nose? You really don't know what's good for you. But the two of you are too trashy. You are not even comparable to this gigolo and the bald donkey. You are wasting my strength. The white dragon horse laughed and looked at Jun Wuhan and the soul-catching boy with disdain. The white dragon horse was very sensitive and noticed that Yi Jiming and the other three had awakened. They were secretly healing and cultivating. It simply gave each of them a kick and immediately knocked Yi Jiming and Wu Xin Arhat out again. As for Jun Wuhan and the soul-catching boy, it was purely an accident. They were already unconscious and were kicked by the white dragon horse. Swoosh, Shui Wei waved her sleeves and the power of space filled the air. She used the heaven and earth sleeve superpower and put Yi Jiming and the other three into her sleeves. Young master needs the 12 sky skills secret skills. The 4 of them are the saints of the sacred grounds and they should have the sky skills secret skills that young master needs. Get ready. I will help you break the heaven and earth spirit binding chains. Shui Wei explained to the crowd. Boom, a terrifying aura rose around Shui Wei. She slowly stretched out her jade white palm and a reincarnation seal slowly appeared in her palm. Terrifying fluctuations spread out as if it could open the door to reincarnation and send any living being into reincarnation. Her expression became extremely solemn. Then, she bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which fused into the seal of samsara in her palm. The seal of samsara shone with golden light. It shone with blazing light, turning Shui Wei's palm into a pure golden color. Heaven Path Reincarnation Blade, / Shui Wei's face was a little pale but her eyes were extremely bright. She shouted softly and slashed at the heaven and earth spirit binding chains on the old goat and the other three. "You're courting death." At the same time, Tianzi also noticed Shui Wei and the white dragon horse's actions. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. He never thought that Yi Jiming and the other three would not only be captured alive by Shui Wei, but that Shui Wei would also break the heaven and earth spirit binding chains to save the four. This was simply a provocation. Boom, Tianzi used the seal of samsara. A terrifying aura rose around him, and a resplendent golden light bloomed. He suddenly collided with dark soaring heaven, and dark soaring heaven was forced to retreat. Then, he rose into the air and the emperor's sword in his hand shone with unparalleled sharpness. He slashed down at Shui Wei. "Tianzi, your opponent is me." Dark soaring sky's eyes were sharp. Dark divine light surged around him and black divine chains of order shot out. They intertwined into a huge net and blocked the emperor's sword. Rumble, blazing divine light rose and the emperor's sword collided with the divine chains of order. The boundless power of laws exploded into dust and the emperor's sword was sent flying by dark soaring sky. At the same time, Shui Wei's saber of the heavenly ways slashed at the spirit-binding chains as well. The blazing inscriptions exploded loudly and the powerful seals shattered one by one. The seals on the four of them were completely destroyed. Boom. "All of you have to die." Tianzi's eyes instantly became incomparably blood-red. The killing intent around him boiled, and an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from his body. Rumble, golden blood light gushed out from Tianzi's pores. Every drop of blood contained an incomparably powerful force. It was like a small world that could crush the heavens and earth. The blood-colored light soared and faintly transformed into a mysterious figure behind the Son of Heaven. Although the face couldn't be seen clearly, the aura it exuded was enough to sweep across the heavens and suppress millions upon millions of gods and devils. This was the Emperor of Heaven, the sovereign of all spirits. It naturally had an invincible aura. With the support of that figure, Tianzi's aura instantly soared. It emitted a wave of power that made Dark Xianxia's heart palpitate. "That's the Sky Emperor?" Dark Xianxia's body trembled as his gaze became extremely solemn. He had encountered the 9 emperor phantoms during his previous tribulations. They were the imprints of the 9 emperors of the human tribe. Among them, the Sky Emperor left the deepest impression on him. The Sky Emperor's fist could sweep across the 9 heavens and 10 lands and could suppress all enemies in the world. That aura was very similar to the figure in front of him. However, Dark Xianxia vaguely noticed that although the Sky Emperor phantoms were supported by Tianzi's power, they were somewhat uncoordinated. It was as if they were forcibly confined to Tianzi's body. It was very strange. Crack, Tianzi instantly struck. With the support of the Sky Emperor phantoms, the Sky Emperor bloodline in his body seemed to have been completely awakened. An incomparably terrifying power erupted as he punched towards Dark Xianxia and the others. The fist print was unparalleled and covered the entire world as if it was going to suppress and kill everything. Tianzi's gaze was indifferent. His killing intent was blazing as he completely unleashed his most powerful force. "Oh no! You guys go quickly!" Dark Xianxia roared. Dark demonic light rose around him as a vast source of origin energy erupted. He pushed out with both his palms, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The dark world of chaos appeared once again, rushing towards Tianzi. "Go!" The white dragon horse felt its scalp tingle. It immediately carried the pale and exhausted Shui Wei and used the Great Shift technique to leave the place. The old goat, Jinsei, Taoist Wuliang, and Feng Qingyang also used their extreme speed to flee into the distance. They knew that Tianzi's strength was too terrifying. Only darkness soaring cloud could contend against him. If they stayed, they would only be a burden. They might as well leave this place first. Boom, the huge fist print pierced through the sky and collided with the boundless dark heaven mixing world in an instant. The darkness that filled the sky exploded, and the endless chaotic fog disappeared. The dark heaven mixing world shattered with a loud bang. As if he had been struck by lightning, dark soaring cloud staggered backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, the aura that Tianzi used to lock onto the white dragon horse, old goat, and the others disappeared in an instant. The white dragon horse and the others took this opportunity to leave the place and disappeared without a trace. The Celestial Emperor's bloodline is indeed terrifying. Son of Heaven, I will spare your life today. The next time we meet, it will be your death. Dark Lingxiao clicked his tongue in his heart, but he didn't admit defeat. He shouted at Tianzi and took advantage of the fact that Tianzi had knocked him back. He turned into a black mist and disappeared into the void. I will remember all of you. All of you must die. In that case, I might as well go all out. Only I am the true chosen one. Tianzi didn't pursue Dark Soaring Cloud, White Dragon Horse, and the others. His eyes were filled with blood-red light, and a terrifying aura rose around him. He took a step forward and swept away. Mysterious runes rose from his eyes as if he could see through the chaotic void and see the figures in the chaotic battlefield. His target was the supreme experts in the chaotic battlefield. Tianzi went completely berserk. He used the most direct and violent method to eliminate everyone. Boom. Tianzi was enveloped in a golden blood-red light, spewing out red clouds, flames, and lightning. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. He exuded an incomparably violent aura, like a god or a demon. He took a step forward and appeared on a mountain peak thousands of miles away. Chaotic fog intertwined there, and a toad-like giant beast was breathing in and out chaotic chi. It looked extremely ugly and ferocious. This was the first supreme genius that Tianzi had noticed. Who is it? How dare you disturb the cultivation of the great genius of the Devouring Soul clan? The toad-like giant beast spoke in human language, and its blood-red eyes stared at Tianzi. Its body exuded an incomparably dangerous aura. Die. Tianzi's eyes were incomparably cold. He spat out a word and stomped his foot. You're courting death. The toad-like giant beast was furious. It suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying devouring power erupted. It was accompanied by a strange sound wave that seemed to be able to pull out a person's primordial spirit. It wanted to swallow Tianzi in one gulp. The Devouring Soul clan's innate ability was to devour the souls of living beings. This giant toad-like giant beast was a supreme genius of the Devouring Soul clan. Since entering the chaotic ancient land, it had devoured countless primordial spirits. Its strength was unparalleled, and it was already in the Earth realm. Boom, however, Tianzi's giant foot landed, containing an incomparably terrifying power. It didn't seem to be affected by the giant toad-like giant beast at all. It directly stomped the giant toad-like giant beast into meat paste. Even the giant toad-like giant beast's primordial spirit was torn into pieces. It didn't even have time to scream. Unable to withstand a single blow, after Tianzi stomped the giant toad-like giant beast to death, he didn't stop at all and continued to move on to the next target. A bloody storm was set off in the chaotic battlefield. Wherever Tianzi went, many supreme geniuses would die in his hands. There was no one who could stop his slaughter. The chaotic battlefield became incomparably chaotic. Many experts fled in all directions. Some even joined forces to stop Tianzi's madness. However, without exception, they all failed and died in his hands. The fate above Tianzi's head was incomparably majestic. It was like a golden sun, extremely bright and exuding an incomparably mysterious aura. It made him seem like a bright lamp in the chaotic battlefield. His existence could be felt from afar. Tianzi is wantonly slaughtering? Looks like this guy is completely crazy. Let's find Lingxiao quickly. I'll bring you to Lingxiao. Dark Lingxiao said to the crowd. Do you know where he is? Feng Qingyang asked curiously. He had always been curious about the guy in front of him. He was obviously a member of the demon clan, but the old goat and the others treated him well, as if they did not treat him as a member of the demon clan. After all, the demon race and the human race were mortal enemies. Once they met, it would be a fight to the death. Only one person could leave alive. He was very curious as to why the old goat had such a good attitude towards this demon genius, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Don't worry. If he doesn't know where Lingxiao is, then no one else will. The old goat smiled. Follow me. Lingxiao should be coming out of seclusion soon. Dark Lingxiao said with a faint smile. He could feel that his original body was immersed in the Tao of time and was about to wake up from that strange state of enlightenment. A storm was brewing in the chaos battlefield. After Tianzi's massacre, most of the supreme experts would be killed. The final battle was coming. Dark Ling Xiao had to admit that if he wanted to defeat Tianzi, he would need his original body. Whoosh! 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 Under Dark Ling Xiao's lead, the crowd rushed towards the direction of Ling Xiao's seclusion. The place where Ling Xiao was in seclusion was chaotic and contained vast space-time energy. Ordinary people would not be able to come here. Only Dark Ling Xiao could find Ling Xiao by relying on the connection between him and his original body. Soon, the crowd arrived at the Flowing Time Mountain. Eh? What a strange mountain. The mountains in the Chaos battlefield are eroded by the Chaos fog and have no vitality. However, this mountain is not affected at all and contains an incomparably majestic vitality. The old goat said in surprise. I seem to feel the rich space-time energy that has allowed this mountain to form a space without being eroded by the Chaos fog. What is this place? Daoist Wuliang asked curiously as he looked at Dark Ling Xiao. This should be the place of inheritance of the Flowing Time Emperor, right? I didn't expect Shi Bufan to die here. At this moment, an indifferent and ethereal voice suddenly sounded in the void. Who's there? A glint flashed in darkness Ling Zhao's eyes as he stared at the void in the distance and berated. He didn't think that someone would be able to silently appear around them and eavesdrop on their conversation. Moreover, dark soaring firmament didn't notice at all. The person hiding in the dark must be a supreme expert. Wang. With a flash of light in the air, a young man in grey robes appeared. He seemed ordinary and indifferent, but his eyes were extremely resplendent and deep, as if they contained the scenes of the endless worlds. He gave off an unfathomable presence. The everlasting saint? How dare you come here? The old goat's eyes turned cold as he stared at the young man with an unfriendly expression. This young man was none other than the limitless saint of the primal chaos heaven sect. Limitless saint, you're the saint of the chaotic heavenly sect, yet you followed us all the way here. What do you want? Daoist Wuliang said coldly. Ling Xiao had saved the limitless saint and Yuanshan saint before, but the news of Ling Xiao killing the Blood Prison Emperor's son was exposed. This must have something to do with the limitless saint and Yuanshan saint. The Yuanshan saint had died in Ling Zhao's hands, so the old goat and the others naturally didn't have a good impression of the limitless saint. I'm just confirming whether Long Outyen is really here. It seems that he really is here. Hee, the place of inheritance of the Flowing Time Great Emperor? What a great fortune he has. The limitless saint smiled indifferently, but there was a trace of envy in his eyes. Oh? So what if you know that Long Outyen is here? Don't tell me you want to attack him? Dark soaring firmament rolled his eyes and said expressionlessly. I'm very curious. What's the relationship between you, a member of the demon clan, and Long Outyen? You didn't hesitate to fight the emperor. It seems that the two of you have a close relationship. Don't tell me. Long Outyen is also a member of the demon clan? The limitless saint didn't answer dark soaring firmament's question directly. Instead, he smiled faintly. The old goat and Taoist Wuliang's faces changed, and they said coldly, Limitless saint, don't slander us. Long Outyen is naturally a member of the human clan. If you don't state your intention, don't blame us for being impolite. Impolite? You can't even defeat the emperor. How can you be impolite? Don't worry, I'm not here to look for trouble. I want to ask you to help me bring something to Long Outyen. The limitless saint smiled disdainfully. What is it? The old goat asked. This is the Primal Chaos Secret Skills Inheritance Crystal. Help me bring it to Long Outyen. He saved my life before. Today, I'll pass the Primal Chaos Secret Skill to him. We're even. A light flashed in the palm of the limitless saint, and a crystal filled with Primal Chaos mist flew into the old goat's palm. What? You want to give the Primal Chaos Secret Skill to Long Outyen? The old goat and the others trembled, and there was a trace of disbelief in their eyes. What was the Primal Chaos Secret Skill? It was known as the top of the 12 sky techniques, and the Primal Chaos Heavenly Sex Treasure. Legend had it that it contained the ultimate mystery of the universe. It was the origin of all techniques and the foundation of Tao. Countless saints and even great emperors wanted to comprehend the Primal Chaos Secret Skill. But the Primal Chaos Heavenly Sex strength was too terrifying and unfathomable. Ordinary people had no way of coming into contact with the Primal Chaos secret skill. The complete Primal Chaos secret skill was as valuable as a flawless Emperor scripture, or even more, but now, the Limitless Saint said that he wanted to give the Primal Chaos secret skill to Ling Xiao. The old goat and the others were extremely shocked, and they almost thought that they had heard wrongly. That's right. I'll leave the inheritance crystal to you. Goodbye. The Limitless Saint said plainly, then turned around and left. Darkness. Ling Xiao, the old goat, and the others looked at each other. In the end, the old goat held the inheritance crystal tightly in his hand. He felt that the inheritance crystal was extremely heavy. That's strange. Even if Ling Xiao saved him before, it was unintentional. There's no need for him to repay him with the Primal Chaos secret skill. Is there a reason that we don't know? Darkness. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. Ling Xiao had collected more than half of the 12 sky techniques, and only the Primal Chaos secret skill, Destiny secret skill, Heaven Curse secret skill, and Light and Darkness secret skill were left. They should be able to get the Destiny secret skill, Heaven Curse secret skill, and Light and Darkness secret skill from Yi Jiming, Jun Wuhan, and the soul-catching boy. Only the Primal Chaos secret skill was left. Chaotic battlefield. A mysterious figure stood with his hands behind his back on top of a mountain hidden in the chaotic void. He was shrouded in chaotic mist and his face could not be seen clearly. However, his eyes were deep and calm, as if they could see through the cycle of reincarnation and contained an ancient and wise light. Whoosh, the Wuji Saint turned into a stream of light and came from afar. In an instant, he appeared above the void mountain. Then, he respectfully bowed to the mysterious figure. Senior, I have given the inheritance crystal of the Primal Chaos secret skill to Long Outyin according to your instructions. However, the Wuji Saint said hesitantly. However what? An indifferent and calm voice slowly sounded, emitting a feeling that made people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. I have something I don't understand. If you are related to Long Outyin, why didn't you give him the inheritance crystal of the Primal Chaos secret skill personally? Moreover, why did you tell me that Long Outyin is Ling Xiao and that he has the wordless heavenly book? The Wuji Saint asked doubtfully. It turned out that the reason he gave the Primal Chaos secret skill to Ling Xiao was not to repay Ling Xiao for saving his life. It was the instruction of the mysterious figure in front of him. In particular, the mysterious figure also told him that Ling Xiao had the wordless heavenly book, which shocked him even more. After all, the textless heavenly scripture was the most mysterious chaotic treasure. Countless experts across the universe had wanted to obtain the textless heavenly scripture and comprehend its ultimate secrets over countless years. However, no one had been able to obtain it. 1,000,000 years ago, when the Scarlet Dragon War God had obtained the wordless heavenly book, the War God Hall had weakened because of it. The Scarlet Dragon War God had no choice but to leave the God world and hide in the lower realm. If the news of the wordless heavenly book was exposed, not only the God world, but also the universe would be in an uproar. He could not understand the intention of the mysterious figure in front of him. The fact that he had passed the Primal Chaos secret skill to Ling Xiao showed that they had a deep relationship. However, the fact that Ling Xiao had the wordless heavenly book was like a deliberate attempt to kill Ling Xiao. Wuji, you are the descendant of the Hunyuan Great Emperor. The blood of the Hunyuan Great Emperor flows in your body. However, believe me, doing Ling Xiao a favor will be beneficial to you and your family. The mysterious figure said flatly. Is Ling Xiao valued by you? This junior naturally believes senior's words. The everlasting saint said without hesitation. This mysterious figure was on good terms with their Hunyuan imperial clan's old ancestor. They had a very deep relationship. The everlasting saint trusted him very much. However, he still found it hard to believe that with this senior's talent and unrivaled strength, he would actually attach so much importance to Ling Xiao. Remember my words, you will understand in the future. As for why I spread the news that he has the wordless heavenly book, not only did I tell you, but I also told everyone on the chaos battlefield. This is a tribulation in his life. Whether he can survive or not depends on himself. If he can't even survive this tribulation, then so be it. The mysterious figure said calmly. Yes. The Wuji Saint felt a chill in his heart as he bowed and said. He could feel the importance the senior placed on Ling Xiao, and he could also feel the indifference and heartlessness in the senior's bones. It was as if Ling Xiao's life or death did not matter to him at all. Go, the last battle of the chaos battlefield is about to begin. Although you can't become the chosen one, watching this battle will be beneficial to you. Since he has already obtained the 12 sky arts, this battle is just a small test for him. The mysterious figure slowly turned his head, and his deep and calm eyes fell on the Wuji saint. The Wuji saint felt as if he had been seen through. Yes. The Wuji saint nodded, bowed respectfully to the mysterious figure, and then turned to leave. Rumble. Just after the everlasting saint left, the entire chaotic battlefield began to shake violently. The chaotic mist rose, and the heavens and the earth shook. A mysterious aura gushed out like the vast heavenly Tao, enveloping everyone in the battlefield. The mysterious figure stepped forward, and lotus flowers appeared under his feet. They were ethereal and mysterious, and they were accompanied by a faint sigh that resounded in the void. The curtain has been drawn. It took me so long to choose you. I hope you won't disappoint me. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious figure directly disappeared into the void. In the flowing time mountain, Ling Xiao slowly woke up from his cultivation state. 3,000 years of dreaming. I didn't expect that I would cultivate for so long. A bright light shot out from Ling Xiao's eyes. It was as sharp as lightning as he lamented. At this moment, his temperament had changed. He looked like a mortal without any cultivation fluctuations. His clothes were whiter than snow, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His smile was incomparably clear, and he looked clean and beautiful. After Ling Xiao obtained the time compass, the flow of time within it had reached an astonishing 10,000 times faster. Although only 3 months had passed in the outside world, Ling Xiao had cultivated for 3,000 years in the time compass. Over the past 3,000 years, not only had Ling Xiao gained an extremely deep understanding of the scripture of time, but he had also begun to integrate the 7 heaven methods and secret arts he had obtained. Ling Xiao had also carefully honed his cultivation. Although he was still at the 3rd heaven realm, he was on a completely different level from before. Ling Xiao's understanding of the heavenly way and his own body had also become much deeper. Ling Xiao, you're finally out. Why do I feel like I can't see through you? When Old Goat and the others saw Ling Xiao suddenly appear, their eyes were filled with excitement. Ling Xiao had brought them here and they had been waiting for a long time. They were even a little impatient. The current chaos battlefield had changed too much. Many geniuses had been eliminated, and those who remained were all supreme experts of the younger generation without exception. They had invincible battle strength that could suppress the world. They also felt great pressure and were eager for Ling Xiao to come out of seclusion. Old Goat felt that although Ling Xiao looked like a mortal, he gave him an incomparable sense of danger. He was unfathomable, and he felt a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. You're all here? It seems like the final battle of the chaos battlefield is about to begin. Ling Xiao looked at Old Goat and the others and was incomparably happy. He was especially relieved when he saw that Jin Sei and Shui Wei were safe and sound. This is the primal chaos secret technique inheritance crystal that the Wuji Saint asked me to give to you. He said that it's to repay you for saving his life, but I keep feeling that there's something wrong with it. White Dragon Horse handed the primal chaos secret technique inheritance crystal to Ling Xiao and then told him about their encounter with the Wuji Saint. Primal chaos secret technique? Ling Xiao was a little moved. He did not expect the primal chaos secret technique, which was the most difficult to obtain, to be obtained so easily. It's not just the primal chaos secret technique. Young master, we've also captured 4 of them. They should have the Sky Arts secret technique that you need. Yi Jiming, Wuxin Arhat, Jun Wuhan and the soul-taking boy had all woken up, but their primordial spirits and cultivation were sealed. When they saw Ling Xiao, their expressions changed drastically. After all, they had once followed Tianzi to hunt Ling Xiao. Now that they had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands, the consequences could be imagined. The 4 holy sons of the Destiny Shrine, Myriad Buddha Temple, Heavenly Curse Sect, and Darkness Heavenly Sect? I didn't expect someone to send me a pillow just as I was about to take a nap. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a smile that was not a smile. Long Out Yen, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Cut the crap. Yi Jiming hardened his heart and said coldly. He also understood that now that he had fallen into Ling Zhao's hands, the odds were against him. Instead of begging for mercy, he might as well be more unyielding. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Why don't we make a deal? If you hand over your heaven arts and secret techniques, I can spare your lives. How about it?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. Now, he already had 8 heaven art secret techniques. He only needed the chaos secret technique, the fate secret technique, the heaven curse secret technique, and the light and darkness secret technique to complete the 12 heaven arts. The 12 heavenly arts were the cornerstone treasures of the 12 immortal holy lands. It was originally recorded in the wordless heavenly book and was one of the top 12 secret techniques in the Heavenly Dipper realm. First in the Heavenly Dipper rankings, Primal Chaos Secret Technique, Heavenly Dipper Rank 2, Secret of Destiny, Heavenly Dipper Rank 3, Karma Secret Technique, Heavenly Dipper Rank 4, Reincarnation Secret Technique, Heavenly Dipper Rank 5, Spacetime Secret Technique, Heaven Dipper Rank 6, Heaven's Punishment Secret Technique, Heaven Dipper Rank 7, Heaven Curse Secret Technique, Heavenly Dipper 8, Light Dark Secret Technique, Heavenly Dipper Rank 9, Nirvana Secret Art, Rank 10 of the Heavenly Dipper Realm, Yin Yang Secret Technique, Heavenly Dipper 11th Rank, 5 Elements Secret Technique, Heavenly Dipper 12th, Heaven Battling Secret Technique, Yi Jiming had the Secret Technique of Fate, Heartless Arhat had the Secret Technique of Karma, Jun Wuhan had the Secret Technique of Heaven Curse, and Soul Hooking Boy had the Secret Technique of Light and Darkness. Coupled with the Primal Chaos Secret Technique that the Everlasting Saint had mysteriously sent over, Ling Xiao finally saw the hope of gathering the 12 heavenly arts. "You want our Heaven Secret Technique? Long out Yin, don't you dare." Jun Wuhan's gaze turned cold as he said in a cold voice. If they leaked the Heaven Secret Technique, they would be severely punished when they returned to the sect. They might even be labeled as traitors. Rather than that, they would rather die. "Why are you so stubborn? Although the Heaven Secret Technique is precious, it can't be compared to the lives of the 4 of you, right? Don't worry, as long as you hand over the Heaven Art Secret Technique, I can guarantee that it won't be leaked." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He was not at all surprised by Yi Jiming and the others' reactions. After all, the 12 sky techniques weren't any weaker than the complete Imperial Sutra. If Yi Jiming and the other 3 became saints, they would be able to unleash the full power of the sky techniques. At that time it would be very difficult for Ling Xiao to capture them. After hearing Ling Zhao's words, Yi Jiming and the others hesitated. They could see the killing intent in Ling Zhao's eyes. They did not doubt that if they did not hand over the Heavenly Art Secret Technique, Ling Xiao would really kill them. After all, they were all heaven-defying heaven's favorites and had hopes of peeking into the highest realm. Of course, they didn't want to die here. "Can you really guarantee that you won't kill us?" Yi Jiming was silent for a moment as he stared at Ling Xiao. "I guarantee that as long as you hand over the complete Heaven Art Secret Technique to me, I will spare your lives. If you violate this oath, you will be abandoned by the heavens and will never be reincarnated." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and stretched out his hand. Then, a blood-red light flickered between his eyebrows. It intertwined in the void and formed an extremely mysterious rune. Then, it disappeared without a trace. "Great Primordial Spirit Oath?" Yi Jiming's eyes flashed. He could see that Ling Xiao had made a Great Primordial Spirit Oath. This oath directly affected the primordial spirit's fate. If one violated it, they would suffer an extremely severe backlash. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to make a Great Primordial Spirit Oath so easily. "That's right. This is the Great Primordial Spirit Oath. I have shown my sincerity. Now, you can make your choice." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Then, he slowly walked in front of Yi Jiming and the others. An extremely powerful aura locked onto the 4 of them. Killing intent filled the air, causing Yi Jiming and the others' expressions to change. They knew that if they dared to refuse again, Ling Xiao would definitely kill them without hesitation. "All right. I'm willing to hand over the secret skill of destiny to you." Yi Jiming gritted his teeth and made his decision. Although Wu Xian, Jun Wuhan, and the soul-reaping boy felt extremely aggrieved, their lives were more important now. They all agreed to hand over the complete secret skill of destiny to Ling Xiao. Buzz, 4 bright inheritance crystals landed in Ling Zhao's palm. They represented the secret skill of destiny, secret skill of karma, secret skill of heaven curse, and secret skill of light and darkness. Although Ling Xiao had already obtained the complete secret skill of karma, he was very curious to see if Wu Xian's secret skill of karma was the same as his. Very good. You have made the right choice. Don't worry. After the chosen one ends, I will let you go. Now, please take a nap. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Then, he pointed in the air and knocked Yi Jiming and the others unconscious again. Then, he handed them over to Ling Xiao. After the chosen one ends, I will leave them to you. As long as you don't kill them, you can do whatever you want. Ling Xiao said slowly. Do whatever I want? Their flesh and blood are incomparably delicious. I really want to have a taste. Ling Xiao licked his lips and said with a sinister look in his eyes. Up to you. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Yi Jiming and the others wanted to kill him. Ling Xiao was already kind enough to spare their lives. As for how Ling Xiao would deal with them, Ling Xiao didn't know and didn't want to know. Now that the 12 sky skills have been completely gathered, I will need to go into seclusion for a few days to receive the inheritance. I will have to trouble you all to protect me. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Xiao, the old goat, Jin Sei, and Shui Wei. Don't worry. Go into seclusion. Leave everything to us. The old goat patted his chest and said. Everyone was looking forward to Ling Xiao obtaining the inheritance of the 12 sky skills. How strong would he be after mastering the 12 sky skills? I hope that the Emperor of Kunwa Mountain is right. After refining the 12 sky skills, I will be able to completely control the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. His body shone brightly as he slowly disappeared into the void. Once again, he entered the chrono compass and went into seclusion to cultivate. After being in the divine realm for so many years, Ling Xiao had finally obtained all the 12 sky skills. He could faintly feel that the fusion of the 12 sky skills would bring about an incomparably miraculous change. In the depths of the chaos battlefield, there was an ordinary-looking mountain. However, the interior of the mountain was hollowed out and a powerful spatial formation was set up to form a small world. At this moment, an intense battle was taking place in the small world in the middle of the mountain. Rumble, a ferocious fist mark rose up like the sun, emitting an endless amount of scorching light as it smashed the sword light that filled the sky into dust. Zhao Ritian and Dugu Qiubai stood in the air, their battle intent rising. Both of their auras exploded to the extreme as they engaged in an intense battle. Among the spectators, there were Panga Heavenly Dipper, Zhou Panlong, Jiang Luer, and some other geniuses from other worlds. At this moment, everyone was watching the battle between Zhao Ritian and Dugu Qiubai with mixed emotions. I didn't expect Zhao Ritian to be so strong. I don't think Brother Dugu will be able to defeat him. Panga Heavenly Dipper said with a sigh. I didn't expect that after being sealed for so long, such a genius would appear in the human race. I admit defeat. Zhou Panlong said with a wry smile. Both Panga Celestial Dipper and Zhou Panlong had been defeated by Zhao Ritian. Even though they were proud and arrogant, and one was the son of great Emperor Pangu and the other was an ancient genius, they were still convinced that they had lost to Zhao Ritian. The Son of Heaven launched a massacre in the chaos battlefield. All the geniuses he encountered died in his hands and had their power of fate snatched away. Tianzi's luck was at its peak. The luck above his head had turned purple, indicating that his luck had reached its peak. The final battle of the chaos battlefield had arrived. Only the possessor of purple luck was qualified to participate in the final battle. Zhao Ritian, Panga Heavenly Dipper, Zhou Panlong, Jiang Luer, and Dugu Qiubai had encountered each other by chance. However, their luck was mostly silver. Only Zhao Ritian's luck was golden, but it was still far from purple. Therefore, they finally made a decision to spar with each other and give their luck to the strongest person. That way, they wouldn't hurt each other. However, they did not expect Zhao Ritian to be so strong. After a fierce battle, Pangu Heavenly Dipper and Zhou Panlong were defeated by Zhao Ritian. Meanwhile, the battle between Dugu Qiubai and Zhao Ritian had been going on for more than 1,000 rounds. Seeing that the battle was about to end, the crowd stared intently at the two of them, waiting to see who would emerge victorious. Dao Brother Jiang, who do you think will win this battle? Panga Tiangang glanced at Jiang Luer and asked. Zhao Ritian. Jiang Luer smiled indifferently and spat out these 3 words without the slightest hesitation. Are you sure? Then who would win between you and Zhao Ritian? Why don't you go up and fight? Zhou Panlong asked curiously. Jiang Luer was known as a peerless skypride from 90 million years ago. He had the potential to become an emperor. Although Zhou Panlong was from a much earlier era than Jiang Luer, he could vaguely feel that Jiang Luer was unfathomable and perhaps even stronger than him. However, Jiang Luer had already made it clear that he wouldn't compete for the chosen child. He would only give his luck to the final victor. Just wait and see. I'm afraid the result of this battle will be revealed very soon. I never had any thoughts about the chosen child. The reason I'm here is to find someone. Jiang Luer said indifferently. Find someone? Zhou Panlong was even more curious now. Boom, however, at this moment, a terrifying aura exploded in the void, attracting Zhou Panlong's attention. His gaze instantly fell on Zhao Ritian and Dugu Choubai. Zhao Ritian, you're indeed very strong. Actually, I've already lost if I can't defeat you after more than 1,000 rounds. However, I still have one last sword move that I haven't fully mastered. Do you want to give it a try? Dugu Choubai said calmly as he looked at Zhao Ritian. He was a pure sword cultivator, and a sword cultivator had a sharp edge. Sword cultivators pressed forward with indomitable will, and they had no regrets. Either the enemy died or they died. Therefore, battles between sword cultivators were often extremely tragic, and the outcome would be decided within a few moves. However, during his battle with Zhao Ritian, Dugu Choubai realized that Zhao Ritian seemed to have the immortal body and the leakless true body. He couldn't find any flaws in Zhao Ritian's sword skills. From this point of view, he had already lost. However, Dugu Choubai was excited to finally meet a strong opponent. Therefore, he decided to use that sword move. Senior Dugu still has an ultimate move? Of course, I'll teach you a thing or two. Although I, Zhao Ritian, am a genius, Senior Dugu isn't bad either. I'd really like to see if Senior Dugu is truly undefeatable. Zhao Ritian laughed proudly. He was wearing a golden armor. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His body was extremely tall and slender. His entire body was exuding an extremely powerful aura. Flames surrounded his body, making him look like a peerless god of war. His aura was sharp, domineering, and arrogant. Zhao Ritian had learned a lot from the battle with Pangu's Celestial Dipper and Zhou Panlong. Especially the battle with Dugu Choubai, Zhao Ritian was extremely focused. Alright. This sword of mine is called Myriad Tribulations, Life and Death Become Nothing. I haven't fully comprehended it, and it's just an incomplete move. Dugu Choubai said slowly. Wang, an ordinary longsword appeared in his palm. The blade was straight and the sword chi was sharp. It was like the autumn water that reflected all living beings in the world, including Dugu Choubai and Zhao Ritian's faces. In the next moment, Dugu Choubai made his move. The longsword was thrusting towards Zhao Ritian lightly. The tip of the sword was trembling slightly as streaks of dazzling sword light rose into the air, forming an intricate and grotesque world in the void. It was as if billions of worlds were intertwined. There was birth and destruction, chaos and nothingness, life and death, reality and illusion. It was as if one would be completely immersed in it with just a glance. Zhao Ritian's expression was a little confused. It was as if he was trapped in an endless illusion. He could only watch the sword coming towards his forehead without any thought of blocking it. The tip of the sword was right in front of Zhao Ritian. The tip of the sword pierced through Zhao Ritian's forehead. There was a trace of blood radiance on the tip of the sword. Rumble, however, at that moment, a blazing divine light rose from Zhao Ritian's sea of consciousness. The blood in his body boiled and flowed with boundless light that could split heaven and earth. Flames that could destroy heaven and earth burned fiercely, causing him to erupt with a terrifying aura that did not belong to this world. The forbidden power had erupted. Zhao Ritian suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed the longsword. A terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from his arm. With a crisp sound, the longsword was broken by Zhao Ritian, countless mysterious and illusory worlds shattered like glass. A dazzling rain of light fell. In the end, only Dugu Choubai and Zhao Ritian's figures were left. You've won. The Myriad Tribulations, Life and Death Void was a sword technique that Dugu Chobai had comprehended based on the Destruction Dao and Life Dao. It was not complete and was still in the exploration stage. It could only be considered an incomplete sword technique. The power of this incomplete sword technique was earth-shattering. The horrifying power from earlier could almost tear everything apart and destroy all living beings. However, it was still shattered by Zhao Ritian's forbidden power in the end. Dugu Chobai's expression was calm as he admitted defeat. Senior Dugu, if we were to fight, I'm definitely no match for you. Moreover, I can feel that your sword technique is incomplete. If it were complete, it would definitely be able to unleash 10 times or even 100 times more power. Zhao Ritian sighed emotionally as he spoke. The Myriad Tribulations, Life and Death Void was extremely powerful. If Zhao Ritian did not activate the forbidden power in the end, it would be extremely difficult to break through the Myriad Tribulations, Life and Death Void. Zhao Ritian won by luck and with great difficulty. I'm looking forward to that day too. Dugu Chobai said with a smile. He could feel that when he fully comprehended the Myriad Tribulations, Life and Death Void, it would be the time for him to become a sage. He was also looking forward to the power of this sword technique. Are you guys convinced? If you're not, feel free to challenge me. Zhao Ritian's gaze fell upon the crowd below and said with a proud smile. We're convinced. Lord Zhao Ritian, we're willing to give our providence to you. Everyone's eyes were filled with respect as they quickly said. Most of them had fled to this place to hide after hearing about Tianzi's massacre. Now that Zhao Ritian was willing to protect their lives, they were naturally willing to hand over their providence. Very well. You've made the right choice. Zhao Ritian said with a faint smile. Buzz, the golden fate above Zhao Ritian's head looked like a dazzling sun with a dazzling radiance. At this moment, everyone gave up on the power of fate as they were devoured by the golden fate above Zhao Ritian's head. Auspicious chi rose above Zhao Ritian's head. The providence rose and intertwined with each other, containing an incomparably majestic and ancient energy fluctuation. Zhao Ritian, we've given our providence to you as well. Zhou Panlong, Panga Tiangang, and Dugu Chobai all gave up their power of fortune and gave it to Zhao Ritian. Since Zhao Ritian had used his own strength to win the power of providence, they naturally had no objections. Even the power of providence above Jiang Luer's head was given to Zhao Ritian. Rumble, providence rose above Zhao Ritian's head. After absorbing and refining so much providence, the golden providence began to turn purple, emitting a peaceful and majestic aura. The purple fate was like a purple sun. It was dazzling and a purple rainbow shot up into the sky. The entire chaotic battlefield began to shake. The final battle begins. At the same time, an ancient and mysterious voice resounded through the entire primal chaos battlefield, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Whoosh, Zhao Ritian was shrouded by the purple auspicious chi. He instantly disappeared from the void and appeared in an unknown and mysterious area. This was the final battle of the chaos battlefield. Buzz, just as Zhao Ritian appeared in the final battlefield, a few other powerful figures had purple auspicious chi above their heads. The providence around them rose like burning flames, causing them to be shrouded in a mysterious aura. Tianzi was dressed in golden chainmail. His white cape fluttered in the wind. His figure was slender and strong. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His face was incomparably handsome. His eyes were filled with indifference. He had an aura of looking down on the world. His providence was the strongest. Purple divine light rose, causing his entire body to be shrouded in purple auspicious chi. Every move he made caused the surrounding void to shake violently. The final battle, huh? Only I am worthy of being the chosen one. An indifferent voice sounded. A mysterious young figure spoke. That figure was a young man. He was slender and handsome. He had a pair of wings on his back and fangs in his mouth. The fangs shone with golden light as if they were made of pure gold. His eyes were filled with arrogance and dominance. He stood in the void, exuding an immortal aura around him. It was ancient and terrifying. If Xianxia was here, he would definitely recognize that this young man with fangs was the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince that he had met before. I, the Shaman King, will be the final victor in the final battle. With a muffled sound, a dazzling purple divine light emerged. A muscular man wearing beast skin and holding a stone club walked out. He looked very wild. His black hair was messy and his eyes were filled with an aggressive light. His aura was powerful to the extreme. The Shaman King was the strongest among the younger generation of the Sorcerer tribe. The Sorcerer tribe was not weaker than the Human tribe and the Demon tribe. Although they usually kept a low profile, the Sorcerer tribe was not to be underestimated. No one was surprised that the Shaman King could reach this stage. Just as Zhao Ritian discovered Tianzi, the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince, and the Shaman King, the three of them also discovered Zhao Ritian. "It's you? Where's Long Out Yin?" When Tianzi saw Zhao Ritian, his body trembled slightly. His eyes instantly became incomparably sharp. They swept past Zhao Ritian's body like a blade, as if he wanted to see through him. "I didn't expect that the son of the Heavenly Emperor would engage in the business of killing and robbing. Is this the temperament of the son of the Heavenly Emperor? Even if Shrouding Tian is not here today, you will die without a doubt." Zhao Ritian smiled proudly, his eyes revealing an incomparably powerful fighting spirit. "What Long Out Yin? I heard that Long Out Yin's real name is Ling Xiao. He is the owner of the wordless Heavenly Book. If he knows what's good for him, he will obediently hand over the wordless Heavenly Book. Otherwise, you will not be able to withstand my wrath," the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince said as he stared at Zhao Ritian, revealing his sharp fangs. His eyes were filled with a cruel and bloodthirsty light. "Has the wordless Heavenly Book finally appeared? I am very interested in this guy called Ling Xiao." The Shaman King's eyes also revealed a look of interest. Just as the mysterious figure had said, he had not only told the Wuji Saint about Ling Xiao's possession of the wordless Heavenly Book, but he had also told many supreme talents of the entire chaotic battlefield. Although Tianzi, the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince, and the Shaman King were interested in the Chosen One, they were more interested in Ling Xiao's wordless Heavenly Book. If they could obtain the complete wordless Heavenly Book, they would be even more precious than the Chosen One. "How dare the three of you covet the wordless Heavenly Book? You really don't know what's good for you. Come, let your grandpa Zhao Ritian teach you how to behave." "What did you say?" The Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince stared at Zhao Ritian with a bloody light flashing in his eyes. There seemed to be a sea of blood surging in his eyes. There were countless divine demon corpses in his eyes, exuding an insufferably murderous aura. Zhao Ritian felt as if he was being stared at by an Archean demon. The Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince was extremely mysterious. He was the Supreme Emperor Prince who had appeared from the sky-burying coffin. No one knew his origin, but his strength was extremely terrifying. He was extremely domineering and could tear apart supreme talents. Zhao Ritian's words were a great provocation to the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince. "Human brat, aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Even the Emperor doesn't dare to say that he can take on the three of us alone. Are you courting death?" The Shaman Spirit King also sneered. Terrifying chi and blood rose from his body, containing a supreme power that could crush the sky. "Brothers, although this brat is from the human race, he is arrogant and unruly. If you want to teach him a lesson, why do you have to do it yourself? Why don't I do it myself and let you deal with him?" the Emperor said indifferently. There was a strange look in his eyes as he stared at Zhao Ritian. It was as if he was searching for something, which made Zhao Ritian feel uncomfortable. "Since the Emperor wants to clean up the sect, we have no objections." The Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince and the Shaman King looked at each other and sneered. There was a hint of sarcasm in their voices, and even a hint of gloating. After all, they could see that the Emperor and Zhao Ritian were both from the human race. However, now that the human race had an internal strife, it was exactly what they wanted. Moreover, through the battle between Zhao Ritian and the Emperor, they might be able to see the Emperor's strength. After all, when it came to the final battle, they were not willing to act rashly. They wanted to know more about each other first. "Brothers, why don't you leave this brat's life to me?" Suddenly, a cold voice rang out in the void. Rumble, chaotic mist rose, and purple chi filled the air. It was as if a sun had risen in the distance, exuding an ancient, overbearing, and insufferably arrogant aura. A young man in white, shrouded in purple chi, slowly walked over. His eyes seemed to contain a dark vortex that could devour everything. His aura was incomparably mysterious, with a kind of immortal fluctuation. His life essence was extremely exuberant, and every movement of his contained unfathomable heavenly might. Undying Prince? The Son of Heaven, the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince, and the Shaman Spirit King narrowed their eyes. It was the undying prince of the devil world. The power of providence above his head was extremely powerful. It was like a purple sun that was vigorous and surging. It was burning fiercely, adding a mysterious aura to him. Undying Prince, do you have a grudge against him? The Shaman King said indifferently. Everyone was very vigilant against each other. It was impossible for them to completely trust each other. After all, they had come to this final battle for the position of the Chosen One. Everyone was an opponent and an enemy. I have no enmity with him. But I do have a grudge against Xianxia. He killed the Blood Prison Emperor Prince of the Devil Race, and killed the genius of the Devil Race. Zhao Ritian is a good friend of Xianxia, so he should pay for it with his life. The Undying Prince said with a cold smile. His eyes were filled with blazing killing intent as he stared at Zhao Ritian. It was as if there were millions of sharp blade lights in his eyes, wanting to cut Zhao Ritian into pieces. Kid, it seems like no one can save you today. The Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince said coldly. He did not know why, but he felt an extremely disgusting aura from Zhao Ritian. It was as if he hated Zhao Ritian instinctively. Although he did not know why, the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince knew that he could not let Zhao Ritian live. If it was an ordinary person, their expression would have changed drastically and they would have been nervous. However, Zhao Ritian's expression did not change. He was full of arrogance. Undying Prince, just because you can't defeat Xianxia, you think that I, Zhao Ritian, am easy to bully? Come on, if I don't beat you up so badly that even your mother won't recognize you, I, Zhao Ritian, will write my name backwards. Zhao Ritian said with disdain. You're courting death. After I kill you, I'll send Xianxia to meet you. The Undying Prince's eyes flashed fiercely as he exuded an extremely terrifying battle intent. Brother Undying, no matter what, Zhao Ritian is still a member of the human race. How about I clean him up? Xianxia suddenly stepped forward and blocked the Undying Prince's path with a slight smile. Rumble. A terrifying aura surged from his body as chaotic mist swirled around him. Powerful energy fluctuations rumbled like thunder. He wanted to deal with Zhao Ritian personally. Even the Undying Prince's eyes flashed. If that's the case, I'll leave it to you. The Undying Prince hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. Thank you. Xianxia smiled and walked towards Zhao Ritian. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, with every step he took, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. There was a strange rhythm as chaotic mist swirled around him, giving him an invincible aura. Xianxia's gaze was sharp, indifferent, and majestic as it fell on Zhao Ritian. It was as if he had confirmed his guess and finally decided to take Zhao Ritian down personally. Zhao Ritian, are you going to surrender or are you going to wait for me to take you down? Xianxia said calmly, his gaze incomparably deep. Take me down? How shameless. You're the son of the Emperor of Heaven? Although I don't know why, I really don't like you. How can a despicable and hypocritical person like you be the son of the Emperor of Heaven? If that's the case, then the Emperor of Heaven must be blind. Zhao Ritian said with a cold smile. Ritian, don't underestimate him. You must win this battle. Second Uncle's voice suddenly rang in Zhao Ritian's heart. I must win? Second Uncle, do you think that I'm no match for him? You're underestimating me too much. Today, I'm going to defeat him completely. Zhao Ritian said in an unconvinced manner. I'm not joking with you. You must win. If you lose, you might die. Second Uncle's voice was extremely serious. Second Uncle, don't worry. Watch me kill this despicable person today. Zhao Ritian said with a cold smile. Rumble, the aura around him rose. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura also rose to the maximum. Then, he leaped into the air, emitting an endless blazing light as he punched towards Xianxia. Sky-burning Emperor Fist, this was the Supreme Emperor technique in the Emperor Yin scripture. It possessed the supreme power to burn the heavens and destroy the earth. Zhao Ritian had the Sun Saint physique. After receiving the inheritance of the Emperor Yin, he quickly comprehended the supreme power of the sky-burning Emperor Fist. When he attacked, it contained the power of extreme yang. His body was integrated with the great Tao of the sun. Every movement of his contained the vast great Tao law. The power was incomparably terrifying. The flame around him was the Emperor Fire of the sun. Although its power was only 1/10,000th of the real Emperor Fire, it was enough to make Zhao Ritian more powerful. Kill! Tianzi's eyes flashed. The chaotic light around him rose. A peerless fist intent rose. The Heavenly Emperor Fist exploded. His comprehension of the Heavenly Emperor Fist had reached the pinnacle. When he used the Heavenly Emperor Fist, the fist shadow swept across the heavens and earth. It was fierce and domineering, as if it could suppress the gods and demons in the heavens and destroy all enemies. Rumble! The collision between the sky-burning Emperor Fist and the Heavenly Emperor Fist exploded in an instant. Zhao Ritian and Tianzi were both in the heavenly realm. They both had the inheritance of the Supreme Emperor and the protection of the Heavenly Tao. Their attacks were as fast as lightning. When the terrifying fist shadows collided, it instantly triggered a divine light fluctuation. It shattered the endless chaotic mist and caused the heavens and earth to tremble violently. Around the crowd, there were huge chains. They looked bronze in color and had mottled markings. They were like divine chains of order, sealing off the surroundings. This was the mysterious heaven's chosen battlefield in the chaos battlefield. Only the final victor could become the heaven's chosen child. Although Zhao Ritian and Tianzi were extremely powerful, they could not damage the heaven's chosen battlefield at all. The sturdiness of the heaven's chosen battlefield was beyond everyone's expectations. Rumble! Zhao Ritian and Tianzi's fist shadows collided. The terrifying fluctuation caused the two of them to fly back. However, their speed was extremely fast. They were like lightning, moving between the heavens and earth. Their attacks were incomparably fierce. Every move was aimed at each other's vital points. The sky-burning Emperor Fist and the Heavenly Emperor Fist exploded to the extreme. The terrifying fluctuation caused the surrounding spectators to look solemn. They did not expect Tianzi and Zhao Ritian's attacks to be so fierce. Rumble! Flames soared into the sky, forming a blazing sea of fire in the void. There were fire phoenixes, three-legged golden crows, fire cheilants, fire dragons, and countless other primordial beasts rushing out. They looked very lifelike and emitted a monstrous ferocious aura as they pounced towards Tianzi. A sharp light flashed in Tianzi's eyes. His heavenly sovereign's fist soared into the sky, resembling a resplendent pillar that pierced through the 9 heavens. In an instant, the sea of flames exploded. The fist imprint was like a mountain that crushed all the ancient beasts. Zhao Ritian, you are no match for me. Are you still going to put up a resistance? The Son of Heaven's voice boomed like thunder, emitting waves of majesty. It was as if his voice had pierced into Zhao Ritian's primordial spirit. How would you know if you don't try? Boasting shamelessly, today I will defeat you, the so-called son of the celestial emperor. The battle intent in Zhao Ritian's eyes rose as the flames around him burned even more fiercely. Whoosh! In his palm, blazing divine light flashed. In an instant, the endless flames condensed into an ancient flaming sword. The runes on the sword were intertwined and it looked extremely sharp, as if it could cut through everything. Slash! Zhao Ritian shouted. In an instant, the ancient flaming sword swept across the void and expanded by tens of thousands of times. It was as if it had split the heavens and the earth. The sword radiance was unparalleled and locked onto Tianzi from all directions. Heavenly fire-glazed sword, it was one of the supreme sword techniques in the Emperor Yin scripture. This sword was extremely terrifying and fast. Before Tianzi could react, it had already appeared above his head. Rumble! Sparks burst forth as blazing divine light intertwined. An ancient sword appeared in Tianzi's palm as well, blocking Zhao Ritian's heavenly fire-glazed sword. Endless sword chi rose, intertwined and eventually annihilated. The heavenly fire-glazed sword of the Emperor Yin? That's all there is to it. Have a taste of the power of the Emperor's sword. The celestial emperor sneered. Rumble! His sword soared into the sky and repelled Zhao Ritian. In an instant, he soared into the sky and stood above the 9 heavens. Endless chaotic light rose and sword chi circled around him. Mysterious figures appeared around him, as if they were the ancestors of the human race. They were fighting against the experts of the various worlds, leading the human race forward through hardships and fighting for a bright and beautiful future for the human race. Every sword chi seemed to contain the fighting spirit of a human race ancestor. Their battle intent rose and their aura was extremely terrifying. The sky was filled with densely packed sword chi. There were at least billions of them. The incomparably sharp aura caused Zhao Ritian and the others to change their expressions. Kill! Tianzi bellowed. The sword chi that filled the sky rose and fell towards Zhao Ritian. It was like a mighty torrent, drowning Zhao Ritian in an instant. Each strand of sword energy was an endless battle spirit. This sword was the sword of destiny of the human race, the peerless sword that the mortal emperor used to dominate the human race. It contained the will of all the human powerhouses from the ancient times to the present, and it was imbued with a supreme power. It was terrifying to the extreme. The Emperor's Sword. This is one of the 3 peerless emperor techniques of the Celestial Emperor. It is also rumored to be the most mysterious emperor technique. When cultivated to the extreme, one can even summon the Emperor's true body, which is the Celestial Emperor's true body. It is blessed with the power of will of the experts of the human race. It seems like Zhao Ritian is doomed. The shaman spiritual king said slowly with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Facing the Emperor's sword, he also felt extremely threatened, especially by the billions of sword chi of the Emperor's sword. He felt that even he would not be able to resolve it. Is this the legendary Emperor's sword? Its power is not too bad. The Heavenly Corpse Emperor snorted coldly. On the other hand, the Undying Prince stared at Tianzi's attack with a strange look in his eyes. It was like fear, greed, and passion. Rumble, the sword chi that filled the sky contained the power to destroy everything, and it completely drowned Zhao Ritian. Everyone thought that in the face of such a terrifying power, even if Zhao Ritian could withstand it, he would be severely injured. Boom, however, at this moment, the endless sword chi rumbled and suddenly exploded. It was like a huge wave in the sea that rushed to the sky. The sword light rose unparalleled, containing the endless power of flames. Zhao Ritian held the heavenly fire glass sword in his hand. The flames around his body flowed like glass, and it contained endless runes, giving him an immortal and indestructible aura. The Emperor's sword left numerous wounds on Zhao Ritian's body, but they quickly disappeared. Zhao Ritian's body was flawless, and he looked extremely mysterious. He directly rushed out of the endless sword chi of the Emperor's sword. What? The Emperor's sword unleashed boundless sword chi. Every sword chi contained the battle spirit of the human tribe's ancestors and was imbued with a vast amount of power of will. Even a saint would die under the impact of hundreds of millions of sword chi. Zhao Ritian's body was originally covered in wounds. Those wounds went deep into his bones and almost sliced him into pieces. However, there was a glazed flame around him, exuding an immortal aura. It destroyed the Renhuang sword chi and turned it into a majestic life essence that fused into Zhao Ritian's body. It brought Zhao Ritian out with it. Immortal glass body? I didn't expect you to have mastered the Flame Emperor's immortal glass body. Tianzi's eyes flashed as he said coldly. Tianzi, I've seen the Heavenly Emperor's fist and the Emperor's sword. What about the Heavenly Emperor's seal? I'd like to see if your Heavenly Emperor's seal or my immortal glass body is stronger. Zhao Ritian stared at Tianzi and said indifferently. The glassy flame around him made him look immortal and majestic. He was like an emperor of flames that suppressed all directions. Rumble, his palm was as clear as jade and emitted a glassy light. In an instant, a glassy palm print came crashing down on Tianzi. The Emperor's fire spread as if it could burn everything. It erupted with an extremely terrifying Emperor's aura. Do you want to see the Heavenly Emperor's seal? As you wish. Tianzi's eyes were extremely cold. A terrifying aura rose around him and the runes in his palm shone brightly. In an instant, an ancient seal rose into the sky and emitted boundless light, illuminating the world. The ancient seal had the souls of the heavens engraved at the bottom and the chaotic demons engraved at the top. It was surrounded by hundreds of millions of stars, recording the changes of civilization and the vicissitudes of life. It contained an eternal and mysterious energy fluctuation. This was the authority of the Heavenly Emperor. It represented the Heavenly Emperor's ability to suppress the heavens and control the life and death of all beings. It was a supreme power that was above the heavenly way. It could almost ignore the power of time and space and become the only eternity in the heavens. Tianzi used the Heavenly Emperor's seal. It was as if he had turned into the heavens and earth. The huge ancient seal covered the sky and came crashing down on Zhao Ritian. Clang, sparks flew in all directions as the celestial emperor seal's aura surged to the sky. In an instant, it collided with the azure palm print, shattering the azure palm print into pieces. Boundless emperor fire surged, intending to burn the heavenly emperor seal into ashes. However, the heavenly emperor seal shone with boundless light and was impervious to all attacks. It blocked the raging emperor fire and continued to press down on Zhao Ritian. Open! Glazed flames rose around Zhao Ritian's body, surrounded by a vast law of fire. He raised his arms to the sky, and an unparalleled force burst forth and blasted toward the heavenly emperor seal. Crack, the flames were extinguished with a loud bang. Streaks of flames were like dragons accompanied by blazing lightning, releasing boundless divine light. The surrounding heaven and earth shook violently at the same time. Zhao Ritian's arms were trembling. The glazed flame on his body had reached its peak in an instant. It was as if it had reached its limit. One could only imagine how much pressure he was under. But in the end, he managed to block the suppression of the celestial emperor's seal. Divine power surged out from his body and sent the celestial emperor's seal flying. Kill! Zhao Ritian controlled the glazed flame that filled the sky and unleashed the power of the immortal glazed body. He clenched his fist and performed the burning sky emperor fist with one hand and the heavenly fire glazed sword with the other. At the same time, he performed the three supreme emperor techniques of the Emperor Yin scripture and charged toward Tianzi. Tianzi was also enraged by Zhao Ritian. Boundless chaotic light rose around his body. The heavenly emperor's fist swept in all directions, the human sovereign's sword suppressed the myriad of worlds, and the celestial emperor's seal controlled life and death. The three supreme emperor techniques also charged toward Zhao Ritian. Rumble, blazing divine light bloomed and spewed out in all directions. The chaotic mist exploded one after another, surging with incomparably terrifying energy fluctuations. It was like a volcanic eruption, but also like the creation of heaven and earth. The collision of supreme power almost tore this ancient battlefield apart. Not only did Zhao Ritian obtain the inheritance of the Emperor Yin, but he also cultivated the Emperor Yin scripture to such a level. It's unbelievable that he forced Tianzi to such a state. The shaman spiritual king exclaimed and lamented. The Emperor Yin was the ruler of the ancient fire world. He was many eras before the heavenly emperor, but his strength was earth-shattering. He was one of the few ancient great emperors who could leave his name in this era. His inheritance is naturally extraordinary. This Tianzi's strength is only so. He still hasn't mastered the three supreme emperor techniques of the heavenly emperor. The heavenly corpse emperor prince said coldly and arrogantly, his eyes filled with bloody light. He had awakened in the sky-burying coffin and his background was shocking. He was probably the son of one of the great emperors in the ancient times. Although he was reborn with the help of Hua Ziying's body, his strength was earth-shattering and incomparably terrifying. It gave him the combat strength to look down on his peers. Naturally, he did not even take Zhao Ritian and Tianzi seriously. It seems like Tianzi may not be able to take down Zhao Ritian. Why don't we lend him a hand? The undying prince said flatly, but there was a trace of intense killing intent in his eyes. His gaze stopped on Zhao Ritian and Tianzi, and a murderous light flashed in his eyes. The demon tribe and the human tribe were mortal enemies. If he wanted to seize the heaven's chosen son, both Zhao Ritian and Tianzi would be the greatest enemies of the undying prince. He was looking for an opportunity to eliminate Zhao Ritian and Tianzi when they were both injured. He said this to remind the shaman spiritual king and the heavenly corpse emperor prince. After all, it was good for them to have one less threat. Sure enough, after hearing the undying prince's words, the shaman spiritual king and the heavenly corpse emperor prince's eyes flickered. Obviously, they each had their own ulterior motives. Rumble, the battle between Zhao Ritian and Tianzi became more and more intense. It stirred up the chaos and broke the void. The terrifying great Tao laws intertwined as if they could annihilate everything. However, the two seemed to be evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. Kill. The blood in Zhao Ritian's body began to boil. There was a mysterious light flashing in his eyes. His entire body was filled with battle intent, and he even seemed a little crazy. A trace of terrifying energy fluctuation that seemed to be able to annihilate everything, and it caused the souls of all living beings in the heavens to tremble. The energy that could annihilate countless chaotic divine demons spread out from his body. The terrifying energy exploded, and it caused Zhao Ritian's strength to skyrocket. His strength instantly increased by a few times, and each of his moves contained unfathomable heavenly might. Rumble, Tianzi was sent flying by Zhao Ritian's punch. The burning Sky Emperor fist was filled with flames, as if it wanted to burn Tianzi into ashes. Tianzi's body trembled, and his face turned pale. However, his eyes were unprecedentedly bright. Forbidden energy. It's really you. Once again, Zhao Ritian's body erupted with the forbidden energy. The forbidden energy seemed to originate from the deepest part of his body, from his life providence and soul. It was an innate energy that contained supreme power. It would only erupt when Zhao Ritian was in danger or when he was completely enraged. The forbidden energy could increase Zhao Ritian's strength and combat strength greatly. It could even allow him to challenge and kill stronger enemies. The energy seemed to be bestowed by the heavenly axiom. That was why people with such energy were called the forbidden physique. However, it was difficult for ordinary people to explain how the forbidden physique came about. When Tianzi saw the forbidden energy erupting from Zhao Ritian's body, it was as if a guess in his heart had been verified. His body began to tremble with excitement. Even when he was knocked back by Zhao Ritian's punch and suffered some injuries, he did not feel it at all. The bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor. Summon the true body of heaven and earth. Erupt. The Son of Heaven said softly. Rumble, thunder rumbled around him as chaotic lightning filled the air. An ancient and terrifying aura rose. The blood in his body seemed to have awakened with some ancient power, and it began to surge like a great river. Vast blood chi soared into the sky, and in an instant, it condensed into an incomparably mysterious figure behind him. It was a figure standing at the peak of chaos. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked down at the galaxy. Although his face was a little blurry, his eyes were incomparably wise, bright, and deep. They contained a compassion that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. There was also a majestic and domineering aura that could sweep across the universe and suppress the heavens. That figure contained an invincible destiny. The vast power of heaven and earth poured into the Son of Heaven's body, causing his aura to skyrocket. The moment they saw the figure, whether it was the shaman spiritual king, the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince, or the undying Emperor Prince, they could not help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with respect. This is the Heavenly Emperor's true body? As expected of the Heavenly Emperor's son, he can summon the Heavenly Emperor's true body. Only the Heavenly Emperor can imprint the true body in the heavenly axiom. The shaman spiritual king trembled. His eyes were filled with shock, fear, and envy. The Heavenly Emperor's true body? So, this is his most powerful trump card. The undying Emperor Prince muttered to himself. The murderous intent in his eyes burned even brighter. This is the Heavenly Emperor of the human clan? He has reached such a realm? The Heavenly Corpse Imperial Prince was still arrogant and disdainful, but after seeing the Heavenly Emperor's true body, he couldn't help but tremble in disbelief. He suddenly realized that this human celestial emperor's cultivation had actually reached the legendary Forbidden Realm. He was even more powerful than his celestial emperor. But how was this possible, after so many times of the Heavenly Emperor's true body? Rumble, under the support of the Heavenly Monarch true body, the Heavenly Monarch's aura exuded from his body. Every movement of his contained an unfathomable heavenly aura. The great Tao laws revolved around him, and chaotic light rose, making him look majestic, ancient, and mysterious. This? Zhao Ritian trembled. The moment he saw the Heavenly Emperor's true body, he was stunned. His expression became confused. He suddenly felt that the Heavenly Emperor's true body was both familiar and unfamiliar. It was as if he had seen it before. It was as if the figure was so warm that it made him feel a sense of attachment. The Heavenly Emperor's eyes were cold. He threw a punch at Zhao Ritian. The power of the Heavenly Emperor's fist was many times stronger than before. The terrifying fist imprint was filled with chaotic light and contained an unparalleled divine power. It was headed straight for Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian was in a daze. He did not put up any resistance and allowed the fist to land on his body. Crack. Although Zhao Ritian's immortal glass body was extremely sturdy, it suffered a devastating blow when it was hit by the Heavenly Emperor's fist. Runes started to shatter and cracks started to appear on his immortal glass body. He was sent flying backward. Pfft! Zhao Ritian trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Who are you? Who am I? Zhao Ritian was in a daze. He stared at the Heavenly Emperor's true body behind the Heavenly Emperor and shouted. He felt a dull pain in his heart. However, he did not know why. When he saw the Heavenly Emperor's true body and saw the Heavenly Emperor attacking him, he instinctively did not want to fight back. Instead, he was in a daze. It was as if there were countless scenes, fragments, and meetings flashing in his mind. Boom! Zhao Ritian's mind shook. His primordial spirit was trembling violently. Mysterious chains appeared around him. It was as if Zhao Ritian's primordial spirit was completely shackled. He had no way to break free from the shackles. Zhao Ritian, quickly fight back. If you don't fight back, you will die in the hands of the Heavenly Emperor before you can remember the past. Fight back, quickly fight back. The second uncle's anxious voice rang in Zhao Ritian's mind. The past? Second uncle, who am I? Zhao Ritian asked in his mind. I can't say. I can't say. This is your destiny. You have to remember it yourself. The Son of Heaven is also your destined enemy. You have to kill him personally. Remember, fight back. Don't stop. The second uncle's voice was like thunder as he urged anxiously. Fight back. Fight back. But why am I not willing to fight back? Zhao Ritian's body trembled. He raised his arm. However, when he saw the Heavenly Emperor's true body, he subconsciously put it down. Zhao Ritian's eyes were in a daze. They even turned blood red. 2 streams of blood tears flowed down slowly. However, he was still instinctively unwilling to fight back. Boom! At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor punched Zhao Ritian's chest again. Zhao Ritian's immortal glass body was completely shattered. The glass flames on his chest shattered. His ribs were broken and he was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Who am I? Who am I? Zhao Ritian roared into the sky. He was in a state of madness. His long hair began to dance wildly. Blood tears flowed from his eyes. His eyes were filled with confusion and sorrow. Rumble! Divine chains of order appeared out of thin air and wrapped around Zhao Ritian's body. It was as if they had always been wrapped around his body. They wrapped around his primordial spirit and his life chart. They sealed everything about him, preventing him from being reincarnated forever. Zhao Ritian's body was covered in blood light. His entire body exploded with an incomparably violent energy. However, he was unable to break free from the divine chains of order. You can go to hell now. The Heavenly Emperor's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Emperor's sword contained a monstrous sword chi as it slashed down on Zhao Ritian. At the same time, the Heavenly Emperor was so excited that he began to go crazy. As long as he killed Zhao Ritian and devoured the forbidden primordial spirit, he would be able to complete his cultivation. At that time, not to mention defeating all his peers and becoming the new heaven's chosen one, it wouldn't be difficult for him to achieve a meteoric rise and become an emperor. Zhao Ritian must die. Rumble! The human emperor's sword chi contained the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The sword chi was so sharp that no one could block it. In an instant, it enveloped Zhao Ritian. Puff! 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 Bloody light flashed on Zhao Ritian's body. Streaks of blood appeared on his body. His flesh was cut open by the human emperor's sword chi. In the end, only a crystal-clear skeleton was left. Zhao Ritian's skeleton was unexpectedly strong. It exuded an immortal glow. When the human emperor's sword chi slashed on his skeleton, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Sparks flew in all directions, but it did not leave a single mark. Why am I not willing to attack you? Who am I? Zhao Ritian knelt in the void. His sunken eyes were filled with confusion and sorrow. At this moment, he only had eyes for the Heavenly Emperor real body. Other than that, he ignored the Son of Heaven and the Shaman King. He seemed to be asking himself, but at the same time, it seemed like he was asking the Heavenly Emperor real body. His voice was sorrowful and tragic, moving those who heard it. What's going on? Why isn't Zhao Ritian fighting back? Why is he allowing the Son of Heaven to attack? The Shaman King's eyes were filled with shock. The Shaman King, the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince, and the Undying Emperor Prince were shocked by the sudden turn of events. Previously, both Zhao Ritian's taboo power and Tianzi's Heavenly Emperor real body had made them feel extremely threatened. However, for some reason, Zhao Ritian seemed to have lost his soul after seeing Tianzi's Heavenly Emperor real body and forgot to resist. Where did this Zhao Ritian come from? Could it be that he's related to the Heavenly Emperor? The Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince's eyes flashed coldly as he guessed. The scene in front of them was simply too unbelievable. Even though the three of them were geniuses, it was difficult for them to guess the reason behind this. The Undying Prince, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent, started to hesitate. Initially, he wanted to take advantage of the moment when both Tianzi and Zhao Ritian were injured to kill both of them. However, it seemed like this was not a good time to do so. Especially after seeing the Heavenly Emperor real body, he did not think that angering the Son of Heaven would be a good thing. I want to see how hard your bones are, Tianzi said coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Rumble, the Heavenly Emperor's seal pierced through the sky, exuding an ancient aura that could suppress thousands of worlds. It rumbled and pressed down on Zhao Ritian. Under the control of the Heavenly Emperor's true body, the Heavenly Emperor's seal erupted with an unparalleled sharpness. In front of the Heavenly Emperor's seal, Zhao Ritian instinctively felt a sense of fatal danger. He stretched out his arm in an attempt to block it. However, the moment he saw the Heavenly Emperor's real body, his arm that was only left with bones froze. I can't. Zhao Ritian's eyes were filled with struggle. He was filled with sorrow and sadness. Boom, the Heavenly Emperor's seal came crashing down, releasing an unparalleled wave of divine light that blasted onto Zhao Ritian's body. Even though Zhao Ritian's bones were extremely tough and exuded an immortal wave, they still trembled violently under the Heavenly Emperor's seal. Runes of the heavenly law were destroyed one after another, and his bones dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Crack, in the end, one of Zhao Ritian's arms exploded into dust. He staggered backward, and his flame of life weakened significantly. Zhao Ritian, have you really forgotten who you are? Have you forgotten the person who once brought you warmth and glory? You must pull yourself together. You must pull yourself together. Fight back. He won't blame you. The second uncle's voice exploded in Zhao Ritian's mind, filled with worry and anxiety. However, the second uncle also understood that this was the biggest calamity in Zhao Ritian's life. It was also a process that he had to go through. He could not remind him, nor could he reveal any related secrets. Other than such feeble words, he could not do anything else. Zhao Ritian could only endure everything by himself. Second uncle, who is that person you're talking about? What's my relationship with the Heavenly Emperor? Why am I unwilling to attack him? Who am I? Zhao Ritian's eyes were filled with madness and pain. It was as if his entire being had become extremely violent. Rumble, divine chains of order intertwined around his body. They contained ancient runes that sealed his primordial spirit and fate. However, at this moment, as Zhao Ritian went berserk, an unimaginable power seemed to have erupted from his body. It caused his body to emit boundless light, as if he was trying to break the divine chains of order completely. You're courting death. The Heavenly Emperor was instantly enraged. The killing intent in his eyes burned fiercely. There was also a faint trace of unconcealable shock and fear. His attacks became even fiercer. Boom. Boom. Boom, the Heavenly Emperor's fist traversed the sky, surrounded by endless chaotic light. It opened up billions of worlds in the void, containing the power of great destruction. The Emperor's sword swept across the 9 heavens. The dense sword chi rose like the sea. Every sword light was incomparably sharp, capable of destroying the world and slashing everything apart. The Heavenly Emperor's seal suppressed the heavens. It was the supreme authority that controlled billions of lives and ruled over the reincarnation of the heavens. It contained the power to suppress everything, and its power was monstrous. With the support of the Heavenly Emperor's real body, the Heavenly Emperor unleashed the power of 3 Supreme Emperor techniques. He continuously attacked Zhao Ritian, and every attack contained an aura that could destroy everything. Boom, Zhao Ritian's arms turned into dust, and his legs turned into nothingness. His body was pierced by the endless sword qi, and then suppressed by the Heavenly Emperor's seal, completely shattering it. In the end, only his head was left. At this moment, Zhao Ritian's life was like a candle in the wind. It could be extinguished at any time. His eyes were filled with confusion, sorrow, longing, and sighing. However, he did not have the slightest strength to resist. Facing the overwhelming attacks, Zhao Ritian's eyes were fixed on the Heavenly Emperor's real body. His eyes were filled with endless longing and longing. Am I going to die just like that? It's a pity that I still don't know who I am. I also don't know what my relationship with you is. Father. Zhao Ritian mumbled to himself, then slowly closed his eyes. Rumble, however, just as he said the word father, a terrifying power erupted from his primordial spirit, shot out from his life chart, and rushed out from every particle in his body. It was like a flood that had opened the floodgates, majestically surging out, bang. 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 It was as if the great ancient emperor had awakened from his slumber. The aura was ancient, mysterious, majestic, and terrifying. It was as if it could tear the heavens apart. The Shaman King and the other 2 were shocked as they felt their hearts palpitating. Rumble, monstrous divine light surged and surged. Endless chaotic energy surged from all directions and poured into Zhao Ritian's head, causing his aura to skyrocket. Crack, it was as if a seal in his sea of consciousness had been broken. A vast torrent of information surged into Zhao Ritian's sea of consciousness, allowing him to see countless ancient and mysterious memory fragments. Eternal reincarnation, immortal true spirit. An ancient and mysterious voice exploded in Zhao Ritian's sea of consciousness. It was like the voice of the heavenly Tao, majestic and mysterious. The world around him began to rumble violently. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh, rays of mysterious spiritual light came from the chaos, containing extremely powerful soul fluctuations. They surged into Zhao Ritian's sea of consciousness in an instant. In his sea of consciousness, endless light bloomed, illuminating the boundless world. His primordial spirit sat cross-legged in the mysterious void, exuding an ancient fluctuation. Every ray of spiritual light that merged into his primordial spirit made his primordial spirit grow stronger. His primordial spirit became more and more mysterious, exuding an immortal aura. Ha ha ha. Today, I finally know that you're you. Zhao Ritian, you're finally awake, the second uncle's voice rang in Zhao Ritian's sea of consciousness. It contained joy, relief, and excitement. However, Zhao Ritian was immersed in the vast torrent of memories and accepting the transformation of his primordial spirit. He was extremely calm. Damn it. How could you break free from the 10,000 Emperor Spirit Lock Heaven Fate Curse? Di Hao, you deserve to die. I'm the real Di Hao. The Emperor was also pushed back by the terrifying power that erupted from Zhao Ritian's body. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His face instantly became extremely gloomy, filled with monstrous killing intent. He was only one step away from success. As long as Zhao Ritian's skull was shattered and his forbidden soul was devoured, the Son of Heaven would be completely perfected. Furthermore, Zhao Ritian's cultivation had yet to prove his Tao and become a saint. There was no way he could break free from the 10,000 Emperor Spirit Lock Heaven Fate Curse. How did he do it? So what if you've broken the 10,000 Emperor Spirit Lock Heaven Fate Curse? So what if you've recovered your past memories? Your flesh and blood, your bones, your strength, they are all mine. No one can save you today. You must die. The Son of Heaven seemed to have gone crazy. Monstrous killing intent burst out from his body. The power of the Sky Emperor true body was pushed to the extreme by him. Rumble, the vast Celestial Emperor real body became more and more solid, but the Celestial Emperor real body was trembling violently, as if it wanted to break free from the shackles of the Emperor. Old thing, after so many years, are you still not satisfied? Ha ha ha. Today, not only will I kill you, I will also kill your son. I am the real Dihao, the real son of heaven Dao. The son of heaven mumbled to himself. His eyes were covered with a layer of blood. Terrifying energy rose from his body. Divine chains of order crossed the sky and firmly sealed the celestial emperor real body. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, he walked towards Zhao Ritian. The killing intent around him seemed to have materialized. There was a crimson light in his palm that contained an energy fluctuation that could devour everything. It slowly moved towards Zhao Ritian. Even if Zhao Ritian had awakened, his physical body was destroyed. Even if his immortal primordial spirit was restored, he was no match for the Son of Heaven. The Son of Heaven was confident that he could kill Zhao Ritian and turn him into a complete part of himself. What kind of madness is he having? Sensing the crazy killing intent from the Son of Heaven, the Shaman King and the other two could not help but change their expressions. Although they instinctively felt that something was wrong and that the relationship between Zhao Ritian and the Son of Heaven was not ordinary, they were not willing to make a move. The Son of Heaven was on the verge of exploding. They were not willing to provoke such a Son of Heaven. Idiot, you want to hurt my nephew? Are you worthy? In Zhao Ritian's sea of consciousness, the second master saw the Son of Heaven slowly approaching. Killing intent flashed in his eyes and an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation was emitted from his body. However, he suddenly felt some kind of aura and could not help but be slightly stunned. Rumble, in the chaotic battlefield, blazing divine light rose and the heavens and earth shook. A figure in snow-white robes instantly appeared in the battlefield. He looked handsome and elegant, but his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. He simply threw a punch towards the Son of Heaven. Son of Heaven, you're courting death. The cold voice was like a thunderclap. The fist print was in front of the Son of Heaven in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao? I haven't looked for you yet, but you've delivered yourself to me. You're courting death. A cold light flashed in the Son of Heaven's eyes. He instantly recognized that the white-robed figure was Ling Xiao. Terrifying energy erupted from his body and the Son of Heaven's fist met the attack. Rumble, the void trembled violently, and the blazing divine light exploded. The endless chaotic mist was annihilated one after another. The Son of Heaven's expression changed drastically. He felt that although Ling Xiao's fist print looked simple, it contained a domineering and invincible power. Even his Son of Heaven's fist could not withstand it. The Son of Heaven's body shook violently and he was sent flying. In the void, blazing divine light rose. Ling Xiao's white robes and black hair fluttered in the wind. He maintained his punching posture and his entire body seemed to be rooted in the sky. He did not retreat at all. The power of a casual punch was incredible. What? The Shaman King, the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince, and the Undying Emperor Prince could not help but tremble and gasp. They knew how strong the Son of Heaven was when he unleashed his Son of Heaven's true form. Even the three of them could not withstand the full power of the Son of Heaven's true form. However, the Son of Heaven was repelled by Ling Xiao's punch. What kind of power was this? When they saw Ling Xiao, their hearts were burning with greed. They coveted the wordless heavenly book on Ling Xiao. However, this punch shattered all their greed. Son of Heaven, how dare you hurt Zhao Ritian? Do you want to die? Ling Xiao looked at the Son of Heaven indifferently. His voice was domineering and sharp. The current Ling Xiao had completely mastered the 12 sky skills. He had also obtained the power of providence from the white dragon horse and the others. He had condensed purple providence, which was why he was able to enter the battlefield of the final battle. The God Clan seal understood the heavens and earth. It even revealed everything that happened in the final battle to Ling Xiao's consciousness. Therefore, he also saw the strange battle between Zhao Ritian and the Son of Heaven. Ling Xiao, how did your combat strength increase to this extent? Tianzi's blood was boiling, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao's overbearing punch was purely based on his physical strength. It made Tianzi feel as if he was facing a chaotic divine demon from ancient times. He was invincible. However, not long ago, he and Ling Xiao had fought to a draw, and that was when Tianzi had not activated his Heavenly Emperor real body. Now that he had unleashed the strongest power of the Heavenly Emperor real body, he was still sent flying by Ling Xiao's punch. Nothing is immutable. Tianzi, let's settle the old and new grudges today. And the Undying Prince, no one can save you today. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His voice was extremely calm. He stepped on the void, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. He exuded an ethereal and otherworldly aura. He did not seem to have any aura of cultivation, but he seemed to be separated from Xianxia and the others by an endless time and space. He looked very mysterious. His eyes were dazzling, bright, and mysterious. They flowed with brilliant light, as if they contained the great Tao of the heavens and realms. When he looked at them, it was as if he could see through them. Arrogant. Today, it's either you die or I die. The Undying Prince's eyes turned cold as he said coldly. Demonic chi rose around him, and an ancient world rose, exuding an eternal aura. His life origin was incomparably thick, and it was as boundless as the vast sea. An ancient and mysterious saber appeared in his hand. It looked simple and unadorned, but it contained a peerless killing intent and sharpness. It instantly locked onto Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, you ruined my plans. I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes. You'll never be reincarnated. Tianzi said through gritted teeth. He was extremely angry. He was only one step away from completely devouring Zhao Ritian's forbidden soul and reaching the great perfection realm. However, Ling Xiao had ruined it. A terrifying aura rose around him, causing the surrounding chaos to tremble. Vast demonic chi gushed out, and the flawless origin energy intertwined. It formed a perfect balance on Tianzi's body, causing his aura to soar again. You've cultivated the demonic technique? He deserves to die. Murderous intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Tianzi's terrifying demonic chi contained a vast emperor's aura. It was obvious that he had cultivated a supreme emperor scripture of the demon race. He completely did not think that the dignified son of a heavenly emperor would actually cultivate the fiend race's imperial sutra. In addition, the demonic light around Tianzi surged like an endless hell. Countless ferocious ghostly faces were howling, and countless vengeful spirits were howling. Clearly, Tianzi had caused boundless slaughter in order to successfully cultivate this supreme imperial scripture. Rumble, Ling Xiao punched out towards Tianzi. The fist imprint was unparalleled, accompanied by a dragon's roar. The pores all over Ling Xiao's body spewed out blazing light as if it could pierce through the chaos. The moment he attacked, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked, causing the ancient chaotic battlefield to rumble and shake. Kill. Tianzi was also a little crazy. Demonic light surged around his body and the origin energy intertwined. A vast fist print soared into the sky and split into two in an instant. One was the Heavenly Emperor's fist. It was mighty, piercing through 3,000 worlds and suppressing invincibility. The other was the Killing Fist. It was wrapped in endless evil chi and resentment, causing one's mind to shake and fall into an endless hell. Crack, the terrifying fist imprint collided in the void, instantly causing the sky to rumble. The Heavenly Emperor's fist was unparalleled, but the Heavenly Emperor's divine power that erupted from Ling Zhao's body made it impossible for Tianzi to resist and resist. The Heavenly Emperor's fist imprint suddenly shattered. At the same time, the Killing Fist appeared in front of Ling Zhao's forehead like a ghost. The evil chi of hundreds of millions of vengeful spirits gushed out, wanting to directly rush into Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness and completely tear his primordial spirit apart. This is the inheritance of the endless demon emperor? I didn't expect it to fall into Tianzi's hands. He really hid it well. The Heavenly Corpse Emperor's eyes flashed and he said with some shock. The endless demon emperor was a supreme expert of the demon clan in ancient times. His status was comparable to the current undying demon emperor. He was the lord of the demon world and created the endless hell. In ancient times, he caused endless slaughter and buried hundreds of millions of creatures in the endless hell. In the end, a few great emperors from the ancient times chased after the Avicii Devil Emperor. Although they killed the Avicii Devil Emperor in the end, one of them was dragged down by the Avicii Devil Emperor and died together in the Avicii Hell. Although Heavenly Corpse Emperor Prince came from a very long time ago, the era of the Seamless Demon Emperor was even older. Heavenly Corpse Emperor Prince had heard of the Seamless Demon Emperor's name, but he didn't expect that the inheritance of the Seamless Demon Emperor would fall into the hands of Heavenly Sun. Tianzi's strength has reached an extremely terrifying level by integrating the Heavenly Emperor scripture and the Endless scripture at the same time. Without Ling Xiao, I'm afraid none of us would be a match for Tianzi. The shaman spirit king said with some shock and disappointment. Although he thought highly of himself and was regarded as a peerless genius of the sorcerer tribe in thousands of years, facing Ling Xiao and Tianzi at this moment, he still felt a sense of inferiority. Even with the integration of the two imperial scriptures, I suspect that Tianzi is still no match for Ling Xiao. The Heavenly Corpse Emperor said with deep eyes. Boom, the fist of slaughter contained billions of wraiths from the Avicii hell. It was a kind of invisible spiritual energy. It entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness in an instant, trying to tear Ling Xiao's primordial spirit into pieces. These resentful spirits all transferred their hatred for Tianzi to Ling Xiao. Endless resentment and killing intent surged. Even a sage could not resist the invasion of the endless hell. Buzz, however, Ling Xiao's primordial spirit sat cross-legged in his sea of consciousness. He looked calm and composed. Radiant light radiated from his body. In the sea of consciousness where the vengeful spirits were surging, dazzling divine halos filled the air. They contained vast true will of the great path, causing Ling Xiao's primordial spirit to be enveloped in an immortal power. A total of 12 divine rings spread out, exuding an aura of chaos, immortality, and eternity. When the vast resentful spirits touched the 12 divine rings of the consciousness sea, they were instantly annihilated. Like ice melting silently, this incomparably terrifying punch was directly dispelled by Ling Xiao just like that. The inheritance of the endless demon emperor? It's just SOSO. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and looked calmly at Tianzi in front of him, revealing a hint of mockery in his eyes. What? Swoosh, Ling Xiao pointed a finger at Tianzi's forehead. His finger was sparkling and translucent, containing an aura of time. It made the surrounding space seem to have stopped for a moment. Time imprisoning heavenly finger, the emperor technique of the Time Sutra contained the power of time. It could imprison heaven and earth with unfathomable power. Tianzi only felt that when the finger came, it was as if there were invisible chains of time wrapping around him, making him feel as if he was fixed in the void. He could only watch as the finger came before his forehead. This is the power of time? Break! Tianzi roared. His eyes were filled with madness. The divine power of the two peerless imperial scriptures burst out from his body, causing the surrounding sky to tremble violently. The chains of time that were binding him were broken, but Ling Xiao's finger also pierced through Tianzi's forehead. Puff, blood light filled the air. Tianzi's entire body trembled. There seemed to be a huge wave in his sea of consciousness. He looked up to the sky and roared. A black vortex of demonic light gathered in his sea of consciousness and devoured the terrifying divine power contained in the time-imprisoning heavenly finger. Although Tianzi had blocked the attack, he was still severely injured. He staggered back, his body trembling violently. Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the flowing time emperor and displayed the time-imprisoning heavenly finger. This attack was too sudden, and even Tianzi could not react in time. He was instantly injured. The energy of time was the greatest and most vast energy. It was capable of obliterating and burying everything. It could even destroy the heavens and cause all living beings to fall. Even the peerless great emperors could not withstand the erosion of time. Since ancient times, so many peerless great emperors had been buried in the long river of time. Only a few words of their deeds had been passed down. Your physical body is so strong? But you still have to die. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. Chaotic light rose from his palm and the ethereal power of fate filled the air. The aura of karma flickered and eventually formed a mysterious and ancient reincarnation. Ling Xiao threw out a punch. 4 types of supreme power gathered in his palm. It was vast and mighty as if it could annihilate everything, pressing down on Tianzi. Chaos, fate, karma, reincarnation, these 4 secret skills contained the ultimate mysteries of the universe. Although Ling Xiao had yet to fully comprehend them, he was already able to borrow a sliver of the power of the 4 secret skills and gather them into one to unleash an earth-shattering, unparalleled force. Ling Xiao, take my blade. At this moment, the undying prince also roared. The aura around him rose to the extreme. Terrifying blood chi rose as if the blood in his body was burning. The ancient blade in his hand rose into the air. In an instant, 100,000 feet long blade aura swept across the sky and slashed down on Ling Xiao, Undying Heavenly Blade. The Supreme Emperor art of the Undying Scripture was also one of the strongest techniques of the Undying Demon Emperor. With a single slash, it could plunder the vitality of 10,000 creatures and kill everything. The more living beings killed by the Undying Heaven Blade, the stronger the master of the Undying Heaven Blade would become. In the end, with the help of the vast and boundless life essence, the master could even unleash destructive power. While Ling Xiao and Tianzi were fighting, the Undying Prince activated his Undying Emperor blood and accumulated his blade aura to the extreme. Then, he unleashed this ultimate attack. Undying Prince? I let you escape last time. This time, let's see where you can escape to. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly. A bright light appeared in his other hand. It contained the aura of yin and yang and the 5 elements. In an instant, it turned into a dazzling rainbow light. Boom! Ling Xiao's palm slammed toward the Undying Prince. The rainbow light rose majestically and shrouded the Undying Prince. The rainbow light was a peerless secret technique that Ling Xiao had comprehended after comprehending the 5 elements secret technique and the yin-yang secret technique. It contained the power of the 5 elements and the yin-yang secret technique. The Undying Heavenly Sword used by the Undying Prince was indeed very powerful. Ling Xiao also wanted to test the power of the rainbow light. He instantly attacked the Undying Prince. At the same time, Ling Xiao did not stop chasing after Tianzi. The 4 imperial palm print contained the power of the 4 elements. It sealed the surrounding chaotic void and pressed down on Tianzi. Boom! There was a hint of madness in Tianzi's eyes as he roared. Half of his body was covered in black demonic light while the other half was covered in blazing chaotic aura. They intertwined and formed a huge yin-yang tai chi diagram that shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, let's see if you can break my divine demon diagram. Tianzi said coldly. The yin-yang tai chi diagram contained the power of the divine demon. It was a peerless secret technique that Tianzi had created himself. It could seal everything and had an extremely strong defensive power. This was Tianzi's attempt to merge the Seamless Sutra and the Heavenly Emperor Sutra. It also represented his ambition. He wanted to break away from the Tao of the Seamless Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor and walk his own path. Crack, Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent. Facing the attacks of Tianzi and the Undying Prince at the same time, he did not retreat. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. He won with the 4 imperial palm print and the 7-colored divine light. The 4 imperial palm print was extremely powerful. It suddenly hit the divine demon diagram, causing the void to shake violently. Endless demonic light and chaotic chi exploded. The divine demon diagram also became extremely bright in an instant. Tianzi's body shook violently and he was sent flying. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that the divine demon diagram was extremely sturdy. It was not destroyed by his palm. Clang, the Undying Heavenly Blade released a blazing saber light. The huge saber seemed to be able to destroy everything. However, when it collided with the 7-colored divine light, it seemed to have slashed through the air and lost its lock on Ling Xiao. What made the Undying Prince's face change drastically was that the 7-colored divine light contained the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang. It flowed endlessly and continuously destroyed the power of the Undying Heavenly Blade. In the end, the terrifying saber light exploded. The Undying Prince was sent flying. His chi and blood were in turmoil. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Although he had overestimated Ling Xiao's combat strength, when he really faced Ling Xiao, he found that the gap between him and Ling Xiao had become huge. The Undying Heavenly Blade that he had used all his strength to attack was easily destroyed by the 7-colored divine light. Just with the 2 of you? Do you think you are qualified to fight for the position of the Chosen One? Ling Xiao's eyes were cold, but his attacks did not stop at all. There was no aura of smoke or fire around him, but his attacks contained supreme power. Every move he made contained the power to suppress everything. Tianzi and the Undying Prince roared and exploded with their strongest power. Even their Great Emperor bloodline and Supreme Emperor scripture were activated. However, they were still at a disadvantage. Kill. The Shaman King and the Heavenly Corpse Prince looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. They instantly jumped up and attacked. the Sorcerer King and the Heavenly Corpse Emperor Prince finally made their move. They had been watching the battle and realized that even though the Son of Heaven and the Undying Prince had joined forces, they were still suppressed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength had shocked them. However, whether it was the Chosen One or the wordless heavenly book on Ling Xiao, they coveted it and could not give up. They had noticed that Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian had a good relationship, so they wanted to take this opportunity to capture Zhao Ritian. Perhaps this could make Ling Xiao hesitate. You're courting death. Ling Xiao also noticed that the Sorcerer King and the Heavenly Corpse Emperor Prince had attacked Zhao Ritian. Cold light flashed in his eyes and he was about to give up the battle with the Son of Heaven and the Undying Prince to rescue Zhao Ritian. Ling Xiao, you haven't broken my celestial demon diagram and you want to leave? The Son of Heaven sneered. Blazing divine light rose from his body and the celestial demon diagram spun, sprinkling down divine chains of order and suppressing Ling Xiao. He had noticed the actions of the Sorcerer King and the Heavenly Corpse Emperor Prince. He could not let Ling Xiao go to rescue Zhao Ritian, so he decisively stopped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, taste the power of my immortal seal. The Undying Prince's eyes also turned cold and he sneered. He punched out, and an ancient fist print swept across the void, containing immortal fluctuations and majestic vitality. It was surrounded by mysterious runes as if it could devour all vitality. As soon as the immortal seal appeared, Ling Xiao felt that the vitality in his body was a little chaotic, as if it was going to rush out of his body and rush toward the immortal seal. Get lost. Ling Xiao's eyes were overflowing with murderous intent. 7-colored heavenly light rose from his palm, containing the power to disintegrate and destroy everything. In an instant it bloomed mightily, covering the sky and covering the sun like a vast 7-colored ocean. Buzz, in Ling Xiao's palm, the flipping sky seal bloomed with blazing light, like an ancient mountain, and suppressed the Sorcerer King and the Undying Prince. The power of the flipping sky seal was unparalleled. In addition, the device spirit of the flipping sky seal, Thunder Spirit King, had already reached the Sage Realm. He practiced the secret skill of divine punishment in the flipping sky seal every day. Thus, he was extremely powerful. Ling Xiao also hoped that the sky-flipping seal would be able to stop the Shaman King and the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince temporarily. After he defeated the Emperor and the Undying Emperor Prince, he would come back to rescue Zhao Ritian. You want to stop us with a mere saint treasure? In your dreams. The Sorcerer King sneered. The muscles all over his body burst out with violent power. He threw a punch, trying to blow the flipping sky seal away. He was a peerless genius of the Sorcerer tribe. The Sorcerer tribe was best at refining their bodies, and their bodies were extremely powerful. The body of the Sorcerer King was even comparable to a holy treasure. In his opinion, he could blow up the flipping sky seal with one punch. Rumble, the flipping sky seal was ancient and mysterious. In an instant, blazing thunderbolts burst out from it. They were mighty like divine punishment. The thunderbolts intertwined and twisted like dragons. They contained terrifying destructive power and collided with the Sorcerer King in an instant. The void vibrated violently. Not only was the flipping sky seal not blown away as the Shaman Spirit King had imagined, but the terrible thunder vibrated and made him tremble all over. The electric current raged on his body, making his hair sizzle. The Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince's eyes flashed. He flapped his wings and shuttled through the thunderbolts to avoid the bombardment of the secret skill of divine punishment. He was from the zombie tribe and hated this kind of power. The secret skill of divine punishment seemed to have a natural restraint on him. He was unable to get close to Zhao Ritian for a while. The flipping sky seal, or the flipping sky emperor seal, in Zhao Ritian's consciousness sea, the second master saw the flipping sky seal floating in the void. His eyes were filled with nostalgia as he sighed softly. Swoosh, the next moment, he turned into a dazzling streamer and rushed out of Zhao Ritian's consciousness sea. In an instant, he entered the flipping sky seal. The Thunder Spirit King, who was controlling the flipping sky seal to fend off the enemy, suddenly trembled. He felt as though he was being stared at by an ancient beast. His body stiffened and he could not move. Who are you? The Thunder Spirit King asked in a trembling voice. Don't worry. Lend me the flipping sky seal temporarily. These two dared to attack Di Hao. It's time to teach them a lesson. An old and majestic voice rang in the Thunder Spirit King's ears. Who is Di Hao? The Thunder Spirit King was stunned and asked doubtfully. However, the voice did not answer him. The flipping sky seal moved instantly. Rumble, the flipping sky seal trembled slightly. In the next moment, a vast and unparalleled power gushed out from the flipping sky seal. Its power suddenly increased by dozens of times. It was like a dazzling sun, crossing the sky. When the Shaman Spiritual King and the Heaven Corpse Emperor's son discovered that the thunderbolts in the flipping sky seal had dissipated, they wanted to capture Zhao Ritian in one go. However, they suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura erupting. Crack, the flipping sky seal fell from the sky with destructive power. It was majestic, ancient, and immortal, as though it could break the heavens and earth. What? The Shaman Spiritual King and the Heaven Corpse Emperor's son could not help but tremble. Their eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. The power that erupted from the flipping sky seal made their scalps tingle. Without thinking, blazing divine light gushed out from their bodies. They directly exploded with their strongest power and met the flipping sky seal head-on. Rumble, the two dazzling torrents collided with the flipping sky seal. In an instant, the sky shook and the two torrents collapsed. The Shaman Spiritual King and the Heaven Corpse Emperor's son trembled violently. They felt as though they had collided with an indestructible mountain and were directly thrown out. How dare you two ants attack Di Hao? The cold voice exploded in the void. It contained an ancient and majestic fluctuation. The Shaman Spiritual King and the Heaven Corpse Emperor's son could not help but change their expressions. Who are you? The Shaman Spiritual King asked coldly. Rumble, the flipping sky seal fell from the sky and floated above Zhao Ritian's head. It sprinkled rays of dazzling light and formed a mysterious bounded domain to protect Zhao Ritian. The voice did not sound again. It was as if it did not care about the Shaman Spiritual King and the Heaven Corpse Emperor's son. Damn it! The Heaven Corpse Emperor's son growled. His fangs were sharp, and his bloody eyes were ferocious. He felt extremely aggrieved. They did not expect Zhao Ritian to be protected by a mysterious expert. Although they did not know who that person was, they vaguely guessed that there was an extremely powerful device spirit hidden in the flipping sky seal. The bounded domain formed by the flipping sky seal was extremely powerful. Even if the two of them attacked together, it would be difficult to break the bounded domain in a short period of time. The only thing we can do now is to kill Ling Xiao first. Boom, majestic chi and blood surged around the Sorcerer King. Dazzling runes rose one after another, causing the muscles all over his body to swell up. The Shaman King was originally more than 10 feet tall, but now his body expanded, and in an instant, he turned into a giant that was dozens of feet tall. His body was full of explosive power, ancient, primitive, and mysterious, as if he could destroy everything. He punched toward Ling Xiao. His huge fist was like a small mountain, blooming with a blazing fist radiance. Roar, the Heaven Corpse Emperor's son suddenly roared. His voice was extremely sharp, containing a terrifying sound wave that could make one's primordial spirit tremble. He bared his fangs and spread his wings, which were like clouds in the sky. His body exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The Heaven Corpse Emperor's son trembled, and in an instant, he turned into a blood-red lightning and shot toward Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao was fighting with the Son of Heaven and the Undying Prince, with blazing divine light rising around him. No matter how the Son of Heaven and the Undying Prince attacked, Ling Xiao blocked them all. At this moment, seeing that the Shaman King and the Heaven Corpse Emperor's son had joined in, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. You're courting death. I was going to spare your lives, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao shouted coldly. Blazing divine light rose around him, and he punched toward the Shaman King. The Shaman King's ancient divine power was extremely terrifying. It came from the ancient sorcerer tribe, and it was not inferior to the geniuses of the demon clan. However, when he faced Ling Xiao, he realized how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Crack, the void shook violently, and the sky in all directions shook as if billions of stars were sprinkling down. The Sorcerer King felt an unparalleled divine power coming from Ling Xiao's fist. It was as vast as the sea, and he suddenly retreated. Get lost. After Ling Xiao repelled the shaman spirit king, a blazing divine light rose from his body, and he slammed his palm toward the heavenly corpse imperial prince. The huge palm print, which contained the powerful law of the great path, directly slammed into the heavenly corpse imperial prince. The wings of the heavenly corpse imperial prince were as sharp as blades. They collided with Ling Xiao's palms, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. He wanted to cut off Ling Xiao's palms. However, Ling Xiao's palm was extremely sturdy and filled with an immortal luster. It directly slapped the heavenly corpse imperial prince down from the sky. Your flesh has reached its limit? You actually want to turn your body into a saint? The shaman king stared at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Sanctifying one's physical body was a path that countless experts yearned for. It was also the most difficult path. Legend had it that experts who could sanctify their physical bodies would be immortal once they reached the pinnacle. The shaman spirit king's body was incomparably powerful, and he had the talent of the sorcerer tribe. Naturally, he also wanted to walk the path of body sanctification. However, he also knew the difficulty of body sanctification. Even though his body was incomparably powerful now, there was still a long way to go before body sanctification. But now, he realized that Ling Xiao's physical body was not far from sanctifying. In other words, it was only one step away. A genius of the sorcerer tribe? Your body is very strong, but unfortunately, you have taken the wrong path. It's just wishful thinking for you to achieve body sanctification. Ling Xiao glanced at the shaman king indifferently and said, "Arrogant. How can you judge my Tao at will? Ling Xiao, if you don't want to die, hand over the wordless heavenly book, then kneel down and beg for mercy. We can spare your life." The shaman king stared at Ling Xiao gloomily and said, "The heavenly corpse imperial prince, the undying imperial prince, and the emperor stood in the other three directions of Ling Xiao. The four supreme talents surrounded Ling Xiao, and an extremely dangerous aura erupted from their bodies. They locked onto Ling Xiao, who was in the center, as if they were going to launch a fatal blow at any time. Their eyes were filled with powerful battle intent and killing intent. Now that it was the final battle, they did not hold back at all. They all chose to work together to fight against the enemy. Just with you? Ridiculous. Ling Xiao said calmly. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, and a blazing killing intent rose in his heart. The emperor and the undying imperial prince were already dead in his heart. Although the shaman king and the heavenly corpse imperial prince had no enmity with Ling Xiao, they had chosen to attack Ling Xiao because they coveted the wordless heavenly book and became his enemies. To his enemies, he had to be as ruthless as the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Rumble. Ling Xiao was surrounded by a terrifying aura, and circles of bright divine light, which contained the mysterious great Tao precepts, spread out. There were a total of 12 divine rings, which represented the vast power of the 12 sky skills. Ling Xiao, who was in the center, had a mysterious feeling that nothing could invade him. Ling Xiao, you can kill those 3 bastards, but the emperor's body must not suffer too much damage. You have to find a way to destroy the emperor's primordial spirit. At this moment, an ancient and mysterious voice sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. You are the mysterious living spirit in Zhao Ritian's body? Who are you? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. After thinking for a moment, he guessed the origin of this voice and secretly asked. Ahem. You can call me second uncle. The emperor's body and fate belong to Zhao Ritian. Zhao Ritian's real name is Di Hao, and he is the real son of the emperor of heaven. Second uncle coughed softly. What? Ling Zhao's body trembled, and his eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. Ling Zhao's attention was completely attracted by second uncle's words. Di Hao? The real son of the emperor of heaven? Second uncle's words set off a storm in Ling Zhao's mind. He could not believe it, and for a moment, he was slightly distracted. Just as Ling Xiao was distracted, the emperor, the undying imperial prince, the shaman king, and the heavenly corpse imperial prince discovered the flaw in Ling Zhao's body and attacked at the same time. The 4 of them were peerless geniuses, so they naturally knew how to make use of the flaw to explode with a powerful blow. Rumble. 4 blazing divine lights suddenly burst out, containing the vast power of the great Tao precepts. They intertwined with each other and attacked Ling Xiao from all directions, drowning him in an instant. The Emperor of Heaven's fist suppressed the surroundings, the immortal seal destroyed everything, the sorcerer ancestor's palm was unparalleled, and the heavenly corpse saber cut through the sky. The four peerless geniuses used their most powerful killing power, and directly bombarded Ling Xiao's body. The space trembled, and the blazing divine light around Ling Xiao exploded. The runes were destroyed, and the 12 eternal divine rings began to shatter inch by inch in the face of such a terrifying attack. Kill. Zhao Ritian's body had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a trace of his primordial spirit that was wrapped in a dazzling light. It was enshrouded in a dazzling divine glow, looking like a mysterious world. The 10,000 Emperor spirit-locked destiny curse that imprisoned Zhao Ritian's primordial spirit and fate had been completely broken. Zhao Ritian felt his primordial spirit relax. It was an unprecedented restraint, like a baby in his mother's womb. It was incomparably warm. Vaguely, Zhao Ritian seemed to see a vast and mysterious memory world hidden in the depths of his primordial spirit. Heaven and earth were black and yellow, and the universe was chaotic. Above the vast and ancient land, a huge altar towered into the sky. It looked simple and mysterious. There were various ancient runes engraved on it. Each rune contained a vast amount of energy, making the power of the entire altar terrifying to the extreme. Around the altar, there were many corpses of giant beasts. These beasts were thousands of feet or even tens of thousands of feet in size. There were white tigers with snow-white bodies, huge fire dragons that were tens of thousands of feet long, shrouded in flames, and huge demonic birds that were covered in scales and had sword-like wings. These giant beasts contained a vast amount of vitality. At this moment, a vast amount of vitality surged into the altar and was continuously devoured by the altar. On the altar, there was an ancient and mysterious statue. It was a middle-aged man. He was tall and seemed to be able to support the heavens and earth. His face was a little blurry, but his eyes contained an invincible aura that looked down on the world and suppressed the heavens. It was just a statue, but it contained an invincible aura that could suppress everything. Its aura was extremely terrifying. At this moment, there were countless human experts wearing beast skins around the altar. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism and worship as they respectfully knelt down before the statue. Long live the Heavenly Emperor! May the Heavenly Emperor bless the human race and make it prosperous. May the Celestial Emperor be immortal and lead us to exterminate all of those demon bastards. Voices rang out, vast and majestic. They rumbled in the void, causing the sky to tremble at the same time. On the huge altar, there was a magnificent heavenly palace floating above the sea of clouds. It was like an eternal sun, blooming with endless radiance. This was the residence of the human race's ruler, the Heavenly Emperor. Big Brother Yuan, you're amazing. Of the 9 swords of the human sovereign that my father imparted to you, you managed to cultivate to the 6th sword so quickly, unlike me who still can't comprehend the 3rd sword. In a garden in the heavenly palace, hundreds of flowers were in full bloom, contending with each other in their beauty. There was a little boy who looked like he was carved from jade. He looked like he was only 4 or 5 years old, but he was very beautiful. He blinked his big clear eyes, and his eyelashes were very long. At this moment, his eyes were filled with worship. In front of him stood a young man in white. He looked handsome and extraordinary. He put away the long sword in his hand and turned to smile at the little boy. Howard, you're slacking off again. Emperor Father said that the 9 swords of the human sovereign must be comprehended by oneself. If I teach you, I will be harming you. If you don't cultivate properly, how will you follow an imperial father's footsteps in the future and conquer the heavens? Di Yuan patted the little boy's head and smiled dotingly. Humph. I don't care. I'm still a child. I'll follow imperial father and conquer the world. Having Big Brother Yuan is enough. I'm tired again. The little boy's eyes revealed a trace of craftiness. He turned around and jumped onto a stone chair. He lay down on it and grabbed a spiritual fruit and threw it into his mouth. Howard, you have imperial father's bloodline. You are the son of heaven and the future hope of the human tribe. Now that your cultivation has reached the peak of the divine king realm, when you become a sage, I'm afraid even I won't be your match. You're just too naughty. Di Yuan shook his head helplessly. However, there was a strange glint in his eyes when he looked at Di Hao. Hee, big brother Yuan, cultivation is too tiring. I don't want to be the son of heaven. You have to work hard. Imperial Father's inheritance is waiting for you. Who knows, you might be the next Emperor Yuan Tian. Di Hao said with a smile. His face was full of smiles. However, I really don't know what to do with you. Di Yuan shook his head and said. Big brother Yuan, the demon tribe has been chased out of the divine world by Imperial Father. Now that the human tribe has become the master of the divine world, why does Imperial Father still want to kill those demon bastards? I hope Imperial Father can play with me. Di Hao said in a bored tone. However, although the demon tribe has been chased out of the divine world, the demon tribe has a strong foundation. They used to be the epic master during the Antiquity Age. They can't be underestimated. The human tribe and the demon tribe are mortal enemies. If we don't kill the demon tribe, I'm afraid the human tribe will be in big trouble when they recover their strength. Imperial Father's action is to get rid of all future troubles for the human tribe. Di Yuan explained slowly. However, it's still too risky to kill our way into the demon realm. Di Hao said worriedly. Rumble, as soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding sky shook violently. The sun in the void turned black. Strong winds blew and dark clouds roared. Blood rain fell from the sky as if the heavens were crying. Crack, on the huge altar, the celestial emperor's statue actually cracked open from its forehead. Streams of blood flowed out from it. It looked extremely tragic. Blood rain from the sky? Did a great emperor fall? What's going on? Oh no. The heavenly emperor statue broke. Did something happen to the heavenly emperor? Impossible. How is this possible? His Majesty the Celestial Emperor swept through the heavens, suppressing all enemies. Even a devil emperor was killed by him. Who can kill him? Horrified voices rang out in the heavenly palace. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. The entire heavenly palace began to boil at this moment. Many human race experts were in a state of chaos. People kept going out to inquire about the news, wanting to know what had happened. However, there was news soon. To be exact, it was the news spread by the demon tribe. The heavenly emperor led many followers to hunt down the demon tribe experts. However, they were ambushed in the demon realm. The 5 demon emperors in the demon realm, the light demon emperor, the heavenly demon emperor, the blood prison demon emperor, the original demon emperor, and the undying demon emperor, joined forces with the 5 great emperors from the sorcerer tribe, the ghost tribe, and other races. A total of 10 great emperors set up a trap to kill the heavenly emperor. They set up an inescapable trap. Not only did the 10 great emperors use the 10 great emperor weapons, but the demon realm also took out the wordless heavenly book, which had been hidden for a long time, to trap the heavenly emperor in the demon realm. In the end, all of the heavenly emperor's followers died in the battle. The heavenly emperor went completely mad. In one battle, he had killed 7 great emperors and severely injured 3 great emperors. Although this glorious battle record was enough to shock the universe and make all living beings tremble in fear, the heavenly emperor had still fallen. One of the heavenly emperor's 2 great emperor weapons, the heavenly emperor seal, was destroyed and the heavenly emperor sword was severely damaged. The divine realm felt it and the heavens wailed in sorrow as blood rained down. When the news spread to the divine realm, the humans found it hard to believe. Many of them were heartbroken and some even fainted from crying. The entire divine realm was covered with a layer of sadness. The Sky Emperor was the most astonishing figure of the human race in recent years. Before the appearance of the Sky Emperor, the human race was incomparably miserable. It was the darkest days of the human race. They were wantonly humiliated by the demon race and became food for the demon race. They lived lives worse than beasts. It was the heavenly emperor's appearance that led the human race to rise step by step. He chased the demon race out of the divine realm and led the human race to power and glory. Now, the human race had become the master of the divine realm and there were many experts in the human race. Many of them were ambitious and wanted to follow the heavenly emperor to conquer the universe. But now, there was news of the heavenly emperor's death. How could the humans not be sad? The heavenly emperor had an extremely high prestige in the human race. His death was like the light that led the human race to the end. In an instant, the divine realm fell into a state of chaos. In the heavenly palace, Di Yuan and Di Hao were completely stunned by the news. "Father!" Di Hao shouted. His little face became extremely pale and tears fell from his big clear eyes. His eyes were filled with fear and one could not help but feel pity for him. He was only 5 years old. Although he was still young, he had inherited the Heavenly Emperor's peerless bloodline and supreme talent. He matured much earlier than the average person and naturally understood the significance of the Heavenly Emperor's death. When he thought that he would never see his father again, he was extremely sad. His heart was filled with great fear and loneliness. It was as if he was the only one left in this vast world. "Father," Di Yuan was also shocked. He took a deep breath and there was an extremely complicated look in his eyes. Although he was only an orphan picked up by the Heavenly Emperor and adopted by the Heavenly Emperor treated him as his own son and had always taught him well. It was impossible to say that he was not sad. But the Celestial Emperor's death also made him heave a sigh of relief in his heart. At the very least, that plan could be implemented. "Brother Yuan, I don't believe that father will die." His father, Di Tianzong, was invincible in this world. There was no one who could kill him. "I want to find Imperial Father, I want to find Imperial Father," Di Hao said as he gripped Di Yuan's arm tightly. Then, he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Bang, however, at this moment, Di Hao felt a heavy blow on his back. He could not help but see darkness before he fainted. When Di Hao woke up in his sea of consciousness, he found himself tied to a cold stone pillar. The surroundings were incomparably dim. This was a secret room. Only the fluoride above his head sprinkled down a little bit of light. "It hurts," Di Hao's face paled as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He saw the chains actually pierce through his collarbone, emitting a bone-chilling coldness. They bound him to the stone pillar, sealing his cultivation so that he couldn't move at all. Buzz, there was a crisp sound of a sword ringing. The darkness in front of Di Hao slowly dispersed. A figure in white, holding an ancient sword in his hand, appeared. His eyes were burning with passion. "Brother Yuan," Di Hao was stunned. The youth in white in front of him was Di Yuan. "Di Hao. Do you recognize this sword?" Di Yuan slowly turned around. His face was incomparably cold. He no longer had his usual smile and doting look. Instead, there was only a haughty attitude. "This is Imperial Father's Heavenly Tao Emperor sword? Why is it in your hands?" Di Hao's body trembled as his eyes were filled with disbelief. According to the news, after the Celestial Emperor fell, the Celestial Emperor's seal was destroyed and broken into pieces. The Heavenly Tao Emperor sword was also severely damaged. However, it had disappeared and no one knew who had it. Now, seeing the Heavenly Tao Emperor sword in Di Yuan's hands, Di Hao was naturally in disbelief. "Why?" "Because this is the sword nurturing pool of the Heavenly Tao Emperor sword. The Heavenly Tao Emperor sword is an extreme Tao Emperor weapon. Even if it was severely damaged in the battle and its weapon spirit was destroyed, it will still return to the sword nurturing pool. Do you understand?" Di Yuan said plainly. "Sword nurturing pool? Brother Yuan, what are you trying to do? Why did you tie me up?" Di Hao's heart trembled as he asked Di Yuan. "Because you have the complete inheritance of the Celestial Emperor scripture. Only your Celestial Emperor bloodline can activate the Celestial Emperor scripture and nourish the Heavenly Tao Emperor sword. However, can you give me your Celestial Emperor bloodline?" Di Yuan smiled faintly. However, his smile was extremely cold in Di Hao's eyes. Even his voice contained a fluctuation that sent chills down one's spine. Di Hao's heart slowly sank. "You want to kill me?" Di Hao's voice trembled. No, no, no. To be exact, I want to take over your body. However, if I take over your physical body, your Celestial Emperor bloodline, the Celestial Emperor scripture, and the Heavenly Tao Emperor sword, do you think I will become the true emperor?" Di Yuan said with a smile. However, the content of his words made Di Hao tremble. "Why? Brother Yuan, why are you doing this to me? If you want the Celestial Emperor scripture and the Heavenly Tao Emperor sword, I can give them to you. Why do you have to kill me?" Di Hao stared at Di Yuan in disbelief as he spoke. His eyes were filled with anger and sorrow. His little face grew increasingly pale as his body trembled. It was as though he was going to faint at any moment. The Celestial Emperor had perished in the demon world. He had yet to recover from this grievous news. Brother Yuan, whom he was extremely close to and respected, actually wanted to kill him and take over his Celestial Emperor bloodline? Why? Why do you think? Why should you be respected by everyone just because you are the son of the Celestial Emperor? Why should I be bullied by countless people? Why should you be born with the Celestial Emperor bloodline? Why should your cultivation improve by leaps and bounds? Why should you be able to easily reach the realm that I have always dreamed of without any effort? Why should that old thing pass the Celestial Emperor scripture to you but keep his mouth shut about me? Do you know how hard I worked? Do you know how much I suffered in order to gain his recognition? You don't know anything. You don't understand anything. However, you have obtained everything. But Father has been so nice to you. Why would you think that? Di Hao looked at Di Yuan's distorted face and was completely stunned. He suddenly felt that Di Yuan was a stranger. The brother Yuan who used to dote on him seemed to have disappeared completely and was filled with a sense of distance. Di Hao did not know why Di Yuan would think that way, but he knew that Di Yuan would not let him go today. Nice to me? Hee, do you think I will believe that? That old thing is already dead. Today, I will send you to see him. But don't worry, I will make good use of your bloodline and body. From today onwards, I will be the true emperor. Di Yuan's eyes were filled with a cold smile as he walked towards Di Hao slowly. Buzz, a small silver knife appeared in Di Yuan's palm. It looked extremely sharp and was shining brightly. Di Yuan's name was engraved on it. It was the sacred treasure that the Sky Emperor had given to Di Yuan. Di Yuan held the silver knife and slowly stabbed it towards Di Hao's heart. Puff, there was a flash of blood-red light, and the silver knife sank into Di Hao's chest. A bloody hole appeared, and golden blood slowly flowed out of the silver knife. Brother Yuan, it hurts. Di Hao's face was extremely pale. He was murmuring and his eyes were filled with a pitiful look. His cultivation was sealed. The silver knife seemed to contain a power fluctuation that could devour everything. It sucked out all the blood in Di Hao's body. A golden pool of blood appeared around Di Hao. It contained an extremely majestic power fluctuation. It was majestic and mysterious. After seeing the golden pool of blood, Di Yuan's eyes became heated. This was the blood in Di Hao's body. It contained the Sky Emperor's bloodline and the Sky Emperor's ultimate inheritance. It was like a key. Only the Sky Emperor's bloodline could open the Sky Emperor scripture and the Sky Emperor sword and control everything that the Sky Emperor had left behind. Di Yuan's expression was extremely cold. It was as if he did not care about Di Hao's life or death. All his attention was on the flowing golden blood. As Di Hao lost too much blood, his face was as pale as paper. His life force became extremely weak. He was like a candle flame in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Father, Di Hao murmured, as if he had completely fainted. His thin body was curled up into a ball, looking extremely pitiful. At this juncture of life and death, perhaps only the benevolent smile and love of the Celestial Emperor could give him some warmth. Now is the time. Di Yuan carefully observed the changes in Di Hao's body. His expression was indifferent. When Di Hao's blood ran dry, his eyes flashed and he drew a talisman in the void. A black talisman turned into a mysterious devouring vortex and imprinted itself between Di Hao's eyebrows. Crack, Di Hao's forehead seemed to have cracked open. His sea of consciousness was vast and boundless like the starry sky. It was incomparably mysterious. Di Hao's primordial spirit was completely golden. It sat cross-legged in his sea of consciousness and emitted an impenetrable fluctuation. Wang, just as the black rune entered Di Hao's forehead and was about to pull his primordial spirit out of his sea of consciousness, the void suddenly shook. Rumble, blazing divine light gushed out. Di Hao's primordial spirit emitted an ancient and mysterious light. Its aura was vast and unparalleled. An ancient figure appeared. The figure was surrounded by endless chaotic light, as if it was the Lord of all spirits. It emitted an invincible aura that suppressed the heavens, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The real body of the Celestial Emperor? Di Yuan's body shook. His eyes were filled with fear and passion. He was afraid because the aura of the real body of the Celestial Emperor was too terrifying. He felt that just a wisp of aura was enough to kill him completely, leaving nothing behind. The passion was because this was the last real body of the Celestial Emperor. Not only did it have the inheritance of the Celestial Emperor's scripture, but it also had various insights and divine skills of the Celestial Emperor. If he could refine this real body of the Celestial Emperor, he would be able to obtain all of the Celestial Emperor's inheritance. Under the protection of the real body of the Celestial Emperor, Dihao's primordial spirit had an impenetrable aura. It was as if no force could hurt him. Fortunately, I was prepared. Although the real body of the Celestial Emperor is powerful, you don't have the support of the Celestial Emperor's bloodline. You can't unleash the power of the real body of the Celestial Emperor. Di Yuan sneered. The runes on his palm shone brightly. In an instant, a black pearl appeared. It emitted a vast demonic light and its aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could destroy one's primordial spirit. Anyone who looked at it would feel their heart tremble. This was the soul fixation pearl. It was a supreme treasure that was given to Di Yuan by the Lord. It could separate one's primordial spirit and fix one's fate. It was extremely mysterious. Buzz, as the soul fixation pearl flew up, it turned into a black stream of light and landed above Dihao's primordial spirit. Dihao's sea of consciousness shook slightly. The soul fixation pearl sprinkled down mysterious rune boundaries and quietly covered Dihao's primordial spirit. The real body of the Celestial Emperor seemed to be unable to sense any danger and slowly disappeared. However, let me devour your primordial spirit. From today onwards, you and I will become one. I will be the real son of the Celestial Emperor, the future Yuan Celestial Emperor. Di Yuan's voice was extremely cold and slowly sounded. Rumble, a blazing blood-red light erupted from Di Yuan's body. Divine light bloomed between his eyebrows and his powerful primordial spirit instantly flew out from his sea of consciousness. It was like a blood-red sun that contained boundless vitality. Endless blood chi spewed out from his physical body and merged with Di Yuan's primordial spirit. His physical body turned into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. After devouring the essence of his physical body, Di Yuan's primordial spirit turned into a streak of blood-red light and instantly flew into Dihao's sea of consciousness. Di Yuan's blood-red primordial spirit gave off the same aura as Dihao's primordial spirit. It was like a clone of Dihao's primordial spirit. It silently passed through the boundary of the real body of the Celestial Emperor and arrived in front of Dihao's primordial spirit. Di Yuan's primordial spirit was filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. It looked at Dihao's primordial spirit as if it had seen its prey. It was extremely excited and cruel. Brother Yuan, why did you do this? Why? Dihao's eyes were filled with despair. He stared at Di Yuan and muttered to himself. Then, he painfully closed his eyes and 2 streams of tears flowed down silently. Crack, Di Yuan did not answer him. Instead, he charged forward and tore off an arm of Dihao's primordial spirit and threw it into his blood-red mouth. His arms were eaten, then his legs, his torso, and finally his head. The moment Dihao's primordial spirit was completely devoured by Di Yuan, the surrounding void shook and a vast and powerful aura erupted from Di Yuan's body. Di Yuan's primordial spirit had completely occupied Dihao's physical body, replacing his primordial spirit and entering his sea of consciousness. Rumble. At the same time, a powerful feeling welled up in his heart. Di Yuan's primordial spirit shone brightly. The Celestial Emperor's true body appeared behind him, surrounded by endless chaotic light. It was like his protector, protecting him. The golden pool of blood beneath Dihao's feet gushed out in an instant as Dihao's body emitted a blazing golden glow. It turned into a golden blood mist and surged into his pores. From then on, Di Yuan had completely replaced Dihao. In other words, Di Yuan was the real son of the Sky Emperor, Dihao. Buzz. However, before Di Yuan could heave a sigh of relief, his primordial spirit suddenly trembled violently. The Sky Emperor's real body began to tremble as though it was repelled by his primordial spirit and was about to leave his primordial spirit at any time. What? Damn it! Di Yuan's face instantly turned pale and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He did not know why the Sky Emperor's real body would undergo such a change. According to his plan, the Sky Emperor real body should have treated his primordial spirit as Dihao's primordial spirit. How could this happen? Rumble, the Sky Emperor real body trembled more and more violently. The terrifying aura was like an erupting volcano, causing Di Yuan's scalp to go numb and his mind to tremble. 10,000 Emperors sealing heaven spell. Seal him. Seal. Seal. Di Yuan's eyes suddenly revealed a pained expression. A jade-colored ancient talisman appeared in his palm. It contained a mysterious fluctuation of power. In an instant, it blossomed and turned into numerous talismans. They were as resplendent as a rain of light. All of them fused into the Sky Emperor's real body. The Sky Emperor real body seemed to have been sealed by some terrifying power and finally merged with Di Yuan's primordial spirit. The 10,000 Emperors sealing heaven hex was a supreme opportunity that Di Yuan had obtained. It was one of his most powerful trump cards. However, he had no choice but to use it to seal the Heavenly Emperor real. After all, the Celestial Emperor's true body contained the Celestial Emperor's supreme inheritance. He couldn't just watch the Celestial Emperor's true body disappear. What's going on? Logically speaking, after forcing out Dihao's Celestial Emperor bloodline and swallowing his primordial spirit when he was on the brink of death, I should be able to completely fuse with the Celestial Emperor's true body. Could it be? Di Yuan frowned. He could not figure out the reason behind this. However, at this moment, the space trembled slightly and an indistinct figure slowly appeared. His eyes were filled with sorrow and sadness. Di Yuan, from today onwards, our relationship is severed. It was a childish voice that was filled with sorrow. Di Yuan found it extremely familiar, and he could not help but raise his head abruptly. Dihao? You. How are you still alive? Di Yuan's body trembled and his eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. The indistinct figure in front of him was Dihao. At this moment, it looked like a combination of reality and illusion. It looked like the most basic form of the soul and it was staring at Di Yuan with sorrow. A mysterious vortex slowly appeared behind Dihao. It was shapeless and it contained the fluctuations of reincarnation. It looked like it was going to suck Dihao into it at any moment. I got it. The old man added a forbidden power to you. Your soul has become a forbidden soul. D***, your soul is mine. Come here. Di Yuan seemed to have thought of something and his body trembled. His eyes were filled with exasperation as he reached out to grab Dihao's soul. Di Yuan, I'll be back. Dihao took a deep look at Di Yuan. His eyes contained sadness, anger, determination, and calmness. His body exuded a 9-colored divine glow. In an instant, he turned into a flowing light and was about to rush into the reincarnation cycle. Come back. Your soul can only belong to me. 10,000 Emperor's soul locking heaven fate curse, lock him up. Di Yuan roared furiously. Rumble, unparalleled light bloomed from his palm. Divine chains of order traversed the void, and the laws of the great path descended, containing immortal and indestructible fluctuations. In an instant, they crossed the sky and entangled Dihao's soul, wanting to lock Dihao's soul and capture it. However, in the vast reincarnation, there was a sudden burst of power that could devour everything. It swallowed Dihao's soul and it disappeared completely. D***. Forbidden soul, I must get the forbidden soul. Di Yuan, you can't run away. Di Yuan's angry voice resounded in the secret chamber and the void shook. Is this reincarnation? Father, I'm going to see you. Dihao's forbidden soul was sucked into the reincarnation vortex and he saw many bizarre scenes. In the end, he became blurry and his body became transparent. Then, he exploded into a rain of light and it looked extremely dazzling. In the dazzling light, Dihao's longing eyes turned into eternity in the reincarnation. It was as if he had an extremely long dream. The people in the dream were so real and the ancient world seemed to be something he had experienced before. It was incomparably unforgettable. Memories surged like a tidal wave and all the things of the past floated in his mind. Even if he had gone through 10,000 reincarnations and endless suffering, the most precious memories were still preserved. When Zhao Ritian slowly opened his eyes, he realized that tears had already flowed out of his eyes and were flowing down silently. So, my real name is Dihao, the son of the Heavenly Emperor. Zhao Ritian mumbled to himself and slowly stood up from the dazzling light. The vast chaotic light around him surged and turned into a majestic life force, forming a new body for him. So, I died in the hands of my good brother, Di Yuan. Zhao Ritian's body exploded with an extremely powerful aura. In particular, the space between his eyebrows seemed to be emitting a dazzling divine light like a divine sun, causing the surrounding sky to rumble. So, my body is with Di Yuan. So many years have passed and the world has changed. The glorious era of the 9 emperors of the human race has passed and I still met you. This is a fated battle. Di Yuan, today I will take back everything that I once had. Boom, blazing divine light exploded in the sky. Vast great path precepts rose up like a boiling ocean. Monstrous waves rose up, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. 4 figures were directly sent flying. Their chi and blood were surging, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. In the middle of the dazzling divine light, it was as if a sun had risen. Ling Xiao stood in the air, and his aura was ethereal. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes exuded a peerless sharpness. Behind him, 12 dazzling divine rings floated out. They were like 12 small worlds, and they intertwined with each other. They were mysterious and unfathomable, and they made Ling Xiao feel as if he was invulnerable. How can he be so strong? The Shaman King wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His arms were trembling, and his veins were bulging. Blood was everywhere, and his body was about to crack. His peerless sorcerer ancestor body was so vulnerable in front of Ling Xiao. The Emperor, the Undying Prince, the Shaman King, and the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince had joined forces to fight against Ling Xiao. Now, they were faintly showing signs of being completely suppressed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's attacks were like a violent storm, and his power was endless. Even when facing the 4 supreme talents at the same time, he was not at a disadvantage at all. That's the aura of the 12 Sky Skills secret skill. He actually obtained the 12 Sky Skills secret skill? The Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. The wordless heavenly book is indeed with him. The Undying Prince's eyes also revealed a blazing and fearful look. Ling Xiao's strength was far beyond their imagination. This battle was extremely fierce and difficult. The 4 supreme talents had unleashed their peerless combat strength, but they were still unable to defeat Ling Xiao. The 12 divine rings behind Ling Xiao were like 12 small worlds. They spewed out endless red light, containing the power to devour everything. It was as if they were going to devour the 4 supreme talents and completely turn them into nothingness. Ling Xiao, you deserve to die. Tianzi stared at Ling Xiao, not bothering to hide the killing intent in his eyes. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the more he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. If he could get the wordless heavenly book from Ling Xiao and devour Zhao Ritian's forbidden soul, he would be able to reach the peak of the Saint Path in a short period of time. He would have a chance to enter the Supreme God realm. If you want my wordless heavenly book, let's see if you have the luck to do so. Ling Xiao's eyes were indifferent. Blazing divine light rose from his body as he punched towards the 4 of them. The wordless heavenly scripture shone brightly in Ling Xiao's spiritual sea. The mysteries of the 12 heavenly arts flowed through his spiritual sea, causing his fist to contain the strongest Tao rhythm of the 12 heavenly arts. Kill. Today, either he dies or we live. Don't hold back, kill him. The Undying Prince roared and charged at Ling Xiao. Boom, blood-red light rose up around him as a vast and boundless life force erupted. Ancient inscriptions rose up from his palm, turning into a supreme blade of light in an instant. It slashed down towards Ling Xiao in a mighty manner. The blade radiance was mighty and contained the concept of endless growth. It was as if the Undying Prince had burned his own life force in order to perform this attack. His entire body exploded in the void and turned into a bloody mist that adhered to the blade radiance, turning the blade radiance blood-red. The blood-red blade radiance seemed to be able to break through the chaos. It contained a power that made everyone's scalp tingle. This is the forbidden technique of the Undying Heavenly Blade? Ling Xiao, take a punch from me. The Shaman King's body trembled as he recognized the Undying Prince's move. In an instant, bloody light rose from his body as if an ancient power had awakened. Crack, ancient patterns appeared all over the Sorcerer Spirit King's body, intertwining into a mysterious totem. It was an ancient figure that seemed to have come from the chaos. It sang in the sky and created an ancient civilization of the sorcerer tribe. He threw a punch at Ling Xiao as the mysterious totem on his body shone brightly and gathered into a vast and mysterious power that merged into the punch. The sorcerer ancestor's fist. This punch contained the civilization and destiny of the sorcerer tribe and the inheritance of the sorcerer ancestor. It seemed to be able to pierce through the river of time and connect the 9 heavens and 10 lands. This was the ultimate power, and it was also a battle of life and death. Ling Xiao's gaze became serious. He could feel the heaven-defying power of the Undying Prince and the Shaman King. Under this attack, if Ling Xiao did not die, they would not be able to fight anymore. This was an all-out attack. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The blazing radiance was like a domain of blades and swords. He activated the power of the wordless heavenly book to the extreme and the power of the 12 sky skills at the same time. In the end, it turned into a terrifying fist print that fell from the sky. Boom! The chaotic light that filled the sky exploded like raging waves in the boundless sea. Ling Xiao's terrifying fist print collided with the undying heavenly blade. The blood-red light was blazing to the extreme. The undying heavenly blade trembled violently and broke through the layers of fist intent, leaving a deep bloody mark on the back of Ling Xiao's hand. However, Ling Xiao's punch was too powerful. In the end, it destroyed the blood-red undying heavenly blade. The blood-red light in the void dissipated without a trace. At the same time, Ling Xiao's punch did not slow down and collided with the sorcerer ancestor's fist. It was like a collision between ancient and modern time. It was a contest between the power of an individual and the power of a civilization. The fluctuations seemed to be able to destroy everything. With Ling Xiao and the Sorcerer King as the center, a vast vacuum was formed in an instant. Bang! A muffled sound came from the void. Ling Xiao and the Sorcerer King both retreated at the same time. Puff! The Sorcerer King suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His arm suddenly exploded. His whole body trembled violently and fell from the sky. Although he had unleashed the strongest power of the sorcerer ancestor's fist, he still could not bear such a terrifying power. His arm exploded, and all the strength in his body was drained. He no longer had the strength to fight. What a powerful fist intent! A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. His eyes were full of shock. The sorcerer tribe was indeed the tribe that was best at refining their bodies. However, at this moment, the Heaven Corpse Emperor's son moved. He seemed to have been secretly accumulating strength. His body was surrounded by a black evil spirit. The fangs in his mouth and the wings on his back had all turned golden, exuding a power that could destroy everything. Whoosh! The sky was filled with the afterimages of the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince, but each afterimage seemed to be real, so there was no way to distinguish which one was the real one. The Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince had chosen a good time. When Ling Xiao's fist collided with the Shaman Spirit King, it was as if Ling Xiao had taken the initiative to hit the wings of the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince. Gotcha! Ling Xiao felt a sense of crisis and did not dare to be careless. His arm exuded a blazing golden light and suddenly swept behind him. Sparks flew everywhere, and the void exploded. Ling Xiao's arm collided with the Heavenly Corpse Emperor Prince's wings, but before Ling Xiao could do anything, the Heavenly Corpse Emperor Prince's wings suddenly slid open and slashed at Ling Xiao's neck again. Boom! 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 Ling Xiao's fists were like dragons, and each of his fists contained a vast power. They constantly collided with the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince, but the wings of the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince seemed to contain a wave of power that could break everything. Ling Xiao's arms, body, and neck were left with bloody marks, and a kind of black evil qi and corpse poison permeated the air, trying to enter Ling Xiao's body. The most powerful thing about the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince was not his combat power, but the Heavenly Corpse Poison. The Heavenly Corpse Poison was passed down from the blood of the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince, and it came from the Heaven Corpse Emperor. Even a saint had no way to remove the Heavenly Corpse Poison. The wings of the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince, after countless years of tempering, had become a top holy treasure. Even though Ling Xiao's body was strong, it was impossible for him to completely resist it, and he still suffered some injuries. The Heavenly Corpse baleful poison entered Ling Xiao's body, and soon his whole body turned black. His body became stiff, as if he was going to turn into a zombie at any time. What a powerful corpse poison! Ling Zhao's eyes were cold. The heavenly corpse poison was so terrifying that even his devouring sky secret skill could not completely remove it. If it was someone else, there was no doubt that they would be dead by now. However, the wordless heavenly book was different from the past. After Ling Xiao obtained the 12 sky skills, the wordless heavenly book became a little different, as if it had begun to awaken and began to show a different mysterious power. With a move of Ling Zhao's mind, the wordless heavenly book shone brightly, and the heavenly corpse poison began to be devoured by the wordless heavenly book, Gotcha. But right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. An extremely terrifying power actually erupted from Ling Zhao's blood. It turned into blood-red chains of order in a single instance, binding Ling Xiao completely. It even forcefully sealed up his sea of consciousness. Tianzi, quickly kill Ling Xiao. The undying prince's voice came from Ling Zhao's body, sounding extremely anxious. It turned out that after the undying heavenly blade had been shattered by Ling Xiao, the undying prince had used some extremely secretive method to sneak into Ling Zhao's body. When the heavenly corpse poison had started to take effect, he had also made his move instantly. Those blood-red chains of order contained a vast amount of life energy, but they were completely different from the energy in Ling Zhao's body. They sealed all of Ling Zhao's acupuncture points, and even his sea of consciousness was sealed. You're courting death. Ling Zhao's eyes turned cold. He didn't even know when the undying prince had entered his blood. Rumble, Ling Zhao's body surged with a vast amount of divine light as the supreme power of the 12 sky skills erupted. The blood-red chains in his body seemed to be unable to withstand it and were about to break apart completely. Die. The heavenly corpse emperor prince seized the opportunity. His eyes were overflowing with killing intent as he suddenly soared into the sky. His wings were like clouds that covered the sky, and an extremely terrifying power erupted from his body as he directly hugged Ling Xiao. Then, his golden fang suddenly bit toward Ling Zhao's neck. Puff, blood filled the air as the heavenly corpse emperor prince's fang sank into Ling Zhao's neck and began to devour the blood in his body. Ling Xiao, die for me. 10,000 Emperor's soul-locking curse. The Tianzi gritted his teeth, and an extremely painful expression appeared in his eyes. An ancient rune rose from the palm of his hand, traversed the sky in an instant, and directly imprinted between Ling Zhao's eyebrows. This 10,000 Emperor's soul-locking curse was the Tianzi's last trump card. However, he was sure that even Di Hao, who was protected by the heavenly emperor's real body, could not withstand the power of the 10,000 Emperor's soul-locking curse. Although Ling Xiao was strong now, it was impossible for him to resist the power of the 10,000 Emperor's soul-locking curse. Rumble, the ancient and mysterious rune imprinted between Ling Zhao's eyebrows, and in an instant, a blazing divine light burst out like a mysterious line that spread toward Ling Zhao's body and bound him. These lines were the Great Path Law, and they spread toward Ling Zhao's body, Ling Zhao's primordial spirit, and Ling Zhao's life providence, as if to completely seal Ling Xiao. In an instant, Ling Xiao suffered the most fatal crisis, whether it was the heavenly corpse poison, the undying chains, or the 10,000 Emperor's soul-locking curse. Even a saint or even a supreme saint could not resist. If an ordinary person was hit by these means, they could only obediently be captured and slaughtered. Not to mention, the heavenly corpse emperor prince was still devouring the blood in Ling Zhao's body. Ling Xiao felt that the vitality in his body was rapidly flowing away, and his whole body was about to fall into eternal darkness. No. I can't die. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a trace of madness. I still have a lot of things to do. I still have to protect the most important people in my life. I haven't set foot on the peak of martial arts yet. How can I die in their hands? Ling Xiao shouted and screamed in his heart, and his eyes turned blood red in an instant. Boom. Boom, as if it sensed Ling Zhao's crisis at this moment, the wordless heavenly book shone brightly at this moment, blooming into a 9-colored divine glow that quickly spread toward Ling Zhao's body. The creation jade disc in Ling Zhao's mind also started to vibrate at this moment. Circles of mysterious Taoist rhymes started to spread out as though there were 3,000 great Taoists intertwining with each other. It contained an indescribable supreme power. The blood-red chains that wrapped around Ling Zhao's body were instantly broken, and the heavenly corpse poison was completely devoured by the wordless heavenly book. The seal formed by the 10,000 Emperor's spirit-locking curse was unexpectedly strong, and even if the wordless heavenly book and the good fortune jade disc attacked together, there was no way to break it. However, the wordless heavenly book and the good fortune jade disc were both supreme chaotic treasures, and under the suppression of the power of the two treasures, the 10,000 Emperor's spirit-locking curse was temporarily suppressed. Boom! A terrifying wave of divine light burst out from Ling Zhao's body, as if it was going to tear the sky apart, and the Shaman King and the others' faces changed drastically. Ah! The undying prince screamed, and his whole body flew out. More than half of his essence blood did not escape in time, and all of it was devoured by Ling Xiao. Only a small part of it escaped, and it reformed into the undying prince's appearance. The Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince also felt the changes in Ling Zhao's body, and he knew that this was bad. Although Ling Zhao's blood was so delicious to him, at this moment, he wanted to escape without thinking. Don't you want to suck my blood? Then stay and suck as much as you want. Ling Zhao's cold voice suddenly rang in the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince's ears. Boom! Suddenly, a vast devouring power burst out from Ling Zhao's body, and the Heaven Corpse Emperor Prince could not pull out his fangs, which were still deeply embedded in Ling Zhao's flesh. Crack! Ling Zhao's eyes were indifferent, and a terrifying power burst out from his body. He suddenly hugged the Heavenly Corpse Imperial Prince like an ancient giant bear. He tightened his grip on the Heavenly Corpse Imperial Prince's body. With a crisp sound, the Heavenly Corpse Imperial Prince's bones were broken. Even the power he had just gathered was dispersed by Ling Xiao. With the support of the textless heavenly book, the heaven-devouring secret skill erupted with a terrifying power fluctuation and began to madly devour the blood of the Heavenly Corpse Emperor Prince. The zombie clan sucked the blood essence of people, especially the blood essence of experts, which was irresistible for them. But now, all the blood essence of the Heavenly Corpse Emperor Prince had been devoured by Ling Xiao, and more than half of his life essence had been lost. His eyes were full of horror. Ah! No, the Heavenly Corpse Emperor Prince growled, and his eyes were full of horror and begging, hoping that Ling Xiao would let him go. It's too late. Ling Xiao's eyes were full of ruthless killing intent. If the textless heavenly book and the good fortune jade disc had not been completely activated at the critical moment, the Heavenly Corpse evil poison alone would have been extremely troublesome for Ling Xiao. Since they were already mortal enemies, naturally, Ling Xiao would not let him go. Boom! Under the heaven-devouring secret skill's crazy devouring, all the blood in the Heavenly Corpse Emperor Prince's body was integrated into Ling Xiao's body, and his whole body turned into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the primordial spirit of the Heavenly Corpse Emperor Prince could not escape and was completely devoured by the heaven-devouring secret skill. One of the four sovereigns, the Heavenly Corpse Emperor Prince, had died in battle. The Witch King had used the wizard ancestor's fist, and his strength had been greatly reduced. The immortal prince had lost more than half of his immortal blood essence, and his strength was less than 10%. In the blink of an eye, only the Emperor Prince of the four sovereigns had the strength to fight. You can even suppress my 10,000 Emperor spirit-locking curse? You really have completely refined the textless heavenly book. The Emperor Prince's expression was very ugly, and he stared at Ling Xiao in disbelief. You talk too much. Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely cold. The blood essence of the Heavenly Corpse Emperor Prince poured into his body, and his strength soared. He almost completely broke the limit and became a saint. Ling Xiao suppressed the urge to break through. His body was surrounded by a bloody glow as he punched towards Xianxia. The incomparably ferocious fist was like a chaotic mountain. That fierce and overbearing aura made Xianxia's face change as he hurriedly blocked it with his fist. Bang! The primal chaos light exploded, and Xianxia was directly sent flying by Ling Xiao's punch. Ling Xiao was enveloped in a blazing golden light. Runes rose from his body, and the power of laws coiled around him. His eyes were incomparably sharp, and every move he made contained the power to suppress everything. Bang! 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 He walked towards the Son of Heaven, his aura rising. Every step he took caused the sky to tremble. That terrifying aura swept across the land, exuding an invincible aura. Ling Xiao, you deserve to die. Tianzi's eyes were filled with shock and anger. He had completely gone mad. Terrifying chaotic light rose around him as he launched an attack towards Ling Xiao. Boom! Ling Xiao kicked out, and the void exploded. The golden glow was dazzling, like a golden dragon emerging from the sea. It directly kicked Tianzi's chest, sending him flying once again. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold as he turned into a golden lightning. His speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, he appeared behind Tianzi and directly grabbed his wrist. Tianzi was furious and immediately wanted to counterattack. However, Ling Xiao grabbed Tianzi's wrist, and a blazing lightning rose from his palm. In an instant, it surged into Tianzi's arm and rushed towards his body. The Heaven's Punishment secret technique exploded, causing Tianzi's body to tremble. The power that he had just condensed dissipated again. Ling Xiao abruptly swung Tianzi up and smashed him towards the ground. Boom. 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 Terrifying divine power erupted from Ling Xiao's body. He was like an enraged ancient giant bear. That kind of power could tear the heavens and the earth apart. When Tianzi was smashed onto the ground, it caused a loud rumble. This was the final battlefield. The surroundings were sealed by the great path divine chains of order. The ground below was made of some kind of divine metal, and it was extremely sturdy. Even such a fierce battle between the supreme talents did not leave any traces. Tianzi was smashed onto the ground by Ling Xiao. Instantly, his vision turned black, and all the bones in his body were shattered. It was as if he was going to turn into a meat paste. It was extremely miserable. However, the life essence in Tianzi's body was extremely majestic, and it flowed throughout his body, causing his injuries to heal rapidly. Ling Xiao swung Tianzi up and smashed him onto the ground. Soon, Tianzi was smashed into a bloody mess, and he was about to lose his human form. This is too miserable. Shaman King and Undying Prince looked at each other and saw the twitching and fear in each other's eyes. There was even a trace of despair in each other's eyes. Now that they were severely injured, they did not have the strength to fight again. Although they were rapidly healing, they could not fight Ling Xiao in a short period of time. They could only hope that Tianzi could defeat Ling Xiao. However, it seemed that Tianzi could not even protect himself now. The final battlefield was incomparably cruel. Everyone who came here was a peerless genius. If they wanted to become the chosen one, they had to defeat everyone and fuse with all the power of fate. Only then could they obtain the blessing of the myriad races and become the chosen one. Of course, they could admit defeat and give the fate energy to Ling Xiao. However, they had already offended Ling Xiao. Even if they were willing to admit defeat, it was another matter if the Ling Xiao department was not willing to accept it. Rumble, however, at this moment, the blazing light that originally enveloped Zhao Ritian suddenly erupted like a volcano, spewing out endless blood light. A vast and ancient aura erupted from it. An extraordinarily handsome figure stepped out from it. His body was extremely slender, and his skin was glowing. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were as bright as the sun. He exuded an ancient and majestic aura, as if he was a supreme emperor who ruled over the life and death of all living beings. Anyone who looked at him could not help but kneel down. Zhao Ritian had awakened. The terrifying energy that erupted from his body was as if the energy of all the reincarnations had merged into one. It swept across the void, causing everyone to tremble. They could not help but look at him. Zhao Ritian? Shaman King and Undying Prince trembled, and their faces turned ghastly pale. Previously, Zhao Ritian had almost died in the hands of Tianzi. He had suffered unimaginable injuries, and his physical body had been destroyed. However, they did not expect Zhao Ritian to recover his peak strength so quickly. Moreover, the aura that Zhao Ritian exuded made their hearts palpitate. Ling Xiao, his life, is mine. Ling Xiao could feel that although Zhao Ritian looked calm on the surface, his emotions were like turbulent waves that contained anger, sorrow, and other complicated emotions. It was obvious that Zhao Ritian and Tianzi had a grudge that no one knew about. Although Ling Xiao was curious, he did not say much. He nodded and said, "All right. His life is in your hands." "Thank you." Zhao Ritian nodded at Ling Xiao. "What a joke. Do you think you can kill me?" Tianzi's eyes turned cold as he said with an ugly expression. "Di Yuan, we haven't met for hundreds of millions of years. You have the title of Tianzi, occupied my physical body, and possessed my fate. However, you should know that you'll have to pay back what you owe me." Zhao Ritian said calmly, his voice cold. "Your physical body? Your fate? What a joke. Di Hao, I'm the real son of the Heavenly Emperor. If I devour your forbidden soul, Do you think you can compete with me for the heaven's chosen one? Tianzi said angrily, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He did not expect Zhao Ritian to be able to break the seal of the 10,000 Emperor soul-locking curse. He also did not expect Ling Zhao's combat strength to be so terrifying. However, he still had a chance. Now that Ling Xiao had stopped attacking, if he could kill Zhao Ritian quickly and devour Zhao Ritian's forbidden soul, he would be able to fight his way out of this hopeless situation. He might even be able to turn the tables around. As he provoked Zhao Ritian with his words, he was secretly looking for Zhao Ritian's weakness. He wanted to win with a single strike. Di Yuan, you were originally the adopted son of my father, the Heavenly Emperor. My father treated you like his own son. However, you were greedy and insatiable. When my father died in the demonic realm, you took my Heavenly Emperor's bloodline and stole my physical body and fate. You even tried to devour my primordial spirit. If it wasn't for my indestructible soul that was blessed by my father, I would have died in your hands. Today is our fated battle. My blood, my flesh, my bones, my life. Today, I'll take them back. Zhao Ritian stared at Tianzi and said slowly. What? Zhao Ritian is the real Tianzi? After hearing the conversation between Zhao Ritian and Tianzi, Ling Xiao, the Shaman King, and the Undying Prince were all stunned. To them, this news was simply explosive and unimaginable. Who would have thought that the Son of Heaven, who claimed to be the son of the Celestial Emperor and possessed the inheritance of the Celestial Emperor, was actually just a fake? And Zhao Ritian was the true son of the Celestial Emperor? No wonder Tianzi wanted to kill Zhao Ritian. I didn't expect Zhao Ritian to have such a shocking identity. It's just that since he's the son of the Heavenly Emperor, how did he end up in the War God realm? Ling Xiao was both shocked and puzzled. Many of his doubts had been resolved. Furthermore, after hearing Zhao Ritian's words, he did not expect the Emperor's real name, Di Yuan, to be such a vicious person. Di Hao, you're right. Today is the fated battle between us, but the result is either you die or I die. Tianzi's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he instantly made his move. When Zhao Ritian was speaking just now, he had already seen Zhao Ritian's weakness. He believed that as long as he could hit that weakness, Zhao Ritian would definitely die. Rumble, Tianzi's body exploded with a vast amount of chaotic light. The Celestial Emperor's real body was completely activated by him once again. The Celestial Emperor's bloodline around him seemed to be burning, emitting a golden flame that seemed to be able to burn everything. The Celestial Emperor's fist, the human sovereign's sword, and the Celestial Emperor's seal appeared in front of Tianzi in an instant. They turned into a blazing light beam that could pierce through everything. It was like a light beam that could split the heavens and earth apart. Suddenly, it shot towards Zhao Ritian's sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. Zhao Ritian's real body was occupied by Tianzi. Now, only Zhao Ritian's soul was Di Hao. As for his physical body, it was formed by Zhao Ritian's cultivation. Therefore, Zhao Ritian's primordial spirit was his biggest weakness. As long as he could injure Zhao Ritian's primordial spirit, he could directly devour Zhao Ritian's forbidden soul. Zhao Ritian's expression was very calm, and there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Rumble, just as the dazzling light beam was about to hit Zhao Ritian's glabella, a vast light suddenly gushed out. The flipping sky seal exuded a powerful and ancient aura. It directly blocked Zhao Ritian's path and collided with the light beam. In the end, the light beam was completely annihilated. What? This is. Tianzi's body trembled. Looking at the cyclic sky seal in front of Zhao Ritian, he seemed to have recognized something and could not help but tremble. Emperor's origin, we haven't seen each other for hundreds of millions of years. For the sake of the Celestial Emperor's inheritance and the Chosen One convention, you have not made a breakthrough. This will be your biggest weakness. Zhao Ritian said indifferently. In an instant, he grabbed the cyclic sky seal. His body emitted a vast and terrifying aura. The cyclic sky seal was like a mountain that pressed down on Tianzi. The cyclic sky seal emitted a destructive energy wave that caused the surrounding sky to tremble violently. Tianzi felt his scalp go numb. He could vaguely see an extremely familiar figure in the cyclic sky seal. This is the ultimate emperor weapon, the Celestial Emperor's seal? Impossible. This is impossible. The Celestial Emperor's seal has been shattered into pieces and has completely disappeared. Tianzi's body trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he started to roar. Facing the cyclic sky seal, he felt a great sense of danger. In an instant, the Celestial Emperor's bloodline in his body erupted. He wanted to forcefully activate the Heavenly Tao Emperor sword to resist the cyclic sky seal. He had long forgotten the rule of not using extreme Tao Emperor weapons in the final battle. Now, he only wanted to live. Celestial Emperor, strip! Zhao Ritian shouted coldly. Rumble, the Celestial Emperor's real body behind Tianzi started to tremble violently. The divine order chains on the Celestial Emperor's real body shattered and Tianzi's aura started to weaken at a speed visible to the naked eye. Extreme Tao, strip! Zhao Ritian roared again. The Extreme Tao Emperor weapon that was trembling in Tianzi's body suddenly shot up into the sky. It flew above the Celestial Emperor's real body without Tianzi's control and shone brightly. Bloodline, strip! With Zhao Ritian's third roar, the bloodline in Tianzi's body surged violently and started to boil violently. In an instant, it gushed out from the pores of Zhao Ritian's body. It was as vast as the sea and it gave off a dazzling golden glow. Flesh, strip! Zhao Ritian's fourth roar caused Tianzi, who was covered in blood, to tremble violently. In the next moment, his physical body exploded into a cloud of blood mist and left him. I can't accept this. I can't accept this, Tianzi roared furiously. His eyes were filled with disbelief and despair. He couldn't understand how Zhao Ritian managed to strip his bloodline and even strip him of the Heavenly Tao Emperor sword that he had refined for countless years. Fate, strip! Zhao Ritian's final roar shook the heavens. It was as if thunder was roaring and contained an unparalleled heavenly might. In the void, Tianzi's remaining primordial spirit let out a crisp sound. Dense cracks appeared on it and it looked as if it was going to turn into ashes at any time. Spare me, I don't want to die. Tianzi's primordial spirit trembled violently and cracks appeared like a spider web. It looked like it was going to collapse at any moment. His eyes were filled with fear as he begged Zhao Ritian. The Heavenly Emperor true body, Heavenly Tao Emperor sword, Heavenly Emperor bloodline, flesh, bones, and fate were all taken away. All that was left was a trace of primordial spirit. Tianzi was no match for Zhao Ritian. He could feel the shadow of death looming over him and his soul almost left his body. He did not want to die, or rather, he was not willing to die. Over the years, he had gotten used to Tianzi's identity and status. As long as he took another step forward, he would be able to get everything he wanted. He had never thought that he would die in the hands of Di Hao. Back then, he had taken everything from Di Hao. However, Di Hao's undying soul had entered the cycle of reincarnation. Now that he had returned as Zhao Ritian, the two of them started a fated battle. Unfortunately, Tianzi was still defeated. You don't want to die? Back then, when you took my bloodline, my physical body, and swallowed my primordial spirit, did you not expect this day to come? Di Yuan, you can go to hell now. Zhao Ritian's eyes were extremely cold. They contained deep hatred and sorrow. The flipping sky seal rumbled and suppressed Tianzi's primordial spirit. It was going to crush Tianzi's primordial spirit into dust. No. Let me go. Someone ordered me to do all this. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you who it is. Tianzi shouted in fear. What? Zhao Ritian's eyes flashed. The flipping sky seal landed on top of Tianzi's primordial spirit and stopped. He had always had doubts. When the Sky Emperor fell, Di Yuan was only a sage to be. How could he have planned all this and even broken the defense of the Sky Emperor's real body? Moreover, after Zhao Ritian was sealed by the 10,000 Emperor Spirit Lock Heaven Fate Curse, he would not be able to break the seal even if he went through 10,000 reincarnations. Where did Di Yuan get such a supreme treasure from? There was indeed a mastermind behind Di Yuan. Di Hao. Now that you have taken everything from me, I have been punished. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you who it is. Tianzi said anxiously. Speak. Who is it? Zhao Ritian stared at Tianzi and asked. To be able to plan all of this in the dark and even bestow a supreme treasure like the 10,000 Emperor Spirit locking heaven fate curse to Di Yuan, this person was definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps, this person was a supreme expert on the same level as the heavenly monarch, supreme great emperor. You must swear to spare my life. Otherwise, even if I die, you won't know who I am. Tianzi made up his mind and insisted. Zhao Ritian, why waste your breath on him? Why don't I just swallow his soul and search his soul? At that time, I'll naturally know who the mastermind is. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Naturally, he did not want Zhao Ritian to let Tianzi go just like that. It was better for such a powerful and ruthless enemy to die. You. If you dare to let him do it, I'll self-detonate my primordial spirit. When that happens, you won't know anything. Tianzi's eyes revealed a hint of madness. Self-destructing his primordial spirit? Hee, the little D origin is in the hands of your second uncle. Do you think your life is still in your own hands? At this moment, an old and mocking voice rang out in the void. Weng, translator, Transin editor, Transin the flipping sky seal shone brightly. Runes rose and an old man in a Taoist robe appeared. A mighty force pressed down. Suddenly, Tianzi's primordial spirit seemed to be suppressed in the void and could no longer move. Your second uncle? Tianzi's body trembled and his eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. He could not help but exclaim out loud. My former nephew, I didn't expect you to know second uncle. I thought that a deranged beast like you who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors would not remember anything. The old figure floated in the void. He was skinny and had a goatee. His pair of moonbeam eyes were filled with a sneer and mockery. Although he looked a little wretched and cunning, the aura that he emitted at this moment made everyone's heart palpitate. How can you still be alive? You're just the weapon spirit of the Heavenly Emperor's seal. Back then, the Heavenly Emperor's seal was shattered and completely destroyed in the demonic world. The weapon spirit should have been destroyed long ago. Why aren't you dead? Tianzi's body trembled as he spoke. The Heavenly Emperor had oppressed the heavens. He had two extreme Tao Emperor weapons in his hands. They were the Heavenly Emperor's seal and the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Although the Heavenly Emperor's sword was the Heavenly Emperor's personal sword, it was not the Heavenly Emperor's natal treasure. The Heavenly Emperor's seal was the Supreme Emperor weapon that the Heavenly Emperor had painstakingly refined when he was weak. Second uncle's identity was originally the weapon spirit of the Heavenly Emperor's seal. He had a deep relationship with the Heavenly Emperor. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the Heavenly Emperor's biological brother. The Heavenly Emperor was out fighting all year round. On the contrary, it was second uncle who often taught Di Hao and Di Yuan. Because of his carefree nature, Di Hao and Di Yuan addressed him as second uncle. However, no one remembered his real name. During the war in the demonic world, the Heavenly Emperor fought against 9 great Emperor realm experts alone. Although he had the Heavenly Emperor's seal and the Heavenly Emperor's sword, the Heavenly Emperor died in the battle. The Heavenly Emperor's seal was destroyed and the Heavenly Emperor's sword flew back to the Heavenly Palace and was obtained by Di Yuan. Tianzi did not expect second uncle to still be alive. Of course I'm still alive. If I'm not alive, how can I find power in the samsara? How can I seek revenge from you and take back everything that belongs to him? Di Yuan, you're ambitious and sinful. Do you still want to live today? Even if Howard agrees, I won't agree. Second uncle's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. It was obvious that he hated Tianzi to the core. Rumble, second uncle exuded a vast and terrifying aura. The chaotic light in the surroundings surged and gathered toward him in an instant. It turned into a terrifying gale and surged toward Tianzi's primordial spirit. Every gust of wind was like the edge of a blade, containing a power fluctuation that could destroy everything. Tianzi's primordial spirit was swept by the gale. It was as if he was being cut into pieces. His body trembled violently and he let out a miserable cry. Ah! It hurts. Spare me, spare me. Di Hao. You'll die a horrible death. Even if I die, I won't tell you. Ah! Second uncle, I can't take it anymore. Give me a quick death. I'll tell you who it is. Tianzi's primordial spirit suffered unimaginable torture. However, the gale that swept over his primordial spirit was not fatal. It only destroyed his primordial spirit bit by bit and made him suffer unimaginable pain. Even the shaman king and the undying prince, who were hiding in the distance, felt their eyelids twitch. Their eyes were filled with sorrow. Tianzi's cries reverberated throughout the final battlefield. However, Ling Xiao, second uncle, and Zhao Ritian all looked on coldly. No one pitied him. He was trying to atone for the sins he had committed. Even if he had to die 100 times, he would not be able to atone for it. In the end, Tianzi was tortured to the point of insanity. Even his voice had become much weaker. His eyes were filled with fear, unwillingness, and regret. It's the Emperor Tongtian. He ordered me to do it. Give me a quick death. Tianzi's eyes were filled with pleading as he finally said the name of the mastermind behind this. Right now, he only wished for a quick death. What? Second uncle and Zhao Ritian trembled. They did not expect such a familiar name to come out of Tianzi's mouth. Boom! Divine light surged around Zhao Ritian as he grabbed Tianzi's primordial spirit. A majestic devouring force erupted from his glabella as he began to devour Tianzi's primordial spirit and memories. Tianzi was about to go crazy from the torture. He did not resist at all. He allowed Zhao Ritian to devour his primordial spirit and see all the memories in it. Tianzi had died in such a tragic manner. When Zhao Ritian saw the memories in Tianzi's primordial spirit, his body trembled violently. The hatred in his eyes almost drove him crazy. He could not help but roar at the sky. The Emperor Tongtian, you and I are irreconcilable. Zhao Ritian's voice was filled with sorrow and endless hatred. It was very moving. Why is it the Emperor Tongtian? How could it be the Emperor Tongtian? He is your grandmaster. Second uncle said in disbelief. His voice was trembling. That's right. The Emperor Tongtian that Di Yuan mentioned was Zhao Ritian's grandmaster, the master of the Sky Emperor. The Emperor Tongtian was one of the oldest emperors of the human race. Before the Sky Emperor attained his Tao, although the human race was oppressed by the demon race and was extremely miserable, the Emperor Tongtian still protected many of the human race. He had a very high prestige among the human race and was known as the most sacred master of the human race. Back then, it was this Emperor Tongtian who discovered the Celestial Emperor's peerless talent and took him under his wing. That was how the Celestial Emperor rose to power and led the human race to conquer the world. The Heavenly Emperor was not the only one who was extremely respectful to the Heavenly Emperor. Second uncle, Zhao Ritian, and the others were naturally extremely respectful to the Heavenly Emperor as well. Second uncle had once guessed that the mastermind behind this was the great emperor of the demon race, but he had never thought that the mastermind would be Emperor Tongtian. Grandmaster? Haha. He is indeed my good grandmaster. If it weren't for him, Imperial Father wouldn't have died in battle. Not only was he the mastermind behind the Emperor's origin, but he was also the one who revealed the secret to the Devil Realm. That was why Father was trapped in the Devil Realm and died in battle. Zhao Ritian said sorrowfully. He slowly recounted everything that he had seen in the memories of Tianzi's soul. Emperor Tongtian was the master of the Celestial Emperor. After the Celestial Emperor attained his Tao, Emperor Tongtian gradually went into seclusion. He did not care about worldly affairs and focused on cultivation. However, one day, Emperor Tongtian found Di Yuan and made use of Di Yuan's ambition to find an opportunity to kill Di Hao and steal Di Hao's bloodline and the Celestial Emperor's inheritance to become the master of the Heavenly Palace. Even when the Celestial Emperor attacked the Devil Realm, it was Emperor Tongtian who leaked the information to the Devil Realm's Devil Emperor. That was why they had the opportunity to unite the 9 great emperors and set up a trap to attack the Celestial Emperor. After Di Yuan stole Di Hao's bloodline inheritance, he obtained the Celestial Emperor's scripture from the inheritance and gave it to Emperor Tongtian. Emperor Tongtian instructed Di Yuan to track down the whereabouts of Di Hao's forbidden soul. He told Di Yuan that only by devouring the forbidden soul could he be completely perfected. If he could become the chosen one, he could use it to reach the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. That was why Tianzi had sealed himself in seclusion. Every once in a while, he would come out to track down the whereabouts of the forbidden soul and secretly set up a trap. Until this time, when he was summoned by Emperor Tong Tian to participate in the Chosen One meeting. From the beginning to the end, although Di Yuan was despicable and crazy, he was only a puppet used by Emperor Tong Tian. Emperor Tong Tian is your grandmaster. He loved you the most when you were young. Why would he do such a crazy thing? What good would it do him? Second uncle said in disbelief. You'll have to ask him. Zhao Ritian said coldly. Ling Zhao's heart was also filled with emotions. He did not expect Zhao Ritian to have such a hidden and complicated background. Who would have thought that the Celestial Emperor's son was just a fake? Ling Xiao, if you spare my life, I'm willing to serve you as my master and never betray you. The Shaman King's eyes flashed as he suddenly said to Ling Xiao. Although he looked burly and muscular on the surface, he was very quick-witted. He no longer had the strength to fight. Moreover, he had seen the death of the Heavenly Corpse Emperor Prince and Tianzi with his own eyes. He knew that the best way to keep a secret was to let someone die. Since Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian dared to say so many things in front of him and the Undying Prince, it meant that they were already dead. Although the Shaman King was proud and arrogant, he chose to compromise in the face of the threat of death. Shaman King, you, the Undying Prince's eyes turned cold as he said angrily. Undying Prince, Lord Ling Xiao is a godly martial artist. Even the fake emperor was defeated by him. He's destined to be the chosen one and the master of the next era. I'm following him because I'm following the destiny. What do you know? The Shaman King interrupted the Undying Prince's words and sneered rudely. He knew about the grudge between the Undying Prince and Ling Xiao, so he did not hesitate to draw the line between him and the Undying Prince. You want to follow me? How do I know you won't betray me? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said with a faint smile. The Shaman King said without hesitation, Master Ling Xiao, I know you have your concerns. I can give you a strand of my life soul. You can control my life and death with just a thought. Can you rest assured? That's not enough. Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. However, in his heart, he was somewhat impressed. Regardless of whether this Shaman King had ulterior motives or not, the fact that he was able to endure such humiliation showed that he was not an ordinary person. He was a character. Master Ling Xiao, what else do you want? As long as you say it, I can do it. I only ask that Master Ling Xiao give me a chance to follow you. The Shaman King said respectfully. You can do anything you want? Then give me your proof of allegiance and kill him. Ling Xiao said calmly as he pointed at the Undying Prince. The Undying Prince's face suddenly changed. Kill the Undying Prince? Okay. As long as Master Ling Xiao agrees to let me follow you, I'll kill him. Ling Xiao, you'll die a horrible death. The Undying Prince's face changed drastically. His eyes were blazing with anger as if he was about to devour someone. He knew that Ling Xiao would not let him go given the hatred between him and Ling Xiao. However, he did not expect the Sorcerer King to be so shameless as to betray him without hesitation. Swoosh, the Undying Prince did not even hesitate as he turned into a ray of light and tried to escape. Boom, Ling Zhao's expression was indifferent as a huge palm print came from the sky. It contained a power that could destroy everything as it came crashing down on the Undying Prince. The Undying Prince was already heavily injured and had lost a large amount of his life essence. At this moment, there was no way for him to block Ling Zhao's attack. He was directly smashed into a bloody mist in the void. The Undying Prince let out a miserable cry as his flesh and blood wriggled in the void as if he was about to reform his body. Kill him. I'll spare your life. Ling Xiao looked at the Sorcerer King and said indifferently. Yes. The Sorcerer King's heart skipped a beat as he gritted his teeth and charged towards the Undying Prince. He had been severely injured by the Sorcerer Ancestor's fist, but after a short period of rest, he had recovered some of his vitality. Now that the Undying Prince was severely injured by Ling Xiao again, it was naturally not difficult for him. He knew that Ling Xiao only wanted to prove his allegiance. Boom, the Sorcerer King exuded an ancient aura as he punched out. The Undying Prince's flesh and blood exploded again. The Undying Prince had the bloodline of the Undying Demon Emperor and his body had the immortal substance. It could be said that he could be reborn from a drop of blood. As long as there was a drop of blood, he could be reborn continuously. However, this kind of rebirth consumed the immortal substance in his body and was not unlimited. The Sorcerer King was completely ruthless as he attacked ruthlessly. The undying prince's flesh and blood kept exploding and regenerating. However, in the end, it became slower and slower. One could even see a transparent primordial spirit, whose eyes were filled with fear. Ling Xiao, spare my life. I'm willing to submit to you. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. He is the lord of the demon world, the undying demon emperor who suppressed billions of creatures. You are no match for him. The undying prince roared fiercely. So what if it's the undying devil emperor? He has been severely injured by the 9 human thearchs. Right now, no one knows which rat hole he is hiding in to recuperate. Don't even think that he can save you. Go to hell. The Shaman Spirit King sneered and punched the undying prince. The undying prince exploded again, crack, under the repeated attacks of the Shaman King. The undying prince was unable to withstand the destructive power. Even his soul began to crack, and in the end, he exploded. Rumble, the Origin Immortal painting flew out of Prince Undying's body and shone with dazzling light that surrounded him. The primal chaos void around him trembled as if it were about to shatter. Most of Undying Prince's flesh and blood had been destroyed, but there was still a part of his flesh and broken primordial spirit that was protected by the Daluo scroll. He wanted to break through the chaotic void and escape. The Daluo scroll was the Undying Prince's last resort. As long as he could leave the final battlefield, he would be able to escape. Trying to escape? Stay here. Ling Zhao's voice rang out. In the next moment, a dazzling beam of light shot out from between Ling Zhao's eyebrows. It emitted 9-colored divine light and instantly covered the sky. An ancient heavenly book appeared in the sky and pressed down on the Daluo scroll. It's the wordless heavenly book? The Shaman Spirit King trembled, and his eyes were filled with awe. This was the first time Ling Xiao had used the wordless heavenly book. Even the Daluo scroll seemed to be suppressed by the light of the wordless heavenly book. After all, the final battlefield had suppressed the power of an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Crack, runes shattered one after another. Even the Daluo scroll could not protect the Undying Prince's flesh and primordial spirit. The dazzling boundary suddenly shattered. No, the Undying Prince's eyes were filled with despair. The last bit of his flesh and primordial spirit was instantly devoured by the wordless heavenly book. The Undying Prince's soul was destroyed. Congratulations, Lord Ling Xiao, for killing the Undying Prince and shocking the heavens. The Shaman Spirit King's face was filled with respect as he knelt down to Ling Xiao. Bang, the Shaman Spirit King gritted his teeth and slapped between his eyebrows. A strand of his natal primordial spirit floated out. It looked exactly like the Shaman Spirit King and instantly flew toward Ling Xiao. He had shown his allegiance with his actions. As long as Ling Xiao refined this strand of his natal primordial spirit, his life would be under Ling Zhao's control. His life and death would be in Ling Zhao's hands. You're smart. Ling Xiao glanced at the Shaman Spirit King indifferently. At that moment, he really had the thought of using the wordless heavenly book to kill the Shaman Spirit King as well. However, the Shaman Spirit King was so obedient that he had no reason to do so. Lord Ling Xiao, you're a genius. This time, you've won the title of the Chosen One. In the future, you'll definitely become an emperor and become the master of the next era. I'm willing to follow Lord Ling Xiao. The Shaman Spirit King said respectfully. Very good. Your life is saved. Ling Xiao nodded and reached out to refine the strand of natal primordial spirit of the Shaman Spirit King. Suddenly, there was a mysterious connection between the two. Ling Xiao could feel that as long as he willed it, the Shaman Spirit King's soul would immediately disperse. The fate of the sorcerer tribe above the Shaman Spirit King's head also surged toward Ling Xiao like a torrent. Rumble, purple gas rose around Ling Xiao. Strands of purple gas were like divine chains of order. They shrouded his entire body and made him look even more mysterious. Above Ling Zhao's head, there seemed to be a purple galaxy with large stars floating in it. It represented the fate of all the tribes in the heavens. At that moment, all of it had gathered on him. Boom! Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt an incomparably majestic purple fate surging toward him. It was as vast as the sea, causing another bright star to appear in the purple galaxy above Ling Zhao's head. It emitted a brilliant light like the sun. The purple galaxy of destiny seemed to have been perfected, and it was filled with endless nobility. Zhao Ritian, you, Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a hint of surprise as he looked at Zhao Ritian. It was Zhao Ritian who had given up his human tribe's fate and given it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, this is what you deserve. Thank you. Now that I've taken my revenge, my heart is at peace. You're the true chosen one and the true hope of the human tribe. Should I call you Zhao Ritian or Di Hao? Ling Xiao looked at Zhao Ritian and asked. At this moment, Ling Xiao could not see through Zhao Ritian. He stood there with a slender figure and a handsome face. He exuded a dignified and mysterious aura from head to toe. His eyes were as bright and deep as the starry sky. Zhao Ritian had comprehended his past and present life. He had retrieved his bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor and became the true son of the Heavenly Emperor. The powerful aura he exuded made him seem even more invincible. For a moment, Ling Xiao was confused. Who was this Zhao Ritian? You should call me Zhao Ritian. Before the reincarnation, I was Di Hao. In this life, I'm Zhao Ritian. I believe that even if my father was still alive, he wouldn't care about this. Being the Heavenly Emperor or Di Hao is too tiring. I prefer to be free. That's why you should be the chosen one. The hope of the human race is on you. Zhao Ritian said with a smile. His eyes were unprecedentedly relaxed and open-minded. Zhao Ritian, are you giving me all the heavy responsibilities? That's too unjust. Ling Xiao said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Ling Xiao, Ritian is right. Without you, as the son of the Heavenly Emperor, he would naturally have to bear the responsibility. However, with you, you're more suitable than him. Second uncle nodded and said with certainty. Is it because I'm the successor of the wordless Heavenly Book? Ling Xiao asked. Yes and no. Second uncle said with deep meaning. Rumble, just as Ling Xiao was about to ask more, the entire chaotic battlefield began to tremble violently. A vast and mysterious energy gushed out like a volcanic eruption. The destiny galaxy above Ling Zhao's head was dazzling. Large purple stars floated up and down, releasing endless light and heat like the sun. Don't resist. Then, the flipping sky seal began to spin and turned into a dazzling light, taking the Shaman King into the world of the flipping sky seal. Although Second Uncle had once been the device spirit of the Celestial Emperor's seal and the flipping sky seal was also a part of the Celestial Emperor's seal, Second Uncle was no longer a device spirit. He had no intention of taking back the flipping sky seal and returned it to Ling Xiao. Chaotic light rose around Ling Xiao and the vast galaxy of destiny completely enveloped Ling Xiao. Then, he slowly disappeared in front of Zhao Ritian and Second Uncle. Second Uncle, what exactly is the chosen one? Zhao Ritian asked doubtfully. Although he knew the importance of the chosen one and knew that the chosen one would obtain supreme opportunities and good fortune, he was still somewhat puzzled by such a title. After all, the chosen one would only appear at the end of an epic, and the chosen one would be the most dazzling among the countless geniuses in the universe. Legend had it that as long as the chosen one did not fall, he was destined to become an emperor and become the master of the next epic. The chosen one is the lucky one who is chosen by the heavenly way and is protected by the heavenly way. As for what opportunities and good fortune he has, it's a secret that no one knows. However, although Ling Xiao has become the chosen one, he still has a great tribulation to overcome. Second Uncle lamented. You mean, the textless heavenly book? Zhao Ritian's heart skipped a beat. That's right. The textless heavenly book has been exposed. Moreover, Ling Xiao has killed so many emperors, supreme geniuses, and demon-like geniuses of the ancient tribes. I'm afraid many experts will take action this time to snatch his textless heavenly book. This is a tribulation in his life. If he can't overcome it, even if he's the chosen one, he will still fall. Second Uncle said slowly. He saved my life. I have to stay and help him. Zhao Ritian said seriously. Even if you stay, it won't help. Although you have an ultimate emperor weapon, you're still too weak. You won't be of much use if you stay. Why don't you come with me to meet someone? If he's willing to help, he might be able to increase Ling Zhao's chances of escaping. Second Uncle shook his head and said. Who is it? Zhao Ritian asked curiously. You'll know when you get there. Second uncle kept Zhao Ritian in suspense and did not tell him directly. Instead, he turned into a ray of light and entered Zhao Ritian's body. Zhao Ritian nodded and left the place according to second uncle's instructions. After Ling Xiao had become the chosen one, the chaos battlefield had opened. All the seals and barriers were opened and they could leave the place immediately. What appeared in front of Ling Xiao was a turbulent chaos sea. The chaos sea was filled with fog and one could not tell the direction. There was no concept of time and space. Even the Great Path Order had been completely severed. What is this place? Ling Xiao looked at the scene in front of him suspiciously. He had been brought here by the galaxy of destiny above his head. There seemed to be no living beings here. The surrounding strands of chaotic chi could devour all life. Countless mysterious energy rays intertwined, forming all kinds of mysterious scenes that contained extremely terrifying power fluctuations. Ling Xiao could feel that if it were not for the protection of the fate energy around him, he would have disappeared completely in this terrifying chaos sea. Crack! Suddenly, a blazing lightning exploded in the chaos sea before him. It pierced through the chaos sea and split the endless chaos sea into two. Clear chi rose to the sky while turbid chi sank to the ground. Yin and yang were born from the opposition. Earth, water, wind, and fire stabilized the Great Path Order. The embryonic form of the world began to appear in front of Ling Xiao. This was the scene of the creation of the world. Ling Xiao felt as if he had returned to the beginning of the world. Before all living beings were born, he saw the mysterious scene of the creation of the world in the chaos sea. This scene was naturally extremely shocking to Ling Xiao. It was like he had experienced it himself. He felt the aura of the Khanate origin and the birth of the Great Path Order from chaos to calmness. He saw that at the beginning of the creation of the world, countless strands of Khanate chi were nurtured by life, turning into powerful chaotic god fiends. He saw that the chaotic god fiends could capture the stars and the moon. They were indomitable and possessed the power to destroy everything with a single move. However, due to various reasons, a great war between god fiends and god fiends broke out in the end. He also saw that the world gradually evolved and matured. The Great Path Order stabilized and all living beings began to be born. They multiplied in this world and gave birth to one civilization after another. He also saw that the world had multiplied to the extreme. Many world-shaking supreme experts had appeared, and they were not satisfied with the restrictions of the world. They began to leave the world and enter the sea of chaos to explore. There were even great battles that broke out one after another. In the end, the world began to decline. It was like the cycle of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The world collapsed, all living beings died, and everything returned to chaos. This was the cycle of a world. Just as Ling Xiao became the heaven's chosen child and entered that unknown land, the ancient land of primal chaos underwent a drastic change. Rumble, 9-colored divine light filled the sky and dispersed the chaotic mist. Colorful celestial flowers sprinkled down, looking mysterious and ethereal. Illusory golden lotuses appeared densely on the ground like a golden ocean, incomparably pure and holy. Flowers rained down from the sky, golden lotuses sprouted from the ground. This was a celestial phenomenon that would only appear when an almighty expert broke through. At this moment, such a phenomenon appeared in the chaotic ancient land, causing everyone to tremble involuntarily. The chosen one has appeared? Who is it? Such a celestial phenomenon appearing in the chaotic ancient land was impossible even if someone had proven their Tao and become a saint. There was only one conclusion: the chosen one had appeared. After the final battlefield appeared, only the 108 prodigies who obtained the ancient seal could enter the final battlefield to compete for the title of chosen one. Now that such a phenomenon had appeared, it meant that the true chosen one had appeared. The entire chaotic ancient land began to boil. Everyone's eyes were filled with incomparable anticipation, waiting for the chosen one to appear. Legend had it that the chosen one was a prodigy that led an epic. They could lead a race to become the epic lord and create a glorious and grand epic. Countless years ago, the demon lord was like this, and so was the celestial emperor of this epic, and this time, who would be the chosen one? I saw someone come out of the final battlefield. He said, the chosen one is Ling Xiao. An incomparably explosive piece of news came, revealing the true identity of the heaven's chosen one. Ling Xiao? Who's Ling Xiao? That name is so unfamiliar. I thought the chosen one this time would be the son of heaven or one of the princes of the demon world. Why is it this Ling Xiao? I'm not sure. What's Ling Xiao's background? Everyone was discussing animatedly, and their eyes were filled with incomparable doubt. Ling Xiao is Long Outyen of the War God Temple. His real name is Ling Xiao, but he's using the alias Long Outyen. This time, the chosen one is him. Finally, a prodigy from the final battlefield spoke, revealing Ling Xiao's identity with a single sentence. Also, you don't know yet, right? The reason why Ling Xiao changed his name to Long Outyen was because he was afraid of exposing his identity. This name was taboo. He ascended from the mortal realm, and he has a supreme treasure with him, a chaos supreme treasure that almost caused a war between the human clan and the demon clan 1,000,000 years ago. Are you talking about that? That's right. It is the wordless heavenly book. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They were completely stunned. What kind of treasure was the wordless heavenly book? The wordless heavenly book was one of the legendary 10 great chaos treasures. At the beginning of the era, the death of the Sky Emperor was related to the wordless heavenly book. It was originally under the control of the devil race, but for some unknown reason, it fell into the hands of the Scarlet Dragon War God 1,000,000 years ago, causing a great war. Thus, the great name of the wordless heavenly book resounded like thunder in everyone's ears. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a great background. Not only did he become the chosen one this time, but he also possessed the wordless heavenly book, a primal chaos treasure. I'm afraid Ling Xiao is in danger. He's a human clan, but not only is he the chosen one, but he also possesses the wordless heavenly book. I'm afraid the demon realm won't let him go. Some experts of the human race began to worry. The entire chaotic ancient land was in an uproar because of these two pieces of news. Everyone had their own ulterior motives. Some wanted to spread the news to the outside world, some wanted to track Ling Xiao's whereabouts, and some wanted to protect Ling Xiao. For a moment, the undercurrent was turbulent, as if a storm was brewing. Gotcha. At the same time, the passageway to the myriad worlds in the chaotic ancient land opened. Those who were still in the chaotic ancient land were directly sent out by an irresistible force. The appearance of the Heaven's Chosen Child meant that the Heaven's Chosen convention was over. The remaining people were naturally rejected by the primal chaos ancient land and sent out. News of what had happened in the chaotic ancient land spread throughout the universe. The demon realm. What? All 3 imperial princes are dead? How? How is this possible? In the depths of the demon realm, in a place shrouded in demonic light, dozens of powerful figures stood. Their auras were as vast and unfathomable as the sea. Every one of them seemed to be the embodiment of the great Tao, causing the surrounding void to shake violently. Their cultivation was extremely terrifying. The weakest one was a Saint King realm super expert. Every move of theirs was filled with mysterious Taoist rhymes. This was the core of the demon realm. The 10 sects of the demon realm, the various great emperor clans, and the supreme experts formed the Elder Council to rule the entire demon realm. At this moment, after hearing the news from the chaotic ancient land, they were all shocked. The demon realm is going to change. The Blood Prison Prince, Original Prince, and Undying Prince have all died in the chaotic ancient land. Although the 3 demon emperors are now in seclusion in the depths of the chaotic sea, once they hear the news, will be implicated. We have to catch the culprit and avenge them. An ice-cold voice sounded. His eyes, which were like blood moons, were filled with cruelty and fear. Ling Xiao. I didn't expect the wordless heavenly book that we've been tracking for so long to be in his hands. He's also the murderer of the 3 great emperors. He deserves to die. The most important thing is that Ling Xiao has become the chosen child. Have you forgotten about the heavenly emperor? In the next era, we can't let such a peerless figure appear in the human race. We must nip him in the bud. That's right. This person is the mortal enemy of the demon realm. Whether it's because of the wordless heavenly book or because he's the chosen child, he must die. But how are we going to kill Ling Xiao? Humph. Now, the chaotic ancient land is gradually closing. Although Ling Xiao is still in the chaotic ancient land, according to the records in the ancient books, the chosen child will directly return to his world, which is the realm of the gods. As long as we set up an inescapable net in the realm of the gods and closely monitor the void passage between the chaotic ancient land and the realm of the gods, we'll definitely find Ling Zhao's whereabouts. This time, let's activate the few spies in the realm of the gods. At the same time, send out a few great sage kings, one in the open and one in the dark. We must kill Ling Xiao and bring back the wordless heavenly book. Agreed. Agreed. No problem. Many powerful figures intertwined their divine thoughts and finally reached a consensus. Ling Xiao sat in the sea of chaos as he watched the chaos split open the world before him. 12 mysterious halos revolved around him, making him seem like he had transcended everything. He was untainted by dust. Chaos, fate, karma, samsara, the 12 heavenly methods seemed to form everything in the universe. They were the cornerstones of the world. Under such a state, Ling Zhao's comprehension of the 12 heavenly methods increased by leaps and bounds. Rumble, streaks of chaotic lightning appeared around Ling Xiao, intertwining with one another. They were like lightning dragons wreaking havoc. They contained an extremely shocking spiritual fluctuation, enveloping his entire body. At the same time, as Ling Xiao breathed in and out, the chaotic aura in the surroundings surged over, turning into strands of chaotic energy that began to refine his body and soul. The chaotic energy contained the endless laws of the world. Even saints would not dare to devour this energy directly, or they would directly explode and die. Only experts who had touched upon the realm of gods would be bold enough to refine chaotic energy, allowing them to cross the sea of chaos with their bodies. Now, under the support of the 12 heavenly methods and the protection of the vast fortune of the races, Ling Xiao began to be refined by the chaotic energy. He slowly transformed into an extremely wondrous state. His flesh and blood became translucent as strands of chaotic aura flowed through them. They gave off an ancient and eternal pulse. His bones originally shone resplendently with golden light, as if they had been cast from gold. However, they were now covered in a layer of chaotic aura, turning dark gold. Vaguely, there seemed to be inscriptions that appeared, making his bones even tougher. The biggest change was in Ling Zhao's soul. It looked translucent and flawless, like a Buddha sitting cross-legged in his sea of consciousness. However, as the chaotic energy surged in, Ling Zhao's soul actually collapsed. It shattered like a mirror immediately, exploding into a resplendent rain of light. The chaotic energy was vast and boundless, containing the power of destruction and rebirth. After Ling Zhao's soul shattered, it recovered very quickly. Every time a strand of chaotic energy surged in, Ling Zhao's soul would shatter. Even saints would probably go mad from the excruciating pain. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was extremely calm. It was as if the Yuan spirit was not his at all. He calmly watched the Yuan spirit shatter and regenerate. He watched as the chaotic energy refined it. He watched as the flaws disappeared bit by bit, becoming truly flawless. In the end, Ling Zhao's soul shone with a grey luster. It actually seemed to possess a body, becoming tangible. However, the power hidden within was over 100 times greater than before. This was a type of refinement at the deepest level, and it was also a type of great fortune and opportunity. Although Ling Xiao had no idea where he was, he could vaguely sense that this was the land of the heavens, where the heavenly ways were born. The 3,000 origins of the ways gathered here, forming the heavenly ways. Originally, this was a place where no one could enter. Even great emperors would be rejected by the heavenly Tao, unable to take a peek at this sacred realm. However, Ling Xiao had received the blessing of the fate of the myriad races during the heavenly selection convention, becoming the chosen one and entering this place in the end. Ling Xiao could sense that the vast galaxy of fate above his head had silently fused into his body as his body transformed. It had entered his flesh, bones, soul, and even heart. This was the fate of the myriad races, which could also be called the fate of the ways of the heavens. The fate of the myriad races had gathered in a single person, completely becoming a part of Ling Xiao now, becoming one with him. Ling Xiao felt warm and comfortable all over his body. It was as if all the shackles on his body had been broken, and all the shackles had disappeared. He was completely unrestrained, and he felt a great sense of freedom and joy. Ling Xiao could even sense that his affinity with the ways of the ways had become extremely high. He could comprehend the mysteries of the laws of the ways very easily. With the blessing of the ways of the heavens today, even if I enter the myriad worlds and territories of the myriad races in the future, I'll probably not be rejected or suppressed by the ways of the gods. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a look of understanding as he thought to himself. The myriad worlds were occupied by powerful races. Apart from the laws of the ways of each major world, there was also the fate of the race that suppressed them. For example, if the experts of the demons entered the gods' world, they would be suppressed by the fate of the humans in the gods' world. The strength they could unleash would be greatly reduced, and the stronger they were, the more obvious it would be. As a result, although the demons coveted the gods' world, they rarely sent experts there. In fact, they preferred to directly lure in the humans and bestow the bloodline of the demons to stir up trouble. However, with the blessing of the ways of the heavens, Ling Xiao would not be suppressed at all even if he entered the myriad worlds in the future. This was the most direct benefit of the fate of the ways of the heavens. As for the other mysteries, Ling Xiao would have to explore them himself. Rumble, as the chaotic energy tempered Ling Xiao, a dazzling light bloomed above his head. 3 immortal flowers of the great path floated out, sparkling and translucent. They emitted a dazzling and ethereal immortal light. 3 small figures sat cross-legged in the flowers of the ways of the great path. Their faces were similar to Ling Zhao's. The one in the center was real, the one on the left exuded an aura of vicissitudes, and the one on the right exuded a fluctuation of the future. They were heaven, earth, and human. At this moment, Ling Xiao had reached the great circle of the half-saint realm. He could become a saint at any time. My physical body is very strong, and the secret skill of the ancestral dragon has broken through to the ancestral dragon body. However, because I don't have the bloodline of the ancestral dragon in me, it's not the true ancestral dragon body. It seems that I'm very close to becoming a saint physically, but there's still a huge difference. However, with today's opportunity, there's a glimmer of hope. Perhaps I can use the chaotic energy to become a saint physically. Ling Xiao thought to himself as a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Ling Zhao's physical body, primordial spirit, precepts, and heart force had all reached the great circle. Among the 4 of them, his physical body was still the strongest. He had always had the ambition to become one of the 4 saints in the past and present, then, he would start with becoming a saint physically. Rumble, Ling Zhao's body emitted a brilliant light. He began to activate the wordless heavenly book and the sky-devouring secret skill. He took the initiative to devour the chaotic energy around him and integrate it into his flesh and blood. Strands of chaotic energy entered Ling Zhao's body. They were like blades that wreaked havoc in his body. The pain was like being cut into pieces. It was excruciating. However, Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with determination and madness. He quietly waited for the final transformation of his physical body. The Saint Dao realm was a very mysterious realm. Ascending from the God realm to the Saint realm wasn't inferior to ascending from the mortal realm to the God realm, and it was even more difficult than ascending from the mortal realm to the God realm. In the universe, the mortal realm was naturally an insignificant ant that had just stepped onto the path of the martial Tao, whereas the God realm was considered the backbone and could barely be considered to have touched upon the Tao and the laws. Only the Saint realm was a true expert, an existence that suppressed the foundation. The Saint realm experts were always the most important in determining the strength of an ancient clan, a sacred ground, or even a race. They represented a powerful foundation and limitless possibilities. Only by stepping foot into the Saint realm would one have a chance to glimpse the supreme God realm, suppress the universe, and sweep through the invincible, the mortal realm, God realm, Saint realm, and Emperor realm. These were the 4 stages on the path of the martial Tao. Ling Xiao was now at the perfection of the Ascension realm, but strictly speaking, he was only at the God realm. If he wanted to surpass the God realm and enter the Saint realm, it would be a type of transformation for Ling Xiao, a type of evolution in the level of life. The path Ling Xiao wanted to take wasn't an ordinary path of the Saint realm, but the physical body of a saint. The reason the physical body of a saint realm was so difficult was because the strength of a person was limited, while the energy of the world was boundless. Whether it was cultivating the origin spirit, the laws, or the heart energy, they could all rely on the energy of the world to break through the limits, seize heaven-defying fortune, and comprehend the energy of the grand Tao and the laws. On the other hand, the physical body of a saint realm had to rely on oneself. One had to rely on nothing but the physical body to break through the restraints of the world, this path was bound to be the most difficult path, so since ancient times, the number of people who could achieve the physical body of a saint realm could be counted on one's fingers. It required great fortune, great perseverance, and great courage, and it was impossible for ordinary people to accomplish. Even though Xianxia had the ambition to achieve the physical body of a saint realm, he knew how difficult it was and how little hope there was. But now, he'd become the chosen one and come to this unknown place, and the vast chaotic energy allowed Xianxia to see hope, rumble. The chaotic energy surged like a vast ocean as it ceaselessly washed over Xianxia's body. Every strand of chaotic energy was like a blade, extremely heavy, and it contained the chaotic laws of the Grand Tao. It made Xianxia feel as if he was being sliced into pieces, and he suffered endless pain at all times. However, Xianxia's expression was extremely calm. He was even immersed in this kind of cultivation. The pain of the physical body was more like a kind of spiritual enjoyment to him. The tempering of the chaotic mist made Xianxia's blood boil. Golden light coiled around his body, fusing with the chaotic energy and forming mysterious inscriptions. They moved through his flesh and blood, eventually imprinting themselves on his bones. The invasion of the chaotic energy was like a form of destruction to Xianxia's physical body, but it was also like a form of rebirth. Just like the flowers and plants that survived a storm, they would have a stronger and more exuberant life force. It was a kind of evolution in the level of life. Not only was the chaotic energy refined and guided in Xianxia's body, but it had also entered his soul. His soul was immersed in the boundless state of Wei, resonating with his body. Xianxia sat cross-legged in the chaos as his body continued to transform. His body was translucent like a glazed divine gold. The textless heavenly scroll flew out from between Xianxia's eyebrows and hovered above his head. It radiated with an extremely powerful devouring force. Xianxia had completely activated the secret technique of heaven devouring. The vast chaotic energy in the surroundings surged towards Xianxia wildly. Xianxia was like a bottomless pit, not rejecting any of it. He devoured all the chaotic energy. The chaotic energy entered Xianxia's flesh and blood, penetrating deep into his bones, meridians, and soul. In the end, it changed Xianxia from the inside out. His body was extremely tough in the first place. It was translucent, without any impurities. However, under the tempering of the boundless primal chaos energy, Xianxia's flesh and blood actually leaked out traces of black qi. That was the Tao injury caused by the continuous battles. Although it was light, it would become a flaw that could not be healed over time. The chaotic energy was extremely violent and chaotic, but it was all round when it came to tempering Xianxia's body. Very soon, he began to shine with a pure light from the inside out. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Xianxia's entire body crackled like beans being fried. His bones trembled and turned into a mysterious sound, making his bones even more translucent. Chaotic energy surged into every single pore on Xianxia's body. It was like the creation of the world. Earth, water, wind, and fire actually surged out, freezing the space there and forming a mysterious miniature world. The miniature world shone with divine light as auspicious vapors rose up. Various gods appeared, like the gods of creation. Their faces were extremely similar to Xianxia's. The gods chanted at the same time. Their voices intertwined with one another, becoming louder and louder. In the end, it was like a tsunami, forming a vast sound that made Xianxia tremble all over. His body seemed to form divine kingdoms one after another, translucent and translucent. A resplendent layer formed on the surface of his body, radiating with an eternal light. It seemed like dragon scales, but it also seemed like he had put on a layer of armor. It shone with a resplendent light, eternal and indestructible. From the inside to the outside, from the outside to the inside, his physical body and primordial spirit were transforming at the same time. Xianxia felt as if the great Tao had appeared in front of him and was within his reach. However, there seemed to be a layer of terrifying shackles in his body. As long as he broke this shackle, he would be able to touch the supreme great Tao and become a saint. This was the shackle of his physical body. Only by breaking the shackle could his physical body become a saint. Even though Xianxia's physical body was already extremely strong, he still felt that the shackle was like a divine chain of order. It wrapped around his body and firmly restrained the power of his physical body. The small world that Xianxia had opened up through his pores seemed to have been sealed, and he was unable to fully unleash its power. Break for me. Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly opened. In an instant, blazing divine light spewed out from his eyes. It was as if the entire chaotic void was completely illuminated. An ancient and mysterious sound came from his body. It was like a dragon's roar, like a tiger's roar, and also like the supreme sound of the great Tao that could split the world. It resounded through the sky. Rumble, the light around Ling Zhao's body was dazzling. Suddenly, a thick and ancient divine chain of order appeared. It contained an ancient and boundless aura. The shackle of his physical body that was originally illusory seemed to be real at this moment. As Ling Zhao's physical body released a terrifying divine power, the shackle of his physical body was also completely taut. It was as if it was going to break at any time. The heavens and earth shook. In this vast chaotic void, streaks of terrifying chaotic lightning suddenly appeared. They emitted a destructive aura that made one's scalp go numb. They directly blasted towards Ling Zhao. Gotcha, streaks of chaotic thunderbolts were as terrifying as mountains. Some of the thunderbolts were even imbued with spirituality and turned into thunderous dragons, thunderous tigers, thunderous cheelants, and other beasts. They pounced towards Ling Zhao at the same time. Ling Zhao wanted to break through the shackles of his physical body. Instantly, the great Tao sensed it and a terrifying divine tribulation descended. Endless thunderbolts intertwined and it made one's heart palpitate. Such a terrifying divine tribulation would cause even a true sage to be fearful and not have any thoughts of resisting it. Good timing. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a sharp light and his eyes lit up instantly. An incomparably strong fighting spirit emerged. In Ling Zhao's opinion, this divine tribulation wasn't a tribulation to stop his physical body from becoming a sage. Instead, it was the strongest aid to help him break through the shackles of his physical body and become a sage. Boom. Boom. Boom, Ling Zhao's fists were like dragons and he didn't hesitate to release his strongest strength. He continuously attacked the thunderbolts in the sky. Every time his fists collided with the thunderbolts, it was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking. Huge thunderbolts were created. The terrifying divine tribulation enveloped Ling Zhao. The thunderbolts were filled with chaotic light and they were all formed by the great Tao. They contained the murderous intent of the great Tao. Every thunderbolt was comparable to a full-powered attack from a sage. It was extremely terrifying. The thunderbolts shrouded Ling Zhao and the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard from within. They even turned into ancient weapons, as if they were the imprints of the great Tao Emperor weapons of the Antiquity Age. They contained peerless murderous intent. Ling Zhao had also gone crazy from the battle. His blood was boiling and his blood-red cloak was fluttering behind him. His black hair danced wildly and his eyes were like blazing suns that pierced through the thunderbolts. Roar, Ling Zhao suddenly roared at the sky. He opened his mouth and a powerful devouring force came from it. It was like a whale swallowing the sea, swallowing the lightning that filled the sky. Rumble, the thunderbolts exploded in Ling Zhao's body and spread through his flesh and bones. They gushed out from his pores and bombarded the shackles of his physical body. Gotcha. The shackles of his physical body shook violently and cracks appeared as if they were going to break at any time. Open! Ling Zhao's spirit was shaken, and his eyes were filled with a blazing sharpness. Terrifying divine power erupted from his body, and his arms seemed to have penetrated the boundary between reality and illusion. He directly grabbed the shackle and pulled violently. Boom! The shackles around Ling Zhao's body were blasted into smithereens. The shackles of his body had been completely shattered. Rumble, Ling Zhao's body glowed brightly. Beams of light shot out and intertwined with each other. It was as if they could pierce through the heavens, containing the power to destroy everything. The small worlds in his acupuncture points originally contained a vast amount of power, which was the divine treasure of his fleshly body. However, because of the existence of the shackles of his fleshly body, they couldn't burst out. Now that the shackles on his body had been broken, the vast power intertwined with each other and turned into a storm that swept in all directions, causing the entire sea of chaos to tremble violently. Ling Zhao floated in the void with his eyes lowered. His expression was incomparably calm, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. He had a kind of great joy, great freedom, and great detachment. He felt that the heavens and earth had become incomparably clear. He could see through the essence of the sea of chaos in all directions, and the chaotic Great Tao laws could no longer affect him. At this moment, a bright rain of light appeared from Ling Zhao's primordial spirit, which directly blended into his flesh and bones, perfectly fusing into one. Every drop of his flesh and blood contained Ling Zhao's primordial spirit, cultivation, and memory imprints. As long as he had a drop of flesh and blood, he could immediately restore his true body. This was the true immortal body, rebirth from a drop of blood. Is this the physical sanctification? Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. The immortal body was one of the most obvious divine powers of the divine body. With the immortal body, even a sage king expert could forget about completely killing Ling Xiao. Besides the immortal body, Ling Xiao felt that his divine body treasury had been completely opened up. His physical strength was more than 10 times or 100 times stronger than before. Now, he could directly kill a sage with a casual punch. This was the terrifying part of the divine body. Although this path was extremely difficult, once he successfully broke the shackles and became a divine body, he could rely on his own strength to break through and shatter everything, possessing invincible combat strength. Now, Ling Xiao had finally broken through to the sage realm. If anyone knew that Ling Xiao had broken the shackles of the divine body, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. After all, this path was too difficult. It was rare for one to appear in millions of years, let alone a human with a weak physical body. Now, Ling Xiao had done it. With the divine body, my current combat strength should be enough to sweep across the sage realm. I can even fight against a supreme sage. If my primordial spirit, precepts, and heart force can all become a sage at the same time, reaching the 4-sage realm, then even a sage's cultivation will be enough to suppress a supreme sage and be invincible. Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly, revealing a strong sense of confidence. Ever since he ascended from the God of War realm to the God realm, Ling Xiao had always felt a sense of danger. He was afraid that his identity would be exposed, so he cultivated with all his might. After experiencing countless life and death hardships, he finally had the cultivation today. Although the divine body was not invincible, it already gave him the strength to establish a foothold in the God realm. After returning to the God realm this time, I can find a chance to go down to the lower realm and bring father and mother there. Staying in the lower realm will always be a hidden danger. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Buzz, the dazzling golden light around him slowly receded, and the runes looked incomparably mysterious. They were crystal clear as if they contained the principles of heaven and earth. However, at this moment, all of them receded into his body, disappearing without a trace. When Ling Zhao's aura receded, it was as if he had no cultivation at all. He was just like an ordinary scholar, without a trace of an expert's fluctuation. After the divine body, Ling Xiao had reached the realm of returning to one's original state. Even if he did not use the heaven-shrouding secret technique, ordinary people would not be able to see through his cultivation. However, Ling Xiao felt a little regretful. Although he had broken the shackles of his physical body with the help of the chaotic energy, his primordial spirit, precepts, and heart force were still a little lacking. He needed to slowly polish his cultivation and push all 3 of them to the perfect realm before he could continue to break through. You're the first to use the chaotic energy to achieve divine body. Not bad, not bad. Suddenly, an old voice rang in Ling Zhao's ears. Who's there? Ling Zhao's expression changed, and he looked in front of him cautiously. Buzz, a dazzling light filled the air, and a figure emerged from the chaotic mist, reflected in Ling Zhao's eyes. It was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He wore a Taoist robe and his face was ruddy like a baby's. He looked like an immortal with an ethereal and otherworldly temperament. His eyes, in particular, were ancient, wise, and profound. It was as if he had seen through the long river of time and seen through the boundless mortal world. He had a great sense of freedom. He walked out of the chaos. His original figure was incomparably illusory, but when he walked in front of Ling Xiao, it was as if he had passed through endless time and space and became real. Who are you? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he stared at the old man in front of him. He did not feel a trace of cultivation from this old man, but the old man gave him an unfathomable feeling. It was as if this endless sea of chaos made one's heart palpitate. Who am I? That's a question from a long time ago. The young man who asked me this question last time seemed to be called Dijun. The old man with white hair and beard smiled faintly. His expression was very amiable. Dijun? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. His eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. He had talked with Zhao Ritian before and knew that the Sky Emperor's real name was Dijun. This old man with white hair and beard actually called the Sky Emperor a young man. Could it be that he met the Sky Emperor at the end of the last demon era, during the Chosen One conference? If that was the case, then this old man's background was simply terrifying to the extreme. Senior, Dijun is His Majesty the Sky Emperor of the human race. Could it be that you met His Majesty at the last Chosen One conference? Senior, who are you? Ling Xiao cupped his hands and bowed to the old man. He did not feel the slightest hostility from this old man. Instead, he felt a very amiable aura. This made him even more curious about this old man's background. That's right. Dijun was indeed the Chosen One last time. I didn't expect that kid to be so amazing in the end. Not only did he become the first celestial emperor of the human race, he actually swept through the heavens and created the human era. He is indeed the most talented person I have ever seen in countless eras. The old man smiled and said, with some emotion, as for who I am? Can't you guess it? Rumble. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a vast and majestic wave permeated the surroundings, causing the chaos sea in the surroundings to tremble violently. Strands of laws permeated the air as if they could connect the heavens and the myriad worlds. It was mysterious and unfathomable. This is the aura of the heavenly Tao? Could it be that you are? Ling Zhao's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. He could actually sense the aura of the 3,000 great Daos from the old man's body. Furthermore, the old man exuded the power of the origin of the world. Facing the old man, Ling Xiao felt like he was facing the heavens and the earth. Could this old man be the supreme heavenly Tao of all the realms? This thought made Ling Xiao extremely shocked. He even felt that it was crazy, but it was an incomparably real feeling. That's right. I am the heavenly Tao. To be exact, I am the spirit of the heavenly Tao, and also the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. I can only awaken from my slumber when the great tribulation of the epoch is about to occur and the world is about to be destroyed and reborn. The old man said with a smile. Boom, he slowly stretched out his arm, and his 5 fingers moved slightly. Suddenly, runes rose up, and a chaotic light exploded, opening up an ancient world, giving birth to countless creatures. He clenched his fist, and immediately, the world collapsed and returned to chaos. Behind the old man, Ling Xiao could see many ancient worlds emerging from the streams of chaotic light. Countless worlds were born and destroyed, but the old man exuded an eternal and indestructible aura. Almost instantly, Ling Xiao believed it. This old man could actually control the 3,000 great Daos, and he could also control the chaos to open up the heavens and earth at will. The boundless aura of the origin was incomparably majestic and endless. Ling Xiao felt that even a great emperor would pale in comparison to this old man. If this old man wasn't the heavenly Tao, who else could be? Old man heavenly Tao? I originally thought that the heavenly Tao was a law and order without a physical body. I didn't expect the heavenly Tao to be able to take the form of a human. It seems that I have been ignorant. Ling Xiao said with some emotion. He felt an aura of the same origin from the heavenly Tao elder in front of him. Almost instantly, he understood the meaning of the Chosen One. The so-called Son of Heaven was a person chosen by the heavenly Tao. They were blessed with the karmic luck of the heavenly Tao and possessed the fortune bestowed by the heavenly Tao. Only then would they be able to advance courageously on the path of martial Tao. The heavenly Tao luck on his body should have come from the heavenly Tao elder in front of him. Even the chaotic energy was bestowed by the heavenly Tao elder. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to attain sage realm so easily. Everything has a spirit. Grass, trees, mountains, and rocks all have a spirit. Why can't the heavenly Tao have a spirit? Ling Xiao, you were able to come here not only because I chose you, but also because your talent far surpasses everyone else. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to become the Chosen One. The heavenly Tao elder smiled faintly. Heavenly Tao elder, since you are the heavenly Tao of this universe, why are you here? Could it be that you have something for me to do? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he cupped his hands and bowed. You don't have to test me. I have no ill intentions towards you. Since I am the heavenly Tao, There is naturally nothing I don't know and nothing I can't do. Of course, I have my mission by appearing here. I am also waiting for your arrival. The Heavenly Tao Elder looked at Ling Xiao with a deep gaze as though he could see through Ling Xiao with a single glance. Waiting for my arrival? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. That's right. Do you know the origin of the Heavenly Choice meeting? The Heavenly Tao Elder nodded. I don't know. Ling Xiao shook his head. The Heavenly Choice meeting only appears at the end of an era. Its purpose is to maintain the order of the universe. It selects the most talented person from the billions of races and bestows them with the Heavenly Tao luck so that they can lead a race to prosperity and create a new era. This is the origin of the Chosen One. And you are the 108th Chosen One. The Heavenly Tao Elder said slowly with an ethereal voice. 108? Could it be that this universe has already experienced 108 eras? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. The mysteries of the universe that the Heavenly Tao Elder spoke of shocked him greatly. An era could easily last for billions of years. Who knew how many powerful races, peerless figures, and prosperous civilizations were born? Before the human epoch was the demon epoch. Because the demon race was too powerful, their foundations were incomparably deep, and they were once the lords of several epochs, the human race was unable to exterminate the demon race. Otherwise, the human epoch would have been founded on the destruction of the demon race. After hundreds of millions of years, perhaps no one would even remember that the demon race had once existed. But now, Elder Heaven was telling Ling Xiao that the world had already experienced 108 epochs. This represented 108 powerful races. How could Ling Xiao not be shocked? 108 epochs, 108 ancient cities in the ancient Chaos Land, 108 secret techniques in the wordless Heavenly Book. Could there be some sort of connection? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Ling Xiao, do you know how the myriad worlds were formed? Old Man Tian glanced at Ling Xiao and slowly explained, actually, at the beginning of the 108 eras, there was no celestial world. There was only a complete universe, an eternal and boundless ancient continent. However, because of Emperor's fall, countless emperors fell and that universe was shattered. Gradually, it evolved into the celestial world. The great epic calamity was like a cycle of reincarnation. It caused the myriad worlds to constantly change and approach each other. It was as if the universe wanted to repair itself and become complete. Countless fortunes and opportunities would appear during the great tribulation of an epoch. Millions of races and countless supreme experts understood this. That was why they fought and fought for it. They wanted to create an epoch and turn it into the strongest foundation of a race, as Elder Heaven, in the great epic calamity, when the universe shattered and the myriad worlds appeared, I was also torn apart. I was heavily injured and fell into a deep slumber. It was only at the end of the epoch when the universe was in turmoil that I was able to temporarily awaken from my slumber and transform into my current form. However, I met the chosen one that I chose. However, 108 epochs have passed. I've waited for far too long, but I still haven't met someone who can help me. Emperor Jun almost succeeded in the past, but he still fell on the path. Today, I've finally met you. Old Man Tian's voice was indifferent and ethereal, but the contents of his words were like thunder in Ling Zhao's ears, causing his entire body to tremble. This was a secret of heaven and earth, a secret that even the Supreme Emperor might not know. Now, Old Man Tian Dao had revealed everything to him, and he knew everything. Not only did Ling Xiao know about the origin of the great tribulation of the epoch, but he also knew about the past of this universe. Old Man Tian Dao didn't hide anything and told him everything. You waited for me? May I know why Senior is waiting for me? Even His Majesty Dijun couldn't do it. Aren't you overestimating me? Ling Xiao asked with a bitter smile. You're right. In terms of talent, you are still far behind Dijun. But the difference is that this is the 108th era. Old Man Tian's voice became solemn. His words almost choked Ling Xiao to death. Ling Xiao was just being modest, but he didn't expect Old Man Tian Dao to think that he was far inferior to Dijun. This hurt Ling Xiao. After all, he knew that he wasn't weaker than anyone. Even when facing Zhao Ritian, the son of the Celestial Emperor, he didn't think that he was inferior to Zhao Ritian. But now, he felt that he was being looked down upon. The 108th era? What's the difference? Ling Xiao cursed in his heart, but he still asked doubtfully. Of course it's different. The 108th era is also the last era of this universe. Just like the cycle of the 4 seasons, this universe is about to enter winter. The great tribulation of the epic this time will be more tragic than any other time. Billions of races from all over the universe will be swept in. Even those self-proclaimed old monsters and supreme experts from a few eras ago will awaken. When the time comes, there will definitely be an earth-shattering war. Old man Tian Dao's face was filled with compassion. The most tragic great tribulation of the epic? What is this so-called great tribulation? Why can it cause a war between all the worlds? Ling Xiao asked. When the great tribulation of the epic descends, the world barrier of all the worlds in the universe will become extremely weak. Moreover, the suppression of the great path order will also be reduced to the lowest. What do you think will happen? Old man Tian Dao asked. What? Ling Xiao was shocked. If the world barrier became extremely weak, wouldn't it mean that one would be able to enter and exit other worlds at will? By then, the divine world that the human race relied on to defend against the demon race's invasion would be like a piece of paper. It would no longer be of any use. It turned out that this was the real Great Tribulation. Moreover, the reason why the Great Tribulation of the epic this time will be even more tragic. Not only will the world barrier of all the worlds in the universe disappear, but it is also very likely that they will reunite as one and become a complete world. Old man Tian Dao let out another thunderbolt. Reunite as one? A complete world? Ling Xiao's heart quivered as he finally felt the seriousness of the matter. If all the races in the universe were to descend upon the divine world, what would happen by then? By then, the entire divine world would be plunged into misery and suffering. Other than the 12 immortal sacred grounds and a few great emperor races who could protect themselves, most of the human race would be incomparably miserable. They would be abused by the other races and fall into endless darkness. After all, the human race had created the human epic on the basis of bloody conquest. Other than the demon race who had already become their mortal enemy, the human race had also offended many other powerful races. If all the races entered a complete world, if there was a great emperor, perhaps the other races would be wary of them and be able to protect themselves. However, although the human race looked prosperous now, it had been countless years since a great emperor had appeared. At that time, the human race would be in the most danger. Senior, what do you need me to do? Ling Xiao saw the most terrifying future from old man Tian Dao's description and asked seriously. Ling Xiao, if we allow the myriad races to wage war, I'm afraid it'll be another Emperor's Fall war. The complete world will be shattered again. At that time, our universe will truly be consigned to eternal damnation. I need you to grow as much as you can, suppress the races, and collect the fate of all races to make up for the heavenly Dao. Old man Tian Dao said to Ling Xiao. Suppress the races? Collect the fate of all races? Senior, you really think highly of me. Ling Xiao said with a bitter smile. This was something that even the heavenly emperor back then had failed to do, let alone Ling Xiao who had just become a sage. Who knew how long it would take for him to reach the supreme emperor realm? I believe you. I can only believe you. I know you want to save the human race. My request does not contradict your thoughts. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and nodded. Senior, I will try my best, but I can't guarantee that I can fulfill your wish and mend the heavenly way. The heavenly way elder was right. Ling Xiao's goal did not conflict with the heavenly way elder's request. If Ling Xiao could really stand at the peak of the martial Dao and possess such strength and realm, it would be his duty to mend the heavenly way. I believe in you. Those who are chosen by the wordless heavenly book are the best in terms of talent and luck. Moreover, you have already proven your Dao and become a saint. You will gradually discover the wonderful effects of the wordless heavenly book. If you can prove your Dao and become an emperor and wield the wordless heavenly book, you will definitely be able to defeat all races and suppress the heavens. The heavenly way elder smiled faintly. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and said with a chuckle, Senior, you see, my current strength is still too weak. If I encounter a sage ruler or an imperial emperor, I won't be able to resist at all. Since I have been chosen by you as the chosen one, do you think you should bestow some treasures to me? Ling Xiao's mind started to work. Since the heavenly way elder was the incarnation of the heavenly way, he would definitely have countless treasures. Ling Xiao naturally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to ask for more benefits. Kid, you were able to come here and absorb the luck of all races. With the help of the chaotic energy, your physical body has become a saint. Isn't that good fortune? The Heavenly Way Elder said helplessly. Senior. Although the karmic luck of the myriad races and the primal chaos energy have greatly increased my cultivation, you should know that I have the wordless heavenly book and am the chosen one. If I leave the primal chaos ancient land, not only will the devil race not let me go, but many humans will covet my wordless heavenly book as well. Why don't you bestow me with 8 or 10 life-saving trump cards? Ling Xiao chuckled. 8 or 10 life-saving trump cards? Do you think they are all cabbages? The Heavenly Way Elder was so angry that he rolled his eyes. However, he also fell into deep thought. Ling Xiao was right. He had become the target of everyone. If he left this chaotic ancient land, he would definitely be hunted down by the demon race and many other experts. Although the Heavenly Way Elder was the incarnation of the Heavenly Way, he could not directly help Ling Xiao. How about this? I can give you 2 life-saving trump cards. The Heaven's Choice Convention is being watched by countless powerhouses from all over the universe. I can't help you too blatantly, otherwise I'll be discovered. You leaving the chaotic ancient land is indeed a calamity that you are destined to face. It would be a pity if you died just like that. Old Man Tian said after some thought. Senior, please bestow a treasure upon me. Ling Xiao's heart trembled as he replied respectfully. Someone that even Old Man Tian Dao was afraid of was at least a peerless Emperor realm expert. The primal chaos ancient land was now a whirlpool in the myriad heavens. Old Man Tian Dao didn't dare to help Ling Xiao escape directly. Therefore, there was bound to be a fierce battle after he left the primal chaos ancient land. Take out the time compass. This is the only complete extreme Dao monarch weapon you have. I can help you awaken the time compass once. It will be able to unleash an attack comparable to that of a peerless emperor. I can seal it in the time compass. When you are in danger, you can activate the time compass. To kill your enemies. Old Man Tian slowly said. All right. Ling Xiao nodded. A bright light shone from his glabella as the black time compass flew out. It was enshrouded in bright light and flowed with the vicissitudes of time. It looked mysterious and extraordinary. Although Ling Xiao had obtained the flowing time emperor's inheritance, he still couldn't fully activate the time compass with his cultivation. He couldn't unleash the strongest power of the time compass. He handed the time compass to Old Man Tian Dao. Rumble. After Old Man Tian Dao received the time compass, he pointed his finger forward. In an instant, a blazing light flashed and rumbled like thunder. The time compass trembled slightly and a mysterious and ancient illusory image of a world appeared. It was as if the flowing time emperor's supreme true body had appeared. It was suppressing the strongest experts in the myriad heavens and killing billions of gods and devils. It was extremely powerful. Old Man Tian Dao's finger was enshrouded in 7-colored radiance. In the end, it sealed the flowing time emperor's finger and turned it into a resplendent rune. Ling Xiao could feel that the flowing time emperor's finger contained an incomparably terrifying power that could kill billions of gods and devils, shatter the heavens and earth, and shatter the laws of the great Dao into dust. The power of that finger was sealed in the time compass by the Old Man Tian Dao. Take it. I have extracted the flowing time emperor's power from the river of time and sealed it in the time compass. As long as you activate it, you will be able to unleash the time-extinguishing finger. Old Man Tian Dao handed the time compass back to Ling Xiao. Thank you, Senior. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He immediately received the time compass and placed it back into his sea of consciousness to nourish it. The time-extinguishing finger should be the power that the flowing time emperor used to kill billions of gods and devils. This was the flowing time emperor's full power attack. It was terrifying to the extreme. Not to mention a saint ruler, even an imperial emperor would find it difficult to withstand the power of this attack. This could be considered a true killing weapon. It gave Ling Xiao a life-saving trump card. Ling Xiao was naturally overjoyed. You're welcome. The second treasure I'm going to bestow upon you is this Hong Meng purple vapor. Old Man Tian Dao's eyes were incomparably deep. A purple stream of air suddenly appeared in his palm. The purple stream of air looked like a small purple dragon. It flowed with brilliant colors and was extraordinarily mysterious. It contained the qi of the origin of the great Tao and also had a transcendent power. It was incomparably mysterious. Hongmeng purple vapor? Ling Xiao was shocked. He had vaguely heard that the Hongmeng purple vapor was a supreme treasure that even the great emperors would fight for. It was incomparably precious and had incomparably mysterious uses. Now, old man Tian Dao was going to bestow upon Ling Xiao a Hongmeng purple vapor? Senior, what is this Hongmeng purple vapor? How do I use it? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Hongmeng purple vapor. This is a supreme treasure. As for how to use it, you just have to integrate it into your primordial spirit. You will know its magical uses in the future. Old man Tian Dao said with some emotion. Although he did not say much, Ling Xiao could tell from old man Tian Dao's words that the Hongmeng purple vapor was probably an incredible treasure. Without any hesitation, he directly followed old man Tian Dao's instructions and swallowed the Hongmeng purple vapor into his primordial spirit. The purple light looked holy and mysterious, majestic and ancient. When it integrated into Ling Xiao's primordial spirit, Ling Xiao felt warm all over. It was an indescribable comfort. However, other than that, he did not feel anything else. It seems like old man Tian Dao is right. This Hongmeng purple vapor is very mysterious. I need to slowly explore its mysteries. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit sat cross-legged in his sea of consciousness. It was originally dazzling and sparkling like divine gold, but now it was enveloped by a layer of purple radiance, which made it seem indescribably noble. He felt his primordial spirit comfortable, as if his affinity with the heavens and earth had increased by a lot. Thank you, Senior, for your treasures. Ling Xiao said seriously. He knew that whether it was the flowing Time Emperor's full-powered attack or the Hongmeng purple vapor, they were probably unimaginable treasures. With these two trump cards, Ling Xiao was much more confident. You're welcome. Ling Xiao, I hope you can work hard in your cultivation and become an emperor as soon as possible. You can mend the heavens and earth for me and open up a new world. I'm leaving now. Old man Tian Dao glanced at Ling Xiao and sighed softly. Take care, Senior. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Meeting the old man Heavenly Dao in the Chaos Sea and meeting the incarnation of the Heavenly Dao made Ling Xiao feel like he was in a dream. However, the opportunity and creation that the old man Heavenly Dao gave him was extremely real. After hearing many secrets of the heavens and earth from old man Tian Dao, Ling Xiao felt a stronger sense of danger in his heart. He was eager to become stronger and stronger. Old man Tian Dao glanced at Ling Xiao and smiled faintly. Then, he walked into the depths of the Chaos Sea. With every step he took, his body became more illusory. In the end, he completely disappeared from the Chaos Sea as if he had never appeared. Gotcha! Right after old man Tian Dao disappeared, the lightning in the Chaos Sea roared. The chaos light soared and a resplendent light bloomed. A huge void passage appeared in front of Ling Xiao. The void passage was hazy and dazzling, as if it led to an ancient world. However, Ling Xiao felt the aura from the void passage and immediately understood that it was a void passage that led to the divine realm. The Heaven's Choice Convention. Return to where you came from. As long as you didn't die in the Chaos Ancient Land, you could return to your own world. The Heaven's Choice Convention is over. It's time to return to the divine realm. I just don't know what kind of surprise awaits me this time. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. He knew that he had become a thorn in many people's eyes the moment news of him possessing the wordless heavenly book was exposed. The devil race in particular hated him to the bone. There would probably be a great battle when he left the chaotic ancient land. However, Ling Xiao still chose to step into the passageway to the God realm. Rumble, Ling Xiao exuded a powerful battle intent. His eyes were as sharp as swords, and the blood and qi around him rose as if they had materialized. They formed a huge cape, giving him an invincible aura. He stepped inside, leaving the primal chaos ancient land. At this moment, undercurrents were surging in the myriad worlds because of the Heaven's Choice Convention. Ling Xiao had become the biggest winner of the Heaven's Choice Convention in the Chaos Ancient Land and won the title of Heaven's Chosen. This fact shocked the myriad races in the universe. After all, the human race was too powerful in this epoch. Ever since the Heavenly Emperor led the human race to the God realm, the 9 emperors of the human race had appeared one after another. They were like blazing suns in the 9 heavens, illuminating the path forward for the human race. They led the human race to prosperity and glory, creating an eternal civilization. In the eyes of many powerful races, the human race's threat was second only to the devil race. At the end of the epic, the great calamity was about to arrive. Many races sent out their geniuses to compete for the position of heaven's chosen, but who would have thought that the title would be won by the human race again? After hearing this news, many experts in the universe began to fear the human race. They even viewed the human race as an existence that was as threatening as the devil race. The human race has become the heaven's chosen? This Ling Xiao deserves to die. We will never allow a second heavenly emperor to appear in the God realm. In an ancient world filled with an endless aura of death, even the sky was gray. Baleful energy and corpse poison filled the air, devoid of any color. This was the corpse world. A powerful expert broke out of the purple gold coffin and issued an order. That's right. Ling Xiao must die, and the wordless heavenly book must be brought back to the corpse world. I heard that the wordless heavenly book contains the ultimate mystery. The devil race was able to dominate for several epochs because of the existence of the wordless heavenly book. Another expert from the zombie clan directly broke through the mountain and soared into the sky from the endless black baleful aura. He stood at the peak of the sky, his eyes cold, his fangs sharp, and his wings blotting out the sun. I have already sensed the aura of the heavenly corpse emperor prince, but he fell in the ancient land of chaos. This must be related to Ling Xiao. We can't let him go. Kill. 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 Ling Xiao must die. Many experts of the zombie race reached a consensus. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Following the order of the expert of the zombie race, several incomparably powerful figures immediately bowed in response, then broke through the void and left the corpse world. After learning what happened in the ancient land of chaos, the devil world, the corpse world, the witch world, the ghost world, and the death world, the supreme experts of countless powerful worlds issued orders and sent out various experts to closely monitor every movement in the ancient land of chaos. They all wanted to kill Ling Xiao and seize the wordless heavenly book. What should we do? During this period of time, the heavens have been shaken, and the undercurrents are turbulent. I heard that many experts have secretly come to the divine world to hunt Ling Xiao down. Ling Xiao is a human, and he is the chosen one. Whether he has the wordless heavenly book or not, the supreme experts of the human race should protect his safety. We can't let him be attacked by the people of other powerful clans. Who says not? I heard that the heavenly emperor of an epoch ago was once the chosen one. Later, he led the human race to defeat the suppression of the devil race, entered the divine world, and started the human race era. Now that Ling Xiao has become the chosen one, who can guarantee that he won't become the second heavenly emperor? The second heavenly emperor? Hee, that's not so easy. However, he is the chosen one of the human race. Since when is it the turn of the other powerful clans to be so arrogant and despotic? Since they dare to come to the divine world to hunt Ling Xiao, we'll make sure they don't return. That's right. I'm willing to go and protect Lord Ling Xiao. No matter what, the human race should unite to protect Lord Ling Xiao. We can't let him die in the hands of those devil race bastards. You guys are still too naive. Although Ling Xiao is the chosen one, he has offended too many people. The 9 imperial gates, the 5 elements celestial sect, the sky gate of time and space. I heard that he has offended more than half of the 12 immortal sacred grounds. Many of the 12 sacred ground saints and geniuses have died in his hands. Do you think they will help Ling Xiao? Isn't that so? Ling Xiao still has the wordless heavenly book in his possession. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Who knows, there might be many people in the human race who want him dead so that they can seize his wordless heavenly book. How lamentable, the entire divine world was in an uproar because of the chosen one. Many experts of the human race were discussing and paying attention to Ling Xiao's news. However, there were those who were filled with righteous indignation, those whose blood was boiling, those who were sympathetic and worried, and those who were gloating. Jade Emperor Celestial Domain, Ling Xiao Mountain. Ling Xiao Mountain was located at the edge of Jade Emperor Celestial Domain, close to the Endless Sea. It was a forbidden area in Jade Emperor's celestial domain. Legend had it that Xianxia Mountain was the location of the ancient heavenly court. There were countless jade palaces and a supreme great emperor overseeing the place. There were countless rare birds and beasts, exotic flowers and herbs. It was even said that the heavenly emperor had once built a heavenly palace here. However, it was completely destroyed because of the invasion of the demon world. The current Xianxia Mountain was full of ruins. One could vaguely see its former glory. Although it stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, it was shrouded in chaotic aura and great Tao. Even time and space were in disorder. Ordinary people would not dare to enter at all. However, many experts had come to Xianxia Mountain during this period of time. The 12 immortal sacred grounds and several great emperor clans have sent experts here. Could it be that some treasure has appeared in Xianxia Mountain? Someone asked in shock. They saw that the saints of the 12 immortal sacred grounds had personally come to Xianxia Mountain. Moreover, they each occupied a mountain as if they were waiting for something. You guys don't know about this, right? I heard that the Fane of Destiny's sect master personally made a move and deduced that the passage to the chaotic ancient land is in Xianxia Mountain. After Xianxia leaves the chaotic ancient land, he will definitely appear here. Is it the Xianxia who obtained the wordless heavenly book and became the chosen one? Xianxia Mountain. Could this be heaven's will? How could it be such a coincidence? Isn't that so? As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. I'm afraid that Xianxia is in danger. Don't think that the saints of the various sacred grounds and great emperor clans have come here. This is only the forces on the surface. They have secretly sent out countless experts. This place has become a place of trouble. A storm is brewing. A war is about to break out. What a pity. Although Xianxia is from the War God Temple, the War God Temple can't even protect themselves now. I'm afraid they can't save him. When the crowd saw the experts enter Xianxia Mountain one after another, they began to discuss in low voices. Their eyes were filled with sympathy. On a lone peak, Xianxia's red dress fluttered in the wind. She crossed her arms in front of her chest as she gazed at the sea of clouds in the distance. Although her expression was extremely cold, a sliver of worry flashed through her eyes. Junior sister Xianxia, I'm back. A stream of light flickered and Feng Qingyang appeared behind Xianxia. He sighed softly and said, "What did Master say?" Xianxia lowered her hands, but did not turn around. Only her indifferent voice could be heard, sounding incomparably cold. Junior sister, Mother has agreed. As an ally of the War God Temple, she will lend a hand if Xianxia really encounters danger that he can't resist. Feng Qingyang nodded his head, but he hesitated to say something. Senior brother, what else do you want to say? Xianxia turned around and said calmly. Junior sister. You should know that this time, Xianxia is most likely going to die. Not to mention that there are many people in the human race who want to deal with him, who knows how many experts from other worlds are hiding in the dark. I'm afraid that the ones who are attacking this time are at least saint-level experts. Feng Qingyang said slowly. I understand. But he can't die, I have to save him. Xianxia said calmly, but there was an unquestionable determination in her voice. Feng Qingyang nodded and did not say anything else. Xianxia stood on the lonely peak, her clothes fluttering in the wind. Her red dress was like a flame. She looked into the distance, deep and indifferent, but there were traces of sparkling light flickering in her eyes. She seemed to feel that the face in her memory was becoming more and more real. On the other mountain was the territory of the Samsara Temple. Saintess, are you really going to marry the son of the sect master? Is it worth it for Xianxia? Shui Wei was dressed in a white dress, looking pure and holy. She had an otherworldly temperament, like a snow lotus on a snowy mountain, which made people unable to bear to blaspheme her. Standing behind her was an old woman with a snake-headed walking stick. She had a head full of silver hair and a face full of wrinkles. Her body emitted a cold aura, but at this moment, her eyes were filled with concern and worry as she looked at Shui Wei. Granny, you don't understand. I can give up everything for him. As long as the sect master can save him, even if I have to marry the son of the sect master, I will accept it. Shui Wei's lips curled into a smile, looking pure and beautiful. Her eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. What a silly girl. The old woman shook her head and let out a long sigh. On the peak of the war god hall, there was a figure in white sitting cross-legged. He was shrouded in a dazzling light, surrounded by mist, and exuded an extremely powerful aura. He was the only one from the war god hall. The war god in white of the war god hall, Lu Bai. Lu Bai actually came to the Xianxia mountain personally? Looks like he really values this Xianxia a lot. An elder from the 9-layer imperial obelisk sneered. What can Lu Bai do on his own? The current war god hall is no longer the war god hall of the past. They can't even protect themselves. If they still want to protect Xianxia, then the war god hall will be completely destroyed. Elder Huang Tai of the 9 imperial gates also arrived and said coldly. The 9 imperial gates was originally the war god hall's ally, but they were also the first to retaliate. They were even more brutal than the 5 elements celestial sect and the spacetime heavenly sect. No one knew how many princes of the war god hall had died in their hands. After seeing Lu Bai, although they were a little surprised, they were not worried at all. Other than the 9 imperial gates, the chaotic heavenly sect, the destiny shrine, the Myriad Buddha temple, the samsara shrine, the darkness heavenly sect, and the other immortal sanctuaries had all arrived. There were also the Chinese, the golden sovereign tribe, and a few other sovereign tribes. The experts of the various forces had different expressions as they looked at Lu Bai coldly. Lu Bai closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the peak as if he had forgotten everything around him. He emitted a powerful Taoist rhyme, causing the flowers to bloom and wither, and the plants to wither. It was extremely mysterious. In the void above where no one could see, Yi Liangchen was following behind a sloppy-looking old Taoist. He kept urging him. Old man, no matter what, you must save Xianxia this time. He's my big brother. If you don't save him, I won't let you off. Yi Liangchen said to the old Taoist. Bastard, how dare you talk to your master like that? I've told you that Xianxia stirred up a hornet's nest. He's now a rare commodity worth hoarding. No one wants to let him go. How do you want me to save him? The old Taoist was so angry that he glared at Yi Liangchen and said helplessly. I don't care. Old man, you've said it yourself. Your cultivation is so high that sage kings, imperial emperors, and even the supreme emperors can't live as long as you. I'm sure it's easy for you to save Xianxia. If you don't save him, I'll kill myself. Yi Liangchen sneered and said shamelessly. You bastard, you're really a bastard. Let me think about it. You only know how to cause trouble for me. The old Taoist said angrily and helplessly. He could not do anything to Yi Liangchen. The attention of the entire divine world was focused on the Xianxia mountain. Many experts rushed to the Xianxia mountain one after another. They all had different thoughts as they waited for Xianxia to appear. Xianxia had become the chosen one and was in possession of the wordless heavenly book, a chaos supreme treasure. Some people coveted the wordless heavenly book in his possession, some wanted to kill this chosen one, and some even wanted to replace him. Heaven's chosen one, these 4 words had an irresistible temptation to everyone. After becoming the chosen one and receiving the blessing of the heavenly way, not only would Xiao's cultivation improve by leaps and bounds, but he would also have the opportunity to see the supreme god realm. He would be able to suppress the heavens, sweep across the invincible realm, and lead the human tribe to a new era. What kind of glory would that be? Such temptation was enough to drive countless people crazy. More and more people came to the Xianxia mountain. It was once a forbidden area, and only saints could step foot in it. Many people had died there, but there were still more people coming to the Xianxia mountain. Even though most of them believed that Xianxia would not be able to escape this time, they still wanted to see Xiao's glory. Rumble, the Xianxia mountain seemed to have some kind of reaction. Blazing lightning gathered in the sky, and thick lightning intertwined like mountains, emitting an aura that made people's hearts tremble. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the lightning was mighty. Under the ravaging of the thunderbolts, the chaotic laws here became even more chaotic. Dazzling runes rose and intertwined in the void, vaguely forming an austere domain. Is the passageway to the chaotic ancient land about to open? Someone cried out in surprise. Everyone in the soaring sky mountain range raised their heads at the same time. Roar, above the 9 heavens, there seemed to be an ancient and primitive dragon roar. The lightning that filled the sky exploded at this moment, forming a huge golden dragon that was hundreds of millions of feet long. It had 9 dragon claws, golden dragon scales all over its body, and a pair of eyes that were as dazzling as the divine sun. Its body emitted a vast dragon power. As the dragon's roar resounded through the sky, the space above the golden dragon rumbled and erupted with a vast amount of chaotic light. It was like the gates of heaven had opened, revealing all sorts of mysterious and unfathomable scenes. Immortal flowers of the great Tao emerged from the gate of heaven, exuding a soothing fragrance. Golden lotus flowers bloomed in the air, and a vast and endless sea seemed to appear in the distance. A bright and flawless full moon hung in the sky, surrounded by a mysterious light and fog. 9 resplendent suns instantly illuminated the land of the west. Flowers rained from the sky, golden lotuses sprouted from the earth, the bright moon emerged from the sea, and the 9 suns shone from the heavens, for mysterious phenomena appeared at the same time. That ancient and mysterious aura caused everyone to tremble. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. This kind of vision only appears when the great emperor is preaching and enlightening the masses. How could it appear here? A white-haired old sage exclaimed in shock as his entire body trembled. Could it be that Ling Xiao became an emperor in the primal chaos ancient land? This is simply impossible. Becoming an emperor? What a joke. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the sage-to-be level. Even if he obtained the fortune and became the chosen one, it would be amazing if he could become a saint. Then how can this vision be explained? Perhaps it's caused by the imprint of a great emperor in the primal chaos ancient land? Everyone was amazed by the vision in the sky. They were extremely shocked and puzzled. This vision was too shocking. Although the golden dragon was formed by the law of lightning, it contained an incomparably pure dragon's might. Coupled with the 4 mysterious visions, it was difficult to imagine what was going on even if the great emperor of ancient times was here. Bang! 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 The sound of footsteps rang out with a strange rhythm. Almost instantly, everyone quieted down. The sound was clearly transmitted into their ears. The footsteps seemed to have some kind of magical power, causing the blood and qi in their bodies to surge and boil with the sound of the footsteps. Only the sages could barely suppress the blood and qi in their bodies. Experts below the sage realm could do nothing about it. When the blood and qi in their bodies boiled to the extreme and was about to explode, the vault of heaven suddenly exploded. Rumble, endless dazzling light gushed out from the vast gate of heaven. Chaotic mist curled up as heaven and earth shook. A figure stepped out from the gate of heaven and appeared in front of everyone. In an instant, a dragon's roar shook the heavens. Divine light bloomed, runes rose, and the law of great Tao trembled at the same time as if welcoming their emperor. The vision between heaven and earth reached its peak in an instant. It's Ling Xiao? Someone shouted. Everyone's eyes fell on the figure at the same time. In the chaotic mist, Ling Xiao wore a white robe. His figure was slender and handsome, and his body emitted immortal light. Faintly, there seemed to be runes gathering and emitting immortal light. His face looked very calm, and there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Especially his eyes, they were clear, deep, experienced, and wise, as if they contained a vast starry sky, and people couldn't help but be attracted to them. Ling Xiao exuded an ethereal and otherworldly temperament. Although no one could see his cultivation, no one dared to underestimate him at this moment. The heaven's chosen one was born. It's him, Jean Sei's eyes flashed, and even her eyes brightened. Young master. Shuewei murmured. Her body trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with both excitement and worry. Ling Zhao's appearance immediately tugged at the heartstrings of countless people, and everyone's attention fell on him at this moment. You were all waiting for me? I never thought that I, Ling Xiao, would have such great prestige. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His gaze swept across the people in the Ling Xiao mountain range, and his voice was extremely calm. Everyone fell silent in an instant. It was as if Ling Xiao's appearance was too shocking, and too much attention was paid to him. They were all stunned by Ling Xiao's peerless demeanor, and for a moment they forgot to speak. Ling Xiao, do you know your crime? At this moment, a cold voice rang out in the void. Two incomparably powerful figures instantly stood out, and a vast saint aura rose, instantly locking onto Ling Xiao. One of them was an old man with white hair and a ruddy face. He was the supreme elder of the 9 imperial obelisk, Huang Tai. The other was a middle-aged man in a purple robe. His expression was dignified without being angry, and he exuded an extremely powerful aura. He stood in the void, as if he was holding up the heavens and earth. His body contained an extremely violent energy. The 9 heavenly kings of the Chinese, Huaqiao. Someone exclaimed as he recognized the purple-robed middle-aged man. There were a total of 9 heavenly kings under the patriarch of the Chinese. They were in charge of the war against the outside world. Every one of them was powerful, and the weakest of them was a saint. Their strength was unfathomable, and their hands were stained with the blood of countless creatures. The 9 heavenly kings of the Chinese were even more famous than the patriarch of the Chinese. They were peerless, ferocious people who could stop children from crying at night. It was said that 1,000,000 years ago, the 9 heavenly kings had made great contributions in the war. They had devoured the blood essence of many Pangu experts, making their cultivation even more unfathomable. Everyone showed a hint of fear in their eyes. The Chinese had even sent out the 9 heavenly kings? Since the 9 heavenly kings had already appeared, the other 8 heavenly kings must have arrived as well. The Chinese were really determined to get Ling Xiao this time. The gazes of the other immortal Holy Lands experts changed as they chose to continue watching. The Chinese and the 9 imperial gates hated Ling Xiao the most. With them as the vanguard, they could see Ling Xiao's strength, speaking of which, they were extremely afraid of the Chosen One. The Chinese and the 9 imperial gates have joined forces? It seems like Ling Xiao has really angered them by killing Hua Ziyang and Tianzi. Someone said softly, his eyes full of emotion. Hua Ziyang and Tianzi were peerless skybrides, especially Tianzi, who was the son of the Heaven Emperor. Everyone thought that he was the most likely person to become the Chosen One. However, they did not expect Tianzi to die in Ling Xiao's hands. When the news spread to the divine world, it shocked the entire divine world. One could imagine how angry the 9 imperial gates would be. Ling Xiao didn't just kill Hua Ziyang and Tianzi. He also killed many saint sons and skybrides from other saint lands. Those guys are really patient. Let's wait and see. I really want to see how different Ling Xiao is from the Chosen One. Can he deal with today's crisis? Everyone discussed softly, observing Ling Xiao's reaction. Sin? What sin have I committed? Who are you? Ling Xiao glanced at Huaqiao indifferently. His expression was still calm, without the slightest hint of anger. Ling Xiao, this is the 9 heavenly kings of the Chinese, Lord Huaqiao. You're about to die and you still don't know how to repent. Today, I will tell you what crime you have committed. Huang Tai sneered. His eyes were sharp and filled with murderous intent as he glared at Ling Xiao. You have committed 4 major sins. The Son of Heaven is the son of the Celestial Emperor and the hope of the human race. Without the Celestial Emperor, there would be no era of the human race, no prosperity of the human race. However, you disregarded His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor and used despicable means to kill His Highness the Heavenly Emperor. You have committed a grave sin. You are a human, but you colluded with the Devil Clan, the Monster Clan, and other alien clans. You killed so many heavenly talents of the human clan. They were the future hope of the human clan. You killed them, you destroyed the foundation of the human clan. That is the second sin. You possess the wordless heavenly scripture, a supreme treasure of the chaos, but for your own selfish interests, you want to forcibly take it for yourself. Instead of thinking about how to fight against the devil race, you repeatedly rely on this treasure to bully your own kind. If you had imparted the myriad heaven's secret arts in the wordless heavenly book to the human race, would we have been bullied by the devil race? You're selfish and you're guilty of 1 more crime. That's 3 crimes. We once sent people to the lower realm to look for the wordless heavenly book. We wanted to bring you to the divine realm and train you carefully. However, in order to monopolize the wordless heavenly book, you killed all the people we sent to the lower realm and entered the divine realm under an assumed name. You stirred up a storm and plotted against the human clan. I think you have already surrendered to the devil race and become a remnant of the devil race. You deserve to die. That is the 4th sin. Ling Xiao, you are unpardonable for these 4 sins. Everyone has the right to punish you. Why aren't you kneeling down and admitting your guilt? Huang Tai's voice resounded throughout the entire Ling Xiao mountain range. Every word was sonorous and filled with righteousness. It was as if a saint was reprimanding an evil demon. Huang Tai's words almost described Ling Xiao as an unpardonable person. There was a strange rhythm in his voice that made everyone tremble. They looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of hatred. 4 sins? TSK. Elder Huang Tai, I didn't expect you to use the law of obedience. Even I almost believed that I am an unpardonable person. Ling Xiao said as he looked at Elder Huang Tai with a faint smile. Ling Xiao's voice resonated with the laws of the great Tao and the surroundings, breaking Huang Tai's law of obedience in an instant. Everyone's eyes regained their clarity. The law of obedience was a saint's ability to control the great Tao law. Therefore, Huang Tai's words affected almost all the experts below the saint realm. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to resolve it so easily. Ling Xiao, since you know that you are unpardonable, why don't you kneel down and accept your death? A despicable and shameless person like you doesn't deserve to be the heaven's chosen child. Huang Tai scolded sternly. Whether I deserve to be the heaven's chosen child or not, do I need you to bark here? Cut the crap. Old dog, if you want to kill me, just do it. Why do you have to find such a high-sounding excuse? You are too hypocritical. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He was not angered by Huang Tai's accusation. His expression was still calm. Although Ling Xiao was talking to Huang Tai, he had already quickly scanned through everyone in the Ling Xiao mountain range. Almost all the saints and great saints from the various immortal saint lands and monarch clans had come. However, there were no saint kings. Ling Xiao faintly felt that there was an extremely dangerous aura in the surrounding void. He was afraid that those high and mighty saint kings would not be able to sit still this time. At this moment, they were all hiding in the void, ready to launch a thunderous attack at any time. Ling Xiao looked relaxed on the surface, but he was secretly on guard, looking for an opportunity to escape. He knew that if he wanted to escape, he would have to go through a fierce battle. How dare you? Ling Xiao, how dare you disrespect Elder Huang Tai? Do you really think that Elder Huang Tai won't dare to kill you? An arrogant young man in a green robe sneered beside Huang Tai. His expression was incomparably arrogant, as if he was high and mighty. He was Huang Tai's disciple. Although he did not participate in the Heaven's Chosen Convention, he had already reached the half-saint realm. He was quite famous in the 9 imperial gates. Noisy! Ling Xiao frowned. His sharp eyes glanced at the green-robed young man and snorted coldly. Rumble! Ling Xiao's voice seemed to contain a mysterious power. In an instant, the surrounding Zhou Tian rumbled. Invisible and intangible great Tao laws exploded like a sudden clap of thunder, enveloping the green-robed young man with a loud rumble. Not good. Huang Tai's expression changed. His saint aura rose around him as he struck out a palm. He wanted to disperse the great Tao laws around him and save the green-robed young man. He could feel the terror of the great Tao laws. It was not something that the green-robed young man could withstand. Puff, however, the void suddenly shook as Huang Tai's palm hit nothing but air. The chaotic laws of the great Tao instantly engulfed the green-robed young man's entire body, causing him to reveal a look of disbelief and horror. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but before he could say anything, his entire body exploded, blood mist filled the air as the void shook. No one had expected Ling Xiao to attack in such a domineering manner. The group of experts surrounded Ling Xiao, overflowing with murderous intent. The young man was Huang Tai's true disciple, but he was killed by Ling Xiao just like that. Everyone was shocked by Ling Xiao's terrifying strength and his audacity. Was he really not afraid of the 9 imperial gates and the Chinese? Ling Xiao, you're courting death. Huang Tai's face instantly darkened, his eyes filled with cold murderous intent. The young man in green was his true disciple with amazing talent. He had a chance to become a saint after a few years of training, but he died in Ling Xiao's hands just like that. Huang Tai didn't even have the chance to save him. Boom! Purple thunderbolts rose around Huang Tai's body as his saint's aura spread out, emitting an extremely dangerous aura. It instantly locked onto Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao killed the young man in green with a single sentence, which made Huang Tai both shocked and furious. He vaguely guessed that Ling Xiao had already become a saint. He knew his mission, and the 9 heavenly kings beside him also did the same. They were all here to test Ling Xiao's true cultivation and combat strength. As for how to deal with Ling Xiao, those big shots would take care of it. He knew that even if Ling Xiao's combat strength was extraordinary, if he couldn't defeat him, he would definitely be able to capture Ling Xiao with the help of the 9 heavens king. Huang Tai, you once forced me to do something in the War God Temple. How domineering and majestic was that? Today, I'll take your life as the price for what you did back then. Ling Xiao said indifferently, his eyes revealing a trace of blazing light. Boom, he threw a punch at Huang Tai, taking the initiative to attack. Ling Xiao threw a punch, and the void seemed to explode. Blazing divine light surged, and the surrounding great Tao shook at the same time, pressuring Huang Tai at the same time. Ling Xiao, so what if you've become a saint? No one can save you today. Huang Tai roared, and the aura around him rose to the extreme. The sky full of thunderbolts gathered in his palm, instantly turning into a huge thunderbolt palm print, pressing down on Ling Xiao. Huang Tai had already cultivated the Thunder Emperor technique to the consummate level. A world of lightning emerged from the center of his palm. Vaguely, even the true body of the Thunder Emperor appeared in the sky, containing an incomparably overbearing killing intent. Crack, the void trembled violently. Ling Xiao's fist came from the sky and collided with the lightning in the sky in an instant. The lightning that filled the sky suddenly exploded into a resplendent rain of light. It was actually unable to withstand the power of Ling Xiao's punch. The surrounding sky shook violently, and the purple palm print was also shattered by Ling Xiao's punch. What? Huang Tai's body trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He felt a force that made his scalp tingle. His strength was so weak in front of Ling Xiao's punch. Bang, one of Huang Tai's arms exploded into a bloody mist in the void. He staggered back and spat out a mouthful of blood. The divine shield around him shattered in an instant. Ling Xiao defeated Elder Huang Tai with a single punch. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked as well. All of them were tongue-tied, unable to believe what they were seeing. Huang Tai was the supreme elder of the 9-layered imperial obelisk. Although his talent was ordinary, he was already an expert in the great perfection of the saint realm. They did not expect Huang Tai to be so weak in front of Ling Xiao. Could it be that Ling Xiao has already proven his Tao and become a saint? But even if he has proven his Tao and become a saint, how can he have such terrifying combat strength? Is the chosen one so heaven-defying? Everyone's heart was filled with doubts. Old dog, I'll send you on your way. Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely sharp. He punched out like a dragon, causing his flesh and blood to tremble slightly. He released strands of powerful chaotic energy, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. It was as if the space was unable to withstand this power, causing cracks to appear in space. Ling Xiao's body was filled with boundless energy. After his physical body became a saint, he felt that the restraints of heaven and earth on him had disappeared. His punch could penetrate the 9 heavens and shatter the 10 lands. Its power was unparalleled. 9th Heavenly King, save me. Huang Tai's eyes were filled with terror. He unleashed his strongest power to resist the attack and even took out a powerful saint treasure. At the same time, he begged Huaqiu for help. His scalp was numb, and his body was trembling. Ling Xiao's punch made him feel the threat of death. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. At this moment, he no longer cared about his dignity as a saint. He only wanted to live. Ling Xiao's punch was too terrifying. Ling Xiao, don't be presumptuous. A cold light flashed in Huaqiu's eyes. In an instant, he leaped into the sky. Divine light blazed around him, and an immortal fluctuation filled the air. It was as if nothing could invade him. He threw a punch at Ling Xiao. The fist print swept across the void like a dazzling sun. It was mighty and could suppress everything. This was the immortal fist technique of the Hua tribe. Huaqiu also saw that Ling Xiao's strength was strange, so he did not hold back at all. Huang Tai took out a cauldron-shaped treasure that emitted a powerful light. It was Huang Tai's natal treasure that he had refined with his blood. At this moment, he was forced to take it out without hesitation because he was forced to the extreme by Ling Xiao. Boom, Ling Xiao's punch landed on the cauldron-shaped treasure, and there was a muffled sound. Rays of light and runes were annihilated at the same time. The cauldron-shaped treasure seemed to have withstood some kind of incomparably terrifying force. Cracks appeared on it, and then it exploded. With his natal artifact destroyed, Huang Tai also suffered a great backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura was weak. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. It seemed like he was about to die under Ling Xiao's punch. Huaqiao from the ninth heavens charged over. Bang, the two fists collided, and the void rumbled. The vast chaotic light suddenly exploded, and an incomparably terrifying wave swept out in all directions. Ling Xiao's body did not move, but Huaqiao was sent flying by Ling Xiao's punch. How can your physical body be so strong? You're a saint with a physical body? Huaqiao's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His arm was trembling violently. On the surface, it looked fine, but in fact, the power of Ling Xiao's punch had already entered his arm. It was extremely domineering and destroyed the blood vessels and meridians on his arm. He could no longer lift his arm. Huaqiao's blood and qi surged as if it was about to burn. The immortal fist technique was so weak in front of Ling Xiao's punch. Sanctification of the physical body? These 4 words seemed to have some kind of magical power, causing everyone in the Ling Xiao mountain range to tremble. Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Xiao at the same time. Sanctification of the physical body? How many years has it been since someone sanctified their physical body? This is the most difficult path, but Ling Xiao actually did it? An old sage said, his body trembling. His turbid eyes were filled with excitement. I remember now. When Ling Xiao appeared, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. That was the legendary phenomenon of sanctification of the physical body. Sanctification of the physical body is when one's physical body breaks through the limits of heaven and earth, breaking the shackles of the great Tao, and forming a small world of its own. Once it breaks through, it will definitely cause a shocking phenomenon. This is sanctification of the physical body. The human race's physical body is already weak. This path is too difficult. If Ling Xiao really sanctified his physical body, his talent is indeed heaven-defying. He is worthy of being the chosen one. Although sanctification of the physical body is difficult, his combat strength is extraordinary. He is invincible in the same realm. Although Elder Huang Tai and the 9 heavenly kings are at the sage realm great perfection, I'm afraid they are no match for Ling Xiao. Everyone discussed softly. This news was too shocking. They felt as though they had seen a living legend. Sanctification of the physical body represented infinite possibilities. The 9 heavenly kings of the Chinese race? That's all there is to it. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, his expression extremely calm. Whoosh, he did not stop. Light flashed under his feet, and his entire body was like an invisible bolt of lightning. He appeared behind Huaqiao in an instant and threw a punch at Huaqiao. After becoming a saint, Ling Xiao's understanding of the secret skills in the wordless heavenly book had reached a new level. For example, he had cultivated the secret skill of teleportation to the great perfection realm. He could teleport as he wished. Although he had not reached the level of teleportation, he could still teleport within a macro world. Huaqiao did not expect Ling Xiao's speed to be so strange. When he felt the danger, Ling Xiao's punch was already very close to him. Long Outyin, how dare you challenge the dignity of the Chinese race? You must die. Huaqiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. His entire body exploded in the void, turning into a dazzling rain of light. He dodged Ling Xiao's fatal punch and then reformed at the side. Whoosh, a golden battle spear appeared in Huaqiao's hand, exuding an ancient aura. The tip of the spear was extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through everything. He held the spear horizontally in his palm and pierced towards Ling Xiao. Clang, Ling Xiao's palm landed on the golden spear. The golden spear emitted a crisp sound. Sparks flew in all directions, but it didn't shatter. Ling Xiao's kick seemed to be able to crush a mountain. It contained an incomparably violent energy fluctuation. Huaqiao hurriedly raised his golden battle spear to block. With a muffled sound, the golden spear actually bent. Unparalleled divine power erupted. Hua Qiu's arms began to tremble. The blood vessels on his arms directly exploded. Blood mist filled the air. His whole body seemed to have been struck by lightning. Blood spurted out from his mouth. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, borrowed the recoil force of the golden battle spear and charged towards Huang Tai. Although Hua Qiu and Huang Tai had joined forces, they had no chance to resist Ling Xiao's terrifying combat strength. They were suppressed and in danger. They could lose their lives at any time. Ling Xiao, how dare you? Huang Tai was scared out of his wits. His eyes were filled with a fierce look. Even his origin artifact had been destroyed by Ling Xiao, so he knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao. Now that he was heavily injured, there was no way for him to resist. Thus, he shouted loudly and fled into the distance without even thinking. Why wouldn't I dare? You can come and kill me, but I'm not allowed to kill you? What a joke! Ling Xiao sneered. He pointed his finger in the air and pierced towards Huang Tai's glabella. The sharp finger radiance could penetrate everything. It was extremely terrifying. Stop. At this moment, an ancient and cold voice came from behind Ling Xiao. The sound of the air breaking was extremely fast. A huge palm print fell from the sky and slammed towards his head. It contained an unfathomable sage aura. It was a great sage who had attacked. The great sage's attack was extremely fierce. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as he attacked. Although he was trying to save Huang Tai, he obviously had sinister intentions. Freeze! Ling Xiao looked indifferent as if he wasn't surprised at all. He didn't even turn his head. He just spat out a simple word from his mouth. Buzz, rays of dazzling light gathered behind Ling Xiao, forming an ancient rune that contained a mysterious aura of vicissitudes. It was as if the great Tao Law and the surroundings was vibrating at the same time. The rune was dazzling. In an instant, it collided with the huge palm print. The vast power of time erupted and froze the palm print in the void. Although the palm print was only frozen for a breath's time, it was enough to do a lot of things. Puff, blood splattered. Huang Tai's glabella was pierced by Ling Xiao's finger. The terrifying power exploded in Huang Tai's head and spread throughout his body at the same time. Huang Tai turned into a bloody mist. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape. It was shattered by Ling Xiao's finger. The majestic primordial spirit fragments were completely devoured by Ling Xiao using the sky-devouring secret skill. The Grand Elder of the Ninefold Imperial Obelisk died in Ling Xiao's hands. Boom, the rune behind him shattered. The mighty palm print pressed down. Ling Xiao turned around calmly and threw out a punch, colliding with the palm print. Divine light exploded, and heaven and earth shook. The palm print was directly shattered by Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was also sent flying, landing far away. Who are you? Ling Xiao stared at the figure that appeared in the void and said coldly. It was a middle-aged man in a black python robe. He looked dignified and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. At this moment, his expression was extremely ugly as he stared at Ling Xiao. The saint aura around him was vast and unfathomable. He was even stronger than Huang Tai and Hua Qiu. He was an expert of the great saint realm. You dare to kill Huang Tai? Ling Xiao, the emperor wanted to spare your life. Now, it seems like you really deserve to die. The middle-aged man in the python robe said coldly. His voice was like thunder, domineering and majestic. The Eastern Sky Sage of the Nine Imperial Obelisk? Hiss, I didn't expect him to come out to kill Ling Xiao. Someone exclaimed. His eyes were filled with reverence. The Eastern Heaven Great Sage stepped on the void, exuding a vast sage aura, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. A mysterious light lingered around him, making the black python on his body seem to come alive, exuding a peerless ferocious aura. His gaze was incomparably cold, filled with undisguised murderous intent. It landed on Ling Xiao as if he wanted to cut Ling Xiao into 1,000 pieces. He was the strongest person sent by the Ninefold Imperial Obelisk. He had been watching the battle between Huang Tai, Hua Qiu, and Ling Xiao. Seeing that Ling Xiao's combat strength was invincible and that Huang Tai and Hua Qiu had no power to resist, he knew something was wrong. He wanted to stop Ling Xiao, but it was too late. The fact that Huang Tai died right in front of him was a great humiliation to him. The Eastern Heaven Great Sage of the Ninefold Imperial Obelisk? You're really impressive. Ling Xiao sneered. The surrounding people's discussion also let him know the identity of the middle-aged man in the python robe in front of him. The Eastern Heaven Great Sage's angry attack just now contained an earth-shattering power. Ling Xiao hastily faced the attack, but he was unexpectedly sent flying, which aroused a strong fighting spirit in his heart. Ling Xiao's sage body gave him invincible combat strength. Even Huang Tai, who was in the sage realm great perfection, was killed by Ling Xiao in one blow. Now, facing the stronger Eastern Heaven Great Sage, Ling Xiao was even more fearless. Ling Xiao, how dare you hurt my ninth brother? Who gave you such courage? At the same time, an extremely overbearing voice resounded in the void, causing the surrounding sky to tremble. Whoosh! 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 7 incomparably powerful figures came across the sky, containing an earth-shattering aura as if they could devour the sun and the moon. Each of them exuded an extremely cold aura, appearing in the sky above the Ling Xiao mountain range. Second brother, third brother. Eighth brother, you're here? Hua Qiu's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The 7 heavenly kings of the Hua clan? Hiss. Except for the great heavenly king, 8 of the 9 heavenly kings came? It seems that the Hua clan is really determined to get Ling Xiao. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with incomparable reverence. Those 7 figures were the 7 heavenly kings of the Hua clan. Moreover, each of them had a high cultivation base. All of them were great saint realm powerhouses. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, and their killing intent was monstrous. Ninth brother, you're too useless. You were actually injured to such an extent by a mere Ling Xiao? Scram to the side and watch how your brothers will skin him alive to avenge you. Among the 7 heavenly kings, the second heavenly king, who was the leader, wore a purple robe. His skin was fair and clean, and he looked extremely tall. However, he had an extremely feminine aura. His eyes were like a poisonous snake, which made people shudder when they looked at him. Second brother, this Ling Xiao cannot be underestimated. Not only is his fleshly body sanctified, but he also has the wordless heavenly book. Be careful. Hua Qiu's face was a little ugly. He cupped his hands at the second heavenly king and then went to the side to heal his wounds. He also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. If it weren't for the East Heaven Great Sage and the 7 heavenly kings who came at the same time, he was afraid that he would end up like Huang Tai and die in the hands of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao gave him too much pressure. That kind of domineering and invincible fist intent still made him feel palpitations when he thought about it. The 7 heavenly kings and the East Heaven Great Sage's eyes fell on Ling Xiao at the same time at this moment. Being stared at by 8 great saint powerhouses, that kind of cold and murderous gaze was like a mountain that contained the power to make people's heart tremble. If it was an ordinary person, his mind would have already collapsed from fear. Ling Xiao, how do you want to die? The second heavenly king stared at Ling Xiao and said indifferently. The 5 heavenly sages of the 9 imperial gates, the 9 heavenly kings of the Hua clan? Do you think you can defeat me with just a few of you? Ling Xiao sneered. His expression was incomparably calm, without the slightest fear. The calmer he was on the surface, the more intense the murderous intent in his heart was. Ling Xiao had already decided to kill here. He wanted to kill until the sky fell and the earth cracked. He wanted to kill until the blood flowed. He wanted to kill until the world changed. He understood how terrifying those people hiding in the dark were. Although the strength of these people in front of him was very strong, they were still only slightly stronger cannon fodder. If he couldn't even deal with these people in front of him, there was no need to talk about fighting with those people behind them. You have a sharp tongue. Ling Xiao, do you think that you can defeat everything just because your body is at the sage realm? The gap between the sage realm and the great sage realm isn't something you can understand at all. Today, you are the enemy of the whole world. You have become the enemy of our human clan. No one can save you. Do you think you can escape with your own strength? You are really reckless. The East Heaven Great Sage sneered and said. The murderous intent in his eyes was blazing. He could feel Ling Xiao's strength. He said these words just to oppress people with his power and create psychological pressure on Ling Xiao. Then, he would look for an opportunity to seek a fatal blow. Although he knew that Ling Xiao would undoubtedly die today, if he could capture Ling Xiao first, the 9 Imperial Obelisk might be able to monopolize Ling Xiao's secrets and good fortune. Although the 7 heavenly kings were standing together with him, once Ling Xiao was defeated, they would immediately turn against each other. The reason why those almighty experts hid behind the scenes and didn't personally take action was that they had to restrain each other. After all, they each had their own ulterior motives. Everyone coveted Ling Xiao's title as the Chosen One and the wordless heavenly book, the most chaotic treasure. 8 great sages. Can young master stop them? Shui Wei's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Her white jade-like fingers also unconsciously clenched. 8 great sages. They should not be his opponents, right? Xianxia whispered to herself. She didn't know why, but she was full of confidence in Ling Xiao. She felt that the 8 great sages in front of her might not be Ling Xiao's opponents. Ling Xiao's potential was endless. Perhaps only those peerless almighties hidden behind him could stimulate Ling Xiao's true combat strength. Everyone felt a little nervous. They couldn't help but stare at the 8 great sages and Ling Xiao. They felt that the atmosphere had become incomparably oppressive. A storm was coming. Ha ha ha. 8 great sages? Are they very strong? It's a pity that the 5 heavens great sages and the 9 heavenly kings are not all here. Otherwise, I will kill them all. You brothers can also reunite in the underworld, right? All of you come together. Why should I, Ling Xiao, be afraid? Ling Xiao looked up to the sky and laughed. His whole body exuded a wild and unruly temperament. His eyes were full of arrogance and cold killing intent as he stared at the 8 great sages in front of him. Is this Ling Xiao crazy? He actually wants the 8 great sages to attack together? After hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The 5 heavens great sage and the 9 heavenly kings are famous. If these 8 great sages attack together, I'm afraid they can even fight against the legendary Saint King. Ling Xiao is too arrogant. I think this Ling Xiao is too arrogant. He's simply courting death by provoking the 8 great sages. That's not necessarily true. Have you forgotten that he has the wordless heavenly book on him? Everyone discussed in a low voice. The 8 great sages couldn't help but have a cold look in their eyes. The murderous intent around them suddenly erupted. Ling Xiao's words were simply a provocation. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Ling Xiao, I will break every bone in your body and grind your bones to ashes. The Eastern Heaven great sage's eyes were overflowing with murderous intent. His body exuded an incomparably powerful aura, and he took the lead to attack Ling Xiao. Boom, he struck out with his palm. Vast sage aura gathered, and a huge palm print appeared in the sky. It was like a mountain range that suddenly pressed down on Ling Xiao. Kill. It's fine if this Ling Xiao is courting death, but the wordless heavenly book on him can't fall into the hands of the 9 imperial gates. The 2nd heavenly king's eyes were cold as he whispered to the few people around him. Rumble. The 7 of them also erupted with their strongest combat strength and attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. It had to be said that the combat strength of a great sage was far beyond that of a saint. Their control of the laws of heaven and earth had already reached a level where they could do as they pleased. The 7 heavenly kings all cultivated the great Tao of metal. They took out their golden spears and formed a powerful battle formation. The spear light swept across the void like golden dragons, and simultaneously attacked Ling Xiao's vital points. Moreover, the vast great Tao Law erupted, and runes rose. Between the 7 golden spears, it seemed to form a mysterious small world. The flowers, trees, the sun, the moon, and the stars were all transformed by the great Tao of metal. They interweaved into an inescapable net. Roar, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a monstrous battle intent. An ancient and terrifying dragon roar instantly erupted from his mouth. Ancestral Dragon's Roar. The supreme sound attack technique of the ancestral dragon's secret technique was derived from the first dragon roar of the primeval ancestral dragon when it split the world apart. It contained the vast energy of the laws from when the world was first created, and it struck directly at the soul with peerless might. When Ling Xiao had yet to become a sage, the roar of the ancestral dragon had already erupted with peerless divine power. Now that his physical body had become a sage, he used the roar of the ancestral dragon with the body of the ancestral dragon. The terrifying sound waves gushed directly towards the 8 great sages. Just the shock waves alone were enough to make the people in the Firmament mountain range tremble and cough up blood. Their faces were extremely pale, and their eyes were filled with shock. Even the aftermath of the roar of the ancestral dragon caused some of the weaker half-saints to explode in the void. They were completely annihilated. This obviously showed how terrifying the pressure one would have to endure when facing the ancestral dragon's roar head-on. Boom! After Ling Xiao unleashed the roar of the ancestral dragon, the chaotic light gushed out from his body. His blood rose like a sea of blood, and a mysterious chanting sound came from his body. It was as if hundreds of millions of mysterious gods were worshipping him at the same time, erupting with a supreme power that could split the world apart. This was the first time Ling Xiao had unleashed his strongest power after his physical body had become a sage. He simply threw a punch towards the Eastern Sky Sage. The terrifying sound waves of the roar of the ancestral dragon exploded. The powerful spiritual power made the Eastern Sky Sage and the 7 heavenly kings tremble. They felt as if a primordial ancestral dragon was flying out from the chaos to devour their primordial spirits. Although they knew that this was only an illusion in the sound waves, and their souls were incomparably powerful and would not be damaged, they were still affected to a certain extent, and their movements became a little slower. Crack, but this slight delay was enough for Ling Xiao to reach the palm print in the void first. His simple punch blasted the palm print in the void, and then it was instantly smashed into powder. Ling Xiao came from the sky and used a secret teleportation technique. He quickly closed the distance between him and the Eastern Sky Sage, and directly blasted a punch towards the Eastern Sky Sage. After Ling Xiao's physical body was sanctified, he possessed invincible physical strength. Based on physical strength alone, not to mention a mere supreme sage, even a true sage ruler might not necessarily be as strong as Ling Xiao's physical body. The physical body had broken the shackles of heaven and earth, and formed a small world of its own. Every movement contained the power of heaven and earth. This was a power that truly belonged to oneself, and not borrowed from the power of heaven and earth. This was a qualitative difference. Get lost. The Eastern Sky Sage's face was gloomy. He pushed his palms across the sky, and blazing runes rose, turning into immemorial mountains one after another, constantly suppressing Ling Xiao. This was the power of the Great Way of Earth. The Eastern Sky Sage used the Great Way of Earth to change thousands of times at will. Those mountains were no different from real mountains, and contained extremely terrifying power. Boom! 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 Ling Xiao's punch was like a dragon, and all the mountains formed by the Great Way of Earth exploded. Moreover, he rapidly closed the distance between him and the Eastern Sky Sage. The Eastern Sky Sage had already seen Ling Xiao's ice-cold eyes, which made his heart beat violently, and his face became incomparably unsightly. How can the physical body of a sage be so strong? The Eastern Sky Sage found it hard to imagine how Ling Xiao could have such terrifying battle strength. After all, it had been a long time since the divine world had a physical body of a sage. The Eastern Sky Sage had only seen it in ancient books, and had never really fought with a physical body of a sage. In this exchange, he immediately discovered the terror of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, don't be arrogant. At the same time, the 7 heavenly kings also rushed towards Ling Xiao with golden battle spears in their hands. The spear light crisscrossed the heaven and earth, and emitted blazing golden light. It was like a smoke signal that pierced through the 9 heavens, and shrouded Ling Xiao in all directions. Clang! Ling Xiao blasted out a punch, and after it collided with the golden battle spear, the sound of metal clashing erupted. The spear light shattered, but it turned into an even more chaotic power, and rushed towards Ling Xiao's body. Bang! 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 Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast, and he constantly collided with the golden battle spear. However, even though his fist momentum was monstrous and his physical body was invincible, the golden battle spear was a top-grade holy treasure. In addition, the 7 heavenly kings' battle strength was superb, and there was a tendency to trap Ling Xiao to death. Kill! The Eastern Heaven Great Sage's eyes revealed a trace of ice-cold killing intention. He waved his sleeve, and thousands of mysterious yellow needles, which were as thin as the hair of an ox, flew out from his sleeve in an instant. It was unknown whether there were thousands or tens of thousands of these needles, and they covered Ling Xiao's entire body. Not good. Are those mysterious yellow needles? Shuiwei could not help but exclaim, and her face was slightly pale. The mysterious yellow needles were a set of top-grade holy treasures, which were refined from the mysterious yellow mother Qi. Each strike could erupt with power comparable to that of a sage. However, the mysterious yellow needles were shapeless and intangible, and they were best at breaking people's acupoints and slashing people's primordial spirit. They were extremely insidious treasures, and they were well known in the divine world. Now that Ling Xiao was trapped by the golden battle spear, the space for him to dodge was extremely small, and the power of the mysterious yellow needles could be exerted to the extreme. The 7 golden spears were like pillars of heaven, sealing Ling Xiao's surroundings. They were intertwined with blazing golden light, and runes rose, forming a deadly domain. The 7 heavenly kings saw that Ling Xiao was elusive and had the extreme speed to move the heavens, so they directly laid down the strongest 7 killing spear formation, trapping Ling Xiao in the big formation. The Eastern Sky Sage was even more insidious. He directly took out a set of mysterious yellow needles, aiming directly at Ling Xiao's vital points. Under the joint efforts of the 8 great sages, they laid down an inescapable net, wanting to kill Ling Xiao completely. Boom! Ling Xiao's body suddenly erupted with a bright golden storm. His fist was like a dragon, blasting out tens of thousands of fist prints in an instant, shattering the surrounding spear light, sweeping out a vacuum domain. At the same time, a 7-colored glow shot out from Ling Xiao's eyes. It turned into a resplendent and vast light, shooting off in all directions with a boom. It was like a sun had exploded, containing the power of yin and yang and 5 elements, as if it could instantly decompose and destroy everything. 7-colored heavenly light, the supreme magical power formed by the fusion of the 5 elements and the yin and yang secret technique shone brilliantly at this moment. Ding ding dang dang. When the invisible mysterious yellow needles flew to Ling Xiao's side, they collided with the 7-colored heavenly light in an instant, as if they were blocked by a layer of 5 elements barrier, bursting out a crisp sound. Without exception, they were all blocked by the 7-colored heavenly light. Boom! The 7-colored heavenly light surged like surging waves, as if heaven and earth were falling apart, enveloping the mysterious yellow needles. The power of yin and yang and 5 elements flowed, beginning to decompose the power of the mysterious yellow needles. The mysterious yellow needles trembled violently, and the runes began to collapse. The mysterious yellow needles were about to be decomposed into the most original mysterious yellow source Qi. Damn it! The Eastern Sky Sage's face changed, and his expression was incomparably ugly. He wanted to take back all the mysterious yellow needles. Since you have taken them out, leave them all. Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out. In an instant, an extremely terrifying devouring power erupted around him. An ancient world vaguely appeared behind him. The universe was created, and the world was destroyed. It could devour everything. This was the sky-devouring sacred world. It was a scene that Ling Xiao had created after he cultivated the sky-devouring secret skill to perfection. As soon as the heaven-devouring secret technique was used, the rainbow-colored heavenly light seemed to have received some kind of blessing. Many of the universe needles that were enveloped in it were quickly disintegrated and turned into universe origin Qi, which was directly swallowed by Ling Xiao. In the end, most of the mysterious yellow needles were swallowed by Ling Xiao. Only a small part was taken back by the Eastern Sky Great Sage, but it was also severely damaged. Bastard, I'll kill you. The murderous intent in the eyes of the Eastern Sky Great Sage seemed to have materialized. He roared at Ling Xiao, his heart bleeding. The mysterious yellow needle was one of the most important supreme holy treasures in his possession. It was even regarded as the foundation of his enlightenment. It was refined from the mysterious yellow mother Qi that he obtained with great difficulty. He originally planned to refine it painstakingly for another 100 years. When his cultivation reached the peak of the great sage, he could directly refine the mysterious yellow mother Qi and prove his Tao as a holy king. But now, it was all taken advantage of by Ling Xiao. Rumble, Ling Xiao's body gushed out powerful life essence and blood Qi. The mysterious yellow mother Qi was the innate origin power, a supreme treasure. At this moment, after being refined by Ling Xiao's physical body began to expand again. Even his primordial spirit, dharma, and heart force had been greatly improved. His whole person seemed to have eaten a big tonic, and he was full of energy. Ha ha ha. Eastern Sky Great Sage, do you still have more mysterious yellow needles? Come, I'll take all of them. Ling Xiao laughed and said. His words made the Eastern Sky Great Sage almost vomit blood. Boom! Ling Xiao used his words to provoke the Eastern Sky Great Sage. At the same time, he drove the 7-colored heavenly light toward the 7 golden spears. At the same time, he used the Supreme Fist Way. His superb physical strength broke out, and he wanted to shatter all the 7 golden spears. The expressions of the 7 heavenly kings changed. Seeing that even the Xianhuang needle had been destroyed by the 7-colored heavenly light, they also had a strong fear of the 7-colored heavenly light. The 7 golden battle spears exploded with blazing golden light, like 7 immemorial divine mountains, pressing down on Ling Xiao. At the same time, the 7 of them went straight up. Each of them broke out a terrifying aura, and each of their moves was aimed at Ling Xiao's vital points. Ling Xiao, go to hell! The Eastern Sky Great Sage was about to be driven mad by Ling Xiao. Under the combination of shock and anger, the cultivation of a great sage erupted with all his strength. Streaks of bright lightning rose up, making him look more and more majestic and mysterious. The black giant python on his body actually crossed the sky in an instant, filled with endless lightning, and attacked Ling Xiao. The black python was covered with ferocious scales. Its huge triangular head was like a mountain, and its eyes were cold and cruel. Its aura was terrifying to the extreme, and it made the Eastern Sky Great Sage's aura begin to soar. It's the Eastern Sky Great Sage's black water mystical snake. This is the immemorial fierce beast that is connected to his life. It is said that it has now reached the Great Sage realm. Under the superposition of the two, the Eastern Sky Great Sage's battle strength is extremely terrifying. It seems that the Eastern Sky Great Sage is going to go all out. Someone recognized the origin of the black python. It was the fierce black water mystical snake. Legend has it that in ancient times, it could fight with the dragon clan. The Eastern Sky Great Sage summoned the black water mystical snake and merged with it. He had the black water mystical snake's power to control wind and thunder, and also its superb defensive power. Boom! The 7-colored heavenly light was dazzling, and Ling Xiao's body burst with extraordinary physical strength, colliding with the 7 golden spears. Fist prints fell one after another, and in the end, the mountains formed by the 7 golden spears were all smashed. At the same time, the Eastern Sky Great Sage merged with the black water mystical snake and attacked Ling Xiao. The huge snake tail swung in the air, and the void exploded as if it was going to shatter at any time. Its speed was extremely fast. Bang! Ling Xiao punched out and collided with the black water mystical snake's tail. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound in the void, and he and the black water mystical snake flew backward at the same time. Black water mystical snake? Today, I will skin you, you evil beast, and make you into snake soup. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed fiercely, and he rushed toward the black water mystical snake. He felt that the black water mystical snake's immemorial bloodline was extremely rich, and therefore had unparalleled physical strength and defensive power. Ling Xiao's extremely overbearing punch could not break the black water mystical snake's defense. However, if he could devour the immemorial bloodline of the black water mystical snake, perhaps his physical strength could be improved further. Roar! Boom! The black water mystical snake was wrapped in the power of wind and thunder. It merged with the Eastern Sky Sage and burst out a primitive and ancient power. It suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could smell the strong smell of blood. Ling Xiao's expression didn't change, but his eyes grew sharper and sharper. He felt a great pressure from the blackwater mystical snake, which made him want to fight even more. Boom! Ling Xiao punched out, and on his fist radiance, blazing lightning rose. In an instant, the void trembled violently, like a vast whirlpool of lightning that could devour everything. This was the secret skill of heaven's punishment, which contained the essence of the way of thunder and the ultimate destructive power. Even though the blackwater mystical snake could control wind and thunder, it was still greatly restrained by the secret skill of heaven's punishment. The lightning around the blackwater mystical snake surged and was swallowed by the whirlpool of lightning, merging into Ling Xiao's body. Bang! 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 Ling Xiao was extremely fast, and his fists seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. The sky was filled with the shadows of his fists, constantly colliding with the blackwater mystical snake, exploding with blazing divine light waves. Ling Xiao had the ultimate physical strength. Now that his physical body was sanctified, he had the supreme power to fight against a supreme saint. The 12 sky skills in the wordless heavenly book was the foundation of Ling Xiao's sanctified physical body. It allowed Ling Xiao to control the supreme power of the 12 sky skills at will. The 7 heavenly kings also rushed forward, and together with the Blackwater mystical snake that the Eastern Sky Sage had transformed into, they started a peerless battle against Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao fought against the 8 of them alone. His fists were mighty, like ancient divine mountains, and like stars in the sky. Chaotic light rose, the void shook, the 5 elements flowed, and yin and yang intertwined. Ling Xiao seemed to be tireless, and the stronger his fighting spirit, the more terrifying his combat strength was. Even with 8 great sages joining forces, they were still unable to suppress Ling Xiao. How can this Ling Xiao be so strong? Even if his physical body is sanctified and he is invincible in the same realm, he can't cross a realm and go against the flow, right? Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. According to the legends, the Lingxiao mountain range was the location of the ancient celestial court. It contained an incomparably chaotic power of law. The space was also incomparably firm. It was intertwined with a mysterious power that protected the Lingxiao mountain range. If not for this, given the terrifying battle between Ling Xiao and the 8 great saints, the entire Lingxiao mountain range would have been reduced to dust long ago. Even though they were spectating the battle from the periphery, the terrifying energy fluctuations still shocked the spectators. They could not figure out how Ling Xiao could have such heaven-defying combat strength. Even if it were someone else, it would be impossible for them to have such heaven-defying battle prowess as Ling Xiao. It must be the heaven's chosen child that allowed him to obtain the fortune and blessing of the heavenly Tao. Coupled with the supreme secret technique of the wordless heavenly scripture, that's why he is so monstrous. An old saint slowly said as if he had noticed something. A secret technique from the wordless heavenly book? Legend has it that the wordless heavenly book contains a complete set of 108 secret techniques. The 12 heavenly arts of the 12 immortal holy lands came from the wordless heavenly book. This Ling Xiao is truly lucky. Someone revealed a look of jealousy in his eyes. The wordless heavenly book was very famous in the divine world. 1,000,000 years ago, the wordless heavenly book almost caused a war between the divine world and the devil world. Naturally, everyone knew how mysterious and precious the wordless heavenly book was. Someone revealed a look of greed and passion in his eyes. He could not wait to kill Ling Xiao and snatch the wordless heavenly book away from him. Old man, brother Ling Xiao is so powerful. Even the great saints are no match for him. I told you that only he is worthy of being the heaven's chosen child. Yi Liangchen, who was hiding in the void, said excitedly to the slovenly old man beside him. Powerful? Although the great saints are powerful, they are only used to test him. The old monsters behind him are not people that he can fight against. The slovenly old man snorted coldly. What are you afraid of? Old man, aren't you here to deal with the old monsters behind him? As long as you stop those old monsters, brother Ling Xiao will be able to escape. Yi Liangchen said nonchalantly. You bastard, the slovenly old man clenched his teeth in anger when he saw Yi Liangchen's expression. He wanted to beat the crap out of him. If there were only 1 or 2 old monsters behind him, the old man might be able to stop them. However, who knew how many old monsters were there this time? Both the heaven's chosen child and the wordless heavenly book were enough to tempt those old monsters to the point that they were willing to pay any price. Boom! Ling Xiao's body emitted a dazzling rainbow divine light, which contained the power to destroy everything. Once again, he forced the 7 heavenly kings to retreat with the rainbow divine light. At the same time, he quickly approached the Blackwater mystical snake and punched the Blackwater mystical snake's neck. That was the Blackwater mystical snake's weak spot. It was also the softest part of its body. Roar! The Blackwater mystical snake roared angrily. The black snake scales on its body opened up instantly, emitting traces of blood-red light. It spun like a sharp blade, trying to suck Ling Xiao in and cut him into pieces. The Blackwater mystical snake's scales were extremely sturdy. There were ancient runes on them, which were comparable to supreme holy treasures. They could break everything. Even those who had achieved sainthood would find it difficult to withstand them. Facing the sky-covering snake scales that were as sharp as blades, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and he suddenly roared, "Freeze!" Boom, the space around them seemed to freeze at that moment. An ethereal power of time burst out and enveloped the Blackwater mystical snake in an instant. At the same time, the space around him vibrated and became grotesque. It was as if billions of Ling Xiao's shadows had appeared and attacked the Blackwater mystical snake at the same time. Secret space-time technique. Ling Xiao controlled both the power of time and space at the same time. It was a huge burden for him. However, because his body had achieved sainthood, he was able to unleash such terrifying power. His body wouldn't collapse immediately. Damn it! The Eastern Sky Sage's face was full of shock and anger. Although the Blackwater mystical snake had only been frozen for a breath's time, it was enough for Ling Xiao to throw out thousands of punches. The terrifying fist print landed on the Blackwater mystical snake's body, and directly hit the vital part below the snake's neck. Even though the Blackwater mystical snake had a layer of sturdy scales on its neck, it still exploded into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and its huge triangular head was sent flying away. How terrifying was Ling Xiao's body! Hiss! The Blackwater mystical snake let out a miserable shriek. Even the Eastern Sky Sage spat out a mouthful of blood. His life was connected to the Blackwater mystical snakes. Naturally, he would bear the brunt of the Blackwater mystical snake's injury. However, the Blackwater mystical snake's vitality was extremely strong. Its triangular head turned in the void and was about to fly back. Buzz! Ling Xiao's glabella glowed. A bright beam of light shot out and exploded in the void. It turned into a huge devouring vortex and swallowed the Blackwater mystical snake's head. At the same time, Ling Xiao lunged forward and grabbed the headless body of the Blackwater mystical snake. Terrifying divine energy erupted from his body as he hugged the Blackwater mystical snake tightly. Then, he began to devour the Blackwater mystical snake's essence and blood. Rumble! Blazing divine light gushed out of Ling Xiao's body, and the vast sky-devouring sacred domain appeared. After he used the sky-devouring secret technique, the Blackwater mystical snake's blood essence and life origin surged into Ling Xiao's body. The Eastern Sky Sage was scared out of his wits. His eyes were filled with terror. At this moment, he and the Blackwater mystical snake had become one. Ling Xiao was devouring the Blackwater mystical snake's essence and life essence, which made him feel the threat of death. "Save me," the Eastern Sky Great Sage shouted. His voice contained an unconcealable panic and fear. "Kill!" The 7 heavenly kings' eyes flashed with killing intent. They all held their golden spears and charged toward Ling Xiao. However, what was extremely strange was that the void space around Ling Xiao instantly rippled like water. They could only watch as Ling Xiao appeared before them, but it was as if they were separated by an endless stretch of time and space. Whoosh! 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 The yellow sword spear, which contained a sharpness that could pierce through everything, pierced through the void. However, it seemed that there was no way for it to reach Ling Xiao. While Ling Xiao was devouring the Blackwater mystical snake, he used the great teleportation technique and turned into a series of afterimages that could not be seen with the naked eye. More than half of the Blackwater mystical snake's essence and life essence were devoured by Ling Xiao in an instant. If this continued, the Blackwater mystical snake and the Eastern Sky Sage would both die in Ling Xiao's hands. "You're courting death." The cold voice exploded like thunder. The person hiding in the void finally couldn't take it anymore. Four incomparably powerful auras fell from the sky like meteors, abruptly charging towards Ling Xiao. Each of them seemed to be able to devour the sun and moon, destroying the heavens and earth. These 4 auras were incomparably powerful, even more terrifying than the Eastern Heavenly Great Sage's aura. However, they were of the same origin as the Eastern Heavenly Great Sage. Clearly, the other 4 Heavenly Great Sages of the 9-layered Imperial Obelisk had arrived: Western Heaven Great Sage, Southern Heaven Great Sage, Northern Heaven Great Sage, and Culmination Great Sage. They were originally hiding in the dark. However, what made them both shocked and angry was that not only did Huan Tai die in the hands of Ling Xiao, but now the Eastern Heaven Great Sage was on the verge of death in an instant. Naturally, they were furious and attacked. The 4 Supreme Saints were like 4 dazzling suns. They were about to pierce through the layers of time and space and attack Ling Xiao, who was wantonly devouring the Blackwater mystical snake's essence blood. Rumble, however, at this moment, a huge palm print soared into the sky. It contained a grand and majestic aura. It was like the sun that had just been born. It scattered down rays of light and stopped the four great sages in their tracks. Lu Bai, how dare you stop us? A cold and angry voice sounded. Although the four supreme saints forcibly broke the palm print, they were all stopped by a figure. It was a figure in white with peerless elegance. Although his face couldn't be seen clearly, his eyes were bright, and his body was glowing. He exuded an ethereal and otherworldly temperament from head to toe, like a banished immortal. As he stood in front of the four great saints, it was as if a vast world was blocking his way. The four great saints looked solemn as they stared at him. You bully Xianxia like this? Do you really think that the war god temple doesn't exist? A cold and indifferent voice sounded in the void, majestically spreading in all directions. The white-robed figure was naturally the current war god of the war god temple, Lu Bai. Everyone's expression couldn't help but tremble. Lu Bai was known as the most outstanding genius of the war god temple in recent years. His talent was superb, and his combat strength was unparalleled. He was the strongest person in the war god temple on the surface. He had made many illustrious achievements in the past, which made people respect him. So many years had passed, and no one knew what level he had reached now. Seeing Lu Bai make a move, everyone's eyes were filled with a strange expression. They didn't know whether it was admiration or mockery. Xianxia was now the enemy of the entire world, and the war god temple, which was already in decline, was still willing to make a move at this moment. They really didn't know what Lu Bai was thinking. Lu Bai, Xianxia will definitely die today. Since you want to stand up for him, then die with him. The culmination supreme saint's eyes were cold, and his body exuded a monstrous killing intent. He instantly attacked Lu Bai. Rumble, the four of them seemed to have discussed it beforehand. The culmination supreme saint's aura was incomparably terrifying, and his combat strength exploded as he attacked Xianxia. The other three supreme saints' eyes were indifferent. They bypassed Lu Bai, wanting to rescue the Blackwater mystical snake and the Eastern Sky Supreme Saint. You'd better stay here, Lu Bai said faintly. His expression was extremely calm. He waved his sleeve at the four great sages. In an instant, the void trembled. His sleeve seemed to contain a vast world. A powerful devouring power burst out and shrouded the four great sages. Universe in the sleeve. Lu Bai had already cultivated the universe in the sleeve to the extreme. It was as if an ancient world was really suppressing them, covering the sky and the sun. The culmination supreme saint and the other three supreme saints had nowhere to run, and were instantly swallowed into that world. Lu Bai, you're courting death. The four supreme saints were shocked and angry. Terrifying chi intertwined around them, and each of them unleashed their strongest power, charging towards Lu Bai, wanting to break out of the universe in the sleeve. Rumble, Lu Bai's expression was indifferent, and his attacks were indifferent. However, every time he collided with the culmination supreme saint and the other three supreme saints, an earth-shattering power erupted, making it impossible for them to break out of the universe in the sleeve. At this moment, the Blackwater mystical snake's majestic blood essence and life origin had been completely devoured by Xianxia, and he was on the verge of death. Xiao's body exuded a vast and majestic aura, adding a bit of ferocious and ancient aura to it. The Eastern Sky Supreme Saint's figure was revealed, and Xiao lifted him up by the neck. How do you want to die? Xiao, if you dare to kill me, you will die without a doubt. At that time, your family and friends will all die a horrible death because of you. The Eastern Heaven Great Sage said fiercely. Although he looked very tough on the surface, there was a trace of unconcealable fear in his eyes. Xiao's combat strength was too terrifying. The Blackwater mystical snake, who was connected to him by life, was now dying. Now that he was choked by Xiao, he felt that it was difficult to breathe. There was a great terror between life and death. Xiao, let go of the Eastern Heaven Great Sage. Otherwise, this seat will make you wish you were dead, unable to die. I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes, and roast your soul in the 9 underworlds fire for billions of years. The culmination Great Sage also shouted angrily at Xiao. He wanted to break through Lu Bai's interception and come to the Eastern Heaven Great Sage's rescue. Xiao, you are simply courting death. If you dare to kill the Eastern Heaven Great Sage, no one in this world can save you. The 7 heavenly kings also sneered and scolded. However, their besieging of Xianxia had obviously slowed down a bit. Their eyes flickered, and it was obvious that they each had their own ulterior motives. They were also happy to see Xianxia kill the Eastern Heaven Great Sage. Only when Xianxia killed the Eastern Heaven Great Sage would he be completely irreconcilable with the 9 imperial gates. At that time, they might be able to find a better opportunity in the chaotic battle. You are about to die, and you still dare to threaten me? We are already irreconcilable. I will remember all the people who attacked me today, and I will definitely pay you a visit in the future. Today, I will collect some interest first. Xiao's eyes revealed an incomparably cold killing intent. His temperament was incomparably tough, so how could he care about these threats? Boom, a terrifying power erupted from his hand, and he directly broke the Eastern Heaven Great Sage's neck. At the same time, he punched out, and the fist print was unparalleled. It directly hit the Eastern Heaven Great Sage's chest, and the Eastern Heaven Great Sage was blasted into a mist of blood. Roar! The dying Blackwater mystical snake let out a wretched roar and exploded in the air, completely killed by Xianxia. Both the Blackwater mystical snake and the East Heaven Sage were supreme experts in the Great Saint realm. Their bodies contained vast and mighty energy. Every piece of their flesh was comparable to a supreme divine elixir, which was enough for the experts in the God realm to advance further after refining. Even for Xianxia, it was a great tonic. Xianxia had no intention of letting the Blackwater mystical snake and the Eastern Sky Sage go. A terrifying devouring power burst out from his body and instantly swallowed up all the flesh and blood in the sky. Rumble! Xiao's body trembled like a thunderstorm. His blood chi filled the sky, and his bones crackled. Mysterious runes rose up one after another, and a vast amount of energy surged, making his aura even more terrifying. After swallowing the flesh and primordial spirit of the Blackwater mystical snake and the East Heaven Sage, Xianxia immediately saved 1,000 years of hard cultivation. His body, which was as solid as a rock, began to gradually strengthen. His cultivation showed signs of breaking through to the middle stage of the Saint realm. Xiao's primordial spirit, Dharma, and heart force had all reached the perfect realm. He only needed an opportunity to completely break through and become a saint. Xianxia chose the most difficult path of becoming a saint with his body. It also indicated that it would be even more difficult for him to prove his primordial spirit, Dharma, and heart force. However, as he glanced at the 7 heavenly kings and the 4 heavenly sages in front of him, Xiao's eyes became sharper. He broke out in extraordinary combat strength. The aura around him was vast and unfathomable. There was a kind of invincible chi power that could swallow the heavens and devour the earth. All of these were the best food for blood. Xiao's heaven-devouring secret skill had been cultivated to the perfect realm. He condensed the heaven-devouring holy domain, and there was nothing he couldn't swallow. These saints and great sages were more useful to Xianxia than a supreme saint pill. As long as he swallowed their flesh and primordial spirits, Xiao's cultivation could continue to break through. At this time, Xianxia didn't care about the side effects of such a rapid breakthrough and swallowing. He didn't care if it would cause the foundation of his cultivation to be unstable. He needed power. He needed powerful power. He needed invincible power. Xianxia, you deserve to die. The eyes of the Cultivation Sage and the other great sages instantly turned blood red. They all looked at Xianxia with eyes that contained deep-rooted hatred. The 5 heavenly sages of the 9 imperial gates, although they weren't blood brothers, were closer than blood brothers. They had feelings for each other for hundreds of thousands of years. Their parents and relatives might have disappeared. Only the 5 of them supported each other all the way until today. Now, they watched the East Heaven Sage die in the hands of Xianxia, but they couldn't do anything. In an instant, the hatred and killing intent in their hearts were aroused. And this hatred and killing intent poured down on Lu Bai in front of him. Lu Bai, since you dare to get involved in this mess, then the War God Temple will be destroyed. Die. The terrifying aura around the Cultivation Sage rose. Dazzling lightning flashed. He rushed towards Lu Bai. The real body of the Thunder Emperor appeared behind him. It was vast and mighty, exuding an ancient aura that could swallow the world and suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It turned into hundreds of millions of lightning chains and wrapped around Lu Bai's body. Kill. The other three great sages also showed hatred in their eyes. They displayed their most powerful killing moves. Beams of divine light flashed. Divine swords pierced the sky. Sabers shattered the stars. Shadows of staffs overturned rivers and seas. At the same time, they attacked Lu Bai. You want to destroy my war god temple? You're not even qualified to be cannon fodder. Let Di Ling come out and talk to me. Lu Bai said indifferently. The bright light around him was vast and mighty. It was as dazzling as the sun. It made his whole body exude an immortal and eternal aura. He waved his sleeves. Suddenly, the lightning chains shattered inch by inch. With a light slap, the chaotic great Tao principles in the sky calmed down again. His palm was as clear as jade. The palm print and the fist shadows intertwined, making it impossible to distinguish what was real and what was fake. However, every time they collided, there would be the sound of metal clashing. The sword light was shattered, the saber aura fell, and the staff shadows were all destroyed. Lu Bai's attack seemed to be without the slightest bit of smoke and fire. Even though the four heavens' great sage's battle strength was incomparably terrifying, he was still easily blocked by him. On the other side, after the seven heavenly kings saw that the East Heaven's sage was killed by Ling Xiao, they looked at each other and then charged towards Ling Xiao at the same time. The golden spears in their hands shone brightly. The spears contained a power fluctuation that could penetrate everything. It was as if they had merged into one in the void, making their battle strength incomparably terrifying. The power of the seven heavenly kings, along with the fusion of the golden spears, seemed to form some kind of powerful battle formation. Everyone's power began to skyrocket. They surrounded Ling Xiao in the center and launched a fatal attack. Boom! 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 Lu Bai fought the four heavens' great sage alone, while Ling Xiao fought the seven heavenly kings alone. The two fierce battlefields in the void were clearly separated, like a terrifying storm sweeping in all directions. The void was shattered because of this fierce battle. Dense cracks appeared in the sky, like a spider web that was about to break at any time. Although they were far away, the terrifying aura made everyone's heart palpitate. Their faces were incomparably pale, and they were full of shock and emotion. The people of the War God Temple are really strong. Ling Xiao has become the chosen one, and his physical body has reached the saint realm. Yet, he is able to go against the rules and kill great saints. This god of war, Lu Bai, is also so terrifying that he can fight four heavens' great saints alone. Could it be that this god of war, Lu Bai, is already a saint king? Someone said with emotion. It should be impossible. Lu Bai's cultivation is only at the peak of the great sage realm, but the War God Temple has many geniuses. Although it is ranked last among the 12 immortal holy lands, there are amazing experts in every generation. The Scarlet Dragon War God was like that a million years ago, Lu Bai was like that, and Ling Xiao was like that too. How good is the War God Temple? A white-haired old man sighed softly. He had lived for a long time and had even seen the peerless power of the Scarlet Dragon War God, so he had a deep impression of the War God Temple. What a pity! I heard that the War God Temple came from the bloodline of the ancient War Emperor, but it also has some relationship with the Heavenly Emperor. In the past, the War God Temple was always the most courageous when fighting the devil race, which also led to the death of countless experts. Their strength was weakened, and they were not as strong as the other immortal holy lands. A million years ago, the Scarlet Dragon War God was amazing. It was said that he could go against the flow and kill great sages when he was in the half-saint realm. However, because he obtained the wordless heavenly book, he was hunted down by countless people as soon as he ascended to the position of War God. Although it was said that he was assassinated by the devil race, did the people of the divine world participate? They are very clear. I've also heard of the War God Hall's war a million years ago. It's said that the War God Hall was incomparably tragic. Dozens of supreme elders died in battle, and even the War God Hall's patriarch died in battle. That's why the War God Temple hasn't been able to recover even after a million years. Lu Bai and Ling Xiao are both extremely talented people. If they are given enough time to grow, they might really be able to lead the War God Temple back to glory and prosperity. What a pity! Speaking of which, this Ling Xiao is too heaven-defying. Heaven's Chosen One, Physical Sanctification, and the Wordless Heavenly Book. All of these heaven-defying destinies were given to one person at the same time. How can others not be jealous? This Ling Xiao is also a troublemaker. He had offended more than half of the 12 immortal Holy Lands. Many holy sons and geniuses of the Holy Lands had been slaughtered by him. These immortal sacred grounds were just fretting over not being able to find an excuse to deal with him, and now he's delivering himself to our doorstep. What a pity. No matter how amazing they are in this battle, I'm afraid that after today, they will all become history. Since ancient times, too many geniuses have fallen. Geniuses who have not grown up are nothing. Ling Xiao and Lu Bai's powerful battle prowess amazed everyone. However, they also understood that no matter how strong they were, they would not be able to change today's outcome. The foundation of the 12 immortal Holy Lands was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Not to mention that Ling Xiao's physical sanctification, even if he had become a great sage or even a sage ruler, he would not be able to change today's outcome. The inescapable net had been laid, and now it was time to reel in the net. The 4 great sages were all great sages who had mastered the great Tao laws. Their words were law, and their attacks contained unparalleled heavenly might that could wipe out everything. However, at this moment, they seemed to be helpless against Lu Bai. Lu Bai looked calm, and his body was shrouded in a faint light. His expression was incomparably calm, and his attacks did not have the slightest trace of smoke or fire. However, a casual strike could destroy the attacks of the 4 great sages. The 4 great sages were unable to find any flaws in Lu Bai's defense. Moreover, as time passed, they felt like they were being suppressed by Lu Bai. The powerful holy treasures they had summoned should have had the power to destroy everything under the activation of their great sage cultivation. However, they could not even break through Lu Bai's physical body. Kacha, the ancient sword in the hand of the Western Heaven great sage, was incomparably sharp and extraordinary, as if it could destroy everything. However, under the repeated collisions with Lu Bai, the blazing runes exploded, and a small crack appeared on the sword. The ancient sword's light dimmed. The Western Heaven great sage's eyes were filled with incomparable pain, shock, and anger. He did not expect Lu Bai's attack to be so terrifying. Physical sanctification? Lu Bai, you're also a physical sanctification saint? It seems that we have underestimated you. A sharp light flashed in the eyes of the culmination great sage as he stared at Lu Bai. After such a long fight and confirmation, he finally discovered that the reason why Lu Bai's physical body was so terrifying and overbearing was because Lu Bai was also a physical sanctification saint. Only this could explain why Lu Bai's physical body was so terrifying that it could withstand a best-grade holy treasure. Moreover, his attacks were so fierce that even the ancient sword in the hand of the Western Heaven great sage was damaged by Lu Bai. What? The Western Heaven great sage, the Southern Heaven great sage, and the Northern Heaven great sage were also shocked. Ling Xiao's physical sanctification saint was already shocking enough. Lu Bai was also a physical sanctification saint. It should be known that Ling Xiao had just entered the saint realm, while Lu Bai had already become a saint countless years ago. They knew better than anyone else what kind of combat strength a great sage expert with physical sanctification saint had. It seems that you are not blind. Don't you want to avenge Huang Tai Eastern Heaven Great Sage? I don't think it's necessary. I'll send you directly to see them. Lu Bai smiled indifferently. Taking advantage of the Western Heaven Great Sage's stupefied state, he punched towards the Western Heaven Great Sage. Rumble. When Lu Bai punched out, his aura suddenly underwent some changes. The original indifferent and ethereal aura disappeared in an instant. A tyrannical and overbearing fighting intent broke out majestically. When he punched out, there was a terrible scene of the sky shattering, the blood of gods and demons, and hundreds of millions of stars falling, directly enveloping the Western Heaven Great Sage. Not good. Third brother, dodge. The culmination great sage knew that he had made a big mistake. Under the siege of the 4 of them, he originally thought that he had forced out all of Lu Bai's strength, but he did not expect that Lu Bai had not used his full strength at all. This punch was incomparably overbearing, as if it could pierce through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It contained a vast and unparalleled fighting spirit, which made the culmination great sage's scalp tingle. He was afraid that the Cultivation Great Sage would not be able to block this punch. Get lost. The Southern Heaven Great Sage and the Northern Heaven Great Sage also felt the terrifying fluctuations emitted from Lu Bai's body. They both roared and rushed toward Lu Bai without any regard for their own safety. Huge saber astral force spread over tens of thousands of miles, and the shadow of the staff seemed to be able to smash everything into powder. The vault of heaven shook, and the stars trembled. They attacked Lu Bai from the left and right, displaying their most powerful fighting strength. Seeing Lu Bai's punch coming, the Western Heaven Great Sage wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. He gritted his teeth, and the somewhat damaged ancient sword in his hand pierced through the air. At the same time, he pushed out his other hand, which turned into an ancient mountain, blocking in front of him and Lu Bai. Lu Bai's expression was incomparably calm, but his eyes were fiercer than ever. He did not dodge, and with a wave of his other hand, the vast power of the world gushed out. The void shook violently, as if separating the Southern Heaven Great Sage and the Northern Heaven Great Sage on two ends. His punch pressed forward, and suddenly collided with the ancient sword in Lu Bai's hand. Boom, the void shook violently. The Western Heaven Great Sage felt an unparalleled force coming from the ancient sword in his hand, and it suddenly shattered into powder. The mountain was also directly smashed by Lu Bai's punch, and the Western Heaven Great Sage was directly sent flying. Puff, the Western Heaven Great Sage suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He only felt that the power from Lu Bai's punch poured into his body, shattering all the meridians in his body. Even his incomparably solid bones showed traces of cracks. Lu Bai, how dare you? The Western Heaven Great Sage roared fiercely. After seeing Lu Bai's punch, he did not stop at all. He went straight up, and pointed a finger at the Western Heaven Great Sage's forehead. Why wouldn't I dare? If you want Ling Zhao's life, then exchange it with yours. Lu Bai's eyes were extremely sharp, and his whole body was exuding a monstrous fighting spirit. His finger light contained a fluctuation that could penetrate everything, like a bright light beam. Lu Bai, go to hell. At this moment, the Cultivation Grand Sage also charged forward. Lightning blazed around him, and at the same time, a mysterious yellow light shone around him, making him look heavy and ancient. A huge mysterious yellow hammer appeared in his palm, and he smashed it down towards Lu Bai's head. Scram! Lu Bai shouted coldly. He didn't even look at the Heaven Grand Sage. He took a step forward and the heaven and earth resonated. He punched out and collided with the hammer of Xianxia. In an instant, an unparalleled fistful exploded and sent the hammer of Xianxia and the Heaven Grand Sage flying. His finger was pointing towards the Western Heaven Great Sage's forehead. Puff! Blood flashed. The Western Heaven Great Sage forcibly moved his head a few inches away at the critical moment of life and death. The finger fell along his cheek, and like a blade, half of his face was cut off. Lu Bai kicked out in the air. His foot contained an unparalleled divine power, and it directly kicked the Western Heaven Great Sage's stomach, sending him flying. Cough, cough, the Western Heaven Great Sage coughed up blood, and the purple robe on his body suddenly exploded into powder. This was a powerful defensive holy treasure, but it was completely destroyed by Lu Bai's kick. His whole body was badly mutilated, and he suffered a fatal blow. He was almost completely shattered. His eyes were filled with incomparable horror. He frantically urged the majestic life source in his body, and a vast holy aura spread out, constantly repairing his damaged body. When Lu Bai was about to kill the Western Heaven Great Sage in one go, the Cultivation Grand Sage, the Southern Heaven Great Sage, and the Northern Heaven Great Sage rushed over and rescued the Western Heaven Great Sage from Lu Bai's hands. Boom! 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 Blazing blood light gushed out from the Cultivation Grand Sage, the Southern Heaven Great Sage, and the Northern Heaven Great Sage. In an instant, it was like a raging flame. Their aura began to soar violently, and their eyes were filled with incomparable madness. They burned their life source one after another, used their most powerful forbidden technique, and began to fight with all their might. Under the desperate attacks of the three great sages, the surrounding sky was violently shaking. 3 bright lights, like pillars of heaven, crossed the sky, and shot toward Lu Bai majestically, containing a power fluctuation that could destroy heaven and earth. Are you going to fight with all your might? It's a pity that your 5 directions Xianxia formation is missing one person. Otherwise, it might really cause me some trouble. Lu Bai said indifferently. Blazing divine light rose from his body, and with a punch, it was as if an ancient world emerged. Chaos rose, the sun and the moon shook, and unparalleled power collided, suppressing the three terrifying lights in the ancient world. He soared into the sky like a newly born sun, exuding a vast power, and rushed toward the Cultivation Grand Sage and the other two. The Western Heaven Great Sage had been crippled, and had lost his combat ability. Although the Cultivation Grand Sage and the other two had begun to fight with all their might, and did not hesitate to burn their life source, essence blood, and primordial spirit, they were still suppressed by Lu Bai, and fell into a disadvantageous position. Defeat seemed to be only a matter of time. On the other side, the battle between Ling Xiao and the 7 Heavenly Kings was also extremely fierce, and soon it became the 8 Heavenly Kings. The 9th Heaven One Huachio was originally severely injured by Ling Xiao, but after swallowing a powerful healing divine pill, in addition to the vast life source in his body, he quickly recovered and also joined the battle. The 9 Heavenly Kings of the Hua clan were also proficient in the art of battle formation. After Huachio joined in, the 8 Heavenly Kings were like the 8 brightest stars, shining in the sky, forming a powerful bounded domain, enveloping Ling Xiao in the center. Rumble. A terrifying divine light storm swept over, and streaks of spear light appeared and disappeared mysteriously, as if they could appear behind Ling Xiao at any time. The surrounding thunder roared, and the void shook. Spatial cracks could be seen everywhere, forming a deadly domain. In this bounded domain, Ling Xiao rushed left and right, but it seemed that there was no way to break this bounded domain. Ling Xiao, you should be proud that you can die in this celestial end domain. Huachio sneered. The celestial end domain was a mysterious bounded domain built with the power of the 9 Heavenly Kings. There was no energy replenishment in it, and it could devour all energy. Even a great sage would be trapped to death if he was trapped in it. Asterisk crack. Asterisk bolts of lightning intertwined in the void, and the sky in all directions trembled violently. The absolute heaven boundary formed a terrifying absolute death domain, constantly attacking Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's vital energy and blood surged, and his body was extremely powerful, filled with an immortal luster, looking very mysterious. He kept attacking, dispelling the killing intent, and at the same time, looking for an opportunity to kill his way out of the absolute heaven boundary. Absolute heaven boundary? If it's an ordinary sage, or even a supreme sage, I'm afraid I'll really be trapped here to death. Ling Xiao thought to himself. The power of a sage came from heaven and earth, from the great path law. However, after Ling Xiao's body became a sage, all his power came from himself, from his body's divine treasures. Although the absolute heaven boundary could isolate all great path law and even devour energy, it had no effect on Ling Xiao. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a dragon roar burst out of Ling Xiao's mouth, and he instantly soared into the sky. His body was surrounded by a vast dragon's might, and his eyes were full of bright divine light. He was like a giant golden dragon, rushing above the absolute heaven boundary. The lightning raged around him, but it didn't affect him at all. The giant golden dragon opened its huge dragon's mouth, as if swallowing heaven and earth, and devouring all the violent lightning and great path law around him. Asterisk whoosh. 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 Asterisk golden spears suddenly fell from the sky, and turned into hundreds of millions of golden spear shadows in an instant, sealing Ling Xiao's entire body. The spear shadows were intertwined like divine chains of order. They were incomparably sturdy and filled with golden runes as if they could seal everything. Even though Ling Xiao's physical body was incomparably strong, he was actually unable to shatter them in a short period of time. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Ling Xiao's eyes were like lightning, and his vital energy and blood surged, burning fiercely. His fists were like dragons, constantly bombarding the spear shadows around him, each strike containing the power to destroy heaven and earth. However, after the spear shadows were shattered by Ling Xiao, they condensed again, multiplying and multiplying endlessly, almost drowning Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was thinking of a way to break through the layers of spear shadows when his heart suddenly trembled, and he felt an incomparably obscure danger approaching, making his hair stand on end. Without thinking, Ling Xiao directly used a teleportation secret technique, turning into an afterimage and moving to the side. Rumble, a terrifying spear light exploded at Ling Xiao's original position. It was like a bolt of golden lightning, following closely behind Ling Xiao, piercing towards him. The power of this attack was terrifying, domineering, and powerful, making Ling Xiao feel an unprecedented threat. He punched out behind him, and the fist imprint was unparalleled, as if a mountain had appeared. Crack, the spear light pierced through everything and shattered Ling Xiao's fist. Then, it pierced through the layers of afterimages and stabbed into Ling Xiao's back. Puff, Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. A bowl-sized hole appeared on his back. He activated the majestic life force in his body, and the injuries on his back began to heal at a visible rate. However, Ling Xiao's gaze became extremely cold. Great Heavenly King of the Hua clan? Ling Xiao stared at the figure that appeared behind him and said coldly. It was a young man in purple armor who looked valiant. He held a golden war spear in his hand, and his body exuded an incomparably sharp aura. His eyes were incomparably cold, and there was a kind of arrogance and indifference that looked down on the world. When he appeared in the Heaven End domain, the entire Heaven End domain seemed to be boiling, as if all the endless power was added to his body, making him extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao felt the aura on his body was of the same origin as the 8 heavenly kings of the Hua clan. He instantly guessed the identity of this young man. The head of the 9 heavenly kings, the great heavenly king of the Hua clan. It seems that you are not stupid. Unfortunately, you have offended the Hua clan. No one can save you today. Go to hell obediently. The great heavenly king said coldly, and the aura around him became sharper as if he had already regarded Ling Xiao as a dead man. His cultivation was naturally the most powerful among the 9 heavenly kings. He was already at the peak of the great sage realm. At this moment, under the support of the Heaven End domain, there was a trend of transforming into the Saint King realm. His combat strength was extremely terrifying. Just now, he took advantage of Ling Xiao's battle in the Heaven End domain and let his guard down for a moment. He suddenly launched a sneak attack on Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao's physical body was not strong enough, his body would have been completely torn apart by the spear. Whoosh, the great heavenly king held the golden spear and charged towards Ling Xiao. The murderous aura around him became extremely terrifying in an instant. So what if you are the great heavenly king? If you want to take my life, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Ling Xiao's eyes were covered with a layer of blood, revealing a trace of crazy killing intent. He soared into the sky and charged towards the great heavenly king. Rumble, the void shook violently, and the sky was rumbling. The Heaven End domain was shaking violently as if billions of stars had fallen at the same time. The divine light was boiling, setting off monstrous waves. Under the leadership of the great heavenly king, the 9 heavenly kings not only laid down the Heaven End domain, but also attacked Ling Xiao. With all their strength, the 9 heavenly kings' strength was extremely terrifying, especially the great heavenly king, who posed a great threat to Ling Xiao. In the beginning, Ling Xiao was still able to contend with him, but soon, he was completely at a disadvantage. Boom, Ling Xiao was swept away by the golden spear. His body shook violently, and several ribs on his chest were broken. He staggered back, coughing up blood, and his face became extremely pale. The great heavenly king's expression was extremely cold. He punched Ling Xiao's chest. The terrifying saint force surged, turning into a blazing blade and entered Ling Xiao's body, wanting to turn Ling Xiao's body into dust. Puff, Hua Qiu also took the opportunity to stab with his spear. The spear light was extremely sharp, leaving a bloody hole on Ling Xiao's thigh. Ling Xiao's face became even paler under the pain. Ling Xiao, weren't you arrogant? What bullshit T heaven's chosen son? Today, let us 9 brothers send you on your way. Hua Qiu sneered. His eyes were full of satisfaction, as if the depression left after being severely injured by Ling Xiao had been alleviated. He felt an unprecedented pleasure. Under the attack of the 9 heavenly kings, Ling Xiao was completely at a disadvantage. He could only passively resist, and the frequency of his counterattacks was getting slower and slower. His entire body was badly mutilated, and his aura had also become extremely weak. Everyone who saw this couldn't bear to see him like this. It seems like Ling Xiao is really going to die this time. If the 9 heavenly kings join forces, they might even be able to fight a Saint King. Ling Xiao is still too young. Despicable. Granny, when will the sect master strike? Shuiwei was extremely anxious as she asked the old woman beside her. At this moment, she felt that she was so weak that she could not even intervene in the battle. She was afraid that the aftermath of the battle would be enough to kill her. She could only pin her hopes on the sect master. Saintess, don't worry. The sect master said that he will protect him and make sure that he doesn't die. He will naturally strike at the critical moment. I think this kid is very tough. He won't die so easily. The old woman comforted Shuiwei. On the other side, Feng Qingyang looked at Xianxia curiously and said, Junior sister Xianxia, why aren't you worried at all? Didn't you see that brother Ling Xiao is about to be killed by those 9 bastards? Those 9 ants won't be able to kill him. Xianxia said calmly without the slightest trace of worry. How can you be so sure? Feng Qingyang asked. Ling Xiao's physical body is at the Sage Realm and he is the chosen one. How can he be defeated so easily? Moreover, don't forget that Ling Xiao has the wordless heavenly book. He hasn't even used it yet. Xianxia said slowly. Wordless heavenly book? I had forgotten about that. I know, brother Ling Xiao must be pretending to be weak. I don't know what evil tricks he has up his sleeves. Feng Qingyang suddenly realized. Boom, the great Sky King's golden spear swept across the sky like a bolt of golden lightning. Its speed was extremely fast. Ling Xiao was severely injured. It seemed that he had no way to resist. The golden spear pierced through his body in an instant. Blood filled the air as he coughed out blood. His expression seemed to have become a little sluggish. Go to hell. Huaqiao and the others roared at the same time. 8 golden battle spears pierced through the air and pierced through Ling Xiao's body. Even his glabella was pierced through by a golden battle spear. It was as though he was nailed to death in the void. Ling Xiao's life aura instantly became extremely weak. This guy should be dead, right? Strange, he has the wordless heavenly book. Why didn't he use it? Huaqiao looked at Ling Xiao and asked curiously. Wordless heavenly book? Oh no. After hearing Huaqiao's words, the great Sky King couldn't help but tremble. His eyes revealed an incomparably dignified expression. Rumble, almost as soon as Huaqiao and the great heavenly king finished speaking, Ling Xiao, whose life force was originally extremely weak, suddenly trembled all over. A terrifying wave of energy gushed out from his body. Dazzling and boundless 7-colored heavenly light spread out. At the same time, a wave of energy that could devour everything spread out from Ling Xiao's body. The space between his eyebrows glowed brilliantly. The wordless heavenly book soared into the sky, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura as it floated above Ling Xiao's head. Crack, the textless heavenly scripture seemed to contain layers upon layers of space. It was mysterious and powerful. After its appearance, the absolute heaven world was directly broken by the scripture. Soaring firmament also left the scripture. At this moment, the 9 golden spears in Ling Xiao's body exploded with a crisp sound and were directly devoured by Ling Xiao's body. A sound like a tsunami came from Ling Xiao's body. It was like a surging wave. Boundless Tao will spread out, causing the great Tao precepts in the surroundings to tremble violently. Then, they gushed towards him. Buzz, a wave of energy from a breakthrough came from Ling Xiao's body. Boundless great Tao precepts rose, and the great Tao divine sound intertwined. It was like the chanting of ancient ancestors, but also like the Tao sound of a celestial emperor imparting scriptures. It was incomparably vast. I still have to thank all of you. Without all of you, I wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. His calm gaze fell on the 9 heavenly kings. There seemed to be a hint of mockery in his eyes. What? How could you have broken through? Weren't you about to die? Huaqiao's body trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What a scheme! What a trick! Using the pressure of the 9 of us to break through. I have to say, Ling Xiao, you're really courageous. But so what if you've broken through? It's destined that you won't be able to change your fate. The great Sky King stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly. His eyes were filled with blazing killing intent. Rumble, however, just as he finished speaking, a bright beam of light shot out from between Ling Xiao's eyebrows. A mysterious primordial spirit floated out, surrounded by golden lotuses. It turned into a vast devouring vortex and began to devour the surrounding chaotic energy. Another powerful wave of energy from a breakthrough exploded from Ling Zhao's body. Precepts becoming a saint. Primordial spirit becoming a saint. How is this possible? Everyone was instantly stunned. Previously, Ling Zhao's physical body becoming a saint had shocked everyone. They felt as if they had seen a legendary figure. However, they did not expect the great Tao precepts in Ling Zhao's body to be perfected in such a short time. He had broken through during the battle with the 9 heavenly kings. Precepts becoming a saint was the most common path of proving one's Tao. However, with Ling Zhao's physical body becoming a saint, it naturally became extraordinary. Not to mention that Ling Zhao's primordial spirit was now perfect and flawless. He had broken through at the same time, and his primordial spirit became a saint. Rumble, a vast saint's aura filled the air. Streaks of blazing lightning appeared in the sky, filled with vast flames. It was as if the heavens were punishing the heavens. This was a saint's tribulation, but it was not an ordinary one. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. If Ling Xiao managed to survive this tribulation, he would most likely become one of the 3 saints that had shocked the entire world. We have to stop him. The 9 heavenly kings looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. At the same time, they unleashed their powerful cultivation base and attacked Ling Xiao like 9 dazzling suns. Physical body becoming a saint, precepts becoming a saint, and primordial spirit becoming a saint. This Ling Xiao is too heaven-defying. He's only missing the Tao of Heart from the legendary 4 great sacred Taos. Could it be that his Tao of Heart has reached perfection? Someone's heart skipped a beat as a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. It shouldn't be possible. I've never heard of Ling Zhao's attainments in the heart path. Being able to become a triple saint is already shocking enough. I'm afraid it's difficult to find such a genius in a great world. If his heart path becomes a saint, won't he be destined to reach the peak and prove his Tao and become an emperor? That's too difficult. Someone shook his head and said. Rumble, as if to prove their words, Ling Zhao's body spewed out vast great Tao precepts. The primordial spirit between his eyebrows sat cross-legged in the void and devoured the chaos. The vast saint's aura was about to descend from the sky. However, at this moment, Ling Zhao's body emitted a vast and ethereal aura, slowly forming a mysterious world around him. In the beginning, that world was still somewhat illusory, but it soon became real. That's the heart realm? Heart path becoming a saint. Could it be that he's really going to prove his Tao and become a quadruple saint? Someone exclaimed, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Divine laws, primordial spirit, heart force, and physical body sage were the 4 paths that led to the pinnacle of the great Tao. Breaking through from the divine way to the divine way was a sublimation of the level of life. It was also a kind of evolution of living beings. One could explore more of the mysteries of heaven and earth. It was the path that countless experts pursued. Divine laws was the most common path. Directly comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth, understanding the power of the great Tao, and using the great Tao to prove one's Tao and become a saint. This was the path that most experts in the divine world would take. On the other hand, primordial spirit and heart force were much more difficult. There were specific conditions. Some races with powerful primordial spirit or heart force could prove one's Tao with their primordial spirit or heart force. Just like those Buddhists in the divine world, most of them took the path of heart force. As for physical sanctification, it was the most difficult of the 4 paths. Even though the demon clan, the devil clan, and the sorcerer clan had always been known for their powerful physical bodies, there were very few who could achieve physical sanctification among the 3 clans. All of them were peerless geniuses who could lead the younger generation. The human race had always had weak physical bodies. Therefore, it was very difficult to achieve physical body sage. In the history of the human race, those who could achieve physical body sage were all the most dazzling figures. Ling Zhao's physical body sage had already shocked everyone. Now, his divine laws, primordial spirit, and heart force had all reached perfection. He wanted to prove one's Tao and become a saint at the same time. There were many dazzling figures who could achieve physical body sage. However, the 4 saints of Tao might only exist in legends. They existed in ancient myths and legends. Only those powerful beings who were born naturally could achieve physical body sage. This was a legend. Everyone was witnessing the birth of a legend. Rumble, the sky trembled violently as if it was going to shatter completely. Bolts of lightning intertwined with each other, containing extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. Vast Saint aura spread down as if it was going to destroy the world. It completely locked Ling Xiao down below. Ling Xiao felt his hair stand on end. This kind of aura seemed to be able to destroy everything. Even his divine tribulation of physical body sage wasn't as terrifying as this. Ling Xiao vaguely felt that maybe he was too arrogant. The Tao of the Four Saints was an act that defied the heavens. The great Tao of heaven and earth and the universe probably couldn't tolerate his existence. Although Ling Xiao had become the chosen one and had received the blessing of the heavenly Tao and could withstand a portion of the heavenly might, there was still an extremely powerful heavenly tribulation descending. Crack, bolts of lightning as thick as mountains intertwined with seven-colored divine light. They contained the vast power of the five elements and yin and yang. They seemed to be able to disintegrate everything as they descended upon him. Those thunderbolts were destructive, causing the entire Ling Xiao mountain range to tremble violently. In an instant, it completely enveloped Ling Xiao. Boom, the 9 heavenly kings, who were originally charging towards Ling Xiao, were now trembling violently. The golden battle spears in their hands were struck by streaks of lightning. Their bodies trembled violently as they were sent flying backwards. Damn it! How could there be such a terrifying divine tribulation in the Four Saints realm? The great heavenly king's expression was extremely ugly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It wasn't that they couldn't charge in and attack Ling Xiao, but the saint catastrophe in the sky was too terrifying. It made their scalps tingle, and they felt a great threat. If he were to rush in like this, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. The Four Saints realm. Could it be that we have helped him achieve his goal? Since ancient times, there has never been anyone who has reached the Four Saints realm. Could it be that Ling Xiao is really blessed by the heavenly Tao? The 2 heavenly kings and the others looked a little uneasy. Ling Xiao was truly beyond their imagination. If they couldn't completely kill such a peerless figure, once he grew stronger, they would be the ones to die. Brothers, don't worry. Even we can't withstand such a terrifying divine tribulation. I'm afraid that even if Ling Xiao survives the divine tribulation, his vitality will be greatly damaged. We only need to wait for him to pass the divine tribulation. Once he survives, we will immediately surround and kill him, not giving him a chance to recover. 9th Heavenly King Huaqiu sneered coldly. The more heaven-defying Ling Xiao's talent was, the more it aroused the killing intent in their hearts. Although they couldn't attack Ling Xiao now, they had all made up their minds. After Ling Xiao passed the divine tribulation, they would directly kill him. The Four Saints realm. What level of combat strength will Ling Xiao reach? Everyone secretly thought in their hearts. Ling Xiao, whose physical body was sanctified, was already able to fight against a great saint. He even went against the flow and killed the Eastern Heaven Great Saint. Then, how terrifying would Ling Xiao be after reaching the Four Saints realm? Not to mention, Ling Xiao had not even taken out the legendary chaos treasure, the wordless heavenly book. Could it be that today Ling Xiao can really escape with his life? A thought suddenly emerged in someone's heart. Suddenly, a miserable scream came from afar. In the void, a rain of blood swirled in the air. Heaven and earth shook violently. The Western Heaven Great Saint's body was torn apart in the void. Even his primordial spirit was blown to smithereens. The scene was incomparably terrifying. Lu Bai's eyes were sharp. He slowly withdrew his fist. His unparalleled fist intent was vast and mighty in the void. It condensed and did not disperse, containing a kind of peerless battle intent and killing power. Just now, when Ling Xiao broke through to the Four Saints realm, that kind of terrifying fluctuation was too shocking. Even the Cultivation Great Sage and the others were unavoidably alarmed. When they were slightly distracted, Lu Bai instantly found the opportunity and directly obliterated the Western Heaven Great Sage. Of the 5 heavens great saints of the 9 imperial gates, the Eastern Heaven Great Saint was killed by Ling Xiao. Now, the Western Heaven Great Saint was killed by Lu Bai. The Cultivation Great Saint and the others did not even have the chance to rescue them. Ah. Lu Bai, I will kill you. The culmination great saint was completely deranged. His eyes were filled with cold bloodlust and killing intent. The southern heaven great saint and northern heaven great saint showed bone-deep hatred. They began to go berserk. Their blood chi surged violently, and the vast saint power began to burn. The five of them were not blood brothers, but they were closer than blood brothers. Now that two of them had died in battle in a day, they instantly went crazy. Those who kill will be killed by others. Do you really think I don't know how much the 9 imperial gates have suppressed my war god temple? From today onwards, I will make you pay back the debt you owe me. Lu Bai stared at the culmination great saint and the others and said indifferently. Although his voice was not loud, it was incomparably clear to everyone's ears. This Lu Bai is also a ruthless person. Everyone could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. They looked at Lu Bai with eyes full of reverence. Kill! Culmination Grand Sage roared. His cultivation base of Great Sage Peak was fully stimulated. At the same time, he burned his life source. In an instant, he burned 100,000 years of his life, turning it into an incomparably terrifying attack power, and rushed towards Lu Bai. The Southern Heaven Great Sage and the Northern Heaven Great Sage also went crazy. At this moment, they didn't care about anything else. They even forgot that the purpose of this trip was to save Ling Xiao. At this moment, they only wanted to kill Lu Bai and tear him into pieces to pay tribute to the souls of the Eastern Heaven Great Sage and the Western Heaven Great Sage. Rumble. 3 terrifying saint lights vibrated in the void and collided with Lu Bai in an instant. Ling Xiao, who was in the endless sea of lightning, was also facing a terrifying crisis. The lightning that emitted 7-colored divine light seemed to be formless and formless. His powerful body couldn't withstand it at all. It directly passed through his body and struck his primordial spirit. It blasted into his mind realm and finally traveled through his entire body as if it wanted to destroy all the great Tao precepts in his body. In the face of such a terrifying divine tribulation, Ling Xiao seemed to have no way to resist it. He couldn't rely on external forces. He could only stay true to his heart and withstand it with his body. In the vast sea of lightning, the divine aura filled the air. It was a power that wanted to destroy everything. It made all living things tremble and unable to withstand it. Ling Xiao could feel that if he didn't have the heavenly way luck, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such a terrifying divine tribulation. I was careless. No wonder old man Heavenly Way once said that the 4 saint realms were so difficult and that I must be extremely careful. I must advance step by step and go through the divine tribulation separately. Ling Xiao thought to himself secretly. In the divine tribulation, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that his precepts, primordial spirit, and heart force were perfect. However, he could see that there were still many flaws. It was these flaws that caused him to suffer heavy injuries in the divine tribulation. Even though his life source was extremely strong and his body was immortal, and he could be reborn from a drop of blood, his injuries were getting worse. Rumble, the saint tribulation became more and more terrifying. The sea of lightning enveloped the sky, as if chaos was opening up the heavens and earth. Ling Xiao could vaguely see 9 incomparably powerful silhouettes appearing. Each silhouette became more and more corporeal, but it was as if they were hidden in an illusion. The 9 emperors of the human tribe had appeared again. This time around, the 9 emperors of the human race were even more horrifying. When they joined forces, it was as though they could wipe out all living beings. After the appearance of the 9 emperors of the human clan, the divine trial became even more chaotic and terrifying. Bolts of lightning intertwined, emitting an aura fluctuation that made one's heart tremble. Although it was not Ling Xiao's first time facing the 9 emperors of the human clan, he could feel that each time he encountered the 9 emperors' shadows, the 9 emperors' powers would grow stronger. Rumble, he moved freely in the sea of lightning, ignoring the terrifying destructive power of the divine tribulation. He clashed with the 9 the arch-phantoms, and an incomparably terrifying fluctuation erupted, almost shattering the surrounding sea of lightning. What's going on? I seem to see the scene of a huge battle in the sky. Isn't Ling Xiao undergoing his tribulation? Why are you fighting with someone? Someone exclaimed. His eyes were filled with shock. Aren't you all ignorant and inexperienced? When heaven-defying characters undergo their tribulations, they can activate the mysterious imprints in the world. Phantoms of ancient experts, chaos-fiend gods, and even primordial ferocious beasts will appear. Ling Xiao should be fighting against those imprints right now. It's not surprising. An old sage stroked his beard and slowly explained. Fighting against the imprints of heaven-defying beings? This Ling Xiao is really a demon. Perhaps he can also be imprinted by the world and appear countless years later when others are undergoing their tribulations. He can be considered as some kind of immortal. Someone said enviously. The 9 heavenly kings stood outside the divine tribulation, their eyes cold and filled with killing intent. Hearing the discussions around them, they were even more determined to kill Ling Xiao. Rumble, the battle between Ling Xiao and the phantoms of the 9 emperors was extremely intense. Although he had already become a saint, the phantoms of the 9 emperors seemed to have gained even more power. When they fought at the same level, Ling Xiao could feel the invincible power of the 9 emperors of the human race that suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths and swept through all the worlds. In the end, after Ling Xiao destroyed the 9 arch-phantoms one by one, he was also severely injured. His body was a bloody mess, and because of the imprint of the Supreme Emperor's aura, his recovery became incomparably slow. Ling Xiao saw the 9 heavenly kings, who were waiting for him, from the corner of his eyes, and almost instantly understood their plan. You want to wait for me to pass the divine tribulation and strike while I'm severely injured? In that case, have a taste of the power of the divine tribulation. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. In an instant, he charged towards the 9 heavenly kings. Rumble, as Ling Xiao moved, the divine tribulation also began to move. Especially when he sensed that the 9 heavenly kings had appeared within the range of the divine tribulation, Ling Xiao's divine tribulation became even more terrifying. Bolts of lightning raged, crossing the 9 heavens like a mountain range, and fell towards Ling Xiao and the 9 heavenly kings at the same time. Bastard! The 9 heavenly kings' faces changed drastically, and they were so angry that they almost jumped up. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so crazy. He actually dared to continue attacking them when he was undergoing the divine tribulation. One should know that if other people appeared during the divine tribulation, the power of the divine tribulation would multiply. It would be seen as a provocation to the heavenly Tao, and it would destroy everything. How dare Ling Xiao do this? The 9 heavenly kings couldn't figure it out. After all, the current divine tribulation was already terrifying enough. Ling Xiao was so crazy to drag the 9 heavenly kings into the divine tribulation. Even if the 9 heavenly kings were severely injured or killed by the divine tribulation, Ling Xiao would undoubtedly die. They didn't have time to think because Ling Xiao had already charged over. Rumble, terrifying fist prints swept across the world, and Ling Xiao's fist blasted towards Huaqiao. Under Ling Xiao's secret teleportation technique, his speed was extremely fast, and Huaqiao had no way to dodge at all. He could only passively resist. Although Ling Xiao's body was badly mutilated, and he was deeply injured, his physical body was unparalleled. After destroying the 9 heavenly kings' phantoms, his body was even more ferocious. Huaqiao's face changed drastically. He could only crazily mobilize all the strength in his body to resist, and at the same time, he wanted to retreat quickly. Crack, Ling Xiao's overbearing fist collided with Huaqiao's, and instantly made his body tremble. A crisp sound came from his arm, and it directly exploded with a loud bang. He staggered back, but at this moment, vast lightning fell from the sky and struck his body, causing him to tremble all over. He coughed out blood, and his whole body seemed to be numb. Save me! Huaqiao's eyes were filled with incomparable terror, and he called for help from the great heavenly kings and the others. Bang! Ling Xiao's eyes were incomparably cold. He descended from the sky and stepped on Huaqiao's body. Under the illumination of the lightning, Huaqiao directly exploded into a mist of blood. Ninth brother! They had never thought that Ling Xiao would attack them so crazily during the tribulation. Moreover, he had killed the 9th heaven one Huaqiao with a single strike. After all, Huaqiao was only a saint in the great perfection realm. After suffering Ling Xiao's strike, coupled with the terrifying lightning of the tribulation, he could not resist at all. Even the great Sky King and the others could not save Huaqiao in time. Ling Xiao, I will kill you! The great Sky King roared furiously. He glared at Ling Xiao before turning around and flying out of the tribulation. Even though he was boiling with killing intent and wanted nothing more than to tear Ling Xiao into pieces, he knew that in the face of such a terrifying divine tribulation, they would probably lose their lives before they could kill Ling Xiao. Rumble, due to the appearance of the 9 heavenly kings, the tribulation also boiled up instantly. Bolts of lightning intertwined with each other, containing an incomparably terrifying energy fluctuation, completely drowning Ling Xiao. Every bolt of lightning seemed to contain an energy fluctuation that could destroy the heavens and earth, capable of shattering everything. It was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao was also in great danger. When the lightning struck his body, it caused his skin to split open and his flesh to become a bloody mess. It was extremely difficult for him to recover to his original state. Ling Xiao tried his best to activate the Sky Devouring Secret Skill and Sky Punishment Secret Skill. As he refined the Supreme Lightning with Sky Punishment Secret Skill, he swallowed the vast and violent lightning energy into his stomach to refine his body. You want to run? It's not that easy. Ling Xiao sneered when he saw the Great Sky King and the others from the corner of his eyes. He took a step forward, and lightning raged around him as he charged towards the remaining 8 heavenly kings. Boom! Ling Xiao's fist was unparalleled, containing domineering and terrifying energy. At the same time, it was strengthened by the lightning tribulation, making it seem even more ferocious. The 8 heavenly kings felt their scalps tingle and their hearts palpitate. The Heaven's End domain that the 9 heavenly kings cultivated had already been shattered by Ling Xiao's terrifying tribulation. Furthermore, they were all fleeing for their lives, extremely fearful. Ling Xiao's fist collided with the Great Sky Kings. Lightning exploded in the sky, and both of them were sent flying back. At the same time, powerful lightning filled the surroundings. Ling Xiao used this force to teleport and appeared behind the 8 heavenly kings. Then, he punched the 8 heavenly kings in the back. Crack! The 8 heavenly kings' divine body shield exploded, and Ling Xiao's fist pierced through the 8 heavenly kings' chest, creating a huge bloody hole. Pfft! Ling Xiao, you dare? The 8th heavenly king's body trembled as bolts of lightning struck him, turning him into a bloody mess. Although he was roaring loudly, his eyes were filled with unconcealable fear as he looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had really made up his mind to kill them all. Why wouldn't I dare? You are the second one. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. He struck down with his palm and a sharp saber aura streaked across the sky, directly cutting the 8 heavenly kings in half. Even their souls could not escape in time and were completely killed by Ling Xiao. Rumble, Ling Xiao's body exuded a majestic aura. He directly used the Divine Body Devouring Secret Skill and swallowed the 8 heavenly kings' blood essence and souls into his body. Vast and majestic life force surged. Ling Xiao's aura became stronger as if he had eaten a great tonic. The injuries he had suffered from the lightning tribulation also began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Xiao, The Great Sky King saw the 9 heavenly kings and the 8 heavenly kings being killed by Ling Xiao one after another. He was so angry that his body trembled and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his aura became extremely weak. Don't worry. One by one, it will be your turn soon. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold and sharp as he glanced at the Great Sky King. Then, he charged towards the others. Rumble, as Ling Xiao went through the heavenly tribulation, he executed his killing techniques. Under the cover of the heavenly tribulation, the 9 heavenly kings were actually defeated by Ling Xiao one by one. They were completely unable to escape from Ling Xiao's palms and were all killed by him. In the end, only the Great Sky King was left of the 9 heavenly kings. Ling Xiao directly killed the 8 heavenly kings. They all died in an extremely aggrieved manner. Not even their bones were left behind. Even their flesh and souls had become nourishment for Ling Xiao. Crack! Ling Xiao's body suddenly emitted a bright light. Streaks of auspicious chi rose and talisman scripts intertwined. Vast divine aura spread out and various mysterious phenomena appeared in the surrounding heaven and earth. The lightning tribulation that filled the sky also disappeared without a trace at this moment. Only the great Tao celestial flowers floated down. Golden lotuses formed in the void, accompanied by mysterious and ancient Tao sounds, which made people feel as if they had fallen into a mysterious state of Tao comprehension. Ling Xiao's white robe fluttered in the wind. His temperament was ethereal and otherworldly. He was shrouded in celestial light and auspicious chi. Chaotic light exploded around him as if it was going to split the heaven and earth apart. Divine rings rippled out from between his eyebrows. A mysterious figure could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged in the void, illuminating the heavens. Mysterious Tao rhymes filled his body. The great Tao laws intertwined, making him seem as if he had become a part of the great Tao. His words were law, and he could mobilize the supreme power of heaven and earth. His body was filled with an immortal luster. His chi and blood rose like a rainbow piercing through the 9 heavens. The acupoints all over his body were as bright as the stars in the sky. They intertwined and gathered, forming billions of divine kingdoms. A mysterious world appeared behind him. It seemed to be hidden between reality and illusion. It changed into all kinds of mysterious scenes at will. One could not help but be immersed in it at a glance. Primordial spirit, Tao laws, physical body, heart force, Xianxia had finally reached the 4 saint realms. Feeling the terrifying aura emitted from Xianxia, even the great saints felt their hearts palpitate. Their eyes were filled with incomparable fear. The great heavenly king was about to go crazy. Although he wanted nothing more than to tear Xianxia into pieces, his rationality told him that he was no match for Xianxia. Great heavenly king, your 8 brothers are already dead. Why don't you go accompany them? Xianxia said indifferently. His expression was incomparably calm. After proving the 4 saints, Xianxia seemed to have fallen into an incomparably mysterious state. His entire person had merged with heaven and earth, reflecting the heaven's heart. His every move had a mighty force that could suppress everything. Originally, the great heavenly king could still make him feel a little threatened. But now, there was none at all. Xianxia, do you really think that you can do whatever you want after proving the 4 saints? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he felt a sense of fatal danger approaching, causing his hair to stand on end. Without hesitation, a vast amount of divine power gushed out from his body as he threw a punch above his head. Crack, above Xianxia's head, the sky shattered as a huge palm print pressed down from the sky. It was like the hand of the heavens, containing unfathomable divine power and unparalleled power as it collided with Xianxia's punch. Xianxia's fist print shattered with a loud bang. His entire body shook violently as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying by the unparalleled divine power. How could a puny saint block my full-powered palm strike? The 4 sages are indeed extraordinary. A slightly surprised voice rang out in the void, containing a kind of calm and steady fluctuation, as if everything was under his control. Above the shattered sky, a white-haired old man wearing a loose Taoist robe was holding a purple bamboo cane in his hand. There was a purple gold gourd hanging on the cane. He looked like a celestial being with an otherworldly aura as he slowly floated down. His gaze was deep and indifferent as if he regarded the world as ants. He had the bearing of a king. After he appeared, the great Tao of heaven and earth and the surroundings resonated with him. Is that ancestor purple bamboo of the Chinese? Someone exclaimed in surprise, and a look of awe immediately appeared on his face. Ancestor Purple Bamboo was a genuine sage ruler expert who had lived for countless years. He was once famous in the divine realm and his strength was unfathomable. No one had expected that Patriarch Purple Bamboo would be the one to attack. Ancestor, you're finally here. Ancestor, please take action and kill this bastard to avenge my 8 brothers. After seeing the old man, the great heavenly king immediately cupped his hands and bowed. His eyes were filled with awe. Trash. You can't even deal with Xianxia. 8 of the 9 heavenly kings are dead. You're the sinner of the Chinese. Ancestor Purple Bamboo glanced coldly at the great heavenly king. In fact, his heart was bleeding. Even if the Chinese had a huge business and a deep foundation, it was not so easy to cultivate a great sage powerhouse. Now, 8 of them were killed by Xianxia in an instant. It was not that Black Bamboo Patriarch was unwilling to make a move. He had been hiding in the dark and was ready to make a move when Xianxia was about to kill Huaqiu. However, he was stopped at the critical moment. The person in the dark used a supreme ability to seal up the space, preventing saint rulers from entering. Ancestor Zizhu only managed to break through the seal with great difficulty and made his way in. However, when he appeared, he happened to see that Ling Xiao had successfully transcended the tribulation. Of the 9 heavenly kings, only one great heavenly king was left. Ancestor, I'm guilty. However, the most important thing now is to kill Ling Xiao. As long as we can get the heavenly luck and the wordless heavenly book, we Chinese can pay any price. The great heavenly king whispered to Patriarch Purple Bamboo. Get lost. Ancestor Purple Bamboo scolded, but he also tacitly agreed with the great heavenly king's words. The most important thing now was to kill Ling Xiao and seize the heavenly fate and the wordless heavenly book. For this, they could do anything. A saint ruler of the Chinese? I didn't expect a saint ruler to launch a sneak attack from behind. How despicable. Ling Xiao sneered, and his eyes were incomparably deep. If he had not sensed something from the great heavenly king's expression just now, that blow would have been enough to seriously injure him. A saint ruler was unfathomable. He was the king of the saint path. His words were the law of the world. His strength far exceeded that of a great saint. Perhaps 10 saints could barely fight a great saint, but 10 great saints were no match for a saint ruler. It could even be said that it was a one-sided massacre. Ling Xiao, you killed 8 Chinese people. You'll pay with your life. Ancestor Zizhu said faintly. Without any explanation, he slammed his palm toward Ling Xiao without any hesitation at all. At the level of a saint ruler, it could be said that he stood at the peak of the Almighty. When the great emperors and imperial emperors did not appear, a saint ruler was an invincible existence. Naturally, they did as they pleased. They did not need to care about any false reputation or opinions. Did they need a reason to kill someone or snatch something? After paying such a huge price and finally testing Ling Xiao's true combat strength, Ancestor Zizhu naturally had no scruples and attacked directly. Rumble, the huge palm print covered the sky and the sun. It was mighty like the hand of God. Not only was it incomparably huge, but it also contained the power to annihilate everything. It slammed directly toward Ling Xiao. If this palm fell, even a great sage would be slapped to death in an instant. There was no exception. Open for me. A sharp light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, revealing a blood-red fighting spirit. The flipping sky seal spun in his palm, and in an instant, it exploded with unparalleled divine power. It flew across the sky to meet Ancestor Zizhu. At the same time, Ling Xiao erupted with his strongest strength. His glabella, inner body, heart force, and physical body were all shining, turning into 4 immortal divine rings suspended behind him. It made him emit a wave of invulnerability. Kacha, the flipping sky seal was like an ancient mountain. Its power was extremely terrifying. However, after colliding with Ancestor Zizhu's palm, it was slapped away by Ancestor Zizhu's palm. The palm did not decrease in power and collided with Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao's body trembled violently. The 4 divine rings were also extremely bright in an instant. As if they had reached the limit of what they could bear, tiny cracks appeared. Ling Xiao's body shook violently. His qi and blood surged as he flew backward with a loud bang. The gap is too big. A saint ruler is the king of the holy path. He can control the great Tao of heaven and earth as he pleases. With my current cultivation, even if I'm in the 4 saint realms, I'm only a saint. The difference of 2 realms is like heaven and earth. Ling Xiao sighed softly in his heart. However, his gaze became sharper and sharper. His battle-intent sword and a vast aura surged between his eyebrows. An ancient heavenly book suddenly appeared in the sky and bloomed with a dazzling light, the wordless heavenly book floated above Ling Xiao's head. It was filled with chaotic light, as if the scene of the birth and death of an infinite world had appeared. A vast and terrifying power poured into Ling Xiao's body, causing his aura to skyrocket. The wordless heavenly book? The wordless heavenly book has appeared. Ancestor Zizhu has finally made Ling Xiao feel pressured? Is this the legendary wordless heavenly book, a chaotic supreme treasure? Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Their breathing quickened and their bodies trembled. In the sky, Yi Liangchen and a sloppy old Taoist stood side by side. However, the sloppy old Taoist looked very helpless, while Yi Liangchen's eyes were filled with worry. Old man, it seems like your attainments and formations are not good enough. Ancestor Zizhu has already escaped. I'm afraid that those old monsters will come in soon. Xianxia snorted coldly. Ahem. Who said that my attainments and formations are not good enough? I was the #1 formation master in the ancient heavenly court. I sealed off all worlds. Even the great emperor could not break my formation. It's just that my health hasn't been good recently, so that old thing Zizhu took advantage of the loophole. Don't worry, they won't be able to break my Xianxia creation formation so easily. The sloppy old Taoist said awkwardly. Xianxia creation formation? Old man, can't you just save brother Ling Xiao? If this goes on, I'm afraid he will die in the hands of those old monsters sooner or later. Xianxia said worriedly. How can it be so easy? Let me tell you, those old monsters are not the only ones who are after Ling Xiao. There are many existences that you can't imagine. If I dare to save him now, I'll die immediately. Do you believe me? That's right. Ling Xiao said with a smile. The sloppy old Taoist said with a bitter smile. Die an unnatural death? Could it be, could it be? Xianxia's body trembled, and his eyes revealed a look of surprise. He knew very well that the sloppy old Taoist's strength was unfathomable. Even those old monsters in the Saint King realm would find it difficult to be a match for the sloppy old Taoist. Otherwise, the sloppy old Taoist wouldn't have been able to silently set up the Xianxia creation formation and stop many old monsters. Xianxia realized that he had thought too simply. It seemed that the people who wanted to deal with Ling Xiao were not as simple as they seemed. You don't have to think too much. I can only do my best. Now that we are in the dark, those old things can't find our traces. If Ling Xiao is really in danger, I will make a move. The sloppy old Taoist said slowly. Ling Xiao knew that there was a huge gap between him and ancestor Zizhu, so he did not hesitate to take out the wordless book. After collecting the 12 heaven skills, Ling Xiao had completely refined the wordless heavenly book. He also understood the mysteries of the wordless heavenly book. Although the wordless book was still severely damaged, it was still a chaos treasure. By all, it was able to unleash an extremely terrifying power. Rumble, Ling Xiao's body. His battle intent rose, and his aura skyrocketed. By his side. By his eyes, by his eyes, his aura. Buys by side, his aura buys and his aura buys. Buys, by, he, by God, by now, by buys and continued and were and by the time was with buys way with spies. Wordless heavenly book? He. Crack. Emperor technique, great chaotic origin seal. Accompanied by a majestic voice, the huge palm suddenly exploded. Endless chaotic light surged and gathered towards his palm. It was like a bright sun, but also like an ancient chaotic world. It instantly made everyone's heart palpitate. Heaven fighting. The battle intent around Ling Xiao also rose to the extreme in an instant. He directly charged towards ancestor Zizhu. With a punch, divine light bloomed all over the sky. It contained an unparalleled power, causing the earth and sky to shake. Rumble, the great chaotic origin seal was the Chinese emperor technique that ancestor Purple Bamboo cultivated. It contained the chaotic origin and the unparalleled divine power that could destroy everything. After Ling Xiao's punch was strengthened by the wordless heavenly book, he also pushed the heaven battling secret skill to the extreme. With a peerless fighting spirit, the two fists collided with each other. The void shook and divine light gushed out. Although Ling Xiao's physical body was unparalleled, he was no match for the great chaotic origin seal. He was sent flying by ancestor Zizhu's palm. Swoosh, although Ling Xiao was sent flying, he did not suffer any injuries. His eyes became more and more dazzling, and the aura around him rose rapidly. In an instant, 5 rays of bright light appeared in his palm. They were like 5 rays of sword chi that swept through the void. They contained the mysterious fluctuations of the 5 elements and continued to attack ancestor Zizhu. 5 elements. Ling Xiao's aura changed drastically in an instant. It was as if he had turned into a peerless assassin. His fighting spirit sword and the 5 elements sword chi grew endlessly, enveloping ancestor Zizhu. Boom, ancestor Zizhu's divine gang shield was extremely strong. Although the 5 elements sword chi was powerful, they shattered when they hit the divine gang shield. In the end, ancestor Zizhu threw out a palm and the 5 elements sword chi was completely annihilated. Yin and yang. the battle intent around Ling Xiao rose even more. In an instant, it transformed into yin and yang qi. The power of extreme yang and extreme yin and extreme gentleness merged into one on his body, transforming into a huge yin and yang millstone that crushed down on Ancestor Zizhu. Get out of my way. Ancestor Zizhu frowned as a sense of irritation appeared in his heart. Although Ling Xiao had received the support of the wordless heavenly book, he was still not his opponent. However, Ling Xiao's attacks were like endless waves, wave after wave. Although he had broken through them, he did not cause any damage to Ling Xiao. Moreover, he vaguely felt that Ling Xiao's attacks seemed to be accumulating power. Every attack contained a completely different change, but his attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. Boom! Black Bamboo Ancestor used the Great Chaotic Origin Seal again, smashing the yin-yang millstone in the void into dust. Then, he slammed it on Ling Xiao's body and sent him flying. However, Ling Xiao's body shone brightly. The wordless heavenly book shone with a brilliant light. The heaven-devouring secret skill devoured everything. It devoured all of Ancestor Zizhu's power and dissipated it. Just like that, Ling Xiao's full-powered attacks were all broken by Ancestor Zizhu. However, Ling Xiao launched another attack and an intense battle broke out between the two. Ancestor Zizhu also realized that Ling Xiao's power was getting stronger and stronger. In the beginning, he could break Ling Xiao's attack with a casual attack. In the end, he had to go all out to block Ling Xiao's power. This is the 12 Sky Skill secret skill? I'd like to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Reincarnation. Ling Xiao roared once more amidst the incomparably intense battle. Rumble, in an instant, the void around him trembled as a mysterious reincarnation aura spread out, blooming with dazzling light. Endless reincarnation light swept towards Ancestor Purple Bamboo like an ocean. Every ray of reincarnation light seemed to be able to draw people into the endless reincarnation, completely erasing them from the world without leaving a trace. The light of reincarnation surged violently, causing Ancestor Purple Bamboo to feel threatened. Is this the secret reincarnation technique of the Samsara Temple? Boy, have a taste of my heavenly capital divine / Ancestor Purple Bamboo shouted coldly. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption. He turned his palm into a saber, and the vast saber aura seemed to be able to destroy everything. As the saber slashed down, 12 saber shadows appeared and gathered together at the same time, setting off an endless storm in all directions, wanting to completely destroy everything. Another Emperor technique. Everyone's heart trembled. As expected of a Saint King realm expert, the Hua clan with a deep foundation. The two Supreme Emperor techniques that Ancestor Purple Bamboo cultivated were extremely terrifying. In particular, the Heavenly Capital Divine / was rumored to be from the Heavenly Capital Scripture of Emperor Tiandu. It contained unfathomable divine power that could destroy all living things. Crack, the sky shook as the endless reincarnation light collided with the saber aura, causing the surrounding void to tremble. In the end, they were annihilated at the same time, and both Ling Xiao and Ancestor Purple Bamboo were forced to retreat. Karma. Ling Xiao's eyes were as bright as a sword, and the fighting spirit around him rose to the extreme. He used the secret karma technique again, exuding a mysterious and vast force of karma. It was like the belief of all living things, enough to make a saint fall into the abyss of hell. Once again, he charged towards Ancestor Purple Bamboo. As the saying went, saints were not tainted by karma because the force of karma was so terrifying that even saints dared not touch it. Otherwise, they would be entangled with karma and eventually be devoured by the heavenly way. Ling Xiao's attack was extremely overbearing, causing Ancestor Purple Bamboo's expression to turn increasingly ugly. Damn it! He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so difficult to deal with after receiving the support of the wordless heavenly book. The 12 Sky Skills secret technique in Ling Xiao's hands shone with unparalleled sharpness, making him somewhat unable to fend for himself. If this continued, he might really lose in Ling Xiao's hands. How did Ling Xiao become so ferocious after using the wordless heavenly book? Even Ancestor Purple Bamboo can fight him without falling into a disadvantageous position. This is truly unbelievable. Everyone's voice was trembling as they watched the battle between Ling Xiao and Ancestor Purple Bamboo. They were filled with emotions. From killing Huang Tai in the beginning to killing Hua Qiu and the other 8 heavenly kings, Ling Xiao had taken out the wordless heavenly book and was actually able to fight Patriarch Purple Bamboo. This was simply beyond everyone's understanding. Was this something a saint could do? The Chosen One is truly heaven-defying. We humans like to be unreasonable. Now, we can't even tolerate the heaven's chosen child. Right now, our human race is facing a great enemy, and the divine world is surrounded by wolves. The great tribulation of the epic is about to arrive. At this time, instead of thinking about uniting all forces, you want to eliminate dissidents, kill people, and seize treasures? Haha. This is our human race. There were also people who said with incomparable sorrow, their eyes filled with disappointment. That's right. Ling Xiao is so monstrous. In the future, he might even become the 10th emperor of the human race. How can the so-called 12 sacred grounds and supreme emperor tribes be so short-sighted? Someone echoed with emotion. Hee, so what? Are there not many spineless people in the human race? Now, there are lackeys who have defected to the demon race. When the time comes, even if the human race is annihilated by the demon race, as long as they defected to the demon race and were willing to give up their human bloodline, they would naturally be able to live well. Someone sneered. Unknowingly, everyone's attitude began to change. Originally, everyone had a look of indifference and watched coldly as Ling Xiao was surrounded and killed by everyone. After all, such things had happened too often over the countless years. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Ling Xiao had offended the immortal sacred grounds and supreme emperor tribes, but he had become the chosen one and obtained the wordless heavenly book. How could those sacred grounds and supreme emperor tribes let him go? However, no one expected Ling Xiao to be so monstrous. Not only did he achieve the unprecedented 4 saint realms, but he also killed great saints with his saint realm cultivation. Now, he even fought with a saint king. Such peerless talent could no longer be described as monstrous. Many people suddenly felt that perhaps Ling Xiao was the hope and future of the human race. Therefore, everyone unconsciously stood in Ling Xiao's position and began to sympathize with him. They even began to hate those immortal sacred grounds and supreme emperor tribes. Puff. Puff. However, at this moment, 2 screams sounded in the void, attracting everyone's attention. Among the 3 people who were besieging Lu Bai, the Southern Heaven Great Sage and the Northern Heaven Great Sage were directly killed by Lu Bai. Their entire bodies turned into a cloud of blood mist, and their souls were completely destroyed. Bastard! Lu Bai, you are a Saint King realm cultivator? You have been lying to me all this time. Zhong Tian Great Sage's eyes were filled with shock and anger. He was so angry that his whole body trembled as he pointed at Lu Bai and roared. Correct. Your 4 brothers are already dead. Why don't you accompany them? Lu Bai smiled indifferently, his expression incomparably calm. His robe was whiter than snow as he strolled in the void. Blood rain swirled around him, but it did not stain his robe. His entire body exuded an ethereal and otherworldly aura. A vast and unfathomable aura erupted, making Lu Bai look like a supreme king at this moment. He was majestic, mysterious, and ancient. Kacha, he struck out with his palm. A vast palm print swept across the void and enveloped Zhong Tian Great Sage, giving him no chance to escape. I don't accept this. I don't accept this. Old ancestor, save me. Zhong Tian Great Sage roared angrily, but his eyes were filled with incomparable terror. He was already heavily injured, so how could he withstand Lu Bai's full cultivation? He was directly blown apart by Lu Bai's palm, and his miserable cries came to an abrupt end. At this point, the 5 heavenly great sages of the 9 imperial gates were all dead. Saint King? Lu Bai has become a Saint King? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with incomparable reverence. Lu Bai had only become the war god of the war god temple for a few 100,000 years, but his talent was extraordinary. He had made a name for himself in the god world, and once suppressed the younger generation to the point that he was invincible. Now that Lu Bai had become a Saint King, there was probably no one who could stop him anymore. Rumble, saintly might rose around Elder Purple Bamboo, and wisps of sword aura appeared. Those were the swords of his primordial spirit, capable of destroying everything. The power of karma that shrouded him was destroyed by the swords of the primordial spirit. Patriarch Purple Bamboo had to use all his strength before he managed to break through the vast karmic powers around him. He rushed out from within. The karma secret skill was too terrifying. The karma power was enough to make a saint suffer from chi deviation and fall into infernal hell. Even though Ancestor Purple Bamboo was powerful, he did not want to be contaminated by the karma power. Lu Bai has become a saint king? Ancestor Purple Bamboo destroyed the karma power around him and was shocked by the scene of Lu Bai killing the culmination saint. His eyes were filled with shock, and his expression was somewhat unsightly. In terms of seniority, Ancestor Purple Bamboo was even more senior than the Scarlet Dragon War God. He was an antique who had lived for millions of years. He still remembered that Lu Bai was just a child hundreds of thousands of years ago, even younger than his grandchildren. But hundreds of thousands of years had passed, and Lu Bai had risen in a heaven-defying manner. He was now on equal footing with him and had become a supreme saint king. This caused Ancestor Purple Bamboo's heart to be extremely unsettled. Destiny! Ling Xiao roared, exuding an illusory destiny power. In an instant, endless divine light bloomed from his palm and enveloped Ancestor Purple Bamboo. That was the light of destiny, which could directly attack the fate of living beings and wipe out everything. It was extremely terrifying. This was the first time Ling Xiao had fully activated the karma secret skill after cultivating it. The vast light of destiny instantly pulled Ancestor Purple Bamboo's thoughts back. His eyes were extremely solemn. At this moment, he felt a fatal threat from Ling Xiao's body. The karma secret skill of the Fane of Destiny? Damn it! Ancestor Purple Bamboo trembled and was even a little flustered. He knew how terrifying the karma secret skill was. Legend had it that it could turn the wheel of destiny and wipe out all living beings. Rumble, the sacred light around Patriarch Purple Bamboo suddenly erupted. His eyes revealed rays of blazing divine light, causing the surrounding sky to shake. 12 runes appeared between his palms in an instant. His aura skyrocketed in the void and turned into 12 ancient formation flags. They fell around him and formed an ancient and mysterious formation. The 12 Divine Wraith Formation. This was the supreme imperial formation of the Chinese. According to legend, it was created by Emperor Chengdu. Not only did it contain the power to destroy everything, but it could also seal the sky and earth and defend against everything. Under the cover of the 12 Divine Wraith Formation, Ancestor Zizhu's aura became ethereal and illusory. The light of destiny swept across the sky and collided with the Great 12 Divine Wraith Array in an instant. Boom, like a terrifying storm, the light of destiny illuminated the sky, causing the Great 12 Divine Wraith Array to shake violently as if it would be annihilated at any time. Ancestor Purple Bamboo also unleashed his full power. His nascent spirit shone brilliantly, splitting into 12 nascent spirits to suppress the 12 Divine Wraith Formation, making the 12 formation flags extremely sturdy. In the end, they forcefully blocked the invasion of the light of destiny. Ancestor Zizhu, take my last move, Chaos. Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely sharp. After using the karma secret skill, he did not stop and attacked again. Boom, the void around Ling Xiao suddenly shattered. The surrounding sky shook violently and the great path precepts appeared. A vast chaotic light rose up and Ling Xiao's aura instantly rose to the extreme. 12 divine rings appeared behind Ling Xiao. They were like 12 vast and ancient worlds, spewing out endless light. Heaven battling, 5 elements, yin and yang. Samsara, karma, destiny, and chaos, the 12 divine wraiths' secret skill exploded at the same time. It was as if they had merged with the secret skill of chaos. They directly manifested a supreme power that could destroy the world and caused Ling Xiao's aura to skyrocket. The 12 ancient worlds suppressed Ancestor Zizhu at the same time. They rumbled and shook the sky. They sealed the surrounding area and surrounded Ancestor Zizhu in the center. The aura that Ling Xiao exuded made Ancestor Zizhu's scalp tingle. His expression instantly became extremely solemn. Ling Xiao's aura and strength continued to skyrocket from the heaven-battling secret skill to the secret skill of chaos. Finally, when he used the secret skill of chaos, he exploded with his strongest power. Ling Xiao, you're courting death. Ancestor Zizhu's eyes were extremely sharp and contained a blazing killing intent. Buzz, dazzling light flickered in his hand. In an instant, an ancient black flag appeared. It fluttered in the void and covered the entire area. It was like a huge canopy that exuded a vast emperor's aura. After the black flag appeared, the void instantly shattered. Even the chaotic laws of heaven in the Xianxia mountain range had no way of resisting this black flag. The 12 ancient worlds trembled violently as if they were about to be shattered by the black flag. That's the heavenly divine wraith flag of the Chinese? Someone exclaimed, his voice trembling violently. Emperor Tiandu of the Chinese was one of the 9 emperors of the human tribe. It was said that he was also a formation emperor. The heavenly divine wraith flag that he left behind for the Chinese was an extreme Tao emperor weapon. The heavenly divine wraith flag was not only an extreme Tao emperor weapon, but also a supreme formation disc. It could form the 12 heavenly divine wraith formation. It was extremely powerful. No one had expected Ancestor Zizhu to bring the extreme Tao emperor weapon that could suppress the fate of the Chinese for Xianxia. It's over. Once the heavenly divine wraith flag appears, Xianxia will definitely die. That's right. Although the wordless heavenly book is powerful, it's not an offensive treasure. Now that it's damaged, I'm afraid it won't be able to resist the heavenly divine wraith flag. Is Xianxia going to die in the hands of the Chinese? Everyone's hearts were in their mouths and their eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, Xianxia looked extremely calm. It was as if he was not surprised by the appearance of the heavenly divine wraith flag. Rumble, dazzling light shone in his palm. In an instant, the time compass soared into the sky like a dazzling sun. It emitted endless brilliance and endless time power. Freeze! Xianxia uttered a word. In an instant, the time compass collided with the heavenly divine wraith flag. The vast and ancient time power surged and froze in the void with the heavenly divine wraith flag. No one had expected Xianxia to have the time compass, an extreme Tao emperor weapon. The time compass was the supreme emperor weapon of the flowing time emperor. It was famous in the ancient times as it contained the power of time origin and could destroy everything. Xianxia had used the time compass to activate the power of time and stop the flow of time, forming a time-stop domain. Not only did it stop the supreme heaven divine fiend flag for a moment, but even Ancestor Purple Bamboo was trapped in the time-stop domain. He could only watch Xianxia charge towards him. The supreme heaven divine fiend flag was also an extreme Tao emperor weapon. The time-stop domain formed by the time compass shattered after a moment. However, this moment was enough for Xianxia to kill Ancestor Purple Bamboo. Xianxia, you, Ancestor Purple Bamboo was enraged, but Xiao's unparalleled battle prowess forced him to swallow his words. He could only hurriedly circulate his cultivation to resist. Rumble, the sky shook as a vast heavenly secret skill exploded. The 12 ancient worlds seemed to be able to destroy everything. They instantly slammed onto Ancestor Purple Bamboo's body. At the same time, they were like a huge millstone that began to move slowly. Puff, Ancestor Purple Bamboo spat out a mouthful of blood as his body trembled violently. Xiao's supreme attack had caused him an unimaginable injury. He roared angrily as he unleashed the supreme combat strength of a sage king. He kept attacking the surrounding worlds. Every attack had the power to destroy heaven and earth, shattering the ancient worlds. Suppress! Xiao's eyes flashed as the flipping sky seal spun across the sky. The vast extreme Tao Emperor's aura was activated. It was like an immortal mountain as it smashed towards Ancestor Purple Bamboo. The flipping sky seal was an incomplete heavenly emperor's seal. Although it was severely damaged, it still retained some of the power of an extreme Tao Emperor weapon. At this moment, Xiao had activated the extreme Tao Emperor's aura contained in it. Rumble, Ancestor Purple Bamboo hastily blocked the attack. His arm was smashed into a bloody mist by the flipping sky seal. He staggered back and coughed out another mouthful of blood. Xiao, I will kill you. Ancestor Purple Bamboo roared as his eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. Boom, the blood chi around his body was monstrous, as if it was on fire. His Saint King Realm cultivation erupted to the extreme, and he directly summoned the capital Heaven Divine Fiend flag that was entangled with the time compass in the void. The capital Heaven Divine Killing flag split into 12 formation flags in a split second. Runes intertwined with each other, and a vast formation rose up, directly forming the 12 capital Heaven Divine Killing formation, the supreme formation of the Hua people, with the protection of the Great 12 capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation. Patriarch Purple Bamboo finally had a chance to catch his breath. Boom! 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 The flipping sky seal was like an immemorial divine mountain. It repeatedly collided with the 12 divine beings killing formation, but it was bounced back. It was unable to break through the defense of the formation. Ancestor Purple Bamboo, are you trying to be a coward? You're a saint king of the Chinese, but you don't even dare to fight with me. If Emperor Tiandu was still alive and knew that there was such an unfilial descendant like you, I'm afraid he would be angered to death. Ling Xiao sneered coldly. However, he had to admit that although he had the wordless heavenly book and the time compass, Patriarch Purple Bamboo was also an old fox. He was scared out of his wits by Ling Xiao and directly used the Capital Heaven Divine Killing flag to evolve the 12 Capital Heaven Divine Killing formation, forming a turtle shell to protect himself. With Ling Xiao's strength, it was indeed very difficult for him to break through the 12 Capital Heaven Divine Killing formation. Ling Xiao, don't be arrogant. I didn't expect you to have the inheritance of the Flowing Time Emperor. It seems that this time, you have another reason to die. Patriarch Purple Bamboo sneered. He was not provoked by Ling Xiao's words. Instead, he pointed out that Ling Xiao had the inheritance of the Flowing Time Emperor. Sure enough, as soon as Patriarch Purple Bamboo's voice fell, a cold and greedy look appeared in the eyes of the people from the Space-Time Heavenly Gate. Speaking of which, the Space-Time Heavenly Gate also hated Ling Xiao to the core. The Holy Son of the Space-Time Heavenly Gate had also died at Ling Xiao's hands. However, the Space-Time Heavenly Gate did not make a move because they wanted the Chinese and the 9 Imperial Obelisk to take the lead. Now that they saw that Ling Xiao had the time compass, the Space-Time Heavenly Gate could no longer remain calm. Ling Xiao, the Flowing Time Emperor, is the founder of the Space-Time Heavenly Gate. If you are willing to hand over the inheritance of the Flowing Time Emperor and the time compass, the Space-Time Heavenly Gate can let you go. What do you think? From the Space-Time Heavenly Gate, an old great sage with white hair and beard walked out and said slowly. What a joke! The Space-Time Heavenly Gate has only obtained part of the inheritance of the Flowing Time Emperor and the Space Emperor. These two are great emperors from ancient times. What do they have to do with the Space-Time Heavenly Gate? Since Ling Xiao has the time compass, it means that he has received the recognition of the Flowing Time Emperor and is the successor of the Flowing Time Emperor. The Space-Time Heavenly Gate is as shameless as ever. Lu Bai said indifferently as his gaze fell on the old great sage. You want the time compass? You people from the Space-Time Heavenly Gate are not worthy. Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. His words made the people from the Space-Time Heavenly Gate fly into a rage as they glared at him. However, Ling Xiao did not care at all. As the saying goes, when one has many lice, one will not be afraid of itching. Ling Xiao also knew that many of the holy lands and sects who came today probably did not intend to let him go so easily. Instead of feigning civility with them, it was better to fight with real swords and spears. However, what Ling Xiao could not figure out was why only one Saint King, Ancestor Purple Bamboo, had appeared so far. The 5 heavens great sages of the 9 imperial gates had all been killed by Lu Bai, but no one came out to stop him, let alone the people from the other sects. Saint King Lu, Ling Xiao, originally, the Space-Time Heavenly Gate wanted to spare your lives, but since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us. Ancestor, please kill this person for the Space-Time Heavenly Gate. The old great sage glanced gloomily at Lu Bai and Ling Xiao, then bowed respectfully to the void. Rumble. As soon as the old great sage's voice fell, the void in all directions began to tremble violently in an instant. The sky shattered with a loud bang, as if the heavenly gates had been opened, spewing out endless bright light. Powerful figures stepped out of the heavenly gates, exuding an unfathomable aura that completely covered the brilliance of the sun. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed as he suddenly realized that the aura of these figures was not weaker than Ancestor Purple Bamboo. They were all Saint Kings. Rumble. The sky shook, and the sun and moon dimmed. The sky shook violently, and rays of divine light fell from the sky. Auspicious air rose in the surroundings, and runes circled around. The mysterious scene of the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers appeared. More than a dozen powerful figures appeared in the sky, exuding an unfathomable sage aura. The sage ruler old ancestors of the various sects had arrived. The sage ruler old ancestors were shrouded in a chaotic mist. Although their faces could not be seen clearly, their eyes were extremely cold. Lu Bai, you dare to kill the 5 heavens great saints of the 9 heavens imperial court. You'll pay with your life. A man in a purple robe said as he stared at Lu Bai. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The purple-robed figure was the sage ruler old ancestor of the 9 heavens imperial court. They had been trapped by the Triastria formation of creation earlier, and the purple-robed figure could only watch as the 5 heavens great saints died at the hands of Lu Bai. His heart was bleeding. This was an unbearable loss for the 9 heavens imperial court. However, this was all thanks to Ling Xiao and Lu Bai. Purple-robed old ancestor, aren't you afraid of being annihilated by the 9 heavens imperial court? Lu Bai said indifferently, as if he did not care about the purple-robed figure's threat at all. Good, good, good. Lu Bai, do you really think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you're a Tao-proving sage ruler? Not only will Ling Xiao die today, but your war god temple will also be destroyed. The purple-robed figure was so angry that he laughed. The killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. Who was the one who set up the Triastria formation of creation earlier? Do you really want to be a coward? Whether you come out or not, Ling Xiao will definitely die today. An old man in a black and white robe said indifferently. His cold eyes were like golden lamps that swept across the void, as if he could see through everything. He was the sage ruler old ancestor of the spacetime heavenly gate. At this moment, he secretly used his divine power to find the person who had set up the formation. However, to his disappointment, no matter how he provoked him, the person in the dark was determined not to appear. Ling Xiao, if it weren't for the fact that someone had secretly set up a formation to stop us, you would have long been reduced to ashes. Could it be that you still want to resist at this point? The saint ruler of the heavenly curse sect also stepped forward and stared at Ling Xiao coldly. After destroying the Triastria formation of creation, the saint rulers finally decided to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's heaven-defying talent and battle prowess made them secretly shocked. Once such a monstrous person matured, no one would be able to control him. Since he had already offended him, he might as well kill him directly and not leave any future troubles. You beat up the young one and now the old one is here? What a bunch of shameless old bastards. It's because of you bastards who only know how to bully at home that the human race has fallen to such a state. Come, 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 I want to see if you can kill me. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. His eyes shone with an extremely sharp light, like a drawn sword. He glanced past all the saint rulers before him without any fear. Is this Ling Xiao crazy? He wants to face so many saint ruler old ancestors alone? Everyone was shocked as they stared at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Although Ling Xiao's talent was incomparably monstrous, his battle prowess was extremely powerful, and he had all sorts of creation on him, everyone still thought that he would not have any chance of survival today. After all, this time, the saint lands and sovereign tribes of the divine world had joined forces to strip Ling Xiao of his title as the Chosen One and the wordless heavenly book. Of course, now there was the addition of the time compass, an extreme Tao Emperor weapon. Regardless of whether he's going to die today, just his bearing and courage is enough to make me admire him. This Ling Xiao is indeed extraordinary. Someone exclaimed in surprise. It's not just a dozen saint ruler old ancestors. These saint ruler old ancestors all have saint lands and sovereign tribes behind them. They all have the inheritance of the supreme emperors. If they take out a few powerful emperor weapons, I'm afraid Ling Xiao won't be able to withstand it. That's hard to say. Didn't you notice? Among the 12 immortal saint lands, the chaotic heavenly sect, Wanfo Temple, Samsara Temple, and Taisheng Dao Palace have all remained silent and did not take action against Ling Xiao. Could it be that they will help Ling Xiao? And the Golden Sovereign Tribe? Moreover, I heard from the saint ruler old ancestor of the spacetime heavenly sect that someone had set up the Triastria creation formation to stop them. It seems like someone is secretly helping Ling Xiao. Sigh. It's getting messy, eh? However, I don't wish for Ling Xiao to die in their hands. It's not easy for the human race to produce such a peerless genius. Looking at the dozen saint ruler old ancestors in the sky, everyone's faces were filled with respect. However, there were still some who looked forward to it. Perhaps, Ling Xiao could really create another miracle? Fellow cultivators, this boy is just relying on the wordless heavenly book and the time compass. He's only in the saint realm and doesn't have any treasures. He can be killed with a flip of the hand. There's no need to talk so much nonsense with him. Just kill him. Ancestor Zizhu stared at Ling Xiao and sneered. Previously, he had taken out the extreme Dao Emperor weapon, the capital Heaven Divine Fiend flag, but it had been stopped by the time compass. As a result, he had been defeated by Ling Xiao and felt extremely humiliated. He could not wait to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Among everyone, he was the one who wanted Ling Xiao's life the most. Treasures to protect yourself? Without sufficient strength, the so-called external objects are useless. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Saint Ruler Old Ancestor of the 9 Imperial Gates sneered and took the lead to attack Ling Xiao. Rumble, lightning flashed around him and his attack contained vast heavenly might. As he struck, it was as if the heavens and earth were split open. The sun and moon filled the sky and turned into bolts of lightning that were like divine dragons that attacked Ling Xiao. To be exact, he was grabbing at the wordless heavenly book above Ling Xiao's head. Kill. This boy is a spy of the demon race. Everyone has the right to kill him. The old ancestor of the spacetime heavenly sect said coldly as he grabbed at the time compass. Rumble, the dozen Saint Ruler Old Ancestors seemed to have set off a terrifying torrent that shook the heavens in all directions. They wanted to destroy everything completely. These Saint Ruler Old Ancestors each had their own ulterior motives. They all coveted the treasures on Ling Xiao. Therefore, they were unwilling to fall behind and attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. They did not even care about their status as Saint Rulers. The fortune and treasures on Ling Xiao had tempted them. However, Ling Xiao's demonic talent made them extremely fearful. It was better for such a demonic person to die. Otherwise, many people would not be able to rest easy. Crack. The wordless heavenly book was a chaos supreme treasure. It had suffered great damage in the battle at the beginning of the human era. As Ling Xiao gathered the 12 sky secret techniques, it began to gradually recover. Now, the wordless heavenly book was like a natural plant. It had bathed in thunder and rain and began to grow vigorously. It constantly absorbed the energy of the heavens to replenish itself. Ling Xiao believed that one day, the wordless heavenly book would be completely restored. Now, the wordless heavenly book had accumulated a vast amount of origin energy. It was like an endless sea. It was the power that the wordless heavenly book used to recover itself. At this moment, it was activated by Ling Xiao and all of it poured into his body, causing his strength to soar wildly. Boom, 12 ancient worlds appeared around him, and at the same time, they spewed out endless chaotic light. 12 types of supreme will of Tao flowed slowly, giving him a kind of indestructible fluctuation, as if he could destroy everything with a raise of his hand. Bang, Ling Xiao punched out across the sky, erupting with the supreme heaven battling secret technique. Endless fighting spirit gathered as if the fighting spirits of the heavens had been summoned by Ling Xiao. An extremely intense battle began. The 9 imperial obelisks' purple-robed ancestor collided with Ling Xiao. The supreme fighting spirit instantly shattered the thunder and lightning that filled the sky. Both of them were struck by lightning and retreated at the same time. Crack, above the sky, a vast black and white light fell from the sky. It contained the power of the void and the ethereal power of time. It seemed to form a perfect balance in that light. The space-time heavenly gate's ancestor had arrived. This was the space-time light blade. It could destroy everything. It could break down countless living beings into the most fundamental particles and completely melt them in the space-time. Although the space-time heavenly gate had lost the complete inheritance of the flowing time great emperor, the space-time heavenly gate had a deep foundation. They had discovered many time and space secret techniques from the ancient secret zone and created new ones, causing the space-time heavenly gate's strength to grow. In the face of the space-time light blade, even Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. Break! The flipping sky seal in Ling Xiao's palm spun and instantly slammed into the space-time light blade. You're courting death. The space-time heavenly gate's ancestor's eyes were overflowing with murderous intent. His space-time light blade destroyed everything. Even a supreme sacred treasure could not block it. Flipping sky seal was strong, but in front of the space-time patriarch, it could not withstand a single blow. Clang, however, what shocked him was that the flipping sky seal was extremely sturdy. After colliding with the space-time light blade, blazing sparks burst out. Not even a mark was left on the flipping sky seal. Moreover, an unparalleled power erupted from the flipping sky seal and directly shattered the spacetime light blade. Boom! 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 Ling Xiao seemed to possess endless power. The tremendous origin energy within the wordless heaven scroll had all been poured into him. Coupled with the full power of the 12 heaven skills, he actually did not lose the upper hand against all the saint rulers for a moment. What the crowd did not notice was that the flipping sky seal did not return to Ling Xiao's hand after breaking the spacetime light blade. Instead, it flew towards Lu Bai. Heavenly Emperor's seal? Lu Bai muttered to himself in a voice that no one else could hear. His eyes were filled with a strange expression. Wang, light flashed in his palm and an ancient golden seal appeared. It looked ancient and mysterious and seemed to be engraved with the stars of the heavens and the mysterious scenes of all living beings. It seemed to be a supreme authority that could suppress the heavens. At the same time, it exuded a monstrous battle intent. This is the War God Hall's heaven battling seal? Someone exclaimed. His eyes were filled with extreme shock. The War God Hall's supreme emperor weapon was extremely mysterious. Although everyone knew that it was the War God Hall's heaven battling seal, it rarely appeared. It was only rumored that the War God Hall's heaven battling seal had once revealed its supreme power in the battle 1,000,000 years ago. No one was surprised. Since Lu Bai had come to save Ling Xiao alone, he must have brought the War God Hall's heaven battling seal with him. However, why did the flipping sky seal give off the same aura as the War God Hall's heaven battling seal? Boom! Lu Bai's other hand glowed with resplendent light. Another ancient silver seal appeared in his hand. It sprinkled down resplendent rays of light. It looked dazzling, as bright and flawless as the full moon. However, the ancient silver seal seemed like it could break through the sky and fly away at any time. What is that? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect another ancient seal to appear in Lu Bai's hand. It did not look any weaker than the War God Hall's heaven battling seal. Moreover, it gave off the same aura as the War God Hall's heaven battling seal. Once divided, now complete. Flipping sky connecting heavens, return to War God Hall. Heavenly Emperor seal, condense. Lu Bai murmured softly to himself. It sounded like he was reciting scriptures, but it also sounded like the chanting of ancient people. It gave off an ancient and ethereal aura. Rumble, as Lu Bai chanted softly, the sky trembled violently. Runes rose and the great Tao precepts revealed an extremely mysterious scene. The flipping sky seal, the golden ancient seal, and the silver ancient seal soared into the sky and floated in front of Lu Bai. They were like 3 suns in the sky, giving off endless light and heat. The 3 ancient seals slowly merged into one. An ancient and vast aura emerged from it. It was as if it could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths and sweep across the heavens. It gave off an incomparably noble aura. Heavenly Emperor seal? It's really the Heavenly Emperor seal? An old sage exclaimed, his entire body trembling violently. Saint Tianji, what is the Heavenly Emperor seal that you mentioned? Everyone asked curiously. That old saint was called the Saint Tianji. Legend had it that he had lived for countless years. He was an antique and knew countless ancient secrets. Now that even the Saint Tianji was so shocked, they guessed that the Heavenly Emperor seal must be something extraordinary. The Heavenly Emperor seal is naturally the supreme authority that the Heavenly Emperor used to control the myriad worlds. It is also the Heavenly Emperor's most powerful extreme Tao Emperor weapon. However, during the battle where the Heavenly Emperor fell, it was said that the Heavenly Emperor seal was completely destroyed. However, some people said that the Heavenly Emperor seal was once divided into 3 ancient seals. The War God Hall's War God seal was one of them. I didn't expect this legend to be true. The flipping sky seal, War God seal, and sky connecting seal. Now that the 3 seals have merged into one, is the Heavenly Emperor seal going to reappear in the world? The Saint Tianji was trembling all over. His eyes were filled with excitement. What? That's the Heavenly Emperor seal of the Heavenly Emperor? Everyone couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with horror. The 9 emperors of the human race had appeared in the sky. However, the Heavenly Emperor was undoubtedly ranked first. He was the leader of the 9 emperors. He had once led the human race to defeat the demon race. He was the supreme existence that started the human race's era. The Heavenly Emperor's seal was the supreme treasure of the Heavenly Emperor. Everyone thought that the Heavenly Emperor's seal had been completely destroyed. They did not expect it to appear in Lu Bai's hands. They could not believe it and felt as if they were in a dream. This legendary Supreme Emperor's weapon had too many legends. It was said that it was the supreme power of the Heavenly Emperor to suppress the heavens and myriad worlds and wipe out the demon race. It had supreme divine power. Now, the Flipping Sky Seal, the Sky Battling Seal and the Sky Reaching Seal had merged into one. The real Heavenly Emperor's seal was about to appear. Everyone was extremely excited and looked forward to it. Heavenly Emperor's seal? You're courting death. The purple-robed ancestor's eyes flashed with killing intent. Instantly, he exuded a vast and unparalleled aura, causing the surrounding sky to tremble violently. Kacha, blazing saber radiance rose up and a purple war saber appeared in the purple-robed ancestor's palm. It exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. In an instant, thunder rumbled all over Zhou Tian. A vast sea of thunder emerged, looking ancient and mysterious. It was branded with all kinds of mysterious scenes and emitted a terrifying aura. The Heavenly Punishment Saber, the Supreme Emperor's weapon of the 9 imperial gates, the purple-robed ancestor knew how terrifying the Heavenly Emperor's seal was. Seeing that the 3 seals were about to merge into one and form a new Heavenly Emperor's seal, he did not hold back and directly took out the Heavenly Punishment Saber. The Heavenly Punishment Saber was a supreme killing treasure. Over the years, the 9 imperial gates had been refining it in endless thunder tribulations. It had become even more ferocious and had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The Heavenly Punishment Saber slashed at the 3 ancient seals. It wanted to shatter the 3 ancient seals and prevent the Heavenly Emperor's seal from appearing. Stupid. Lu Bai's expression did not change. It was as if he was not worried about the purple-robed ancestor taking out the Heavenly Punishment Saber. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Rumble, the Heavenly Punishment Saber was wrapped in thunderbolts. It was like a punishment from the heavens that wanted to turn everything into dust. However, just when the Heavenly Punishment Blade was about to hit the 3 ancient seals, it suddenly stopped and began to tremble violently. The vast and unparalleled power of lightning within it actually surged towards the 3 ancient seals in a frenzy. The 3 ancient seals emitted dazzling rays of light in an instant, forming a mysterious ancient seal in the sky. It bloomed with dazzling 9-colored divine light, showing a chaotic color. It looked simple and mysterious, as if it was carved out of a mountain stone. Although it was not crafted, it had a suppressing and invincible aura. The Heavenly Emperor's seal had appeared. What? The purple-robed ancestor's body trembled. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and his face turned ashen. He did not expect that the Heavenly Punishment Saber would not only fail to destroy the 3 ancient seals, but instead become a catalyst for the 3 ancient seals. In an instant, the 3 seals merged into one and formed the complete Heavenly Emperor seal. Even the owner of the Heavenly Punishment Saber, the Thunder Emperor, was once a general under the Celestial Emperor. You want to use the Heavenly Punishment Saber to destroy the Celestial Emperor's seal? You are truly foolish, said Lu Bai with a faint smile. The purple-robed ancestor's face darkened. Boom, the Heavenly Emperor's seal spun and emitted dazzling rays of light, completely enveloping the sky. Endless chaotic light rose, as if it was going to split the heaven and earth, containing a vast and unparalleled power fluctuation. The Heavenly Emperor's seal enveloped Lu Bai, sprinkling dazzling rays of light, making Lu Bai look even more mysterious, as if the Celestial Emperor had come back to life. The terrifying aura of the Heavenly Emperor's seal made the surrounding human tribe experts tremble. Their faces were pale, but their eyes were filled with fanaticism. The Heavenly Emperor's seal represented the Celestial Emperor. When the crowd saw the Heavenly Emperor's seal, it was as if they had seen the Celestial Emperor. They could not help but kneel down and completely submit to the Celestial Emperor's seal. Lu Bai, don't be so arrogant. So what if you have the Heavenly Emperor's seal? The Celestial Emperor has passed away for countless years. Even if you have the Heavenly Emperor's seal, you can't stop so many of us, said the purple-robed ancestor, staring at Lu Bai. Is that so? As the first person to see the birth of the Heavenly Emperor's seal, you should be honored to see its true power. said Lu Bai indifferently. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the Heavenly Emperor's seal released a destructive energy fluctuation. The invincible aura seemed to be able to pierce through the galaxy. It was like a vast mountain, pressing down on the purple-robed ancestor. At this moment, Lu Bai felt that he had completely controlled the great Tao of heaven and earth around him. With the Heavenly Emperor's seal as a medium, he could freely mobilize the vast power of the entire divine world. The aura of the Heavenly Emperor's seal made the purple-robed ancestor's scalp tingle. His body could not help but tremble. This was the complete awakening of the extreme Tao Emperor's seal, the most legendary Heavenly Emperor's seal. A completely awakened extreme Tao Emperor's weapon was like a supreme celestial emperor descending. The monstrous power was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Even a sage king could not withstand it. The purple-robed ancestor gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with incomparable madness. The terrifying divine power around him surged into the heavenly punishment saber, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The heavenly punishment saber trembled slightly. Similarly, it shone brightly in an instant, emitting boundless dazzling lightning as it charged towards the Heavenly Emperor's seal. Gotcha! The sky shattered in an instant. Chaotic turbulence surged, and the firmament in all directions trembled violently. The heavenly punishment saber and the Heavenly Emperor's seal collided in the firmament, and an earth-shattering power erupted. It was like a great earthquake. However, the difference was that Lu Bai's aura was like a dragon. Every strike caused his aura to skyrocket. His fighting spirit surged as he charged towards the purple-robed ancestor. The purple-robed ancestor's body trembled with every strike. His face turned pale, and he felt his blood boil. The terrifying rebounding power from the heavenly punishment saber was something that he could not withstand. Puff, in the end, the heavenly punishment saber was directly knocked away by the Heavenly Emperor's seal. The purple-robed ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura instantly weakened. Whoever dares to touch Xianxia will die. Lu Bai shouted. His voice was like a thunderclap that shook the 9 heavens. The dozen or so Saint Kings could not help but tremble slightly. Rumble, Lu Bai strode towards the Saint Kings. The Heavenly Emperor's seal floated above his head, providing him with endless power, causing his aura to become more and more terrifying. Ha ha ha. Lord War God, let us fight side by side today. I would like to see if these old things can do anything to us. Young martial uncle, your talent is heaven-defying, but so is your ability to cause trouble. However, for the sake of martial granduncle, I can't let these old guys hurt you. Lu Bai smiled faintly as he stood beside Xianxia. His expression was calm and there was no trace of fear on his face. The heroic aura that Xianxia and Lu Bai exuded seemed to have infected the people around them. Everyone's eyes were filled with amazement and excitement. People always sympathized with the weak. Although everyone thought that Xianxia and Lu Bai would definitely die today, seeing them fight with their backs to the wall and face over a dozen Saint Kings without batting an eyelid, they were inwardly impressed. You're courting death. So what if you have the Heavenly Emperor's seal? The supreme treasure left behind by the Heavenly Emperor shouldn't be in the hands of scum of the human race like you. Hand it over. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Curse sect sneered. The black scepter in his hand emitted a dazzling divine light that seemed to flicker. An ethereal and mysterious power filled the air. It contained an extremely strange curse power and silently spread towards Xianxia and Lu Bai. The cursing scepter of the Heavenly Curse sect. Kill. The old ancestor of the spacetime heavenly sect looked indifferent. He held a treasure tree that emitted a 7-colored divine light in his hand. Mysterious runes appeared on the leaves on the tree, causing the surrounding void to tremble slightly. It was as though spacetime ripples were spreading out. The tree of 7 wonders of the spacetime heavenly sect, Rumble, the most terrifying scene was that of an elder from the Fane of Destiny. His hair and beard were all white. He wore a linen robe and stood barefoot. He looked like an immortal with an ethereal and mysterious temperament. However, at that moment, there was an ancient heavenly wheel in his hand. It slowly rotated, and endless chaotic light filled the air. It was as if an endless world had appeared, and the scene of all living things appeared. It was as if all living things were rotating along with that ancient heavenly wheel. This was the supreme emperor weapon of the Fane of Destiny, the Wheel of Destiny, as the wheel of destiny rotated, a vast and terrifying power of destiny erupted. It aimed at Ling Xiao and Lu Baiyi's fate, wanting to completely destroy their fate. The Curse Scepter, the Tree of Seven Wonders, and the Wheel of Destiny, under the full power of the three Supreme Emperor weapons, the Saint Kings all looked at Ling Xiao and Lu Baiyi coldly. Murderous intent filled their bodies as they attacked Ling Xiao and Lu Baiyi. Rumble, boundless wind and thunder surged around them, and vast great Dao laws rose. Each of their attacks had the power to destroy the world. Especially the three extreme Dao Emperor weapons. The vast extreme Dao Emperor weapons completely enveloped Ling Xiao and Lu Baiyi, wanting to turn them into dust. Ling Xiao and Lu Baiyi went all out and unleashed their full strength. The textless heavenly book provided Ling Xiao with an endless amount of energy, and the 12 Heaven Arts secret technique, under the support of the textless heavenly book, exploded with an extremely powerful divine might. Ling Xiao took out the time compass while Lu Baiyi took out the heavenly emperor's seal. Both of them exuded an unparalleled battle intent as they engaged in an intense battle with the Saint Kings. At this moment, both of them had the combat strength of a Saint King. They were able to fight with the top sect masters in the world, and the scene was extremely terrifying. The Lingxiao mountain range was about to be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. A battle between Saint Kings could easily destroy the world. They knew that their destructive power was extremely powerful, so they left the Lingxiao mountain range and came to the extraterritorial starry sky as soon as the battle began. Crack, a terrifying fist print landed and blasted a resplendent star into smithereens. Bang, the blazing blade swept out in all directions, and the shattered remains of the star vanished into thin air. The starry sky shook, and the world shook. Every attack of the Saint Kings had the power to destroy the world. The great Dao laws intertwined around them, and their Dao power was as vast as the sea. Divine light surged, and a peerless battle began. However, the crowd noticed that Ling Xiao and Lu Baiyi were slowly falling into a disadvantageous position. They were like candles in the wind, and it seemed like they would be defeated at any time. Are Ling Xiao and Lu Baiyi going to lose? The crowd couldn't help but tremble. Although they had expected this result, they still found it hard to accept when the outcome was about to be decided. The main reason was that Ling Xiao, the chosen one, had created too many miracles. They also wanted to see if Ling Xiao could create more miracles. However, they were afraid that this battle would disappoint them. After all, Ling Xiao was too young. Even if he relied on the power of the wordless heavenly book and time compass, he probably wouldn't be able to deal with so many Saint Kings. As I said, Ling Xiao and Lu Baiyi are definitely going to die. That's right. From today onwards, the War God Temple will be wiped out. The experts of the 9 imperial gates and the Chinese sneered. Their two forces had suffered heavy losses. Although the Saint King Old Ancestor had arrived, the 5 heavenly saints had all died in battle, and 8 of the 9 heavenly kings had also died. Although they had a deep foundation, they still couldn't bear the heavy losses. Therefore, they hated Ling Xiao to the core. Is the sect master not here yet? Shui Wei clenched her fist, and her knuckles were a little white. Her face was a little pale as she glanced at the old woman behind her and asked. Even the sect master can't do anything in this situation, right? Saintess, you don't have to do this for him. He's already dead. The old woman behind Shui Wei sighed softly. Shut up. Young master won't die. Shui Wei rudely interrupted the old woman's words and said seriously. It was as if she was talking to the old woman, but also to herself. These old things are too shameless. So many people besieging Brother Ling Xiao. Do they really not care about their faces? Feng Qingyang looked at the scene of the battle in front of him, and his face was incomparably ugly. If they cared about their faces, today's matter wouldn't have happened. Ling Xiao won't die, Jinsei said lightly. Although her expression was still as cold as an iceberg, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions, her fingers were slightly trembling in a place that others couldn't detect. She wasn't as calm as she seemed. She was also worried. Junior sister Jinsei, don't worry. Even the white-clothed war god has joined the battle. The sect master must have arrived as well. At this moment, he should be hiding in the dark, ready to help at any time. Feng Qingyang glanced at Jinsei and comforted her. However, he also knew that his comfort was probably useless. Ling Xiao and Lu Baiyi were now facing more than a dozen Saint Kings. Divine light flashed across the starry sky, and extreme Dao Emperor weapons clashed. For such a battle, one or two more Saint Kings wouldn't affect the overall situation. Old man, are you not going to do anything? Brother Ling Xiao can't hold on for much longer. Yi Liangchen, who was in the void, started to get anxious. Let's wait a little longer. The slovenly old Taoist said nonchalantly. How much longer do we have to wait? If we wait any longer, I'm afraid Brother Ling Xiao is going to die. Those old fogies are despicable. Not only are they bullying us with numbers, they even brought out their extreme Dao Emperor weapons. Yi Liangchen said angrily. Let's wait for a chance to kill them all. The slovenly old Taoist said mysteriously. What? Capture them all in one go? Yi Liangchen was stunned. Initially, he only hoped that the old man could save Ling Xiao. He did not expect to kill those old fogies. After all, they were the old ancestors of the immortal sanctuary and supreme god tribe. Each of them had a high cultivation level and they were protected by their extreme Dao Emperor weapons. It would be a miracle if they could save Ling Xiao. Buzz, at this moment, a vast and mysterious fluctuation came from the void. It caused the entire realm of the gods to shake. Although it was slight, it was clearly heard by Yi Liangchen and the slovenly old Taoist. Here's my chance. Brat, didn't you want me to save Ling Xiao? Today, I'll show you the power of the ancient Zhou Tian star formation. The slovenly old Taoist's eyes lit up. Ancient Zhou Tian star formation? Yi Liangchen was instantly energized. Although he did not know what was going on, he knew that the old man's most powerful attack was the Zhou Tian star formation. The Zhou Tian star formation was the supreme god formation of the demon tribe. It connected with the power of the stars in Zhou Tian and borrowed the power of the billions of worlds to unleash a terrifying combat power. The Xianxia formation of creation was only a ceiling formation. The Zhou Tian star formation was the true offensive formation. Rumble, the sloppy old Taoist exuded a vast aura and the inside acupoints all over his body seemed to have lit up. They shone with a resplendent light and the vast starry sky around them trembled slightly. The sky was filled with dazzling starlight. Among them, 365 of the brightest supreme stars lit up. Those supreme stars were incomparably distant, and they were also ancient worlds. At this moment, divine rainbows shot out and gathered on the sloppy old Taoist. The sloppy old man stood in the air. At this moment, all of his wretched aura disappeared. He became fierce, domineering, and dignified. Formation complete. The unkempt Taoist's ancient voice rang out. At that moment, 365 pillars of starlight fell from the sky, enveloping Ling Xiao, Lu Baiyi, and the saint rulers. Who is it? The expressions of the ancestors of the Destiny Hall, the purple-robed ancestor, and the space-time ancestor all changed. They stared at the unkempt old Taoist solemnly. Although they had always been on guard against someone secretly attacking them, they had never thought that they would still fall for it. After the sloppy old Taoist cast down the Zhou Tian star formation, he could no longer hide himself. He was directly exposed to everyone. Everyone, you're attacking Ling Xiao and Lu Baiyi with so many of you. You're really shameless. However, since you can break through my Xianxia formation of creation, why don't you try my Zhou Tian star formation? The sloppy old Taoist smiled. It's you? You deserve to die. Patriarch Purple Bamboo and Patriarch Purple Robe shuddered, and their eyes were filled with hatred. It was precisely because they had been trapped by the Xianxia formation of creation that the 8 heavenly kings and the 5 heaven's supreme saints had died to Ling Xiao and Lu Baiyi. They could not save them in time, so they hated the sloppy old Taoist the most. Now that the sloppy old Taoist had appeared, they were about to go berserk. Who are you? Ling Xiao is a spy of the demons. Everyone has the right to kill him. Since you're an almighty human, you should protect the interests of the human race. Why are you helping the evildoers? The ancestor of the Fane of Destiny looked at the sloppy old Taoist cautiously. For some reason, he realized that he could not see through the old Taoist's cultivation. The old Taoist's aura was unfathomable, which made him feel uneasy. Helping the evildoers? Hee, I hate hypocrites like you the most. If you covet the treasures on Ling Xiao's body, you can just snatch them away. You just have to stand on the moral high ground and put on a hypocritical look. How disgusting. The old Taoist laughed disdainfully. Rumble, as soon as the old Taoist finished speaking, the stars in the sky shook. Dazzling starlight fell as if the endless world had been destroyed. It formed a supreme killing intent that enveloped the dozen saint kings. The old Taoist looked indifferent. Dazzling light rose from his palm. An ancient black banner appeared in the sky, giving off an ancient aura. Roar, the roar of a primordial beast resounded. Suddenly, the phantoms of primordial beasts appeared on the 365 supreme stars. They gave off an insufferably arrogant aura. The 365 supreme stars seemed to have been bestowed with spirituality. They became extremely vast, like 365 ancient worlds that were rotating. Oh no! It's the demon summoning banner? Let's get out of the formation. The ancestor of the Fane of Destiny's face changed instantly. He roared and spun the wheel of destiny, wanting to charge out of the Zhou Tian stellar formation. Although he knew that the Zhou Tian stellar formation was a supreme imperial formation, he had the wheel of destiny, an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Hence, he did not take the Zhou Tian stellar formation seriously. Now that the demon summoning banner had appeared, the Zhou Tian stellar formation seemed to have received some sort of boost. Vast extreme Dao Emperor aura erupted, causing the ancestor of the Fane of Destiny's head to tingle. Let's go. After hearing the ancestor of the Fane of Destiny's words, all the saint rulers rose up without any hesitation. They all used their extreme Dao Emperor weapons or supreme treasures in an attempt to break out of the Zhou Tian stellar formation. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Ling Xiao sneered, as if he was not surprised by the appearance of the old Taoist. A terrifying aura surged around him. The time compass spun in the air, as if it had spun the space. Vast time force descended, charging toward the saint rulers. Those who offend the war god Hall, die. Lu Bai's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and a strong fighting spirit burst out from his body. The heavenly emperor's seal soared into the sky, emitting a vast chaotic light. It was like an ancient mountain, and it came crashing down. Ling Xiao and Lu Bai did not show any signs of exhaustion. They both unleashed their greatest battle prowess, causing the expressions of the saint rulers to change drastically. Damn it! Rumble, before the saint rulers could even resist, they felt several extremely powerful auras descend from the sky, causing the surrounding space to shake violently. An old man in gray robes, a dignified middle-aged man with a flat crown, and a beautiful middle-aged woman all radiated with vast auras as they attacked the saint rulers at the same time. Chaotic light rose around the old man in gray robes. Although he seemed extremely thin, his body contained terrifying power like a volcano. His fist was like a dragon that could destroy everything. The dignified middle-aged man radiated with a vast aura of reincarnation. He was like a king who walked through the cycle of life and death. The cycle of life and death turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation that crushed down on everyone. On the other hand, the middle-aged woman's face was cold. She radiated with extremely sharp sword intent as she slashed out with her sword. Vast sword chi swept through the space for billions of kilometers, as if it had split the starry sky in half. It possessed a supreme, transcendent state. Hun Yuanzi, Nether Hall Master, Annihilation Path Master, what are you doing? Someone roared. His eyes were filled with disbelief. They recognized the 3 people before them. Hun Yuanzi was a saint ruler of the Chaotic Heaven sect, Nether Hall Master was the sect master of the Samsara Temple, and Annihilation Path Master was the sect master of the Taisheng Dao Palace. The 3 of them were famous even in the god world and possessed extraordinary strength. The saint rulers had never thought that Hun Yuanzi, Nether Hall Master, and Annihilation Path Master would actually help Ling Xiao. Boom. Boom. Boom, the 3 of them attacked as fast as lightning, catching the saint rulers off guard. Coupled with the attacks and suppression from the Zhou Tian star formation, 3 of the saint rulers were immediately heavily injured by Hun Yuanzi, Nether Hall Master, and Nether Hall Master. You bastards, how dare you attack Ling Xiao? He's the chosen one of our human race. You're courting death. Hun Yuanzi said righteously. His eyes were filled with coldness. Surrender obediently. Otherwise, all of you will die here today. Nether Hall Master said nonchalantly. Bullying the weak, you deserve to die. The extermination Dowlord said coldly. The sword light in his eyes was extremely sharp, causing people to feel pain all over their bodies. It was as if the extermination Dowlord's sword was about to cut their bodies open. Rumble, the three supreme masters charged into Zhou Tian's grand astral matrix. Their auras were like rainbows, and their attacks were like the collapse of the heavens and the earth. Every strike was capable of destroying the stars. Their strength was terrifying to the extreme. When Ling Xiao and Lu Bai saw the three supreme experts charging towards them, they gathered their spirits and charged towards the dozen Saint Ruler old ancestors at the same time. You want to reverse the situation with just the likes of you? The Saint Ruler of the Destiny Hall laughed out of anger. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Although they were extremely shocked by the appearance of Han Yuanzi and the other two, they were not afraid at all. More than a dozen Saint Ruler ancestors and a few Apex Monarch weapons were enough to sweep through everything. The murderous intent in their hearts was stimulated, and they instantly erupted with the supreme combat power of Saint Kings, engaging in a fierce battle with Ling Xiao and the others. Crack, however, what they did not realize was that the grand astral matrix of Zhou Tian seemed to have formed a domain of nothingness, isolating all the great path laws. It seemed to have formed a sealed space. Many Saint Ruler ancestors discovered that they could not communicate with the power of heaven and earth, and could not control the great path laws. Their strength began to weaken rapidly. On the other hand, Ling Xiao and Lu Bai became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Both of them were saints with their physical bodies, so they did not need to rely on the great path of heaven and earth. Their bodies had formed a small world of their own, and their terrifying strength seemed to be endless. In the endless galaxy, a group of Saint Ruler experts had started a shocking battle. The sect master has finally made his move. Brother Ling Xiao should be fine. Shuiwei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled softly to herself. Silly child, are you really going to marry the sect master's son? That's the happiness of your life. The old woman behind Shuiwei said helplessly and with heartache. As long as the young master is fine, I'm relieved. If the young master is fine, I won't have any regrets even if I have to marry the sect master's son. Shuiwei said with a smile. Her eyes were pure, beautiful, and filled with anticipation. It was heartbreaking. Ancestor Han Yuanzi, Nether Hall Master, and Extermination Path Master are actually helping Ling Xiao? Looks like this battle is going to be interesting. Everyone was incomparably astonished by the appearance of these three supreme experts. The three of them represented the chaotic heavenly sect, Samsara Temple, and Taishang Dao Palace respectively. No one could ignore the declaration of the three immortal sacred grounds. Everyone thought that the battle would have no suspense, but after the appearance of the slovenly Taoist and the three supreme experts, it became full of suspense. In the chaotic void that no one noticed, Zhao Ritian was riding a three-legged golden crow that was surrounded by endless flames. His eyes were filled with anticipation. In front of him, the entire God world seemed to be sealed by thousands of divine chains of order, completely isolating Ling Xiao and the others from the God world. Terrifying divine consciousnesses tried to break through the divine chains of order, but they were all blocked. Second uncle, I didn't expect the human race to have so many experts. Although there aren't any great emperors, there are still a few supreme emperors. If it wasn't for Senior Jiang Yuyang, I'm afraid they wouldn't be so obedient. Zhao Ritian sneered. That's right. After all, the human race is the master of this era. Over the countless years, there have been many old monsters who have ascended and broken through. However, they are just a bunch of cowards. Jiang Yuyang was your father's general. With him around, Ling Xiao shouldn't be in any danger. The second uncle sighed with emotion. If that's the case, can I make my move now? I've been annoyed with these old things for a long time. Zhao Ritian said eagerly. His entire body was exuding a vast and unparalleled sage aura. He had also become a sage. Be careful. Today, the immortal sacred grounds and supreme emperor tribes will be at a disadvantage. Second uncle smiled and did not stop Zhao Ritian. After becoming a sage, Zhao Ritian wielded the heavenly Dao Emperor sword and the Yen Emperor cauldron. His strength was so terrifying that even second uncle was looking forward to it. Hee, very good. Today, my hands will be stained with the blood of a sage king. Zhao Ritian grinned as a bright light shone from his palm. Gradually, an ancient longsword appeared, emitting a boundless light. Rumble. The heavenly Dao Emperor sword radiated with boundless sword intent as it controlled the 3,000 great Daos and slashed down from the heavens. Zhao Ritian had made his move, however, he did not choose to attack the sage ruler old ancestors. Instead, he attacked the sage ruler old ancestor of the Destiny Shrine. Rays of sword light rained down like a waterfall as he tried to kill the old ancestor of the Destiny Shrine. Rumble. The Yan Emperor cauldron floated above Zhao Ritian's head as if there were billions of brilliant suns floating within it. It provided Zhao Ritian with boundless energy as if it could burn down the heavens and earth. Who are you? The old ancestor of the Destiny Shrine was shocked as his eyes were filled with seriousness. Ling Xiao, Lu Bai, the three supreme experts, and the sloppy old man were already troublesome to deal with. Who would have thought that Zhao Ritian would appear now? Most importantly, Zhao Ritian had two extreme Dao Emperor weapons. Whether it was the heavenly Dao Emperor sword or the Yan Emperor cauldron, they were enough to make the old ancestor of the Destiny Shrine fearful. I'm Di Hao. Zhao Ritian said calmly as the heavenly Dao Emperor sword slashed down. Rumble. The wheel of destiny spun continuously as the mysterious aura of destiny flowed and destroyed the rays of sword light. However, the heavenly Dao Emperor sword was extremely sharp as it broke through the obstruction of the aura of destiny and slashed the wheel of destiny with a thunderous sound. Di Hao? How dare you impersonate the son of the heavenly emperor? The eyes of the Fane of Destiny's old ancestor flashed as he pointed at Zhao Ritian and shouted angrily. Perhaps ordinary people did not know the real name of the heavenly emperor, but the sage ruler old ancestors of the immortal sacred ground knew the name of the heavenly emperor. The name Di Hao was extremely noble and only the son of the heavenly emperor could use it. However, Zhao Ritian was clearly not the heavenly emperor that he knew. Impersonating the son of the heavenly emperor? Old man, are your eyes blind? Look at who I am. Zhao Ritian sneered. Rumble, boundless qi and blood rose from his body as if they were made of gold. They shot straight into the 9 heavens, causing the surrounding starry sky to shake violently. A vast and mysterious figure appeared behind Zhao Ritian. His head was above the sky, and his feet were in the starry sky. He suppressed the myriad of worlds and was invincible. Many people couldn't help but tremble when they saw that figure. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. This is the Celestial Emperor's real body? The Heavenly Emperor was the head of the 9 emperors of the human race. Naturally, there were many statues of the Heavenly Emperor in the divine realm. Therefore, many people could instantly recognize that the figure behind Zhao Ritian was the Heavenly Emperor's real body. And to be able to condense the Celestial Emperor true body, one must possess the Celestial Emperor's bloodline. Then, Zhao Ritian's identity would be revealed, the son of the Celestial Emperor. Impossible. How could you be? The ancestor of the Destiny Divine Hall, Zizhu, and the purple-robed ancestor were all shocked. They could not help but cry out in disbelief. How could Zhao Ritian be the son of heaven? Then who was the Tianzi that was rumored to have died in Ling Zhao's hands? I am Di Hao, the son of the heavenly emperor. The previous Tianzi's name was Di Yuan. He pretended to be me and deceived people. I have already killed him in the chaotic ancient land. This old man is a remnant of the demon race. Now, he wants to kill the heaven's chosen son of the human race. He is truly vicious and unforgivable. Everyone has the right to kill him. Zhao Ritian rose into the sky and pointed at the ancestor of the Destiny Divine Hall as he spoke loudly to the crowd. What? This is the real Tianzi? Who would have thought that the previous Tianzi was a fake? No wonder I felt that he was arrogant and despotic. So he was a fake. The ancestor of the Destiny Divine Hall is a remnant of the demon race? How? How is this possible? Zhao Ritian's words instantly caused an uproar. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The saint ruler of the Destiny Divine Hall's expression changed. His eyes were extremely ugly. He was so angered by Zhao Ritian that he almost vomited blood. Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. He's not the real Tianzi. I think he's the remnant of the demon race. The saint ruler of the Destiny Divine Hall roared. However, his words were not very convincing. Zhao Ritian's Heavenly Emperor bloodline and Heavenly Emperor real body proved that he was the true descendant of the Heavenly Emperor. The Tianzi's words were indescribably convincing to the crowd. They were originally unhappy with the immortal sanctuaries and Supreme Emperor tribes surrounding Ling Xiao. At this moment, they were enlightened and their eyes were filled with vigilance. It turned out that the ancestor of the Destiny Divine Hall was a remnant of the demon race. No wonder he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Rumble, as if to prove Zhao Ritian's words. After the Heavenly Emperor sword appeared, the Heavenly Emperor seal seemed to have formed a strange connection with the Heavenly Emperor sword. In an instant, it shook violently. Like an ancient mountain, it pressed down on the Wheel of Destiny. Under the suppression of the two Supreme Emperor weapons, the Wheel of Destiny was unable to escape even though it was extremely mysterious. Die, old man. Zhao Ritian sneered as he charged towards the ancestor of the Destiny Divine Hall. The flames in his palm burned fiercely and exuded a vast emperor's aura. It was the flame of Emperor Yin. It could burn anything. Even a Saint King realm expert would find it difficult to resist. Ling Xiao also saw the opportunity. His eyes flashed and terrifying divine power erupted from his body. He threw a punch at the ancestor of the Destiny Divine Hall. At the same time, the time compass shone brightly and rotated slowly in the void. Vaguely, a vast and mysterious river appeared. Time and space began to distort. Freeze! Ling Xiao roared. The vast river of time pressed down. Under the control of the time compass, it wrapped around the ancestor of the Destiny Divine Hall. The time-stop territory was activated again. You're courting death. The ancestor of the Destiny Divine Hall roared. Although he was suppressed by the power of time of the time compass and was frozen in the void for a moment, he regained his freedom in an instant. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if he had suffered a great backlash. His aura became extremely weak. After all, he was only a saint while the ancestor of the Destiny Divine Hall was a Saint King. Even if he had the time compass, he still suffered a great backlash when the time-stop territory was broken. Rumble, Ling Xiao's eyes became brighter and brighter. The battle intent around him rose. A huge fist print seemed to be able to shatter the heavens and earth. The moment the ancestor of the Destiny Divine Hall was frozen, the fist landed on his chest. Puff, the Fane of Destiny's patriarch's face turned pale as his chest caved in. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though he was a Saint King, Ling Xiao's physical body had reached the Saint Realm, and he had reached the Four Saint Realm. His strength was terrifying, but in terms of physical strength, even the Fortune Shrine's old ancestor couldn't compare to him. Ling Xiao's fist penetrated the Patriarch of Destiny's patriarch's body and broke his meridians. The fire of Emperor Yin took the opportunity to invade his body and roast his flesh. It even tried to spread to his primordial spirit. Get lost. The old ancestor of the Fane of Destiny trembled violently as he roared. His saint's aura exploded like a raging storm, trying to sweep Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian out of the way. Whoosh! At the same time, a dazzling pillar of starlight descended from the sky. It contained a boundless and unfathomable godly might. It pierced through the ancestor's heavenly court meridian and violently invaded his sea of consciousness. A terrifying murderous aura erupted. It was the power of the seven merciless stars. It contained the power of the Tao of slaughter. The Patriarch of Destiny's primordial spirit was invaded by the murderous aura and instantly became dizzy. Devour. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He knew that the slovenly old man's Zhou Tian star formation had taken effect. He took the opportunity to activate the wordless heavenly book and the sky-devouring secret skill. He turned his fist into a claw and grabbed the Patriarch of Destiny's primordial spirit. He then started to devour the Patriarch of Destiny's primordial spirit. The heart was the source of life. Although the Patriarch of Destiny's primordial spirit was a Saint King and had a vast amount of primordial spirit, half of it was gone in an instant under Ling Zhao's crazy devouring. Ling Xiao did not refine it at all. He directly integrated the primordial spirit into the wordless heavenly book. The wordless heavenly book was also excited as it started to devour the Patriarch of Destiny's primordial spirit. Boom! Zhao Ritian seemed to have a telepathic connection with Ling Xiao. The flame of Emperor Yin burned fiercely in his palm as he slapped the ancestor's forehead. The vast flame of Emperor Yin began to invade the ancestor's sea of consciousness, attempting to burn his soul to ashes. No one had expected that the powerful and unfathomable patriarch of the Fane of Fortune would be reduced to such a state in an instant. Although they had the help of the extreme Dao monarch weapon, the sloppy old Daoist Zhou Tian stellar formation, and Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian who had seized the opportunity, everyone was still amazed by Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian's strength. All of you must die. All of you must die. The ancestor of the Fane of Destiny was furious. He roared in a hoarse voice. He was a saint ruler of the Destiny Divine Hall, an expert who stood at the very apex of the God world. His strength was unfathomable, and he controlled the lives and deaths of billions. He was furious that he had been humiliated like this today. Moreover, the wordless heavenly book was devouring his life force without restraint. He could not escape from it at all. He could even feel the threat of death. Boom! A terrifying aura rose around the ancestor of the Destiny Divine Hall. His flesh and blood exploded. Strands of black demonic light rose up and swept across the area like a black storm. The storm was extremely terrifying. It contained the purest law of the Great Path. Even Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian could not resist it. They were sent flying. The ancestor of the Destiny Divine Hall shot up into the sky. Terrifying demonic light rose from his body. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes had turned scarlet. They were filled with cruelty and killing intent. Everyone was stunned. Demon remnant. He really is a demon remnant, someone exclaimed, his voice trembling violently. No one had expected the saint ruler of the Destiny Divine Hall to have been attacked by the demon remnant and become a demon remnant. The emperor did not lie to them. Ling Xiao and Zhao Ritian looked at each other and smiled faintly. They had achieved their goal. They did not expect to kill the ancestor of the Destiny Divine Hall. After all, he was a saint ruler. He had many tricks up his sleeves. It was easy to defeat him, but impossible to kill him. However, as long as he exposed his identity as a demon remnant, it would be enough. This old man is a demon remnant. I suspect that these old men are also demon remnant. Why would the Almighty of the human race harm the chosen one of the human race? I think they must have sided with the demon remnant. They want to kill the peerless genius of the human race and destroy the foundation of the human race. Zhao Ritian chuckled coldly. His voice was clearly heard by everyone. Jiang Yuyang was the one who told him that the ancestor of the Destiny Divine Hall was a demon remnant. As for whether the others were demon remnant, it was hard to say. However, Zhao Ritian did not care. He pushed all of them to side with the demon remnant. You're spouting nonsense. How can we be demon remnant? Don't slander us. I think you're the one who's a demon remnant. What nonsense are you talking about? The saint rulers' faces changed. Especially when they saw the hatred and disgust in the eyes of the people around them. They had a bad feeling about this. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, the Wheel of Destiny, the capital Heaven Divine Fiend flag, the Tree of Seven Wonders, and the other extreme Dao Emperor weapons buzzed. A cold voice was heard from them and they flew away. All-Seer is a demon remnant. Everyone has the right to kill him. Purple Bamboo is expelled from the Chinese race. Purple Robe is expelled from the 9 imperial gates. As the voices were heard, the saint rulers of the Destiny Divine Hall, Purple Bamboo, and Purple Robe were shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. These immortal sanctuaries and supreme emperor tribes had chosen to take back their extreme Dao Emperor weapons and abandon them. Perhaps not all of the saint rulers were demon remnant. However, those who were hiding in the dark knew that their plan had failed. They had chosen to abandon the pawn to protect the cart. Without the extreme Dao Emperor weapons, even the sage ruler old ancestors had no chance of surviving against the cosmic cycle stellar array, the chrono compass, the Yen Emperor's cauldron, the Heavenly Emperor's seal, and the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Kill! Ling Xiao shouted. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He took the lead and charged towards the saint rulers. Zhao Ritian, Lu Bai, Han Yuanzi, Nether Hall's master, and Extermination Path Master all charged forward at the same time. They took out their powerful extreme Dao Emperor weapons and began a crushing battle under the suppression of the Zhou Tian stellar formation. Ling Xiao, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I'm not a demon remnant. Sect Master, save me. Although the saint rulers were usually high and mighty, they were filled with fear and unwillingness when faced with the threat of death. After all, the longer one lived, the more afraid they were of death. They did not expect the situation to turn around so quickly. More than a dozen Saint Kings had died in Zhou Tian's great star formation. This was a huge matter that could shake the entire god world. After all, every Saint King old ancestor was a supreme expert that could control the fortune of an immortal holy land. Even if an immortal holy land wanted to cultivate a Saint King old ancestor, it was not so easy. But today, because they wanted to kill Ling Xiao, they were all buried in the vast starry sky. What was even more shocking was that other than the Fane of Destiny's ancestor All-Seer, the Purple Bamboo ancestor and the Purple Robe ancestor were also demon remnants. Who would have thought that All-Seer, Purple Bamboo ancestor, and the Purple Robe ancestor were all spies of the demon clan? This is too shocking. That's right. Those are supreme experts of the Saint King realm. If such people are demon remnants, it can be seen that the demon clan has infiltrated the human clan deeply. It's chilling just thinking about it. This is also a blessing in disguise. No wonder the immortal saint lands chose to sacrifice these saint kings. Even the immortal saint lands and the supreme god clan would not be able to stand it and would be attacked together. Looks like Ling Zhao's calamity is over. Everyone discussed animatedly, not concealing the shock in their eyes. This time, the many immortal holy lands had gone through many twists and turns to hunt Ling Xiao down. Ever since Huan Tai, the 5 heavens great sage, the 8 heavenly kings, and the others had died one after another at the hands of Ling Xiao and Lu Bai, everyone realized just how monstrous this heaven's chosen one was. Naturally, many people were extremely excited, thinking that the more extraordinary Ling Xiao's talent was, the more fortunate it was for the human clan. However, there were also many people who were jealous of Ling Xiao and were even afraid of Ling Xiao's rise. They could not wait for someone to tear Ling Xiao into pieces, but in the end, they were greatly disappointed. Rumble, the stars in the sky shook, and the vast great Tao Law trembled. Even the bright light of the great Tao shone down, illuminating the lonely starry sky. The Saint King realm was already standing at the peak of the Saint realm. They could comprehend the will of the heavens and control the great Tao. Their power was unparalleled, and their body was condensed with vast Tao intent. And their death was equivalent to the Tao intent returning to the heavens and earth, causing the great Tao of the heavens and earth to react strongly, forming all kinds of mysterious phenomena. Not to mention that a dozen Saint Kings had died at the same time. This was definitely the first time in a million years that so many Saint Kings had died in battle. Millions of miles away from where the Saint Kings died, an old Saint King realm. He was enveloped in a boundless demonic light, emitting a dense dark aura of darkness. At this moment, his eyes were filled with reverence. Standing in front of him was a little girl dressed in red. She looked like she was carved out of jade and was as cute as a porcelain doll. Her entire body was emitting a bright light, like a glass crystal. However, the red-clothed little girl's expression was calm. She had an air of superiority about her, and her eyes were filled with indifference as if she viewed all living beings as ants. What a piece of trash! Saint Kings to heaven to kill Ling heavens Saint heavens God heaven then heavens, heaven, the red-clothed little girl spoke in a clear and pleasant voice, but it was filled with endless coldness in the black-robed old man's ears, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Heavens heavenly heavens to heaven. They didn't expect Heavenly Master Sloppy and Heavenly Master Jadesun to take action. Ling Heavenly Master's luck is too strong, Heavenly Master Jadesun said bitterly. Sloppy Taoist and Jianyuyang? They ruined my Saint Clan's plans. I'll kill those 2 old things sooner or later. But the most important thing now is to kill Ling Heavenly Book. We must take it back. Do you know what to do? Heavenly Master Jadesun said hatefully. Don't worry, Heavenly Master. I've already made the arrangements. Ling Heavenly Master won't be able to escape this time. He belongs to Heavenly Master Jadesun, and so does the Heavenly Book. Heavenly Master Jadesun said seriously. Good. I hope you won't disappoint me. Heavenly Master Jadesun said indifferently. Then, she slowly disappeared into the void. Ling Heavenly Master Jadesun's eyes revealed a trace of darkness. In an instant, he took a step forward and traveled millions of miles in the blink of an eye, moving in the direction of the god realm. Rumble, Ling Heavenly Master Jade Sun sat cross-legged in the starry sky. His entire body was emitting multicolored light. His aura was gradually increasing. Vast and majestic life energy was being emitted, causing an ancient world of life to appear around him. After killing more than 10 Saint Kings, Ling Heavenly Master Jade Sun did not hesitate to use the Heavenly Book and used the Heavenly Devouring Secret skill to devour the life energy and flesh energy of the Saint Kings. Although most of the energy had been refined by the Heavenly Book, the portion that was devoured by Ling Heavenly Master Jade Sun still contained an incomparably vast amount of energy. Ling Heavenly Master Jade Sun was about to explode. Therefore, Ling Heavenly Master Jade Sun did not have time to say anything. He immediately sat cross-legged in the starry sky and began to refine the energy. Lu Bai, Zhao Ritian, and the rest heaved a sigh of relief when all the Saint Kings were killed. Their eyes were filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Zhao Ritian could also sense that the sloppy Taoist and senior Jiang Yuyang had already left. It was already extremely difficult for the two of them to help Ling Heavenly Master Jade Sun. Those bastards are really lucky. Especially the Destiny Shrine, the Chinese, and the 9 Imperial Gates. They actually drew a clear line with them at the last moment. Zhao Ritian said hatefully. Old Ancestor All-Seer, Old Ancestor Purple Bamboo, and Old Ancestor Purple Robe were all remnants of the demon race. Naturally, the 3 Holy Lands and Emperor clans would not be able to get away with it. However, they were very cunning. They directly took away the Extreme Dao Emperor weapon and drew a clear line with Old Ancestor All-Seer and the other 2. At this moment, Zhao Ritian felt as though he had suffered a loss. Otherwise, with Zhao Ritian's identity as the Emperor, he could summon the entire human race in the divine world. At that time, even the Destiny Shrine, the Chinese, and the 9 Imperial Gates would not be able to get away with it. Of course, their debts will be settled one by one. Your Highness, I'll have to trouble you to protect Ling Heavenly Master Jade Sun. Some of the rascals have already approached this place. I'm afraid they are also coveting the Heavenly Book on Ling Heavenly Master Jade Sun. Lu Bai's eyes flashed as he said slowly to Zhao Ritian. Eh? Are they experts from the other great worlds? They really don't know what's good for them. White-clothed war god, it's better that you protect Ling Heavenly Master Jade Sun. Let me go and kill those bastards. Zhao Ritian said with some eagerness. His senses were extremely sharp. Naturally, he could sense that there were many powerful auras in this vast starry sky. However, he did not immediately take action. It was obvious that he was wary of them. Leave Ling Heavenly Master Jade Sun to me. Suddenly, a calm voice rang out. Lu Bai and Zhao Ritian could not help but be stunned. Lu Bai and Zhao Ritian were surprised as they did not expect Xianxia to come. Naturally, they knew about the unusual relationship between Ling Xiao and Xianxia. However, they also knew that Xianxia had lost her memory of Ling Xiao as she cultivated the Tao of Great Oblivion. Hee, if that's the case, I'll leave Ling Xiao to you. Take good care of him and I'll kill those bastards who don't know what's good for them. Zhao Ritian chuckled at Xianxia. He was happy to see this and hoped that Ling Xiao and Xianxia could be together as soon as possible. Although Lu Bai was a little hesitant, he nodded and said, if that's the case, I'll have to trouble Saintess Xianxia. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zhao Ritian and Lu Bai leaped into the sky and teleported into the distant starry sky. Rumble! The sky shook as stars exploded one after another. Dozens of figures with powerful auras rushed out from the explosion. After being discovered by Lu Bai and Zhao Ritian, they no longer hid themselves and attacked the two of them one after another. You're courting death. Hun Yuanzi, the Nether Hall Master, and the Extermination Path Master's eyes turned cold. These experts from other worlds coveted the wordless heavenly book on Ling Xiao and did not hesitate to kill their way into the divine world. To them, this was an unbearable provocation. The 3 supreme experts also leaped into the sky and charged towards those people. Comparatively speaking, Ling Xiao, who was heavily protected by Xianxia and the experts from the human race, was the safest. After all, no one dared to attack Ling Xiao after the previous battle. Sister Xianxia. Shui Wei also came to Ling Xiao's side quietly. When she saw Xianxia, her face was filled with shyness as she bowed to Xianxia. "You're welcome. Since you're here, I'm sure you want to protect Ling Xiao. Be careful of the surroundings and don't let anyone get close," Xianxia said to Shuai. "Yes." Shuai nodded seriously. In fact, even if Xianxia did not say anything, she would not let anyone get close to Ling Xiao. Rumble, Shuai radiated with the presence of samsara, enveloping Ling Xiao. Layers of space-time intertwined, causing Ling Xiao's figure to twist. It was impossible to find his true body. Xianxia's eyes flashed with surprise. She had never expected Xianxia's avatar of reincarnation to be so powerful. She had already comprehended the grand Tao of reincarnation to such a level. Xianxia and Shuai stood on either side of Ling Xiao, protecting him in the middle. They guarded their surroundings, not allowing anyone to get close to him. As for Lu Bai, Zhao Ritian, the three utmost powerful beings, and the others, they charged out in all directions and clashed with those who were spying on soaring sky. However, as if the battle was too shocking, the surrounding experts who were eyeing Ling Xiao did not fight to the death. Instead, they retreated and fought at the same time. Unknowingly, Zhao Ritian, Lu Bai and the others were lured away. All of a sudden, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a strange look. Her expression became extremely cold as a vast demonic aura emanated from her body. In an instant, lightning intertwined and the void shook. A vast vortex appeared behind Xianxia. It was like a passageway between two worlds, trying to swallow Ling Xiao. What? Although Zhao Ritian and Lu Bai were fighting with the experts from the outside world, they still left a trace of their consciousness on Ling Xiao. At this moment, they could not help but tremble as their eyes were filled with disbelief. Logically speaking, Xianxia was the person who was least likely to hurt Ling Xiao. However, it was Xianxia who had attacked Ling Xiao. "Xianxia, what are you doing?" Zhao Ritian shouted. The heavenly Tao Emperor sword was like a stream of light. In an instant, it traversed through the void, trying to destroy the passageway behind Xianxia. He could feel the vast demonic aura in the passageway. It was the passageway to the devil world. He did not know what method Xianxia had used to open it silently. Once Ling Xiao was swallowed, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Sister Xianxia, let go of young master." Shuai was the first to react. Boundless light of reincarnation rose around her. Instantly, she wanted to sweep Ling Xiao up and leave this place. Boom, however, a black figure appeared behind Shuai and gently struck out with his palm. Kacha, the void shook and the reincarnation enchantment on Shuai's body shattered. She flew out abruptly and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was an old man in a black robe. He looked hale and hearty and his eyes were deep. He struck out with his palm and a red lotus seemed to float out from his palm. It blocked the heavenly Tao Emperor sword. Clang, the sound of metal clashing could be heard and sparks flew. The heavenly Tao Emperor sword was extremely sharp but it was unable to break through the red lotus and was blocked. "You are Taiyuan?" When Tao Lord Extermination saw the old man in a black robe, he could not help but tremble. His voice was filled with killing intent and his eyes were extremely sharp. "Junior Sister Extermination, I haven't seen you for 1,000,000 years and you have already advanced to the King Sage realm. Congratulations. However, I want to take Ling Xiao away today and none of you can stop me." The old man in a black robe smiled faintly and his expression was extremely calm. Rumble, he exuded a vast aura and his attacks were extremely sharp. It was as though he could destroy everything. He blocked all the attacks around him and no one could get close to him. "Taiyuan, you traitor." Tao Lord Extermination's body was trembling and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Everyone shuddered at the mention of Taiyuan's name. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. It was actually him. Taiyuan was a disciple of the Taishang Dao Palace. 1,000,000 years ago, he and Tao Lord Extermination were known as the Taishang Duo. Taiyuan was also the person who was most likely to become the next Taishang Dao Master. However, 1,000,000 years ago, Taiyuan went berserk while cultivating the Taishang Unruffled Dao. He did not hesitate to betray the Taishang Dao Palace and became a demon remnant. He killed many experts of the Taishang Dao Palace. It was said that the previous Taishang Dao Palace's praying master, Taiyuan and Tao Lord Extermination's master, died at Taiyuan's hands. No one had expected Taiyuan to show up here. Junior sister Dao Lord Extermination, all of you have gone astray. You don't understand the true meaning of the Taishan Unruffled Dao Master. In the future, only Xianxia and I have hope of reviving the Taishan Dao Palace. Don't waste your energy. The passage opened by the Taishan Dao Master is not something you can break. Taiyuan shook his head. His expression was calm and even had a compassionate aura. He did not care that Dao Lord Extermination's eyes were about to spit fire. Rumble, Xianxia's eyes had turned pure black and exuded a strange fluctuation. She opened the passage to the demonic realm and an unparalleled and vast emperor's aura descended. Vaguely, everyone saw a little girl in red. She rolled up her sleeves and swept Ling Xiao, Xianxia, and Taiyuan into the passage to the demonic realm and disappeared completely. How could it be her? Lu Bai trembled and his eyes were filled with disbelief. End of chapter 2351. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.